This filthy lump turned out to be a handsome, six-packed man after being washed, simply because he was a heavenly demon who had been in seclusion here for more than 2,000 years. Outside, technology had advanced to the point where people had migrated to other planets to live. The moment he was awakened, a casual blast from him pierced straight through a planet. Even the strongest SSS-class biological weapon could be defeated with a single slash. With one hand, he could withstand everything. Not even nuclear bombs could do anything to him. And Ovenko won't drag this out any longer, so let's begin. The story opens with a lonely planet drifting in the cold universe, as if foreshadowing an ominous beginning. Someone cried out in alarm. What the hell? What the hell is going on? After observing for a while, Leon turned with an irritated look and asked, "Are you sure this is the right place? Or did the coordinates mess up?" As she adjusted the equipment, Thuan 2 replied coolly, "This is definitely planet number B2 cosets." Gripping some kind of device tightly, she continued, "We've arrived at the exact target." By then, their spaceship was already closing in on that planet, and a signal sounded. Out in endless space, someone shouted from inside the ship, "Hey Robert, get over here, you damn glutton." Robert pressed his face against the glass and looked outside in amazement. "It really looks strange. I'm sure this is where we want to go, but..." Hearing that, Theon replied wearily, "A place drowning in radiation, with not even a trace of oxygen, and it's suspected that a high-value wanted criminal is hiding here." Staring straight at the beam of light from that planet, she wondered, "And that person is a high-ranking member of the Black Blood Gang?" Robert answered with a bit of hesitation, "That's right." Noticing his attitude, she turned angrily and said, "You bastard." Robert flusteredly cried out, "No, I'm telling the truth, I swear." This information showed up when Howman infiltrated the gang's main system. Without saying anything else, Theon turned to Thuan 2 and asked, "Thuan 2, what do you think?" Without looking at them, she replied calmly, "If he really came here, then it's no different from seeking death." As the spaceship drew closer and closer to that red planet, Thuan 2 slowly reported oxygen saturation 23.67, radiation contamination level 87. This place is practically perfect for killing people. After hearing that, Theon grew a little more serious and asked, "Could anyone even survive in a place like this?" Still focused on the instruments, Thuan 2 answered softly, with the top-grade radiation shielding installed and the internal energy drive operating in cycles. She straightened up and continued, "Then we can stay here for 6 hours." After a moment of silence, Theon turned to Robert and asked probingly, "All right then, Robert, what will you do if we come all this way and find nothing? Are you willing to risk your life?" Caught off guard by the question, Robert blinked and repeated, "My life?" Before he could say more, Theon's drawn-out voice rang through the ship. "If he's not here, I'll turn you into minced meat. Oh, and Sunza, let us know if you detect any signs of life on the surface." The desolate earth lay beneath a burning sky, showing that human civilization had collapsed long ago. Target coordinates are 117.07, 36.25. Looking at the surroundings, Thuan 2 said, "In the past, this place was called Mount Tai." Hearing that, Theon asked in slight surprise, "Mount Tai? You mean this is Mount Tai?" As she guided the ship down, Thuan 2 replied, "Yes." This very place was called the Legendary Sanctuary by the Elders of the Martial Alliances. This was the origin system of Mount Tai. However, seeing the devastation here, Theon couldn't help exclaiming, "This is a dump." Looking out toward the mist-covered mountain ranges, Thuan 2 continued, "Those elders from the Martial Alliances." Before she could finish, Theon cut her off irritably. "Why don't they clean this place up? What are they making money for? Isn't this supposed to be their sacred land?" As Robert stepped through the gate, he glanced around and answered firmly, "All of them only talk. They'll never do anything for free." After walking a short distance, Theon suddenly stopped and looked down. "We're here. This is the marked point." Standing in the middle of a barren, empty patch of ground, Robert asked in confusion, "Here? But there's nothing here. Are you sure?" Theon lowered her gaze and stared at the ground before answering calmly, "I'm sure. It's definitely here." Then she dropped to one knee, groped around for something, and said uncertainly, "Should I place it around here?" Robert turned back to her with a puzzled look. "What's your plan?" Theon didn't answer and instead asked in confusion, "Whatever's down there, it's still alive, right?" At the same time, the controller on her belt lit up. A signal appeared, internal energy activated. Suddenly, a powerful green energy spread from the ground where Theon touched it. She spoke in a mysterious tone. "If I'd been buried that deep, I would have suffocated to death long ago." Then her eyes became vacant in the intense light as she gave the command, "Open." The moment she finished speaking, a violent explosion erupted not far away. As the dust settled, a strangely shaped object rose up. A few rocks clattered against it, but it remained calm and said, "Next time, warn me first so I can get out of the way." Suddenly, Dion saw something that made her eyes widen in shock. Before the two of them, a gigantic pit had appeared after the explosion. Dion immediately turned on her earpiece and contacted Thuan Tuesday's Sunza. "Are there signs of life?" Thuan Tu skillfully worked the system panel and calmly reported, "Very faint, but still alive." Looking at the monitor, it showed that the On's audio signal had vanished completely. Thuan Tu continued, "There's also a fairly large open space down there." Only then did Robert speak up. "Captain, I'm bringing the electronic ladder out." No response. He turned, only to see that the On had already jumped into the pit. Robert let out an annoyed breath and muttered, "You're always so impatient." As the On dropped quite a deep distance, Robert quickly shouted, "Let's go together." Before long, both of them landed safely on the ground. While the On walked lightly, Robert looked completely exhausted. In front of them stood a gigantic golden-plated door. On its surface were engraved strange lines of text. "The world fears me and imprisons me with the great doctrine of the secret teachings. If you clumsily attempt to awaken me, death will greet you first. Limaxon." Robert looked up in confusion and said, "What does that mean?" "It looks like writing." Dion quickly sent the signal to Thuan Tuesday Sunza. "Translate." Thuan Tu checked the system panel and answered bluntly, "It's a language used around 2,000 years ago. In short, it means don't open the door if you don't want to die." The moment she finished, Robert yelled angrily, "See? I told you that bastard is hiding here." In contrast, Dion remained indifferent, a threat written in a language no one can even understand. Hearing that, Robert immediately argued, "Well, maybe it's possible, right?" Dion started walking forward and said seriously, "In this case, that's actually a good sign. If they're threatening us not to open the door." She placed her hand on the door and emphasized that it proves there's something very valuable inside. Suddenly, something appeared, making both of them widen their eyes in shock. Before them sat Mach Tran's body on a towering platform, completely covered in hair. He sat cross-legged without the slightest movement. Seeing that, Robert said with obvious curiosity, "What is that?" "It looks human." But the Aunt only gave him a weary look. Then she stepped up the stairs one by one. Soon, she stood face to face with Mach Tran's hair-covered figure. But Mach Tran still showed no particular reaction. From below, Robert called out anxiously, "Is it still alive? Is it a person? It's been buried here for 2,000 years. There's no way it could still be alive." Dion kept staring at Mach Tran calmly, without saying a word. Mach Tran sat still like a lump of earth, not even the slightest motion visible. Unable to contain her curiosity, Dion slowly brought her index finger toward his face. What she touched was the nose protruding from that shaggy mass of hair. At that moment, it felt as if space and time had frozen. After touching Mach Tran's nose for quite a while, Dion tilted her head to one side in confusion. Suddenly, a strange purple spark shot out from the spot where her finger touched. Dion's eyes widened in astonishment. In the very next second, Mach Tran's entire body began releasing powerful shockwaves. His eyes glowed a terrifying red. Startled out of her wits, Dion instinctively thrust out her magic hand to block and shouted, "What is this?" But the energy she unleashed was instantly stopped by Mach Tran's overwhelming pressure. Dion could no longer keep her composure, her eyes round with shock. Within seconds, fierce flames erupted from where Mach Tran sat, opening a pit beneath him into which the fire plunged. It became a pillar of flame that shot straight down onto the door, lighting up the whole area. Even from outer space, the beam of light could be seen piercing through the planet's crust. The spaceship under Thuan Tu's control almost got swept by that terrifying surge of energy. Unable to hide her alarm, she shouted, What happened?" Thuan Tu immediately panicked and yelled into the control panel, "Captain, what's going on? What just happened? What did you do?" Thuan Tu's voice kept coming rapidly over the communicator. "Sorang, Robert, answer me. Why aren't either of you answering?" At that moment, Dion lay motionless amid the hazy smoke while Thuan Tu kept calling, "Answer me, Captain Sorang." "Hey, Sorang." Behind her mask, Dion had already coughed up a mouthful of blood. The shock still hadn't left her face, and her whole body seemed frozen stiff. Before her lay Robert, face down on the ground. Reflected in the On's eyes was Mach Tran's figure slowly walking toward her. Before long, he was standing right in front of the On. Then, in a deep voice, he asked, "Who are you?" Looking down at the person before him, Mach Tran continued, "How dare you awaken me?" Faced with that question, the On could only stare blankly, unable to say a word. The two of them looked at each other in silence, as the whole space fell still. But inside, suspicion rose in the On's heart. Was this some kind of trial? Had a warrior been born with the ability to test her? Robert still showed no movement, while Mok Tran simply stood there waiting for an answer. He lost patience and growled. Mok Tran repeated the question irritably. Why did you awaken me? It turned out he was speaking some bizarre language that the On couldn't understand, and she frowned tightly. What the hell is he saying? I can't understand a single word. At the same time, she quickly activated real-time translation mode. A moment later, Mok Tran raised a skinny arm and threatened, "If you do not answer, I will kill you." Hearing that, the On exclaimed in shock, "Kill? Who? What?" She focused carefully on Mok Tran's arm and his words. "I will kill." The On immediately took a defensive stance, her hand releasing a powerful burst of energy. What the fuck is this? What kind of monster is this human? In the next instant, flames exploded where Mok Tran stood. An excited expression appeared on the On's face as power gathered in her hand, and she shouted, "Die." Then she unleashed her power like a madwoman, screaming over and over, "Die. D already, D." After some time, the walls could be seen melted by the force of the blast. The On stood amid the haze, her hand finally still. Sweat poured down her face non-stop, and her breathing grew heavy. Alarm system, overload warning. 12 out of 14 cycles have been used. Yet in front of her, Mok Tran still stood there as steady as ever, without a single injury. The system recommended, please recharge internal energy. She stared at Mok Tran's completely unharmed body, then furrowed her brow in bewilderment. What the hell? Why isn't he hurt at all? At that moment, Mok Tran began speaking those strange words again. That was the golden summit of Guanum, along with the sacred arts and the decree of red mist. Though they are martial arts of the Emma sect, they contain too many impurities. That shows you learned them through theft. A red glow flashed in his eyes as he said harshly, in other words, you are nothing but a grave-robbing thief. The moment he finished speaking, Mok Tran slowly began to rise into the air. Theon fell into confusion once again and looked up with wide eyes. Mok Tran suddenly shot up into the air as purple energy exploded around him, and in a sharp voice he demanded, "How dare a thief like you interrupt my eternal sleep?" Theon was hit by one surprise after another, unable even to blink as she heard his declaration. "You must die." Then she suddenly froze as if seeing something unbelievable. At that moment, Mok Tran was sprawled flat on the floor before her. She wondered in confusion, what is this situation? While she still couldn't understand what had happened, Robert's voice rang out, "I guess it's dead." Struggling to his feet while clutching his shoulder, he continued, after being exposed to radiation like that without any protective shield, dying would make sense. Looking at Mok Tran's motionless figure, Robert seemed slightly confused, but it had existed for quite a long time already. Before he could finish, Thuan 2 cut in, "It's still alive. Breathing is normal, and the pulse is normal too." He asked in confusion, then why? Understanding what he meant, Thuan 2 guessed. It seems it ran out of energy and collapsed. At Robert's blank stare, Thuan 2 explained more clearly. Its body is fine, but the energy source inside its stomach is completely drained. The moment she heard that, Theon cried out in confusion. Stomach? Then both of them turned to look at Mok Tran in silence. But in the On's mind, a question rose. So he fainted because he was hungry? He was hungry. After a while, a scream rang out on the spaceship. "No way." Robert, furious, shouted, "Why did you bring this thing back with us? You should have left it there." Looking at the calm expressions on the On's and Thuan 2's faces only made him angrier. Didn't you see how it went crazy back there? It's worse than a radiation-mutated cockroach. By then, Mok Tran's whole body had been tightly wrapped in tape, yet Robert kept throwing out insults. At least a radioactive cockroach is worth a few dollars. This lunatic monster has no value at all. Why did you drag its corpse back here? In response to his loss of composure, Theon simply answered coolly, "It's worth money." The moment she said that, both Thuan 2 and Robert stared at her in confusion, and silence fell among the four of them once more. Theon thought to herself, and a lot of money at that. She couldn't hold it in anymore, and said it out loud, "It's valuable, and very valuable at that." Hearing this, both Thuan 2 and Robert gasped in surprise. Theon then asked, "What's the most valuable kind of cultural heritage right now?" Thuan 2 lowered her eyes and answered softly, "Ancient martial arts. The closer they are to the original form, the more expensive they are." Hearing that, Theon looked at the door and quickly responded, "Exactly." Judging by this situation, that furball is likely an ancient martial artist from at least 2,000 years ago. By then, all three of them had sat down. Theon slowly continued. 2,000 years ago was the legendary golden age of martial arts. Even the lowest compression class from that era had techniques worth at least 10,000 points. As she said that, her expression turned grave. Narrowing her eyes, she went on, but this furball isn't at that level. He's definitely above ordinary expert class, at least S rank or higher. Hearing that, Robert said casually, if he's really S rank, then we hit the jackpot. The three of them all looked toward Mach Tran. But then Robert asked worriedly, but what happens if he wakes up like that again? However, Theon looked confident and kept jiggling her leg as she reassured him, don't worry. That's high-resistance synthetic fiber, the kind usually used to repair spaceships. Even the leader of the Shaolin sect wouldn't be able to cut through it. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes widening slightly. Theon instinctively glanced to the side with a puzzled expression, as if she had noticed something. At that moment, Mach Tran had somehow already torn apart the tape and was standing there upright. A blazing aura immediately rose around him as he demanded sharply, how dare you? Lowly grave robbers dare. Lay hands on me? I will tear you to pieces. In the next second, Theon dropped into a counterattack stance and shouted, damn it. Robert also jumped in fright and cried, see? I knew it would be like this. Then both of them froze in surprise, as if they had seen something unbelievable. In front of them stood Thuan Tu's small figure, holding a tray of food up toward Mach Tran. It was a platter piled high, with delicious, steaming hot sausages. The sight left Robert and Theon standing there in stunned silence. On the other side, Mach Tran wolfed the food down, ignoring all the stares directed at him. Watching the way he devoured it out of hunger, the three of them said nothing to each other. At that moment, Theon could no longer hide her curiosity and asked, how did you know? Thuan Tu only replied coldly. He'd been hungry for a very long time. Then she looked at Mach Tran's now spotless platter and continued, the best thing in the world for a starving beast is sausage. Hearing that, Theon and Robert immediately understood and looked at each other as they cried out. Their spaceship was still floating in space, very close to that red planet, when a hesitant voice rose inside. So, after you're done eating? Mach Tran got straight to the point and said, you're not Tomb Raiders, but bounty hunters, and you accidentally woke me up, sitting in front of the three of them. He calmly added, and now the world is 2,000 years ahead of the time I existed in. After humanity destroyed its resources, thinking of the desolate landscape beneath the star-filled night, Mach Tran continued, they destroyed Earth and decided to live among the stars? Listening closely to his words, Theon lowered her eyes sadly and answered, yes. Everything has been fairly stable since then. They decided not to allow the use of any weapons other than martial arts, including nuclear weapons. After hearing that, Mach Tran exclaimed in surprise, nuclear weapons? In the stillness of space? He asked with some curiosity, then what era is the present age? Theon answered without hesitation, the era? According to the galactic calendar, it's now the year 1105. As soon as she finished, Mach Tran could not hide his curiosity and asked, galactic calendar? So you all live among the stars too? In response to that question, Theon said arrogantly, so you're finally starting to get it now? Well, of course. We only woke you up after 2,000 years, after all. You should feel grateful. Hearing that, Mach Tran flew into a rage and shouted, ridiculous. Who do you think you're talking to? Do you even know who I am? Unable to contain his anger, he roared, you're nothing but third-rate grave robbers, and now you're trying to fool me with this nonsense. You really do have a death wish. After being cursed out, the three of them said nothing. They simply pointed calmly to one side. Mach Tran reflexively turned to look as well. It seemed he saw something because he suddenly froze. Before Mach Tran's eyes was an enormous planet, dyed red-orange by the sunlight. Theon spoke up and said, see, over there. Furball, no, old man. No, master. That's the place where you lived. Unable to believe his eyes, Mach Tran asked in shock, that is the planet I used to live on? As Theon walked toward the window, she answered calmly, yes. But it has already been completely ruined. She reached out and brushed at Mach Tran's hair before asking, anyway, now that you've seen it clearly, do you finally believe us? A purple aura spread out around Mach Tran again as he asked in a low voice. Even so, I want to believe it, but I can't. You expect me to believe that the land where I once lived is that sphere? At this point, Theon was truly fed up, rubbing her forehead as she sighed. How unbelievable. Suddenly, Robert noticed something and lifted his nose to sniff. Mok Tran's whole body was surrounded by a strange haze. Robert blurted out in discomfort, "What is that smell?" Theon quickly realized it too, covered her nose with her hand, and said, "Hey, we'll tell you the rest later, but first, could you go take a bath? And if possible, cut your hair too, since we're going to be traveling together for a while anyway." While the others were enduring the stench coming off his head, Mok Tran stood there blankly and asked, Bathtub? And just like that, he was shoved into the bathroom under the watch of the three standing outside the door. The shower poured out streams of cool water, and the sound of rushing water echoed from inside the bathroom. Robert asked curiously, why didn't you just leave his hair as it was? Thick clumps of hair had fallen all over the floor. Robert turned to Theon and mocked Mok Tran. "I'm afraid something like a mummy is going to walk out of there." The moment he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly froze and stared ahead as a pair of pale legs slowly stepped out. Mok Tran hurriedly dried his hair, and his appearance now looked much neater. At this point, he revealed a rather handsome face and an extremely solid physique. Ignoring everyone's disbelieving gazes, Mok Tran casually asked while drying his hair, "Is there more of that thing I ate earlier here?" Theon's cheeks flushed red at Mok Tran's handsome appearance, and she silently wondered, "Who are you?" The spaceship suddenly accelerated forward. Once again, Mok Tran pressed himself against the glass with an admiring expression and thought, "So this is the sky after all." His figure looked tiny against the vast universe as his thoughts sank deep into contemplation. I once complained about how cramped the world was, but now is this immense space, and it all feels so strange. Suddenly, Mok Tran's eyes widened in shock. It turned out that Theon had pinched his cheek, leaving him slightly puzzled as he glanced at her. She frowned and questioned him. "So how old are you?" "Don't count the years you were asleep, just the age you actually know." Seeing Mok Tran's blank expression, Robert continued to mock him. Definitely not normal. Before long, they arrived at Playa D Sur, a star cluster in the Milky Way. It looked small and rugged, but it was home to the asteroid known as the Space Tavern and also the very bustling Wild Crane Inn. Fuan Tu's eyes widened instinctively, as if she had witnessed something, while Mok Tran's eyes remained cold. He was unconsciously stuffing sausages into his mouth. Seeing this, Robert blurted out, "How can one person eat that much?" Fuan Tu said in exasperation, "He's been hungry for 2,000 years." The moment she finished, Robert cried out in alarm, "What? So he's going to eat 2,000 years worth of food?" Fuan Tu answered calmly, "Judging by the way he's eating, it's possible." At last, Mok Tran finally stopped eating, and the atmosphere in the dining hall turned rather quiet. Somewhere else, Wong pursed his lips thoughtfully, looking hesitant, then asked, "Are you looking for a broker?" In fact, Wong was the owner of the Wild Crane Inn, the 18th generation of the Wong family. Theon sat proudly and replied, "That's right. It has to be someone wealthy and tough, because the goods are extremely expensive and valuable." Wong took a drag from his pipe and gently probed, "Then just how expensive is something as crazy as Brilliant Demon?" With her arms crossed and a calm expression, she answered, "How much would a complete collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuscripts be worth if they were all originals and all S rank?" Those words made Wong jerk in shock. Smoke drifted hazily upward, and beneath the dim yellow light, Wong sat alone quietly with his pipe. At that moment, one of his subordinates finally dared to speak. "Is that true? If they're S-rank originals from 2,000 years ago, then they must be incredibly valuable." But Wong calmly said, "Priceless." That left the man somewhat confused. Wong blew out a thick cloud of smoke and emphasized again, "I said priceless." The subordinate looked at the On's departing figure and said, "If such things really exist, just one book could buy a planet and more." And she claimed she found many of them. A mid-level bounty hunter, Brilliant Demon. Wong coldly ordered, "Tell them they're talking nonsense and drive them out." Back at the dining table, Dion asked, "Where's Sun R.A.?" "She went to buy some things." Robert asked curiously, "How did the conversation go?" At that, Dion put on a smug look and answered good. He said he'd contact us when someone asked to buy. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast her eyes to one side. But when she saw Mok Tran reclining comfortably in his chair with plates of food covering the table, she could not hide her confusion. "What is this? There's no way he ate all of that, right?" Robert clenched his fist and cried out, "Thank goodness he stopped eating." Dion could only hold her head helplessly. "If it weren't for the money, I really would." Suddenly, the door opened, and everyone in the dining hall turned to look. The Red Wolf Squad, led by Nong Gwyn, slowly walked in. Dion jolted to her feet, her mind reeling. "Those people are..." She stared at Nong Gwyn's fierce appearance and cried out in alarm, "The Heavenly Demon Cult." Nong Gwyn abruptly turned his head and looked around. the device, and his eye swept across everyone in the dining hall. Looking at them through the shield, Theon stated firmly, "That's right, those people are. He's the leader of the Red Wolf Squad, Tam, Tran Nong Nguyen." Robert also gasped in shock. The Red Wolf Squad? If it's the Red Wolf Squad, then they're inspectors of the demon sect? Why are they here? Theon nervously warned they're a surveillance unit, so they're probably just tracking someone. Don't stare at them, or you'll get into trouble. Did you just say demon sect? Before Theon could answer, she noticed Mok Tran standing up. With a curious expression, he said, "The demon sect? Could you repeat that part about the heavenly demon sect?" At that, Theon turned haughty and crossed her arms as she replied, "How would you know about the heavenly demon sect when you've been asleep for 2,000 years? So, the heavenly demon sect already existed back then, and later it rose again?" As soon as he heard that, Mok Tran asked in astonishment, "But why isn't everyone running away? If they really are from the heavenly demon sect, shouldn't everyone be panicking and fleeing?" Theon turned her face away and replied casually, "Why? The heavenly demon sect has its own strange rules, but they still pride themselves on being the foremost orthodox sect in the universe, and they truly are the best." Hearing that, Mok Tran widened his eyes in disbelief. The heavenly demon sect? An orthodox sect? Fixing his gaze on Non Nguyen's bold and imposing stride, he sank into thought. My dream. In that dream, I always felt distance and emptiness. Could it all have become real? Suddenly, the man stopped and glanced downward. Non Nguyen's eyes met a married couple who had been staring at him, then shifted to a man with his head lowered. Non Nguyen walked over and said coldly, "Look up." Hearing that, the man fearfully raised his head. Non Nguyen immediately obtained the information. This man is wanted for robbery and level 2 assault. After checking, he put on a frightening expression and said, "You're lucky today. You're not our target." Then Non Nguyen leaned in close and growled, "So go to the Martial Arts Alliance and turn yourself in. If you don't," before he could finish, his eyes suddenly rolled white as if he had realized something. A hand had landed on Non Nguyen's bald head, making him freeze. Mok Tran rubbed Non Nguyen's head and said blandly, "Admirable." Under the stunned gazes of the rough-looking men, Mok Tran continued, "This seems to have been my dream." Even the old men who had been playing cards were so startled that they paused to listen as he said, "This young man has made it a reality." Mok Tran wore a satisfied expression and exclaimed, "How truly admirable." Not stopping there, he even wrapped an arm around Non Nguyen's shaved head and said sympathetically, "How much hardship must these young people have endured to reach such heights?" The wanted man turned stiff all over at Mok Tran's actions. In Mok Tran's embrace, Non Nguyen coldly asked, "Is this brat mentally ill?" Robert immediately stepped forward awkwardly and explained, "Teach isn't exactly it. It's just that his social skills are a little lacking." Mok Tran held Non Nguyen's head tightly against his chest, forcing him to pry himself free with his hands. As Non Nguyen said in a low voice, "Kid, you'd better understand that today is your lucky day too. If I could sense even the slightest bit of martial inner power from you, you might already have been torn into 100 pieces right here." It looked like a loose embrace, but an immensely powerful force held Non Nguyen so tightly that he simply could not break free. It felt as though a current was running through his entire body, veins bulging everywhere, and he cried out in alarm. "What is going on? How is he not budging even to this extent?" Seeing this, Robert asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Beyond said calmly, "Not sure." Even though Non Nguyen was using all of his internal energy, he still could not pry Mok Tran's arm off. Grinding his teeth, he cursed inwardly. Bastard. At the same time, a signal came from his chest. The QGOS internal energy transmission system is activating Blood Wolf Demon Art, maximum output. Immediately, Non Nguyen's eyes turned a terrifying blank white. He raised his face to the sky, his aura surging, and roared, "You, stop causing trouble." Then Non Nguyen straightened up and raised both hands high. A violent wind rose with him, sending the tables and chairs in the restaurant flying. The rough men from earlier were stunned by that pressure. Even the two old men playing cards were left speechless by the aftershock. The members of the Red Wolf Squad were also staring blankly at the scene. A moment later, chunks of stone began raining down heavily from the ceiling. Robert, Theon, and Mok Tran all remained calm. Suddenly, a rock fell and hit Non Nguyen's bald head, and he didn't seem to know what he was doing anymore. Theon tilted her face upward and said to Robert in a mocking tone, "Looks like he's not doing so well, huh?" Non Nguyen regained his composure and asked, "Why you? Who the hell are you?" He scanned Mok Tran's information, but got nothing at all, and panic rose in his heart. How is this possible? I clearly intended to kill him immediately. How can a naturally pure being with no inner energy still be alive? Only then did Mok Tran calmly say, That was the Blood Wolf demon art. It is one of the lower-level martial arts, compared to the techniques of the masters who cultivated heavenly demonic bodies. But even so, it is still commendable that it has been passed down to this day. Then, clasping his hands behind his back, he added softly, "But it is a pity that your inner energy and your body are not compatible. It seems you were trained improperly." The very next second, Mok Tran stepped closer to Nong Gwyn and sincerely said, "But isn't meeting me today your chance to change your life? So let me correct that for you." Faced with those calm words, Nong Gwyn flew into a rage, gathered spiritual power into his hand, and charged forward shouting, "You're insane, die." His hand tensed, blazing with fierce flames, as he muttered inwardly, "Red Wolf Demon Claw, first form." The moment he finished, Nong Gwyn unleashed a strike and shouted, "Red Wolf Strike." But fortunately, Mok Tran dodged it, and 5 blazing claw marks tore through the air. Everyone fled in fear. Nong Gwyn slashed again with full force. Red Wolf explosion. But Mok Tran merely stood in place and still managed to evade it. His anger reached its peak. He kept slashing wildly while roaring, "Red Wolf Shock. Red Wolf Demon Claw." Mok Tran nimbly dodged blow after blow, while a frightening glint flashed in Nong Gwyn's eyes and an intense stream of energy poured out without end. Streaks of light kept moving around Nong Gwyn's body. His eyes temporarily calmed, and in the pitch-black space, only a whisper could be heard. The inner energy is sufficient. The internal forms are correct. At that moment, Nong Gwyn seemed to sink into the vast space of the galaxy, muttering, "In any case." Suddenly, before he could finish, he tightly furrowed his brows, his eyes blazing red as he shouted, "Red Wolf." But before he could look cool for long, a hand stopped his head so hard his eyes nearly popped out. Enough. Mok Tran merely slammed him down lightly with a comment of, "Too crude," and that alone drove Nong Gwyn deep into the ground. At once, violent waves of energy exploded outward from that spot, the shock sending earth and stone flying everywhere. The members of the Red Wolf squad were left gaping in disbelief. The young people were also stunned speechless by the scene. The 2 old men playing cards still had not recovered from their shock and stared with wide eyes. Even the An and Robert could not believe what they were seeing. At that moment, Nong Gwyn was lying face down on the ground, looking utterly humiliated. Only then did Mok Tran place his hands behind his back and look down at him as he lectured, "You have studied, yes, but you studied like a parrot. True martial arts are not just about imitation. You must adapt them and make them your own." Then he pointed at Nong Gwyn and calmly ordered, "Now, if you understand, get up and try again." I said get up. His underlings looked somewhat displeased when they heard that, but before they could react, they rushed toward Mok Tran and angrily shouted, "You bastard! How dare you oppose the squad leader? Kill him!" They all had weapons ready in hand, aimed straight at Mok Tran. The scene then shifted to the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, District 32. On the control screen, the image showed all the members of the Red Wolf squad defeated, every last one of them lying motionless on the floor. Seeing the situation, Loitrak did not know what to say. Nong Gwyn lay on a stretcher with an utterly miserable face, most of his teeth nearly all broken out. The scene was quickly sealed off, and medical personnel were urgently administering first aid. After watching for a long while, Loitrak slowly narrowed his eyes and said, "Unbelievable. He is the leader of Heavenly Demon District 32's division, Dong Di Tach." Tien Lok walked up from behind and reported, "Fortunately, they only suffered bruises. Their lives are not in danger." However, Loitrak coldly asked, "And you call that fortunate?" Looking at Mok Tran's blank face on the screen, he continued, "After all, he was resisting a complete stranger whose identity is still unknown." Before he could finish, Loitrak could no longer suppress his confusion and asked, "What exactly has our Red Wolf gang run into?" Tien Lok, a longtime senior figure of District 32 Joy Chuangdak, stood in the vast hall as Loitrak anxiously pressed on. "You're saying there's no data on him in a Martial Arts Alliance database?" Tien Lok quickly answered, "That's right. However, there's information on his companions." At that moment, the spaceship was accelerating rapidly through space, while Tien Lok's words still echoed on. "They're a bounty hunter group, known as S-Devil." Dion stood there with her arms crossed, looking fed up, while Tien Lok emphasized they mainly clean up Class B criminals or lower, and they're led by a girl called the Brilliant Demon, So Rang. Mok Tran still had no idea what kind of trouble he had caused, and was calmly holding his knife and fork, waiting for the food. He looked blankly at the An and Robert standing in front of him as Loitrak's puzzled voice sounded again. "The Brilliant Demon, So Rang? The large screen switched to a picture of the on. Tien Locke slowly explained. She is indeed a fairly well-known bounty hunter in both official and unofficial circles. After the incident, they left the wild crane in, but we can still track them. Then the old man hesitantly asked, should we send a team to monitor them? But Lloyd Track merely replied calmly, no, I'll handle this personally. Those words left Tien Locke with nothing further to say. After that, he could only bow deeply and obey. Lloyd Track reached out and pressed a button on some device. Immediately, the screen began to flicker with static, and he looked up at it expectantly. The very next second, Tan Fam's image appeared on the screen. He greeted him. It's been a long time, Division Leader Dong Detach. Tan Pham smiled amiably and said, I assume you have a request. Hearing that, Lloyd Track did not respond, only revealing eyes filled with killing intent. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Theon gazed at the glittering stars, looking slightly thoughtful. On Lloyd Track's side, Tan Pham impatiently continued. For our Greenwood group, I assume. The spaceship continued moving at tremendous speed. Inside, Mach Tran still held the same knife and fork posture, though his expression had sunk slightly. Theon and Robert said nothing and just stared straight at him. The three of them simply locked eyes in a tense silence until Robert finally whispered to Theon, Captain, tell me honestly, you're scared too, aren't you? Having been seen through, Theon irritably replied, what are you talking about? Robert leaned close to her ear and slowly repeated, you saw it too, right? Tam Tran, Nong Nguyen, and the entire Red Wolf squad are all class A martial artists, and he took them down in one hit. At that time, Mach Tran had only lightly flicked his arm, his eyes shining like the morning dawn, yet that casual motion had mercilessly flung the Red Wolf members up into the air. They were sent flying in all directions, crashing hard into the walls and turning the whole scene into chaos. After witnessing that, Theon stubbornly said, if I fought them seriously, I could beat them too. They may be Class A, but they're the very bottom tier of Class A. Robert confidently added, if I really put my life on the line, I could probably scratch them a little too. Then he stuffed his hands into his pockets and admitted, but that guy swatted them away like flies. Afterward, he noticed Theon striding quickly forward and called out, Captain. She stopped right in front of Mach Tran and slammed both hands onto the table. Yet contrary to that aggressive posture, Theon spoke in a surprisingly friendly tone. Let's talk. Mach Tran did not answer, only showing a wary expression before coldly replying, I'll eat first. Hearing that, Theon immediately sat down and proposed, no, let's talk first. She crossed her arms and bluntly asked, what's your name? Robert felt awkward and reminded her, sorry, Captain, but I think you should use honorifics first. However, she arrogantly shouted, are you deaf? What's your name? Suddenly, Thuan Tu appeared carrying a tray of steaming sausages, causing all three of them to freeze for a moment. Looking at those delicious sausages, Theon put on an authoritative air and said, don't even think about them until we finish talking. Name. At that, irritation flashed in Mach Tran's eyes. Seeing how tense the atmosphere had become, Robert quickly interrupted. Hey, Captain, they say you shouldn't even bother a dog while it's eating. At least let him eat in peace. The very next second, Mach Tran replied, Lime Maxon. Theon maintained her haughty attitude and continued, what's your identity? Like, what kind of work did you do before? Mach Tran paused for a beat. Theon stared straight at him, waiting for his answer. Then Mach Tran calmly said, Heavenly Demon. While everyone froze at hearing that name, he continued to stress, ruler of Heavenly Demon. Shock spread plainly across Theon's face as she stammered. Heavenly Demon? Did he just say ruler? Unable to believe what she had just heard, she turned and asked again, what kind of ridiculous nonsense is he spouting? Did we feed him spoiled sausages or something? Suddenly, the whole deck shook violently. Robert flinched and frowned as he turned around. Theon's eyes widened and she thought, target detected. Thuan Tu hurriedly checked the signal and urgently announced, someone is locked onto us. They're at close range. Already prejudiced against Mach Tran, Theon immediately blamed him and shouted, I knew it. It must be the Heavenly Demon Gang. After he beat the Red Wolf squad, there's no way they'd let us go. Thuan Tu irritably cut her off. Come on. While looking at the screen, she calmly said, that's not the Heavenly Demon Gang. A giant skull and crossbones symbol was emblazoned on the ship. Thuan Tu emphasized, that's Greenwood. Looking farther out, they saw countless advanced devices from the Greenwood gang spread across space. Tan Pham stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the spaceship piloted by Thuan Tuesday. At the same time, the loudspeaker announced, the S-Devil ship has been identified. They're the bounty target. The identity of the bespectacled man is Kim Sung Bom, Black Tiger of the Greenwood Fortress, leader of Galaxy Division 72. At that moment, Tai Chao, standing behind him with a notebook in hand, asked, "Boss, should we fire the MP capture net?" Tan Pham leisurely asked back, "You said they're bounty hunters, right?" Still staring at the notebook, Tai Chao replied, "Yes. According to our investigation, they mostly operate in the outer regions of the galaxy. Their leader is known as the Brilliant Demon, So Rang." The moment he heard that, a thought flashed through Tan Pham's mind. Why would Heavenly Demon bother with such a small team? Just as he finished thinking that, Loy Trak's displeased face appeared on the large screen. Tan Pham returned to his businesslike expression and asked, "We accept the bounty. Please state the completion conditions. What are we supposed to do after capturing the target?" Loy Trak coldly demanded, "No need to capture them. Just erase them from here." Tan Pham could not hide his confusion upon hearing that. "Kill them. After that," he said, "That's strange. Something must have happened." Tan Pham's next reasoning made Tai Chao flinch. "They're far more professional killers than we are. There must be a very special reason for them to hand this job to us." The dark light revealed the mystery in Tan Pham's expression. Inside Thuan Tu's spaceship, a speculative voice rang out. "There must be some kind of trap inside that ship. Looking at all the active machinery and equipment," Robert said, "they've brought a whole crowd in there." Theon tilted her face upward and wondered, "Are they pirates here to rob us?" Robert immediately denied it. "I don't think so." Then he kept looking at the scout ships outside and asked, "If they dragged such a huge fleet over here, what would they even gain from robbing poor nobodies like us?" Hearing that, Theon spun around and said irritably, "I get what you mean, but the way you say it is making me nervous." After saying that, she raised her fist and rotated it smugly. "Anyway, it's fine. These Greenwood bastards are just filthy pirates. If they block our way, we just beat them to death and toss them aside." Meanwhile, Mach Tran pressed close to the glass, eyes sparkling. Thuan Tu touched the info panel and gently said, "It's not that simple. They're part of Greenwood Fortress Galaxy Division 72. It looks like that entire force is here." After hearing that, Theon seemed to remember something and said, "Galaxy Division? Then the division leader is here too." That name, Kim. At last she remembered and exclaimed, "Kim Sung Bioum, Balak Hon Kim Sung Bom." Meanwhile, Mach Tran looked outside in surprise. Theon recalled Tan Pham's face and stressed again, "Right, Black Hole Kim Sung Bioum. I can't beat him easily." Robert could not let that pass and teasingly said, "Of course it's not easy. You'd die within 3 moves if you fought him." As soon as he finished, Theon angrily jumped up. "Hey, it's not that bad. If I focused on it, I could." Before she could continue, Robert had already slumped in surrender and said weakly, "Forget it. Let's just surrender quickly. We've got nothing to lose. Don't panic." Naturally, Theon refused to allow that and immediately ordered in a loud voice, "All right, for now on, everyone listen to me. First, they'll fire an EMP ring to suppress the ship's energy and make us lose our internal power. I'll let them do it." Thuan Tu's expression did not look good as she dejectedly continued, "After that, they'll board our ship and I'll allow that too." The very next second, Theon urgently added, "Let them search the ship, and if they want anything, hand over some unimportant stuff to save our lives." Robert cut in, confused. "How is that any different from surrendering?" She ignored him and shouted, "Just follow orders." Then she patted Mach Tran on the shoulder and gravely instructed him, "Don't panic. When the EMP net hits, the ship will shake a little." Looking down on him somewhat, Theon continued reassuringly, "But don't worry. There won't be any destructive energy involved. Because of space law, those guys aren't allowed to use the ship's weapons either." Seeing no response from Mach Tran, Theon reminded him in a mocking tone, "Whatever. Just don't interfere. Let them take whatever they want, and they'll leave on their own. If a fight breaks out, run and get out of here. I can't guarantee anything." Then she glanced behind her and asked Thuan Tu, "Locked in? Prepare for impact." Suddenly, Thuan Tu's expression changed to panic as she cried out, "No, that's a light cannon." That information made Theon jerk around in shock. She stared straight at the Greenwood ship, which was continuously firing beams of light. Thuan Tu screamed in alarm. "Destroying a ship with a light cannon? They're trying to kill us." Witnessing the sight before her, Theon could only stand frozen and blurt out, "This is insane." Inside the Greenwood gang's ship, Tai Chao anxiously reminded him, "Division leader, this violates galactic law. It could cause us major trouble later." Looking at Tan Pham's back, he continued, "Capturing them and quietly disposing of them would be." Before he could finish, Tan Pham cut him off. "No, I have a bad feeling. If we just turn them into dust and blow them away, the problem is solved. We can shift the responsibility onto the client's side, Heavenly Demon. With that, he looked ahead sharply and ordered, "Fire when ready." On the other side, Theon was thrown into a passive position and shouted in confusion, "Block it! Can we block it?" Fuan Tu could only yell back, "No, we're completely surrounded." Unwilling to accept it, Theon immediately asked, "Then what about the shield?" Fuan Tu, equally flustered, answered, "It doesn't work. Remember? We sold it to cover living expenses." Hearing that, Theon suddenly remembered and widened her eyes in horror, thinking, right, so what now? At that moment, Tai Chao quickly reported, "The light cannon's energy is ready, sir." Tan Pham decisively gave the order, "Fire." Immediately, a crackling beam of light shot powerfully toward Thuan Tu's ship. Theon and Thuan Tu could only stare helplessly. Robert gaped in shock at the incoming blast. Mok Tran, however, remained fairly calm as the light cannon rushed toward them. Before long, an explosion thundered across the galaxy. Tan Pham remained cold in the face of that horrifying scene, the firelight illuminating his indifferent face. Suddenly, Tan Pham's eyes widened as if he had seen something. In only a few brief seconds, the spaceship driven by Thuan Tu was swallowed in a sea of flames. But strangely, it did not suffer any damage at all. That was because a gigantic flying saucer had blocked the attack from the front. Thanks to that, the tiny spaceship remained perfectly safe amid the raging firestorm. From inside the saucer, Elena strode out proudly in a revealing outfit, a weapon in hand. Theon quickly covered Thuan Tu's eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, "What the heck is that?" Tan Pham recognized her in alarm. Eight-legged demon. Looking at her commanding presence, he could not help but cry out in confusion, "Elena?" Upon seeing her, Ma Tran also widened his eyes in surprise. Robert and Theon also stared upward in amazement. Elena was walking forward slowly. Facing her were the ships floating in space. Tension had already appeared on Tan Pham's face, and a doubt rose in his mind. Elena? Why is she here? Only then did Elena raise her head, her eyes sharp as bullets. Tai Chao slowly provided information as well. "That's a shield-type terrain. We can break through it by raising the light cannon's energy to the maximum. Should we fully charge it?" Tan Pham urgently replied, "Are we really starting a full-scale weapons war just to deal with one cockroach? That woman isn't easy to handle." He activated teleportation and quickly formed a mouth-covering mask. Yet he still could not hide his shock as he stared at Elena's back and muttered, "Why is that monster here?" Unable to hide his confusion, Robert turned and asked, "If that's eight-legged demon Elena, then she's an S-rank bounty hunter. She's incredibly unpredictable. Even sect leaders are afraid of her. Why is she here?" Pressing her face against the glass, Theon said tiredly, "What's even harder to understand is why she saved us." Thinking of how dangerous the situation had just been, she had to admit if she hadn't blocked that beam, we would have been wiped out instantly. The very next second, Tan Pham appeared between the saucer and Elena, facing her directly. Putting on a fake cheerful expression, he said, "Long time no see, Sister Elena." But she gave no reply at all and only stared at the person before her. Seeing how tense the atmosphere was, Tan Pham forced a cheerful expression and said again, "Surely you haven't forgotten me, have you? I'm your 55th younger brother, Kim Sung Bom. We greeted each other at Mother's birthday 2 years ago." Before he could finish, Elena snapped, "Get lost." Those words made him freeze, and his eyes instinctively widened. Even so, Tan Pham forced a smile and continued, "At least let me formally introduce myself. But this time, not as your younger brother Kim Sung Bom, but as the leader of Galaxy Division 72 of Greenwood Fortress." Then he looked straight into Elena's eyes and slowly emphasized, "Telling me to get lost is no different from telling Green would to get lost. I can't accept that." At that moment, Elena wasted no more words. Her body had already erupted with immense power, and torrents of wind surged outward. Robert excitedly said, "Looks like they're about to throw down." But Theon did not think so, and countered, "It won't be easy. Even if it's Greenwood, it's hard for them to lay a hand on that woman." At the same time, Ma Tran still had not taken his eyes off the scene outside. Theon continued, "Being out there alone with Elena is already bad enough, and if things go wrong, her mama lion might jump out from behind too. Looking at the blazing aura of color constantly pouring off Elena, Robert asked in shock, "Mama Lion, what do you mean?" Faced with her terrifying presence, Tan Pham remained astonishingly calm and said, "You've always been like this, haven't you?" Still using your fist to talk. But the very next second, he quickly raised his hand and said, "Anyway, I surrender." In a soothing voice he added, "Calm down. I don't want to fight." Yet in his mind, calculations had already begun. Every battle meant losses, especially for something this ugly. Unable to hide his doubts, Tan Pham boldly asked, "Let's settle this peacefully, but I want to know why." Looking at the tiny spaceship floating behind Elena, he probed, "Is that your target? If we share the same target, then we can..." However, Elena paid him no mind. She turned away and coldly said, "Get lost." Only then did Tan Pham relax his face and think to himself, just as expected. Watching Robert, Mok Tran, and So Rang stand there blankly staring up at the sky, he could not stop feeling uneasy inside. But why? Why would she come here? And what was her purpose with that useless thing? Elena then finally spoke in a chilling voice, "Surrender, or everyone dies." After that, she pressed her earpiece, and at once a voice echoed repeatedly from inside that spaceship, "Surrender, or everyone dies." So Rang asked in confusion, "What is this supposed to be?" Then Robert showed a troubled look and turned to ask, "Does she want to rob us too? What do we even have?" Faced with So Rang's calmness, Robert suddenly became flustered and shouted, "Captain, are you hiding something valuable from us or what, right? Because we sure don't have anything like that." Mok Tran widened his eyes and listened carefully, while Robert kept making a fuss. There is nothing here that could attract an S-rank bounty hunter like her. But then he suddenly stopped and looked at the other two. The whole space fell silent, while Mok Tran's eyes turned thoughtful as he looked into the deep darkness. At that moment, So Rang curiously turned to him and asked, "Do you know that woman? Maybe you had some past romance, or you dated and broke up because of some shocking news before running away." He answered calmly, "It's not because of me." That reply made So Rang flinch for a moment. Then Mok Tran turned and said softly, "Maybe it's because of that child over there." Behind all three of them was nothing but empty space. So Rang impatiently asked again, "What are you talking about?" Only then did Mok Tran raise his voice and call out, "Come out, kid. There's nothing to be afraid of." The door still showed no movement at all, and Hoa Nat's face gradually emerged from a strange purple spark of energy. To the shock of the other two, Hoa Nat's body also began to appear. Finally, when that beam of light faded away, her whole figure was fully revealed. So Rang's eyes suddenly widened in shock, and Robert also hung his mouth open in utter surprise. Hoa Nat looked somewhat timidly at the people in front of her. So Rang jumped and grabbed Mok Tran by the shirt, shouting, "What the hell is this?" He answered honestly, "That kid has been following us since the inn, but she never showed herself, so I let it slide." Looking at the hazy spark of energy around Hoa Nat, Mok Tran openly praised, "To conceal her presence like that, it really is advanced stealth technology." Martial arts seem to have developed quite a lot over the years. The very next second, Thuan Tu spoke up to deny it. "That's not stealth technology. She's wearing a stealth ring." Their eyes moved to the ring with the tiny heart attached to it on Hoa Nat's hand. She explained, "It uses quantum technology. It's really expensive." The moment she finished speaking, So Rang leaned her face right up to Hoa Nat and shouted fiercely, "Expensive or not, who the hell are you? What's your purpose? How did you sneak onto our ship?" She was so frightened that she could only stammer, "I'm Hoa Nat." Zung Hua Nyat. So Rang grew even angrier. "Who asked for your name?" Then she pointed straight at the Greenwood Fortress ships and shouted, "Are they after you? Are you their target?" Hearing that, Hoa Nat's eyes dimmed a little, and she answered softly, "Probably." As she looked closely at Elena's cold appearance, she thought to herself, "As long as I'm still alive, they'll keep coming." Suddenly, Robert cried out in shock, "Hoa Nat? Did you just say Hoa Nat?" This made So Rang turn to him in confusion, and she asked hesitantly with wide, hopeful eyes, "You know the girl?" Robert could not hide his excitement and exclaimed, "How could I not? She's the lead vocalist of Being Ocean." The more he heard, the more confused So Rang became, blurting out, "B, what now?" At that point, Robert shouted while pulling something out of his pocket. "The Galaxy's top rookie idol group. Even you know them. Dynamite Du Du Du. She's the lead singer of the group with that national hit song. I play it all the time, and you always dance to it." He hurriedly searched on his phone and could not contain his joy as he cried out, "I knew it. She's even prettier in real life." On the screen appeared an image of an innocent-looking Hoa not among peach blossoms. Robert listed the details one by one. She's even from the same hometown as me. Nui Hoa, 1.62 meters, 47.4 kilograms, blood type AB, ESFP, allergic to cats. Suddenly, Elena's announcement echoed through the spaceship once more. This is the final warning. In about 10 minutes, surrender. Elena pressed her earpiece, her eyes sharp as bullets, and growled, or everyone dies. Even so, the three of them merely looked upward calmly. Robert could not hide his puzzlement and asked, "But Miss Hoanat, why are they doing this? What's the reason?" Unconsciously, So Rang's eyes darkened slightly. The next second she spoke, "That's not the issue." Then So Rang folded her arms, looked straight at Hoanat, and said, "Let's be clear. You're an uninvited guest. You have nothing to do with us." In a quiet spaceship drifting through space, her voice rang out again. "So you need to leave." Robert let out an awkward protest. "Captain," but yet So Rang remained firm and said, "This is my decision as captain." Faced with So Rang's attitude, Hoanat could only stand there frozen. Watching Hoanat's departing back, Robert guiltily said, "Captain, I don't think this is right. And she's the lead singer of Benosian." Hearing that, So Rang could only reply coldly, "We can't protect her. Either way, we'd still have to fight Greenwood. Let's just leave eight-legged Elena alone." Her eyes followed Hoanat's every step, and she said in a low voice, "Even if we change our stance, that child's fate won't change. But ours will. We'll all die." As soon as she finished speaking, So Rang decisively slammed the red button. Then she hesitated and said, "This isn't easy for me either." Only a few seconds later, the system blared an alarm. Door lock interrupted. "Door open. Door open." Hoanat lifted her shimmering eyes slightly and looked up. Suddenly, an arm touched her shoulder. Mok Tran appeared behind her with an expressionless face, leaving Hoa not dazed and unsure what was happening. He glanced at her and reassured her. "Didn't I tell you already? Don't worry." At those words, her face flushed and her round eyes widened. Seeing this, So Rang screamed, "What? When did he get out there?" Robert asked in confusion. "Isn't that exactly what I'm saying?" Meanwhile, So Rang kept pounding the button and shouting angrily, "This is insane. Close it right now." On the other hand, Robert seemed to have an idea and gently reminded her, "Let's just see what happens. The guy is really strong too. He might even be able to beat Elena." Looking out at the vast, dangerous emptiness of space, So Rang shouted furiously, "Are you crazy? That's outer space." Inside the control room, she grew impatient and ordered Thuan to patch the door shut again. "Hurry." However, Thuan Tu suddenly froze and cried helplessly. Too late, catching only part of that. So Rang blurted out in alarm, "What?" At that moment, the hatch opened wide. So Rang went completely still and stammered, "This is crazy. He's lost his mind." Seeing Mok Tran and Hoa not supporting each other as they floated in midair, So Rang continued in confusion. He really went out. At that moment, a spark of courage began to appear in Hoanat's eyes. But then she suddenly turned and warned Mok Tran, "Thank you, but they are incredibly powerful martial artists. You have to be careful." Yet his eyes were already beginning to bulge, red veins standing out clearly. The pressure of space made Mok Tran stagger, his cheeks puffing out. Hoanat suddenly realized something was wrong and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you didn't have a protective suit? You can't endure this." Mok Tran quickly swam back toward the spaceship. Seeing this, Hoanat stared in bewilderment and wondered, "He really doesn't." But she just stood there watching Mok Tran struggle in midair without reacting. From afar, Elena noticed the scene, and both she and Kim Sung-boom widened their eyes in confusion. Suddenly, So Rang's furious shout echoed through space. "It's minus 300 degrees out there. The pressure will crush all your internal organs in 10 seconds. Why the hell did you go out without a protective suit?" Mok Tran bulged his cheeks and eyes, struggling in vain. He barely opened his mouth and weakly let out a few sounds. Mok Tran's eyes looked almost ready to burst. The next second, his eyelids drooped and he passed out. At that moment, someone's hands cupped Mok Tran's pale face. It was none other than So Rang. The two of them floated amidst the sparkling galaxy. Then a red barrier appeared over the cheek where she had placed her hand. Nano armor activated. Immediately, So Rang shouted, "Wake up! Are you alive? Breathe! Start breathing again." Suddenly, Mok Tran spoke. "What are you doing?" Making So Rang's eyes fly open in shock. Mok Tran stared at the person before him with a dumbfounded expression. embarrassed. So Rang jerked her hand away and stammered, "You're alive. I thought you were dead, you asshole." Hearing that, Mok Tran turned around and said, "You worried for nothing. I am the supreme being of heaven and earth. Nothing can threaten my life." So Rang looked at Kim Sung Bom and Elena far off on the other side and asked, puzzled, "But how are we supposed to get down there?" Looking through the window, Robert saw So Rang taking Mok Tran by the hand and sighed in relief. Thank heavens. Looks like she wasn't too late. But Thuan Tu immediately refuted him afterward. She was very late. Even the strongest expert can't endure outer space without a shield for even a minute. Then she opened Mok Tran's status panel and said, "But he lasted 6 minutes and 13 seconds. And all of his organs are completely normal." The very next second, So Rang and Mok Tran appeared behind Hoanat. Elena thought in disbelief. He has already gone far beyond human limits. Now the two sides stood facing each other. So Rang felt Elena's overwhelming pressure and was inwardly shocked. They say she's a fighting machine. That aura really is no joke. Her expression was extremely tense, her eyes never leaving Elena. The next second, So Rang glanced at Kim Sung Bom and thought in confusion, especially since even Greenwood's Kim Sung Bom is here too. So Rang stepped forward, then turned back and pointed a finger at Mok Tran's face in warning. "Don't make trouble. I'll handle this right now. Don't interfere." Then she switched to a cheerful expression and raised her hand in greeting. "Very pleased to meet you too. Surely nothing bad has to happen here, right? How have you been?" Looking at the cold attitudes of Kim Sung Bom and Elena, So Rang put on a flattering tone. "I've heard so much about both of you, but meeting you in person like this is even better. You all know me, right? I'm So Rang, leader of S-Devil's demon form." But all she got in return was Elena's indifferent gaze. Kim Sung Bom also made no move at all. Suddenly, Hoa not gently took Mok Tran's hand. She stepped forward to stand beside Mok Tran and looked ahead, her cheeks unconsciously flushing. Seeing that, Mok Tran immediately spoke to reassure her. "There's no need to worry. I'm here with you, aren't I?" Even so, Hoa not still could not hide her fear and stammered. "But that woman, she isn't human." Looking Elena up and down, she slowly explained, "She's a demon that knows how to fight. Ever since she was little, she's gone everywhere searching for opponents. Obviously, no one who meets her ever survives. She even built a spaceship modeled after an arena just so she could travel around and fight." Yet after hearing that, Mok Tran clicked his tongue in admiration. A noteworthy child, a young one who has devoted her whole heart and soul to martial training. A truly rare talent. Startled by those words, Hoa not quickly denied it. But that's not it. At that moment, So Rang put on a playful look and proposed, "No matter what this is about, maybe as fellow people from the Central Plains, we should talk this out nicely." At the same time, Elena swung out a slash and shouted, "I speak with my blade." In the blink of an eye, a violent burst of energy exploded, while Elena maintained her firm defensive stance. Her eyes remained as calm as ever. Elena stared ahead at the place where the explosion had just occurred. The smoke had already cleared, but So Rang had vanished at some point. In the very next instant, she came crashing down heavily. Then So Rang angrily shouted, "What the hell was that? I only said we should talk. So why are you swinging your weapon around like this?" Watching this scene, Kim Sung Bom inwardly admired her a little. Not bad. It wasn't her full strength, but that still wasn't an easy attack to dodge. He looked closely at the energy behind So Rang and thought in astonishment, "Is that So Rang's demon form?" Then, looking at the fierce pressure radiating from Elena, Kim Sung Bom reminded himself, still, it would be better not to dodge. Observing So Rang's expression, Kim Sung Bom thought disdainfully, "Your opponent is a crazed scorpion that only goes even madder when provoked. You'll only die more painfully." Suddenly, So Rang paused when she heard someone hiccuping. Kim Sung Bom heard it too. It turned out to be Hoa not hiccuping, while Mok Tran stood there nonchalantly in his demon form, patting her on the back. He kept thumping Hoa Not's back and soothing her. "Are you scared over something this trivial? That was just a child's prank." This sight made Kim Sung Bom widen his eyes in shock. What? Even the signal on his mask turned red. Mok Tran continued trying to calm Hoa Not. "It may look grand, but it's no more than a noisy firework. Are you afraid just because of an empty tin can?" Kim Sung Bom kept his eyes fixed on Mok Tran and thought in disbelief. Judging from his position, he definitely blocked the attack path. How is he completely unharmed? To the stunned amazement of both Elena and So Rang, Mok Tran remained calm as he soothed Hoa Not. "Breathe steadily now. Good, good. The very next second, Elena could no longer hold back and erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Soon afterward, pink martial energy flared wildly around her. Yet Mok Tran did not care in the slightest and only kept worrying over Hoanat. Seeing this, Elena had nothing left to say and could only stare. Suddenly, Mok Tran looked at her and called out, "Hey, kid." So Rang stared in shock and stammered, "I told you not to get involved." He ignored her and calmly continued, "What business do you have here? If there is something you want to say to this child, then say it to me." Immediately, Kim Sung Bom used a device to scan Mok Tran's information. Unidentified, no data, internal drive not installed. At the same time, Mok Tran said clearly, "This child is under my protection, so anything concerning her must go through me." Finding no information at all, Kim Sung Bom thought in confusion, unidentified. No data, internal drive not installed. Then is he some nameless nobody from the outer regions? Losing patience, Mok Tran lazily waved a hand and said, "If there's nothing else, then leave." The next second, he was engulfed in an intensely bright golden light. And before long, the place where Mok Tran stood exploded. Witnessing this, all three of them widened their eyes in shock. A moment later, all that could be seen was a pillar of light streaking straight down onto the saucer with crackling electricity, Elena's spear piercing through Mok Tran's hand. It sank deep into his palm. Mok Tran still stood in a relaxed posture, stopping Elena's spear point with one hand as electric sparks kept flashing around them. At his baffled expression, Elena gritted out, "Is this your business? Do you want to fight me?" Kim Sung Bom again opened his eyes wide in utter shock and thought. He stopped Demon Elena's attack with a single hand. How can he do that without any internal energy? The energies of the two clashed against each other. Mok Tran slowly pointed out the oddity. But there's something strange. Using the sacred sword style of the Hidden Point sect with a weapon is one thing, but pouring all of Shaolin's divine martial creation power into internal energy. He continued evenly, and she is still so young, yet her internal energy has already exceeded 3 cycles. What fortunate encounter did she experience? Or else, suddenly the energy around Elena surged violently, internal energy operating at 90. Faced with this, Mok Tran let out a slightly surprised remark. 3 cycles, and now converting internal energy into the pink sun divine martial art of Wudong. At that moment, the electric current from Elena's body flared sky high, and the pressure she emitted grew so dense it was suffocating, internal energy operating at 95. Kim Sung Bom could hardly believe his eyes as he thought in astonishment. Unbelievable. Has Elena always been this strong? But Mok Tran merely stood there indifferently. His tightly clenched hand had long since gathered a faint, hazy green spiritual power. Then he asked coldly, "Can everyone get out now?" Elena quickly tightened her grip on the spear, and the ring on her hand lit up. The next second, the ring blazed with an intense light, and at the same time, a loud sound rang out. Elena cried out in shock, the warning sound. Memories from that year suddenly flooded back to her. At that moment, there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. A beam of light shone down on Elena's lonely figure. Someone's voice rang out, "If you wish to leave Earth, I will not stop you. Any battle that helps your training is permitted, but you must not die." A figure in a black cloak slowly approached and said calmly, "You have already become very strong. In the entire world, there are fewer than 10 martial artists who can even touch you, and even they cannot push you to the brink of death." That person's hand slowly reached toward Elena's head, along with a reminder, "But remember well, I am your mother." After saying that, she took out a ring, put it on Elena's hand, and continued, "Therefore, there is one rule." Elena looked at the glowing ring on her hand and listened carefully to the instruction. If the ring sounds, you must run immediately, no matter what. Back in the present, Elena stood in a defensive stance and suddenly remembered her mother's warning. It meant the opponent was beyond her reach. If she ignored the ring's warning, she would certainly die. Deep in her pupils was Mok Tran's bewildered reflection. Suddenly, Elena seemed to sink into the depths of an abyss, while mocking voices echoed in her ears. "What are you standing out here for? Run away with your tail between your legs. Learn your place. What do you think you can do? Just hide and keep living." At that moment, a little Elena stood before a crowd of complete strangers. An urging voice sounded out, "Go greet them. They are all your younger siblings." As a child, she stood alone in that vast space while her mother continued, "They all have different fathers, but they were all born from my womb. Since all of you carry my blood, be close to one another." Elena's back gradually grew larger, and that voice rang out again with question. And what was your name again? Back in reality, she was unleashing every bit of inner power she possessed. 98, 100, 105, 110. When her inner power reached its peak, an enormous energy explosion erupted, its brilliance illuminating outer space. 120. At this point, even Ma Tran looked slightly surprised by the sight. So Rang gaped in shock, and Tan Pham was left speechless at what he was witnessing. Elena's long hair fluttered in the raging wind, while both her legs and arms were wrapped in bands of blue light. At this moment, Elena had donned an entirely new suit of armor, and her claws had grown longer. Mok Tran was stunned, his lips moving as he said, "A talent I've never even heard of. A transcendent awakening combined with transformation. Time has passed, and martial arts along with it." Watching Elena leap toward him at tremendous speed, Mok Tran said calmly, "But this is a bit too much." The very next instant, she was nearly upon him. Elena then swung down in a decisive, powerful slash. Realizing what it was, Mok Tran blurted out the YTN sword art of the Ngami clan. He remained standing in place and simply evaded it. She then spun her spear repeatedly and aimed at his body. The sun-moon rotation of the Conlin clan. At this point, her inner power had risen to 125. Mok Tran dodged fluidly, marveling aloud. The sun spear art and sun sword art of the DM Tang clan. Her inner power then climbed to 140. Mok Tran twisted aside from the blazing whirlwind and called out, the striking ball staff art and beggar's drunken fist of the beggar sect. Suddenly he paused, then said in confusion, and the 4,000 golden blades of the secret cult. As her inner power rose to 170, Elena gathered spiritual energy in her clawed palm and charged at Mok Tran. Only then did he shout, "That's enough," while swinging out with considerable force. Yet that casual sweep released an unimaginably fierce surge of energy, and in the blink of an eye, it created a thunderous explosion. After a while, only Mok Tran's lone figure could be seen amid the hazy smoke and dust. He raised his head and observed intently, while Tan Pham also looked up in extreme astonishment. Neither Hoa, Anat, nor So Rang could take their eyes off the scene. Elena's body had now sprouted 6 more arms, and a dazzling radiance spread around her. All 8 of her arms were raised high, each holding a blazing sword. Elena refused to give up and immediately drove her inner power to 190 before charging straight at Mok Tran. Her speed was like that of a rocket diving straight down. The veins across Elena's body shone brighter and brighter. Mok Tran did not flinch in the slightest and simply stared back. Suddenly, he spoke to stop her. "Stop, little one." That made her halt for an instant. The next second, the entire sky turned a brilliant golden color. His voice rang out slowly again. "Your talent is admirable, but you have crossed the boundary of righteousness." As the two faced one another, Mok Tran's warning echoed once more in Elena's ears. "Your awakening reveals your wounds and your desires. You're killing yourself, the demon within you." At the same time, Mok Tran had already gathered spiritual energy in his palm. He made his decision without hesitation. "And besides, I have no choice but to kill you to stop you." With a glowing sword in hand, Mok Tran stepped forward to shield Hoa Not and continued his thought. "I will protect this child." At that moment, So Rang and Tan Pham cried out in shock, "Heartblade." Yet Elena stubbornly remained determined to unleash an extremely powerful spell as she dove at Mok Tran. He immediately slashed downward and shouted angrily, "I said stop." Tan Pham was frozen by the sight, blinded by the light. So Rang had to raise a hand to cover her face. Hoa Not stared with wide eyes. Inside the ship, Robert stood stunned as he looked out. Countless slash marks appeared across the flying saucer, and in the blink of an eye, it was severed into pieces by a beam of energy. Finally, it exploded in an overwhelming burst of light. After a moment, only a faint glimmer remained in space. The pressure of that attack was enough to shock even Tai Chao, who could sense it. He stared at the distant explosion in disbelief. Then the sound of coughing reached his ears. Tan Pham had already blinked inside the ship. He had been severely injured by the clash, with syrup-like blood smeared all over his face. Tai Chao cried out, "Lord Chizu." Tan Pham struggled to rise and said weakly, "I'm not dead." Still not over his shock, he looked outside and added, "If I had teleported even 1 second later, I would have been torn into a million pieces." Looking at the shattered fragments of the flying saucer scattered everywhere, Tan Pham said darkly, "Good Lord." At that moment, standing on one of the saucer's broken pieces, So Rang shouted furiously, "Are you insane? We almost died. She sat close to Hoanat and continued scolding him. Even back in ancient times, nobody ever burned their own ship in the middle of the ocean just because they got mad. You should learn some self-control. Mok Tran lifted his face, a little syrup-like blood trickling from his mouth, and replied softly, self-control was not an option. So Rang looked at his face and asked anxiously, "What? Are you hurt anywhere?" But Mok Tran answered calmly, "I was up against far more power than I expected." So Rang followed his gaze and froze. Floating in midair among the wreckage of the flying saucer was Elena, completely naked. Stunned by the sight, so Rang asked uneasily, "Did she?" Mok Tran immediately denied it. "No, not yet." At that moment, Elena was being gently carried in Lean Hoa's arms. Mok Tran continued, "A force stronger than mine protected her." There was a trace of sadness in Lean Hoa's eyes as she stared at Elena. Suddenly, Lean Hoa's eyes blazed with light. A small tear opened in space, and a beam from it shone straight down on them. Inwardly, so Rang gasped, the sword saint of the Western Heavens. Tan Pham was shocked to the core. Mother, Robert, and Thuan Tu could not hide their confusion as they stared out. Then a gigantic yacht-like vessel appeared in space. Mok Tran saw it and merely stood there in silence, watching as bubbles rose and burst softly. Elena, with not a single thread covering her body, was curled up underwater. She had been confined inside a gigantic experimental tank, and Lean Hoa was staring intently at it. The brilliant light made her narrow her eyes reflexively. Behind Lean Hoa, Tan Pham dropped to one knee under the bewildered gazes of Mok Tran, So Rang, and Hoanat. So Rang suddenly gripped Hoanat's hand tightly to ease her fear. Tan Pham lowered his head and said softly, "I did not know you would come here, Mother. Please punish me for my lack of filial devotion and loyalty." Lean Hoa tilted her head slightly back and said coldly, "This is not a place where you may interfere." She turned around and continued in a loaded tone, "Act as though you are not here." Suddenly, she clasped her hands respectfully and said, "I am called the Sword Saint of the Western Heavens." Hearing that, Tan Pham was shocked and wondered, "Mother is showing respect?" Even so, Rang could not hide her surprise and blurted out, "The Sword Saint of the Western Heavens is being polite?" Facing Mok Tran, Lean Hoa said slowly, "I violated the rules of the duel arena by rudely intervening because of family ties. If you wish, I will cut off one of my own arms as an apology to you." He casually slipped a hand into his pocket and replied, "No need for an arm." Looking at Elena, who had fallen into a deep sleep inside the tank, so Rang asked curiously, "She's your daughter?" Then she carefully leaned close to Mok Tran's ear and warned him, "Hey, you're talking to the Sword Saint of the Western Heavens." The Sword Saint of the Western Heavens. Watch your mouth. Lean Hoa overheard and answered, "Yes, she is my daughter." She swept her gaze across the surrounding tanks and added, "That is all of them. Family should be placed above the rules of a duel." Still wary, so Rang cautioned him again, "Please just speak politely. That woman is one of the 5 immortals, the Sword Saint of the Western Heavens." She warned further, "Her temper is awful. She'll split you in half if you keep staring at her." But then her eyes suddenly widened in shock. In front of the two of them was Lean Hoa crouching low on the ground, while the ship hovered amid the silent galaxy. Lean Hoa's low voice drifted from within. "Although my daughter's consciousness has not yet recovered, so I cannot know the exact reason. It has been confirmed that she passed through Flower Mountain just before this. It is possible she was entrusted with something there." Mok Tran did not respond to any of Lean Hoa's words. After a while, she glanced sideways at him and speculated. However, the martial art displayed just now by this esteemed expert, was that perhaps the 7 demon swords of Suza? May I guess that you have some close connection to the heavenly demon sect? Leaning against the railing, Mok Tran answered slowly, "I don't know. In the past, there was certainly a deep connection, but time has passed." Hoa not, and so Rang also fell silent, listening to every weighty word from him. Time corrodes even the strongest bonds, as if they were iron. Tan Pham also listened in silence as Mok Tran continued. "It dissolves ties more intimate than life itself." Faced with those cryptic words, Lean Hoa could only stare at Mok Tran in silence, inwardly impressed. He truly was extraordinary. Both his mind and inner power had been refined to near perfection, with no trace of artificial alteration. Was it that a state one could only achieve in the golden age of martial arts? She studied Mok Tran's youthful face closely and guessed to herself, he seems to be in his 20s. Or perhaps he has been rejuvenated. Pulling herself from that line of thought, Lin Hoa murmured, "May I boldly ask one thing of this esteemed expert?" The moment she finished with, "Could you fight seriously?" she suddenly widened her eyes. Without turning around, Mok Tran replied casually, "Though your words are polite and elegant, every one of them carries the intent to kill, like a sword forged from fireproof iron, growing sharper and sharper." On the vast ship, Lin Hoa spoke with admiration. "You have truly keen ears to catch even the whispers of a widow like me." Mok Tran straightened up and calmly gave his view. "I have never refused a challenge, but you know this as well as I do. If we fight, one of us will surely die, and the other will be gravely wounded. Something too powerful leaves no room to bend. It only breaks." At the same time, a powerful purple aura suddenly spread from Lin Hoa's body, and the wind began to surge violently. She said slowly, "It is like the situation now." Looking upward at that purple light, so Rang panicked. What's going on over there?" Unaware of any of it, Mok Tran kept rambling on. "But do we even have a convincing reason to fight each other?" Suddenly, Lin Hoa froze and widened her eyes at something. Standing before her pressure, Mok Tran still looked indifferent as he said, "Do it when, in the future, we actually have a reason to fight. I still want to see more of the world." Hearing that, Lin Hoa was left speechless. The next instant, the energy around her gradually faded away. The dim purple glow made the ship stand out in space. A while later, the spacecraft was piloted away at high speed by Thuan 2. Watching it depart with a cold expression, Lin Hoa asked, "Was that a commission from the Heavenly Demon Sect? A massacre to silence people?" Kneeling and bowing his head, Tan Pham answered, "Yes, that's correct." Lin Hoa's gaze darkened as she said coldly, "I cannot understand it." She recalled Mok Tran's imposing bearing and wondered. That man clearly possesses the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Demon Sect. So why would the Heavenly Demon want him eliminated? And why would they hire Greenwood? It makes no sense. Lowering his eyes slightly, Tan Pham said slowly, "There has been recent information that the Red Wolf Squad of the Heavenly Demon Sect was defeated by an unidentified entity. Could they be connected?" Lin Hoa turned and walked inside, saying dismissively, "No need to think so much." Then she added mockingly, "Whatever the circumstances are, your imagination still wouldn't be enough to reason it out." Those words made Tan Pham stare in surprise. As she passed by him, Lin Hoa coldly asked, "Just monitor their movements carefully and report. At the very least, you can do that much, can't you?" Hearing that, Tan Pham tried to sound confident as he answered, "We are from Greenwood. We pride ourselves on being the best in the world at tracking. I am Greenwood's commander." Lin Hoa gave no reply and merely glanced downward. At that moment, Tan Pham was sitting huddled on the floor. The next second, she strode away decisively, not forgetting to instruct him, "I will trust you, but watch them without interfering in anything." His eyes widened in shock when he heard her say, "I do not want my children hurt." In confusion, Tan Pham called after her mother. As she neared the door, Lin Hoa paused and added, "By the way." Then, before Tan Pham's baffled eyes, she asked, "What was your name again?" Inside the ship, So Rang glared at Mok Tran and shouted angrily, "Hey, just how huge a mess have you caused this time?" She struck a rough posture and panted heavily from exhaustion. But in the next instant, she erupted and kept scolding without pause. "You've turned this whole world upside down. Look at what you've done." For a moment, the galaxy became strangely empty and quiet. Only then did Hoa not speak up apologetically. "I'm really sorry, but honestly, I don't know why either." Sitting on the table beside Mok Tran, who was devouring sausages, she explained, "After the tour ended, I returned to Flower Mountain, my hometown, and everything had changed." Hoa not timidly continued, "They clearly looked just like the villagers from before, but every single one of them wanted to kill me." Meanwhile, bits of sausage kept flying past her nonstop. Ignoring Hoa Not's outpouring entirely, Mok Tran kept enthusiastically stuffing himself while she added, "So I ran away and traveled across every road I could." Annoyed, So Rang turned to Thuan 2 and asked, "I have no idea what she's talking about." "Sunza, do you understand?" Thuan 2 answered in the same confusion, "No, I can't really make sense of it either." Hearing that, Hoa Not could only sit there in silence while bits of sausage kept shooting past her. Suddenly, Robert slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Wait, what did you just say? Flower Mountain?" He cried out in shock. "You mean Planet Flower Mountain? My Flower Mountain?" Startling Hoa Not so badly that she choked on her food. Paying no attention to her coughing fit, Robert hurriedly asked, "What happened to Flower Mountain?" Tell me now, Fuan Tu said helplessly. The people there were completely abnormal. Back in the laboratory, green liquid had spilled all over the floor. Elena had smashed the glass tank and was blasted out by the force of the water, coughing violently. Lin Hoa stared at her in slight surprise, then demanded, "Tell me what happened at Flower Mountain." Hearing that, Elena turned her glowing eyes directly toward Lin Hoa. At that moment, back at the old roadside inn, the screen replayed the battle between Elena and Mok Tran. It showed scene after scene of Elena repeatedly using her ultimate moves. Then it reached the moment when Mok Tran mercilessly brought his sword down, and the old man remembered when So Rang had come to strike a deal with him. At that time, Vong had asked, how much would a complete manuscript collection of martial arts from 2,000 years ago be worth? Tian Lok also honestly admitted that if all of them were originals in S rank, then at that point the old man's eyes lit up and he inwardly marveled. It was real. What incredible luck. Heavenly Demon District 32. The battle between Elena and Mok Tran was replayed on the screen. When she unleashed that masterfully executed ultimate technique, Loi Trak froze at the sight. He kept watching Mok Tran's crisp, decisive sword swings, then blurted out in confusion, "What is this?" Lin Hoa spoke up and asked, "What do you think? Doesn't that martial art look rather familiar?" She smiled with a trace of satisfaction. A moment later, Loi Trak looked straight at Lin Hoa and said, "I admit that it's a level I've never heard of or seen before, but I don't understand what you mean by familiar, Sword Mother." Lin Hoa did not answer right away and merely smiled in silence. He looked at her, somewhat perplexed. Lin Hoa had already realized in her heart that he truly seemed not to know. Looking at the large screen showing Mok Tran, she asked curiously, "Then why were you following that person?" And Greenwood was involved too. Loi Trak answered bluntly, "That is an internal matter of our sect. Even if you are the Western Heavenly Sword Saint, ruler of the Western region on the cosmic ozone layer, it is still none of your concern." After that, he put on a guarded expression as he looked at the woman before him. Suddenly, Lin Hoa drew her sword. An eerie red aura engulfed her. In an instant, Loi Trak's neck had been grazed by a slash and began to bleed. Clutching the wound, he asked brokenly, "Are you declaring war? Openly opposing our heavenly demon sect?" Lin Hoa only smiled calmly and asked back, "Do you think I, or any of us, fear bloodshed?" At that moment, Loi Trak clutched his neck as tremors ran through him, thinking she's a woman obsessed with martial arts, to the point that she even devoured her own children. Looking at Lin Hoa's unruly bearing, Loi Trak analyzed inwardly. She's not someone who acts based on gain or loss. The sword in her hand began to blaze. The very next second, Lin Hoa's murderous aura flared fiercely as she shouted, "Will you answer, or will you die?" Loi Trak still answered firmly, "Isn't my choice already obvious? Even if all 1,076 warriors of District 32 attack together, how could they possibly defeat the Western Heavenly Sword Saint?" In that same moment, he had already gathered spiritual power into both palms and declared, "Let's begin. If you want to wipe out all 1,076 of them, then you'd better hurry, right?" Lin Hoa's face looked gentle under the dark glow as she said, "They say the Heavenly Demon Sect has been facing greater and greater hardship lately. That was the Souza Demon Seven Sword Art." At those words, Loi Trak looked confused, then immediately asked, "What do you mean?" As Lin Hoa gathered spiritual power, she replied, "The sword art that defeated my daughter was the Souza Demon Seven Sword Art, the second sword technique in the Heavenly Demon Sect's martial hierarchy." Loi Trak could not believe his ears and shouted in shock, "That can't possibly be the Souza Demon Seven technique. That technique has been lost for more than 1,000 years. It exists only in legend. No one in our sect has ever performed it." Seeing his reaction, Lin Hoa slowly said, "That is not my problem. Your knowledge is still lacking." She put on a grave expression and said, "I've said what I know. Now I'll ask again." Looking at Mok Tran's bewildered appearance, Lin Hoa asked, "Why were you all chasing that person?" Hearing that, Loi Trak narrowed one eye, the other flicking upward. Lin Hoa looked carefully at the person on the screen and said, "Not that one." She shifted her gaze to Hoa, a knot behind him, and added, "We were chasing that girl. Taller Vacha, the orbital system of the planets. Flower Mountain Planet. The spaceship had stopped there. Flower Mountain Planet, Flower Lake Province. Peaceful and poetic in scenery. Every corner was decorated with flowers, and rows of houses hung with lanterns stood close together. Though the place was vast, there was not a single person in sight. So Rang asked in confusion, "Is there really no one here at all, guys?" Sitting in the ship, she looked at Mok Tran and continued, "What is this? Why is nobody here? Is there some festival today?" Robert, quick to notice, denied it. I don't think so. All the shops are still open. Thuan Tu scanned the local data and provided several important details. This town has more than 10,000 residents, but there are no signs of life here at all. The moment he heard that, Robert leaped up, grabbed So Rang, and shouted, "Something definitely happened. Captain, get down there now. Something terrible must have happened. Everyone either fled or was killed." She asked in confusion, "Wait, why are you suddenly so worked up?" Robert's flustered shouting appeared reflected in the water screen. "Flower Mountain is my hometown. We have to save Flower Mountain." So Rang yelled, "I can't breathe. Let's go." While coughing violently, she shouted again, "I said let's go." Hoanat already had tears welling in her eyes. Mok Tran was now standing beside her, then asked coldly, "What happened? If you know something, then speak." The two of them looked up at the glowing screen together. Hoanat seemed to know something and let out a soft sound. Then suddenly someone's voice rang out, making them both turn in surprise. "I've detected a life signal." As Thuan Tu put away the system panel, she said, "Based on the confirmed position, it's inside Flower Mountain at the main headquarters of Jha District." The moment So Rang heard that, she froze and asked uneasily, "Isn't Jha District where the leader of Flower Mountain lives?" Thuan Tu projected a certain area onto the screen and said, "Right, there's an extremely strong life signal there, but there's only one person." At that, Hoanat suddenly lowered her head in silence. By then it was already late at night, and fog blanketed the entire area. Ujaha, a long staircase led up toward a tunnel, illuminated by rows of lanterns on both sides. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had arrived there. Something caught So Rang's attention, and she turned. Seeing Robert equipped with a heavy suit of armor, she asked, "What are you doing?" He declared aggressively, "Whoever it is, if they laid a hand on my hometown, I'm not letting them get away with it." Hearing that, So Rang teased him, "Does that combat suit of yours still even work? Didn't you put it in storage after leaving the hospital? I thought you'd sold it." As soon as she finished, Robert shouted, "It's a special machine, super special. I oil it and polish it every single day." Looking into the deep, pitch-black cave, So Rang asked anxiously, "How's the signal now, Sun Ra?" Touching her earpiece, she added, "You're still detecting a response, right?" After checking again, Thuan Tu warned, "Yes. Not only that, the signal is getting stronger. It may not be human. Be careful." Hearing that, Robert cried out in alarm, "What? Not human?" So Rang immediately ordered, "Then deploy a reconnaissance drone first. We need to identify what it is." As Robert stepped into the tunnel, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'll kill it. Hurry up, you damn monster. The special forces are here." So Rang let out a helpless sigh. Is he this noisy because this is his hometown? Then she moved ahead to lead the way and said, "Let's go inside. Stay alert." After walking a short distance, the three of them came upon a floating speck of light in midair. So Rang's eyes sharpened with caution. The very next second, an extremely powerful beam of light shot straight out of the cave entrance. In a flash, all of Jha District was drowned in golden light. Soon after, that energy gradually dissipated. So Rang opened her eyes wide in shock. Hoanat also could not hide the confusion in her eyes. At that moment, both girls found themselves pressed very close together. Mok Tran had already pulled So Rang and Hoanat into his arms to protect them, yet his expression remained extremely calm. So Rang peeked out and asked in alarm, What was that?" Suddenly, Mok Tran stood up so abruptly that So Rang fell backward onto the ground and said, "Let's go." Everyone looked at Robert's figure standing stiffly in his smoke-blackened armor. So Rang wondered, is he dead or alive? Then she walked over and called out, "Robert, if you're alive, say something, okay?" When he showed no response, she contacted Thuan Tu and asked, "Sun Ra, is he actually dead?" She pulled up Robert's status panel and said, "No, he's fine. Fortunately, the combat suit did its job well." So Rang asked again, "Then why isn't he answering me?" Thuan Tu guessed, maybe he was so scared his soul left his body. At that, So Rang could only let out another helpless sigh. Meanwhile, Mok Tran stood staring at something ahead. Tilting his face upward, he watched strange energy drifting down. Its shape resembled a flower petal. Looking closely, it was a peach blossom. As soon as it landed on Mok Tran's head, it shattered into many fragments. Soon after, numerous petals carrying that mystical energy swirled around him. In the next instant, they gathered into the figure of someone. Zich Sun gradually became visible within the surging energy. Yet Mach Tran's expression showed no surprise at all. So Rang blurted out, "Is that him? Is this where the life energy is coming from?" On the other end, Thuan Tu replied, "Yes. If the data is correct, he is the leader of Flower Mountain." The moment she heard the name, Sword Master Zich Sun of Flower Mountain, so Rang widened her eyes in astonishment. Then she looked Zich Sun up and down and kept asking, "That man, he's the Sword Master of Flower Mountain." Mach Tran held out a hand and caught a blossom. Looking at it, he calmly said, "There's one thing. Plum blossoms blooming from his body means he has reached the peak of the seven heavens plum fragrance technique." Looking at their unusual color, Mach Tran asked, "But why are the blossoms blooming here purple?" Then he turned his gaze toward the explosive energy around Zich Sun and speculated, "That means the seven heavens plum fragrance has fused with the violet sacred bone art." Hoanat cried out in tears, "Father!" His eyes remained tightly shut, and he did not respond. In the very next second, the purple energy around him flared violently. Unable to hold back, so Rang walked over and asked Mach Tran, "What's wrong? What's happening?" Looking toward the place where the purple flames were surging, with flower petals filling the air, he said, "His seven heavens plum fragrance technique carries extreme yang, while the violet sacred bone art carries extreme yin. That is why, even among Flower Mountain's elders, one can only choose a single path to master." The instant she heard that, so Rang screamed, "If extreme yang is fire and extreme yin is water, then what happens when they mix together?" By then, a small spark of spiritual power had already gathered in Mach Tran's hand, and he continued, "When a martial artist desires to exceed his own limits, a demon gradually forms within his heart. That person is no longer human." The weapon in his hand began to radiate a brilliant glow as he warned in a low voice, "Take the others and run. Fighting him won't be easy." At this point, Mach Tran's face darkened slightly, and he murmured, "And more than that, I can't guarantee everyone's safety." Suddenly, Hoanat ran forward as fast as she could and cried out, "Father!" So Rang shouted in panic to stop her. "Stop!" The next second, she chased after her and yelled, "You can't go." Mach Tran glanced upward and muttered, "Too late." At that moment, Hoanat was blocked by the energy from Zich Sun and could not get any closer. Thuan Tu was also stunned by the scene. On the screen was the image of Hoa not trying desperately to reach her father. A timer displayed a countdown, and Thuan Tu stammered, "Danger." Hoa not seemed to have managed to touch her father's hand. The timer now showed there was only 1 second left before the internal energy would activate. By then, Hoa not had thrown her arms around her father despite the fierce energy raging from him. So Rang was utterly shocked by the sight, but Mach Tran was not overly surprised. The daughter's embrace made everything gentle. The terrifying energy around Zich Sun was extinguished, and he gently embraced Hoa not as well. Then he looked down tenderly at his daughter's small frame. So Rang could not help blurting out, "What is this?" Looking at the scene where Mach Tran and So Rang were standing, Thuan Tu immediately announced, "It's back to normal. The world has returned to normal." In utter disbelief, So Rang asked again, "What are you talking about?" Thuan Tu emphasized, "The world has returned to normal now." At that moment, the timer showed 18 hours and 3 seconds. 1 second, the whole of Jaha district had returned to its original peace, lanterns glowing brightly in the night. Now, the townspeople were also going about their lives as usual. Thuan Tu exclaimed, "I can see people on the streets." Rows of tiled rooftops stood close together, and light shone down every road. Looking at the lively night streetscape, Thuan Tu murmured, "The people who disappeared." Then, looking at Zich Sun's gentle face, she continued, "But have appeared once again." The confusion still remained on So Rang's face, but Mach Tran's eyes lowered slightly, as though carrying some unspoken feeling. From above, Jaha district looked vast and bustling. At a certain restaurant, Robert, So Rang, and Thuan Tu had all taken their seats. So Rang looked around and asked, "You said they weren't here. Could the bioscanner have malfunctioned?" Slurping noisily, Thuan Tu replied indifferently, "We checked it together, remember? The scanner is completely normal." After saying that, she activated the device in her eye and continued, "Even if the scanner is normal now." Then Thuan Tu scanned the customers in the restaurant and added, "Something else isn't." She continued scanning people of different ages and said, "Everyone here has exhausted all their internal energy. Every single one of them, adults and children alike." Robert immediately asked, "How is that possible when they all look perfectly normal?" Then he glanced around and said, "We thought they were all dead, but they're still alive, so that's good. I'm hungry. I'm ordering food." The very next second, he shouted loudly to the server, "Excuse me, we'd like to order." So Rang said helplessly, "Just a little while ago, you were the one making such a huge fuss. It must be nice to live so simply." At that moment, a girl in a cheapao brought over some tea, and so Rang said, "The waitress is coming." The moment he saw her, Robert generously placed the order. "Over here, we want one large noodle dish for 2 people and one extra-large special braised meat platter." But the waitress did not listen and calmly walked right past them. The whole atmosphere suddenly became frighteningly silent. Unable to understand, Robert stared after her and wondered, "What? Is she too busy to hear me?" I spoke to her directly. Seeing the server come their way again, Robert quickly called out, "She's coming back. Excuse me, I want to order." But this time was exactly the same as before, leaving Robert frozen in place. He let out a baffled sound without meaning to. Only then did Thuan Tu say coldly, "It's not that she can't hear us. It's more like she can't see us." Looking around at the people in the restaurant, she slowly speculated. "No one in this restaurant has looked at us even once. Even when we're right in front of them, they just pass by as if we're nothing more than part of the scenery." Looking at the 2 young men eating over there, Thuan Tu emphasized, "They know nothing about us, as if we never existed from the very beginning." So Rang pulled up her collar to cover her mouth and refused uneasily, "I don't want to be involved. I have a bad feeling about this." Zich Sun gently poured tea into a cup. He sat alone in a corner, looking sorrowful. Then Zich Sun elegantly raised the tea to drink, though there were clearly guests right in front of him. Standing at a distance with Mok Tran, Anat calmly said, "He's not the kind of person who would be so rude as to sit there drinking tea alone." "Father." A hesitant expression appeared on her face as she continued, "He can't see us." Looking at Zich Sun's pensive expression, Anat said sadly, "He's been like this ever since I came back from that excursion." At that point, she fixed her gaze on her father and explained, "But strangely enough, he still carries out all his work and duties as normal. He drinks tea, goes on patrol, eats meals, tends the garden." Looking closely at the stiffness in Zich Sun's face, Hoanat added, "Every day, at exactly the same times, like a wind-up doll." By then, Ma Tran had walked closer and tried waving his hand in front of Zich Sun's face. Hoanat said mournfully, "It's no use. He can't see us." Then she did not forget to warn him, "But you should still be careful. If you interfere with his daily routine." Before she could finish, Mok Tran suddenly snatched the teacup from Zich Sun's hand. At once Hoa not cried out in alarm, "That's a terrible idea. Stay away from him." But in the very next second, Zich Sun drew his sword and slashed at Mok Tran. He surged forward wrapped in a blazing crimson aura. Luckily, Mok Tran nimbly dodged it, and yet there was not the slightest trace of fear on his face. Suddenly, Zich Sun fixed his burning red gaze on Mok Tran, pointed his sword straight at him, and lunged. Even so, the attack was useless, because Mok Tran evaded it with ease. Unwilling to accept that, Zich Sun launched a relentless flurry of attacks at Mok Tran. No matter where the blade struck, Mok Tran avoided it with agile movements. By now, Zich Sun had been provoked into a rage. He gathered Violet's spiritual power in his palm, lightning flashing from his eyes as he prepared to rush Mok Tran. Mok Tran immediately took a defensive stance and shouted, "Enough. This is too dangerous." The very next second, Mok Tran raised a hand and blocked Zich Sun's energy. Golden and violet power clashed head-on, neither side yielding, and Hoa not covered herself in shock. She cried out in panic, "Stop! Please stop!" In the next instant, a beam of violet light appeared before Mok Tran. Amid the thick cloud of dust, Zich Sun emerged with an overwhelming aura, sparks of electricity constantly radiating from him. Mok Tran murmured in realization that this was the same reaction as before, when extreme yin and extreme yang had mixed together. At that moment, Hoa not desperately urged him, "Please give his teacup back. If you don't, he'll only get angrier." Mok Tran calmly said, "When someone exceeds their power limit, the human body shouldn't be able to endure it. That's the natural rule. The inner demon takes over. Their body swells up and bursts like a balloon, leaving behind nothing but torn flesh." Looking at Zich Sun's body as it continued to generate violent whirlwinds, Mok Tran emphasized that this clearly should not be possible. Now Zich Sun seemed stronger than ever, surrounded by a blazing layer of red spiritual energy. The violet energy from Zich Sun's body formed a strange peach blossom. In the next instant, it expanded above his head. Mok Tran quietly wondered what kind of story lay behind all this. Why not get something uventi hui? It's too dangerous. In a flash, those petals filled with sinister energy shot straight toward Mok Tran. Hoanat could hardly believe her eyes and stared in shock. Mok Tran tightened his grip on the teacup in his hand. He raised it high, drew back with a perfectly calm expression, and then decisively hurled it forward. The teacup shot forward at incredible speed toward that peach blossom seething with dark energy, nearly touching the stamen. Then, in the blink of an eye, the cup pierced through the petals with ease. The next second, the petals dispersed into thin air. The sight made Hoanat's eyes widen in utter astonishment. Then, the teacup returned to Zich Sun's hand. He gripped it tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Before Mok Tran could even relax, he found himself facing Zich Sun head-on again. The very next second, Zich Sun gently set the teacup down as if nothing had happened. He calmly poured tea, and the scene returned to its original peace. Motstran vacht, speechless. Hoanat was still shaken and unable to speak. That night, the moon rose high, lighting up the whole sky. Hoanat stood on the balcony with Mok Tran and said, "After finishing my trip among the stars, I came back half a month ago. Over there, so Rang, Robert, and Thuan Tu were standing together, while Hoanat's voice continued to echo, and everything had changed like this." The street was crowded with passers-by beneath countless glowing lanterns. The three of them still stood there, but each of them was lost in their own thoughts. She continued, everyone was like wind-up dolls, repeating everything at the exact same time, doing it all the exact same way. Suddenly, Robert turned to look in one direction. He grabbed someone's shoulder and said, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" But Hoanat's voice continued, and if that repetition is interrupted. The man was on the phone, but his action seemed strangely incomplete. Robert asked, "I wanted to ask what's going on here exactly," but he heard no response. Robert seemed to realize something and looked closer. The man was motionless, his mouth half open as though he were speaking on the phone, yet frozen in place. Robert suddenly called out, "Hey you," realizing something was wrong. He looked around and muttered, "Everything stops." At that moment, the entire street seemed to freeze. Time itself stopped flowing, and then the image of that man gradually faded away. Seeing this, Robert stared blankly and asked, "What is this?" He stood there in stunned disbelief for a moment. He turned to Thuan Tu and asked, "What just happened? Was that teleportation?" She answered indifferently, "I don't know." Hearing that, so Rang turned and said, "What do you mean you don't know? If you don't know, then who does?" Thuan Tu replied in a low voice, "Judging by the particle wave patterns, it does seem like teleportation, but on far too large a scale." That made So Rang murmur in confusion. Scale? Then Thuan Tu suddenly realized something and blurted out, "What the hell?" As she began to notice that the street was now completely empty, the silence unnaturally deep. So Rang asked, "Where did they all go?" Thuan Tu looked up at the sky and calmly said, "All signs of life have disappeared from the entire planet." Hearing that, so Rang asked in shock, "What?" Back at Hoanat's side, she said coldly, "When everyone disappears like that." As she spoke, Hoanat looked up at the sky and continued, "That thing appears." At that moment, so Rang, Robert, and Thuan Tu widened their eyes and stood frozen, staring ahead as if they had seen something. In front of them, a dense crowd appeared amid clouds of dust. Looking closer, it looked like a procession of soulless robots standing in the haze. So Rang stammered, "What the hell is that?" No one answered. All three of them simply stood there watching for a long time. The robot horde was now advancing step by step with swords in hand. Every corner of the street had already been surrounded by them, and the pounding of their footsteps echoed nonstop. Robert finally said, "I'm not completely sure either, but right now, I think we're in a very dangerous situation." Hearing that, so Rang became even more flustered. Her eyes widened, and she was momentarily speechless. And she asked, "Robots? Are those robots?" Looking at their bodies, she curiously added, "But why do they look only half finished?" Thuan Tu immediately explained, "They're not robots. They're construction machines." Reading the code markings on them, she continued, "They were designed for simple tasks like planetary development. Since they were early models equipped only with low-output AI, they were never able to develop self-awareness." After hearing that, so Rang sighed in relief and said, "So they're just construction robots?" I worried for nothing. She patted Robert on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry. According to the 3 laws governing construction robots, they can't harm humans." Even so, Robert still sounded uneasy as he hesitated, but then he asked, "They're all holding swords, right?" Hearing that, So Rang waved her hand and stepped forward. They can probably use them as tools. She called out to them. There are people here. Move aside and take another route. Don't gather here and scare. But unexpectedly, one of the machines rushed forward with its sword and tried to slash her. It swung with a decisive and powerful strike. The attack forced So Rang backward, though she kept her balance and did not fall. So Rang shouted angrily, "What the hell did you just do? Are you broken?" Reflected in her eyes now was the sight of all of them charging in together with swords in hand. All the machines simultaneously leaped into the air with their weapons raised and came crashing down. When they struck, the impact caused a violent explosion that seemed to tear space apart. From afar, Anat silently watched everything with a gloomy face and murmured those things. They're the ones that appeared after everyone vanished. Meanwhile, Robert was running for his life. Thuan too clung tightly to So Rang as she fled from the swarm of machines attacking like mad. Hoanat's voice rang out, and after that, they attack every living creature in sight. The three of them kept dodging the robots' deadly attacks. The scene had become utterly chaotic, a desperate chase for survival. Back on the balcony, Hoanat looked out and said, "After I returned from my trip, I was attacked too." As she said that, Hoanat turned her head and looked beside her, only to find that Mok Tran was nowhere to be seen. All that remained was the teacup still steaming. If not for my father, I probably wouldn't have survived. The scene shifted to a dark place. Hoanat continued. For some reason, they never come to where my father is. A hand appeared, touching the dragon head carved into the chair. Zich Sun sat down, closed his eyes, and gave off an air of exhaustion. Streams of purple energy began to rise around him as she said, "Where my father is." He sat upright, sensing each flow of aura. Even when everyone else disappears, my father stays behind. Hoanat stood with Mok Tran in the distance, watching Zich Sun, then hesitantly said, "But in that state." Mok Tran finished for her. "He's barely holding on." Hearing that, she asked, "What do you mean?" Looking at Zich Sun, Mok Tran explained, "He's forcing himself to endure by burning away all his inner power and even his soul, prepared to face the demon inside him if he must." As he said this, he placed a hand on Hoanat's head and added, "There must be something he is desperately trying to protect." Those words left her speechless. Looking at the light emanating from Zich Sun, Mok Tran said in admiration, "Truly remarkable." With that, he calmly stepped forward. "All right, I'll handle this. Let's go." Confused, Hoanat asked, "Go where?" Mok Tran calmly replied, "I want to meet the bastard responsible for this mess." Back where So Rang and the others were, the three of them had been cornered. The machines had sealed off every path around them. At that moment, a red dot lit up on the robots' faces like some kind of signal. The sight terrified So Rang. She asked, "Why are they doing that? How can construction robots attack humans?" Thuan Tu, "Is that even possible?" Thuan Tu frowned and answered, "It's possible their intelligence systems are incomplete, which means they can't properly follow the 3 robot laws." She continued, "Attacking humans isn't necessarily their intent." Hearing that, Robert behind her also fell into thought, watching the machines advance viciously with weapons in hand. So Rang shouted in panic, "Why are they all acting like they're malfunctioning?" Robert hesitantly guessed, or maybe, they don't see us as human. Robots capable of attacking humans. Fighting robots. Don't tell me. Before Robert could finish, the robots charged in frenziedly once again. So Rang shouted, "They're coming again." She quickly drew her sword, eyes wide with caution. Thuan Tu, hang on tight and stay down. The machines rushed at them all at once with weapons in hand. Then suddenly, their bodies began to slowly dissolve into the air. A huge explosion suddenly rang out, followed by a piercing noise. So Rang and Thuan Tu stared blankly, unable to understand what had happened. What was that? Behind them, Robert had transformed at some point and was mowing down the machines with his gun barrels. He said, "They're not robots anymore." Then, in a firm voice, he added, "They're metal jiangshi." After the chaotic battle, the area between both sides had become so quiet that only the whistling wind could be heard. The entire scene was being shown on a large observation screen. A voice suddenly rang out. The brilliant demon So Rang. Beside her is Blue 316 KBT, Robert the Smart, Sunza, and the former first sergeant of the Northern Galaxy Corps Special Operations Unit. Robert Kalai, S-Devil, is now a bounty hunter group that mainly operates in the outer reaches of the galaxy. They're not a threat. They can be eliminated within 10 seconds. Suddenly, DCO coldly cut in. Did you just say that he came from the Northern Galaxy Corps Special Operations Unit? And from Special Operations, no less? Seeing that, the attendant quickly asked, "Shall I issue the order to eliminate them, Count Sick-El?" But the man's expression tightened. Something seemed to have caught DCO's attention. Inside the large screen, Mach Tran appeared and glanced behind him. He looked blankly at the ruined surroundings and could not help asking, "What happened here?" Robert's voice cut in. "You just fought, and it's already over?" He sounded extremely excited. "This time, I really gave it everything I had. I've been waiting every day for a moment like this." After 3 hours of crackling noises, Robert's arm quickly reappeared. He retracted the weapons mounted on his shoulders under everyone's astonished gaze. "That's why I've maintained everything so carefully. If I listened to others and sold my gear off as used junk, who knows what would have happened today? Back then, we had to sell it because we didn't have enough money for materials. If I hadn't stubbornly held on to it, how could I have dealt with that many enemies today?" At that moment, Fuan two-stepped forward and coldly corrected him. "It's not that we defeated them. They withdrew on their own. If they had kept attacking, we wouldn't have survived." Mach Tran, however, seemed more curious about the arm he had just seen. "But what the hell is that? Armor? You are all that metal?" Beside him, so Rang folded her arms and explained flatly, "It's not armor. That's Dear Oi, a robot." Mach Tran frowned in utter confusion and stammered, "A robot? What? Say it in a way I can understand. What are you even talking about?" Exasperated, so Rang plopped down onto the porch. "Even if we explained it, you wouldn't get it. Fuan 2, just give Mach Tran the short version." "I am exhausted." Fuan 2 obediently stepped forward behind him. "Just think of it as a machine that can think and act like a human." Mach Tran lifted his arm and waved it dismissively. "No matter how much the world changes, how could a lump of metal possibly be like a human?" Suddenly, his eyes went wide and his pupils shrank. Right in front of him, Fuan 2 calmly used both hands to lift her head off her neck. "To put it simply, it's like this." He screamed in horror and stumbled backward. "What the hell is that?" So Rang then lifted her head and urged, "You still hadn't told him?" As Thuan 2 put her head back on, she replied, "We've been busy." Unexpectedly, one robot among the wreckage was still functioning. The only light on its face was its recording device transmitting data back to the center. In front of it was the image of Mach Tran anxiously pointing ahead. After observing for a while, the attendant's voice rang out again. "This individual is not registered in the database. Furthermore, he does not appear to be equipped with any internal energy source, indicating that he is entirely natural." With that, DCO stood up from his chair. "Judging by his foolish behavior, he may not be a concern, but that man is a problem. He must be an elite soldier." His deep eyes flashed with a cruel, unreadable light. "And if he's a first sergeant, then he is the best of the best. He could not have come here by accident and without a specific purpose. Be careful and investigate thoroughly." From a streak of light in the galaxy, a round ship shot forward at tremendous speed. It headed straight for Heavenly Demon District 32. There, Loi Trak and Tien Locke stood, bowing respectfully, awaiting the arrival of a guest. The sphere landed before them, and its door slowly opened. A small foot stepped out from the hatch. That person quietly walked toward them. Loi Trak spoke first. "Thank you for coming all the way to this remote place, officer." The person lazily let out a long yawn. "Right? It was a long trip." Unexpectedly, despite having the appearance of a child, this person was from the Central Committee Disaster Safety Headquarters of the Northern Heavenly Demon Sect, First Class Officer Lord True. "So I hope our efforts haven't been wasted." Then they all moved toward a man whose bald head bore the imprint of a strange hand. Nong Gwyn was seated upright in a wheelchair. Loi Trak looked down grimly and asked, "Do you notice anything?" The situation made even Lord True's brows knit tightly in confusion. "Let me see." The two of them silently observed Nong Gwyn for a moment. Then he placed his tiny hand on the man's head. "Has the pain lessened at all?" Nong Gwyn shut his eyes tight and felt it carefully. "The pain has lessened quite a lot, but my head still feels a lingering heat." Lord True kept asking, "Heat? Not pain, but the heat remains?" Nong Gwyn lowered his head and answered firmly, "Yes." Suddenly, his eyes bulged wide, blood vessels standing out in a horrifying way. That was because Lord True's hand was pressing hard against his head, and then a shrill scream echoed throughout the room. At that moment, another tiny palm print had appeared on top of Nonwen's head. The strike had been so powerful that smoke was still rising from his palm. My lord's brows furrowed once more in thought. Then Loitrak placed his hand over the spot with the two handprints and gave his assessment. This one seems a little different. The original scar had swollen up, but the second one had sunk inward. It doesn't look like the same martial art. Only then did his eyes open slightly, gleaming with a mysterious light. They are the same. This is the scar of the nine-in hand. The old man, on the other hand, froze in astonishment. Now everything became clear through my lord's words. The nine-in hand is the most basic martial art taught to any beginner disciple in our sect. Once he was done, he returned to the room and sat at the table to eat. Loitrak stood beside him, keeping watch. I had already mastered it when I was only 7 years old. Even as he spoke, there was still a hint of doubt in the old man's voice. However, the scar from the nine-in hand seems rather different from this one. While calmly mixing his bowl of black bean noodles, my lord explained, that's right. The essence of the nine-in hand lies in its cold energy, but instead of that, what was left behind here was heat, which is why the scar feels unusual. That means the person had reached a level where he could completely suppress the fundamental coldness of the nine-in hand and leave behind only the heat from the impact. It was an act of consideration to avoid harming the enemy, because the one who attacked Tam, Chan, Nongwin, Loitrak was stunned once again. How could that be? Reversing the fundamental nature of a martial art is like making fire from ice. By the time they had gone back and forth on the matter, the steaming bowl of noodles had already been fully mixed. In theory, it's possible. In theory. My lord looked at him with an earnest voice. But for now, shouldn't we eat first? Will black bean noodles do? Loitrak's empty stomach growled, making him suddenly feel hungry. Yes, sir. On the shelter ship, Robert remarked expressionlessly, they're murder zombies. So Rang stared at the tray piled high with sausages in front of her and couldn't hold back any longer. She immediately stuffed one into her mouth. Murder zombies? What's that? Robert paid no attention at all to the plate of food on the table. It was a rumor I heard back when I was still active. They were developing a new generation of combat robots, ones that included humans among their kill parameters. But robot control circuits are designed around the 3 laws of robotics. They can't harm humans. To get around that, they replaced the control circuits with the brains of dead people. He glanced at the pile of scrap metal outside, as if it partly confirmed his words. That's why the project was called the Murder Zombie Project. Meanwhile, Ma Tran's hand still hadn't left Thuan Tu's cheek. Are you really not human? Left with no choice, the cold young woman had to threaten him again. Do you want me to take my head off and show you? If you want, I can detach my arms and legs too. As expected, it worked. Mok Tran immediately let go. No need. This world really is strange. Then he turned back to the table. Let's just eat. After eating her fill, so Rang let out a breath and leaned back. Considering they attacked us, it does make sense, but it's still too absurd to believe. She glanced sideways at Mok Tran, using the brains of dead people. That really is insane. At that moment, something seemed off about him. His face had gone blank and stiff. So Rang widened her eyes and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen?" A second later, she turned to look at the now empty food tray and finally understood. So Rang looked at Thuan Tu and said, "Thuan Tu, grill a few more sausages and give them to him." The girl said the one thing nobody wanted to hear. We're all out. With that, she stood up and coldly turned away from her seat. Then there's no other choice. Anyway, we need to understand the situation first. So Rang strode away, leaving only her back behind. It feels like we've landed in a pretty unlucky situation. Only then did Mok Tran speak up bitterly. These rude bastards. A deep violet aura covered his entire body. Even though the age of martial etiquette has passed, they still dared steal my food. So Rang couldn't make sense of it at all. What on earth is he talking about? Robert was in the same boat. No idea. The power inside Mok Tran suddenly erupted violently. Even if you do not know my true identity, I declared myself the supreme heavenly demon. How dare you? Only then did So Rang seem to realize something and mock him with a laugh. Right, he did say he was the supreme heavenly demon. Robert was no less sarcastic as he reminded them again. That's right, the supreme heavenly demon. So Rang suddenly stopped short, as if she had remembered something. Raising a hand as she headed for the door, she said, "This is too messy. We'll deal with it later. First, one thing at a time." Robert quickly followed after her. "I'm coming too." Thuan Tu also turned and ran after the other two. Me too. The The room was left empty, with only Mok Tran remaining as the aura around him gradually faded. The only things left in the room were the food tray and a little grease. Looking carefully, there were still a few bits of sausage scattered around. He reached out and picked them up. Well, crooked or not, it's better than nothing. Then Mok Tran silently put them into his mouth and chewed. By then, the other three had already gone outside, where robots lay strewn all over the ground, while Thuan too picked up a robot head, so Rang carefully surveyed the surroundings once more. It seemed they were the only living beings left in this ruined landscape. Robert picked up an arm and examined it. This is pretty poorly made, huh? These joints are already faulty, and the alloy's weak too. Thuan too, meanwhile, lifted the robot's head and assessed it. That's because it's a prototype, not a finished product. She scanned the small camera on its face. Thuan too's gaze suddenly froze for a few seconds. Seeing no reaction, so Rang turned back and probed. What are you trying to see? Thuan too unzipped the back of the robot's neck. Their neural network is simple enough. The intelligent control circuit is equipped with the old Model 207. It's honestly embarrassing to call it artificial intelligence. Model 207 is optimized for receiving commands, so it lacks autonomous will. So Rang couldn't help asking, then they were being controlled remotely? Thuan too agreed. Yes, one unit at a time. She swept her gaze around the entire district and concluded the total number of robots that attacked us was 9,817. According to my sensors, it wasn't hard for her to picture the scale of the battle now. So that means at least 9,817 humans are controlling them. And that was indeed the case. A vast number of human bodies were being cultivated inside tanks at Cell's facility. At the very top, the man stood silently observing. Cell said nothing as he stared in thought. The tanks were filled with liquid. The humans inside were being sustained by tubes connected directly behind their necks. They were unconscious and completely under control. Back in the district, so Rang kept scanning the area. What's the population of Flower Mountain? Thuan too answered within a second. 9,818. It wasn't hard to realize that meant only one person was missing. And so they found Zich's son, protected inside a strange violet light. Hoa Not stood watch beside him, her face full of anxiety. Scene change. Heavenly Demon Sect, District 32. Loitrak still had black bean sauce smeared around his mouth. Sorry, what did you just say, sir? My lord had just finished eating and was wiping his hand with a towel. I ordered the entire District 32 sealed off and all movement prohibited. He gave the order sternly. No one moves. No one is allowed in or out. Recall all personnel immediately. Sitting there, Loitrak couldn't help asking, but why? The sky had turned dim, like an omen of ill fortune, enough to draw my lord's concern. This period is too dangerous. 2,000 years of peace have lasted too long. The prestige of the Murim Alliance, built on the coalition of the great sects, faded long ago. Do you know what happens when the fangs of the tiger ruling the mountain fall out? Loitrak honestly gave his view. The wolves seize power, but the reply made his eyes widen in shock. Wrong. The wolves try to become tigers. Wolves form packs because the tiger exists. When the tiger disappears, and they look around with eyes that have once seen a tiger, the other wolves will begin to look weak, because they are far weaker than a tiger to begin with. The first target during such a time is the strongest wolf. With the hunting instincts they developed while in the pack, the remaining wolves will unite and kill it. That wolf is the position our sect currently occupies. Therefore, we must act with extreme caution. Mok Tran's face immediately surfaced in Loitrak's mind. Are you saying that the nameless man using our sect's martial arts is connected to this? With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped into the ship one pace at a time. I don't know. That is the real problem. Just as he reached the entrance, my lord did not forget to add, I received an urgent message just before coming here. That nameless man is heading toward Flower Mountain. Loitrak stared in shock and bit out the words. Flower Mountain? You said Flower Mountain? He paused slightly at the doorway. Yes, an unknown factor has been placed on a powder keg, ready to explode. If it is a spark, the world will blow apart. The staircase then retracted upward. Therefore, understanding the situation is the most urgent matter. Action comes next. A second later, the ship shot away from District 32. Loitrak stood with his hands behind his back, watching until it vanished, leaving only a streak of light across the sky. His gaze was heavy, but he could not utter a single word. Back in the district, so Rang's voice rang out. So, kid, you're saying the missing people reappear at night? Hoa Not's eyes remained firmly fixed on Zich's son. Yes, except for my father. He stays here. Her voice gradually dropped. In this form, so Rang said nothing more, only stood there watching. Zich's son was like a statue, without the slightest movement. Losing patience, she asked Thuan-Tu how long until sunset. The girl quickly explained, on Planet Flower Mountain, day and night alternate every 6 hours. So then, Thuan-Tu slowly said one word at a time in 1 second. So Rang suddenly spun around. At that moment, Hoa Nat was being gently pulled into Zich's son's embrace. The girl explained softly, he does these things unconsciously, patting my head, sipping tea, while looking at the scenery, reading in the garden, just like before I left for my final performance. He did this on my birthday last year too. For some reason, he repeats this every day when the sun rises. The others are the same. They repeat the exact same day. Suddenly, Robert's voice came through So Rang's earpiece. But Captain, nobody's appeared yet. He was alone on the rooftop, watching me outside. The streets were still empty. She immediately turned to ask Thuan-Tu, what's going on? Why are they late today? Thuan-Tu, do you sense anything? The girl hesitated slightly. There's something, but Thuan-Tu looked at So Rang with concern. Instead of them appearing, you're gradually disappearing. Those words left her stunned. What? So Rang looked at her own hands, which were gradually turning transparent, and watched as they slowly dissolved away, leaving her shocked. What? Thuan-Tu stared without blinking, sensing the captain's life signs. For a brief moment, all that remained before her was a faint golden streak of light disappearing. Now only the three of them remained in the room. A ship bearing the emblem of a skull moved through space. Tan Pham stood in the cabin, silently looking outside. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Chief Officer, a teleportation was detected not long ago from the center of Planet Flower Mountain. Eyes fixed on his tablet, Tai Chao reported, analysis confirms that the entity being moved is So Rang, the fire demon. Only then did he coldly ask, what was the destination? The man honestly relayed the information. The second moon of Planet Flower Mountain. Delta. At this very moment, a strange circular hole has appeared on its surface. It was so deep and pitch black that there was no way to see the bottom. Then a shrill scream erupted from within the hole. A streak of light appeared along with So Rang's utterly panicked voice. What's happening? My body is disappearing. What? What the hell is this? Why is my body disappearing? No way. Did I die? Did I die and become a ghost? Send me back. I still have so many things to do. So Rang suddenly went silent when she saw that her hand was still intact. She looked left and right in bewilderment. I can see myself. What is this? What's going on? Suddenly, her eyes stopped on something else that was here too. So Rang whipped around and saw that Cell was also present. The man silently observed her. So Rang was no different, throwing a wary look back at Cell. Who are you? His wrinkled face twisted in irritation. Neither side moved or said a word. They only stared at each other in silence. Elsewhere, Tai Chao continued his report. Chief Officer, this teleportation seems somewhat unusual. There was no sign of consent from the entity during transport. This may be an illegal forced transfer, a one-way teleportation forbidden by galactic law. This is a serious matter. Chief Officer, perhaps we should report this to a higher authority. Tan Pham's voice turned colder. Is there anyone above me? It seemed Tai Chao had only just remembered that, and he was instantly terrified. He immediately fell to his knees on the floor. Why, you are my only superior, Chief Officer. Tan Pham's eyes did not even spare him a glance. Good. Continue monitoring the situation. After all, if they really are using technology forbidden by galactic law on that moon, then that implies considerable backing, possibly from high-level force. Therefore, do not interfere rashly, and make sure the matter is thoroughly investigated before acting. We need to assess whether knowing about that place would harm us or benefit us. Once he had finished, the man obediently replied, yes, sir. Tan Pham's eyelids twitched slightly as he gazed deep toward Planet Flower Mountain. Elsewhere, the beautiful lean Hoa suddenly looked startled. What? What did you just say? Sitting alone on a chair in the middle of the room, she demanded, who did you meet on Flower Mountain? Elena was kneeling neatly beside her. He claimed to be my father. He clearly said that he was the one who gave birth to me, and in my fight with him, I lost. A flicker passed through Lean Hoa's eyes as hazy thoughts slowly overtook her mind. The man who defeated my daughter and claimed to be her father. Lean Hoa suddenly went blank for a moment. He's on Flower Mountain now? Back there again. Back on Flower Mountain. Robert slammed his hand hard onto the table in agitation. He shouted with everything he had. We have to save the captain. The only sound in the room was Robert yelling. What bastard dared kidnap our captain? Unable to control his words, any longer, he cursed relentlessly. We need to catch him, and XXXX, and XXXXXX. The simple-minded Mok Tran glanced at Thuan Tu and asked curiously, "What is he saying?" She, meanwhile, was busy with the data in front of her. "I don't know. It's swearing anyway, and I don't really want to translate those lines." Only then did Hoa Not, standing nearby, speak up. The place where So Rang was taken may be connected to the events on this planet. Perhaps the others were taken in the same way. Her eyes lowered sorrowfully. "Of course, we don't have proof." After fumbling around for a while, Thuan Tu finally found useful information. "We do have proof. The phenomenon that occurs when people from Planet Flower Mountain disappear is exactly the same. It is a forced teleportation without the consent of the person being transported. Most likely, it is a one-way teleportation forbidden by galactic law." Hearing that, Robert became even more agitated and grabbed Mok Tran by the collar, hauling him up. "See? That means everyone is trapped somewhere. We can't just sit still. We need to act fast and rescue them." Mok Tran blankly turned to Thuan Tu, who was walking over, and asked, "What's wrong with him?" She walked right past indifferently, as though this were an everyday occurrence. Clearly, he has PTSD from his time in the military. And while Thuan Tu remained utterly calm, continuing, "He has difficulty controlling his anger when under stress," Robert was still shouting nonstop. "Those XXXX bastards, even if they XXX and XXXXXX, it still wouldn't be enough." Mok Tran frowned and spoke more gently. "Let go." Thuan Tu was once again busy looking into something else. "It's useless. Once he gets started, he doesn't listen to anyone." Then Mok Tran suddenly shouted like an order, forcing her to pay attention. "Let go." Robert instantly became as obedient as a puppy. "I am sorry." Even Thuan Tu had to praise that. He could enter an anger management competition. If the captain was teleported unilaterally, then there must be a limit to how far she could be moved. Technically, long-range teleportation is impossible, so moving between planets is out of the question. Then she can only be somewhere on planet Matu, or on one of its two moons, Delta and Zich Idu So. Mok Tran also stared intently outside. "So where is she?" "Tu es Gazdipund." Since Flower Mountain shows no signs of life other than the Swordmaster, we can rule it out. That leaves only the two moons, Delta and Zich Idu So. But even though both moons show signs of life, it's hard to pinpoint the exact location because they're too close to each other. Mok Tran looked at her uneasily. "So we have to guess." Thuan Tu raised a hand to her chin in thought. "Since the captain is obsessed with gold," she said, pointing ahead, "I'll choose the golden moon, Zich Idu So." If So Rang knew that for sure, she'd be devastated because that answer was wrong. The correct answer was the second moon of planet Matu, Delta. At that moment, Cell was still sitting there in silence, observing, and she had already run out of patience and finally spoke up. "Who are you?" Then the robot automatically scanned So Rang's body to gather data. A second later, it had already obtained a considerable amount of information. One externally attached 1.4 giga internal power unit, one externally attached 1.4 giga internal power unit, and one embedded ultra-high 3.3 giga high-density internal power unit within a body. The only visible weapon was the electronic flexible sword at her waist. Cell coldly lifted his glass of water. A 3.3 giga internal power unit. Then he took a sip. A backwater bounty hunter is hiding something she can't even use. But she didn't seem to care much. "Who are you? Are you deaf?" The scene shifted to a place of complete darkness, with only a single beam of light shining down on something tiny. Only upon coming closer could one see clearly that it was a sprout being nourished by the light. The great elder sat beside it, never taking his eyes off it. Suddenly, the officer appeared from behind and called out, "Master." He lowered his head respectfully. "There is something I need to discuss." The old man still sat there without moving. "I know. It concerns the incident on Flower Mountain, does it not? And you have been assigned to deal with it. Do not act rashly and wait until the bud fully blooms. Only then will you know whether it is a poplar or a willow. We must wait until the forces behind him fully reveal themselves. Only then can we strike decisively. But I raised you to understand that. Have you still not matured enough, or what?" Suddenly, he lifted his face. The great elder had already come before him and asked, "There's another problem, isn't there? What is it? What could make you this childish?" Only then did the officer dare to speak. During the investigation, someone unexpected appeared. He uses the martial techniques of our sect and has reached the level of reverse energy flow. And he also knows our sect's secret technique, the demonic heart sword art. Moreover, he has mastered it to the highest level. The problem is that this person does not belong to our sect. The Great Elder replied with only one sentence: "Kill him." The little sprout withered, as if reflecting the officer's guilty conscience. "I am sorry." Suddenly, the old man's face twisted into something horrifying. The Great Elder screamed with all his strength. "A mutant! A monster! Find him and kill him. At any cost, he must die." He widened his eyes in shock. Then the officer left and sat in meditation aboard his ship. He sat there for quite a long time as the ship drifted aimlessly through space. Back on Moon Delta, so Rang still refused to give up and kept questioning him. "Who are you? Can't you hear me?" Cell paid no attention, only relaxed and drank his water. "Check her." In an instant, the robot obeyed and teleported. It appeared directly behind So Rang. With her sharp senses, she immediately counterattacked. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" So Rang blasted power into the space behind her. But the robot spun around and grabbed her face, its hand clamping down on both cheeks and twisting her features out of shape. So Rang couldn't react in time and thought, "What the hell? Why is it so fast?" Meanwhile, Cell leisurely set down his glass. "Accept it. Resistance is pointless." He looked at her and laid out his terms. "I'm going to ask you a few questions. Answer correctly, and I'll grant you an eternity without pain." By then, she had already backed away and collided with the robot, covering her mouth. Cell felt a trace of suspicion. Adaptive variant. So Rang had no choice but to draw the sword at her waist. A surge of power erupted around her as she swung the blade repeatedly, creating a gigantic vortex. The robot deftly dodged the blade and reached toward her. Fortunately, So Rang avoided it in time. The two of them traded blows continuously, one attacking, the other rushing in without pause. Cell lowered his eyes in boredom. "Useless. This device contains data on every martial art in the world." So Rang couldn't land a single hit on the robot, and that made her start to doubt. It's true. Sweat poured down her like rain. It was reading all of her movements. She raised the arm holding the sword. "Don't make me laugh." But in a single step, the robot teleported behind So Rang. Then it struck her in the back with an outstretched hand, sending her flying into the air. So Rang was thrown forward by the force. She hit the ground face first, and while the robot remained motionless, So Rang forced herself back up through the pain. Balancing on one leg, she raised her sword and changed stances. Even Cell had to stop and watch. At that moment, the robot still showed no reaction while So Rang held her pose. Drops of sweat fell one by one. "I see. So that doesn't work either?" In the next second, the robot standing before her vanished. It teleported behind her again, then extended an arm toward the back of So Rang's head. Just as it was about to seize her, she vanished like a gust of wind. So Rang was already flipping above the robot's head, gripping the sword tightly as she dove down. It had already noticed her as well, stomping through the floor and leaping upward. She flicked her hand and sent the sword flying forward. Crack! It gradually shifted into a solid state. The sword shot straight at the robot, but it swiftly raised a hand and deflected its course. The robot kept reaching forward, charging directly at So Rang, its hand drawing closer and closer to her. But in its other arm, the sword had turned flexible again and wrapped around it. Meanwhile, the robot gathered power into its hand to strike So Rang. The sword slid upward along its arm, while she made no move at all, only watching the hand about to hit her and waiting. At that moment, the sword had climbed all the way to the robot's shoulder. Suddenly, it turned solid again. And in the next instant, the sword pierced straight through the robot's head. Its active state abruptly shut down. The two of them hung there in midair. Cell tensed so hard that he crushed his water glass in his hand. He shot to his feet in stunned disbelief. Azure Dragon Bloodblade of the Celestial Realm, Sichuan Zong family? The robot dropped freely to the ground before Cell's astonished eyes. Zhurang also landed lightly. Though a trace of syrup lingered at the corner of her mouth, her gaze remained firm as she looked forward. Only then did he ask seriously, "Who are you?" So Rang couldn't help tensing up, feeling a little uneasy inside. Damn it, this is trouble. Cell's eyes widened as he kept pressing her. The Zong family of Sichuan was wiped out without a trace 10 years ago. How do you know their martial arts? At last, she had shown her true hand and revealed her power. It was time. The mark on the left side of So Rang's chest began to glow. Final measure. This was the Inner Energy Operating System KIOS, Black Tortoise Divine Art, Maximum Activation. Cell went from one shock to another. Even the black tortoise divine art, the exclusive secret technique passed down only to the head of the Zong family. This was going too far, so Rang blasted a stream of power straight upward. Shut up. He could only stare and mutter as it spread through the sky to strike from every direction. The power reached a certain point high in the air, then split into countless radiant streaks like fireworks, all of it reflected in Cell's eyes. That was the infinite floral dance technique. The entire room now blazed as bright as day, that source of power seeping into every corner. The scene returned to the white ship, Lean Hoas residence. Elena was still recounting what had happened on Flower Mountain. The circumstances of meeting him were truly strange. I definitely went to Flower Mountain to take the request, but I lost consciousness for a moment, and when I woke up, I was already standing in front of him. He kept that expressionless face as he looked at her. Elena stood there in confusion. I still don't understand why. At that point, Lean Hoa could easily picture the situation in her mind. Her gaze grew thoughtful. Teleportation. Back then, Cell had used the gentler side of himself to calm her. There's no need to be surprised. I called you here to grant your wish. Elena stood there dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. His eyes were so deep, they seemed able to see straight through a person's heart. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to see the world beneath your feet? That is why, even after receiving the fearsome title of Eight-Armed Battle Demon, you turned your spaceship into an arena, all to pursue battle. But the closer you got, the farther the path receded, driving you into despair, leaving you weeping every night in hopelessness. That is why I called you here, to give you power, the power to look down upon the world. What he knew seemed far too much, and it made her uncomfortable. Who are you? What are you talking about? He reached toward the chair, as if to sit down. Fine, you'll understand if we fight. Elena continued telling Lean Hoa, so he fought. But now, in the present, so Rang had already been easily subdued by Cell. No matter what I do, she looked up in frustration at the figure who had defeated her. It's useless. Aside from his head, his entire body had been replaced by metal. So Rang let out a despairing groan in pain. Her situation was no different from Elena's back then. Cell stood before her and declared, I will make you strong like me, because you are my daughter. Back in the present, his hand was still tightly gripping So Rang's throat. Answer my question. If you obey me, I will make your weak body strong, in exchange for abandoning that useless mind of yours. On Lean Hoa's side, her eyes widened in utter shock. Elena stood up before her and said, and he gave me. In an instant, her appearance transformed into something strikingly cool. This power, Lianhua is pupille contracted, steel enhancement. The scene shifted to Mach Tran's ship. Fuan 2 was still busy searching, while the robot sitting beside her had strapped itself in and was ready to go. Why aren't we moving yet? Hurry up and let's go. Suddenly, an unknown object appeared on the radar. It kept closing in on their ship, making the warning alarm blare without stopping, while their own ship remained motionless. The distance between the two ships gradually shortened until they finally stopped face to face. Fuan 2 switched on the lights to illuminate the unfamiliar vessel. The robot urged angrily, what the hell is this? Tell them to move, or I'll crush them. Yet she remained strangely calm. I can't. He still couldn't understand it all. Why not? Fuan 2 used the scanner to retrieve information on the ship. It may look small, but it's a Celestial-class battleship. Our ship can't compare to it at all. And on top of that, it belongs to... Her eyes widened in shock. The Heavenly Demon Sect. Even the robot froze when it heard that name, and thus the officer was able to enter without difficulty. He walked over to stand in front of Mach Tran, but Mach Tran was busy eating. His appearance seemed to stir everyone's curiosity. The robot carefully moved closer. Excuse me, but what brings someone from the Heavenly Demon Sect here? The officer stretched out his tiny hand and pulled over a chair. I am a first-class officer of the Central Security Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He sat down calmly. Feel free to speak openly with me. The robot looked somewhat wary. First-class officer. That meant he was an extremely high-ranking officer of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This tiny little brat. The officer rested his chin on his hand and said, I have an urgent matter, so I came to meet you. Please stay out of this. The mastermind behind all this is a man named Dizela Cammond. He was once a leading scientist who oversaw the development of military weapons for a defense agency under the human government. It was a project called Steel City. However, due to the inhumane nature of the development process, he was expelled and later disappeared. And now he is hiding here, conducting experiments on a far larger scale. In other words, he was not only expelled, but also received even more funding, and secretly at that. We suspect his backers are certain factions within the human government's military. Suddenly, Mach Tran opened his mouth and interrupted, I need water. Even the officer had to look at him differently. Even after hearing all that information, he showed no reaction at all. Who exactly is this man? The robot behind him looked uneasy. Did you just say military factions? So you're saying this is the human government military's affair? Without taking his eyes off Mach Tran, he replied precisely. This is beyond what ordinary civilians can handle, so stay away from it. The robot anxiously leaned forward. But what about our captain? Our captain was kidnapped. The officer only answered calmly, "There's nothing we can do. All you can do is pray for her." Hearing that, the robot flew into a rage and slammed the table hard. "What the hell are you saying? Shut up and get out of here. We're going to save our captain. If you get in our way, I don't care who you are, we won't let it slide." In contrast, Mach Tran calmly drained his glass of water. "Listen carefully. I'm not trying to interfere, but I also have no intention of doing what you say." He threw the officer a cold, emotionless look. "Come to think of it, why would you give us such valuable information? Obviously, that means you want to use us as tools and avoid responsibility yourself. This little brat doesn't even have all his hair grown in yet, and he dares try to manipulate me." Even after being insulted like that, the officer remained calm. "May I ask who you are, sir?" Mach Tran set his glass down on the table. "Wasn't that the real reason you came here?" His silence was, in a way, an admission that the question had hit the mark. Mach Tran then stood up and stepped away from the table. "If not, then you don't need to know. You and I have nothing to do with each other and never will." Only then did the officer show irritation. "So you have no ties to the Heavenly Demon sect, correct?" Mach Tran tilted his head and replied emotionlessly, "No ties." At once, the officer stood up on the chair and regained his momentum. "Then I will believe you. Let me confirm it one more time. You say you have absolutely no connection to the Heavenly Demon sect. So from this point onward, whatever actions you take will have nothing to do with our sect. My sect will make that declaration." Mach Tran waved a hand and walked away. "Understood. You may leave. I am Busa." The officer's ship then quickly departed as well, and Mach Tran silently watched the fading trail of light it left behind. He felt somewhat relieved that there were still talented people in the Heavenly Demon sect. Even so, they were still too immature. Once that was settled, the robot quickly sat back down in its seat, ready to set off. "All right, let's go. Let's do this seriously." Fuan 2 pointed at the monitor screen. Just as expected, the coordinates have changed. Instead of the moon Zich E Do So, which we had designated earlier, it has changed to Moon Delta. By then, the officer had already gone far away and begun carrying out his own plans. Back on Delta, the second moon of Flower Mountain, inside that bottomless pit, So Rang had fainted and was being dragged away across the ground. Cell roughly yanked her arm and pulled her into a pitch-dark passage. He took So Rang into a laboratory. Inside was a table already fitted with restraints for the wrists and ankles, and Cell dragged her inside. Suddenly, So Rang's voice rang out, drawing his attention. "What are you planning to do?" Cell turned his head to look at her. "So you've already woken up?" Then he let go of her hand. "I can't believe you regained consciousness so quickly. There really does seem to be something special about noble blood, young lady of the Zong family of Sichuan." So Rang glanced around, assessing her surroundings. "Where are we? What are you going to do to me?" Cell turned his back, then lifted his eyes upward. "Don't worry. I intend to free you from this pain. I will erase all your memories, even the darkest parts of your past. I will turn you into an iron corpse and give you a simple, useful life in which you know only obedience." So Rang gritted her teeth and groaned, trying to lift an arm. Cell stepped toward the table to activate it. "It's useless. I've sealed every meridian in your body and paralyzed your nervous system. Your body will no longer obey you. All you can do now is stand still and wait for me like a well-behaved beast. I told you it's useless." Suddenly, Cell's eyes flickered slightly. So Rang broke free of the restraint and rose proudly before him. The blotches of Sizo spread across her face only made her expression more grotesque and chilling. "Don't indulge in empty fantasies. You may be able to kill members of the Zong family of Sichuan, but you can never rule them." Cell looked down at the stream of power below, and in that instant, So Rang's hand easily drove into his steel body. It was nothing other than poison. Her expression barely changed. It's called pigeon blood poison. Those born into the Zong family are given a deadly poison seed in the heart as a gift. It is meant to be used when they die. Cell trembled as he grabbed So Rang's advancing arm. Her voice was strangely calm. "It's no use. The more it burns my heart, the stronger the poison becomes, until it can melt everything, even metal. You ugly monster. Let's die together." Suddenly, something flashed between the two of them. To their shock, the robot from earlier was still alive, and with one slash it swept past So Rang's arm. It all happened so quickly that her hand was still frozen in place. So Rang stared wide-eyed at what had intervened below, and the next second Saizo sprayed from her arm like rain. At the same time, an alarm siren began shrieking. Cell looked up at the warning alarm that kept transmitting. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Repeat. The one causing all that chaos was none other than Mach Tran, with the robot fully armed and following behind him. Suddenly, a robot army appeared in front of them. There were perhaps thousands of them, advancing step by step toward the two men. The robot charged forward aggressively. I'll handle these things. You just go save the captain. The next second, only a cloud of dust remained where Mach Tran had been standing. He had already leaped high into the air and flown off, leaving the other man staring after him in a daze. Mach Tran aimed for the direction of the black hole and plunged in. He moved so fast that all he left behind was a blinding streak of light. As Mach Tran passed through, he left behind a massive explosion, while the robot still stood there gaping after him. In front of him, the robot legion was still charging forward. His voice carried a trace of disappointment. But you could at least have helped me a little before leaving. The robot legion pressed closer and closer. At that point, the robot had no choice but to fire wildly and fight. Damn it, I don't care anymore. In contrast to the chaos outside, Cell was silently observing within. He followed the robot's every movement. The robot fired straight at the robot legion. In one hand, he wielded the MZCT-106 recoilless laser cannon, and on his shoulder was the TZ-8 automatic laser cannon. He aimed directly at the center of the robot legion and opened fire. After that, he jumped up to avoid their attacks. Hovering in the air, the robot aimed his anti-gravity missiles downward. Then a voice spoke up. Those are all special issue weapons for special forces. However, all of that equipment is obsolete and no longer in use. Cell frowned in irritation. So he's not an active soldier, but a discharged one? I worried for nothing. Eliminate him and deal with the rest afterward. Suddenly, warning bells began blaring throughout the room. Cell immediately turned his head toward the robot. It urgently reported, the intruder has entered Area 8, has passed Area 8, now entering Area 7. His eyes widened uneasily. The ground shook, causing the liquid inside the glass chambers to churn violently. Has passed Area 7. Has passed Area 6. Has passed Area 5. Area 4. Area 3. Area 2. Unable to analyze intrusion position data. Everything was happening so fast that Cell had to turn back toward the robot once again. Impossible. It still stood there stiffly providing information. Reanalyzing the intruder's location data. Current position is... Suddenly, a burst of power shot over and shattered its entire body. After that, the robot was reduced to scattered scraps. Cell stood frozen in place. The tremor sent bubbles surging violently inside the tanks. They rushed upward all at once, trying to escape. A while later, when the ground finally quieted down again, the bubbles slowly began to dissipate, and the tanks returned to their original state. Cell stared straight ahead. There, a massive opening had appeared. Mach Tran stood there calmly in a pair of flip-flops. Cell seemed unable to believe what he was seeing and had to open his eyes wide just to make sure. The innocent look on Mach Tran's face was completely at odds with what he had just done. He leisurely walked into the room. There was not the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. Cell's eyes looked as though they might pop out of his head. Who exactly is this nameless bastard? Mach Tran walked over to where So Rang was being restrained. She had already lost an arm and lay unconscious on the table. Feeling ignored, Cell finally spoke. Who are you? But Mach Tran paid him no attention and silently examined So Rang's body, which was covered in Saizo. Only then did he turn back and demand, you ruined a child who had only just entered the bloom of youth. And on top of that, you have no respect for others. You're no different from a monster. Having his guilt struck so directly, Cell froze. The icy coldness in Mach Tran's eyes unsettled him. Then Cell shouted loudly to regain his momentum. Didn't I ask who you are? What exactly are you doing? Without saying a word, Mach Tran stretched his hand forward. So Rang's sword, lying on the floor, trembled slightly. Then it slowly rose into the air. Mach Tran's voice was rough but steady. I don't want to talk to anything that isn't human. The sword obeyed him and shot upward. It brushed past Cell's shoulder to his utter shock, then settled neatly into Mach Tran's hand. Cell was hit by one surprise after another and fell silent, unable to react in time. The control mechanisms used against Mach Tran had already been nullified. There was clearly no energy engine inside him. So how could he use nullification control, something only those who had reached a transcendent level could perform? He's using ancient martial arts. Damn it, why did he have to show up at such a crucial moment? Damn it, if only I hadn't been injured by that crazy woman. While Cell was tangled in those thoughts, Mach Tran had somehow moved close before he even realized it. He immediately pointed the sword at him. Mach Tran spoke with contempt. Not only are you not human, you're not even a warrior. His eyes were razor sharp, his presence crushing. How can you waste time thinking such useless thoughts in the middle of a battle? Furious, Cell swung his arm to attack. Shut up. He lunged forward with incredible speed, but midway through, a cut suddenly appeared across his arm. Mach Tran walked on, leaving Cell with one arm severed from his body. Cell stared in disbelief at the arm he had just lost. Mach Tran moved closer to So Rang. This is me returning what you did to that child. Anyone who saw her condition now would feel heartbroken. He lowered his eyes to look at her. Now the only thing left is the price you'll pay for angering me. Prepare yourself, because the price of making me angry is very high. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power burst forth. Having already lost one arm, Cell thought to himself, how unfortunate. Not only do I have to face that girl from the Zong family of Sichuan, I also have to deal with this man. With the injuries I already had, the operating rate of my internal energy engine is below 40. There's no chance of winning right now. In that case, activate the internal energy engine. Maximum operating rate. At the same time, the system continuously sounded. Warning. Warning. Operating limit exceeded. Unable to control output temperature. Warning. Warning. Mach Tran merely watched, his expression unchanged. A strange technique. Has the world become like this now? Suddenly, So Rang's weak voice sounded out. Kill him. Mach Tran immediately turned to look at her. She weakly opened her eyes halfway and looked at him. So Rang forced out each word with great effort. Self-destruct. He's going to do it. Kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, Mach Tran quickly whipped his head toward the source of the light. Threads of light were already creeping all across Cell's body. Motstran suddenly stiffened. A powerful, dazzling burst of light flared up, spreading non-stop throughout the room. Over on Robert's side, notifications rang out from his weapons. Teat Easy rocket ammunition depleted. Please reload. Plasma fountain energy depleted. Please reload. Vine laser blade damaged. Inspection and repair required. Fireproof suit damaged. Replacement required. All of his weapons had stopped functioning. Exhausted, Robert collapsed to a crouch in the middle of the robot legion's encirclement. Robert tiredly lowered his head. See, I told you. If you'd helped me a little earlier, I would have handled them all perfectly already. The robots did not stop because of that. They continued closing in. He struggled to his feet and stretched out a hand. Stop. Take a little rest, you curse piles of scrap. Robert grabbed a shield attached to the left side of his chest. Then he tossed it onto the ground as if it were worthless junk. Robert decided to remove all the armor from his body. I am Robot Kalai, Staff Sergeant of the Special Tactical Team of the Northern Galactic Combat Force. He raised his final weapons, 2 sharp blades. But don't be too scared. Then Robert charged forward to fight again. All of you come at me. Suddenly, a powerful light burst out, shining straight onto his face. Then a massive explosion erupted, and the light from it grew stronger and stronger. In only an instant, it engulfed the entire area. Thanks to his goggles, Robert was still able to see. Caught completely off guard, he froze for a moment. Now only Robert remained standing there alone. In a daze, he watched the explosion from beginning to end. It looked like a nuclear blast of terrifying power. Even from afar, it had swallowed a vast portion of Flower Mountain's planet. Kang Pham stood with shock. From behind him, Tai Sun appeared and reported, "We have detected an extremely large electromagnetic field explosion from the moon of Flower Mountain's planet." He ground his teeth. This is getting more and more serious. The man continued providing information. An electromagnetic field explosion of this intensity could only have been caused by the military. I think the human government is involved in this. As soon as he finished, Tan Pham quietly gave the order. Delete all records, including the footage. We saw nothing here. That decision was completely different from what Tai Sun had expected, leaving him stunned. Elsewhere, aboard the round little ship of the Great One, his monitoring screen was also displaying that explosion. The Great One merely watched it in silence. Meanwhile, Robert was still frozen, unable to make heads or tails of anything. The inert robot sprawled across the ground only confused him even more. What's going on? Then Robert suddenly remembered the main mission. Captain! He immediately dashed forward. Captain! Captain, where are you? Then another flash of light appeared. Robert stood still and watched it move toward him. The light drew closer and closer, and inside it Mok Tran was carrying So Rang safely in his arms. She seemed to have passed out from exhaustion, while he still wore that same carefree expression. Robert silently looked at them. Cell's entire base had collapsed, and only the table remained intact. Returning to the place where the Grand Elder was planting a sapling, the Great One's voice rang out. Flower Mountain has returned to normal. Before anyone knew it, new shoots had already begun to sprout there. He also mentioned the bustling streets there. The people who had once been used as test subjects had already returned to their daily lives. Luckily, they remembered nothing at all, as if nothing had ever happened. The Grand Elder sat gazing at the sapling and thought, "It really feels like a ghost story. How could he possibly have done that?" The Great One stood solemnly and reasoned. The only possible explanation is that they succeeded in commercializing entropy reversal. The old man still seemed rather unclear about it. "Explain it to me in simpler terms. Not everyone is a genius like you." He patiently gave a detailed explanation. Entropy reversal is a technology that reconstructs temporal configuration, like resetting time. Because of the risk of creating parallel universes, even experiments involving it were banned. And yet, he not only completed that technology, he could even reverse all objects within the experiment at the same time. Moreover, he also succeeded in creating other unknown forbidden technologies, such as one-way teleportation. He is a genius far beyond his reputation. The Grand Elder picked up a watering can and watered the sapling. With such extraordinary capabilities, the military factions within the human government would certainly be willing to support him. Grady humans. Do they not realize that playing with fire may burn themselves and the whole world? So is he dead? The Great One clasped his hands together. "I'm not sure." The old man's blood-red pupils shifted slightly behind him. "If you're not sure, that means he is still alive." He could only accept that bitterly. The Grand Elder gave a stern order. "Make sure he is dealt with properly, and deal with the one using martial arts from our sect as well." The old man's figure was deeply reflected in the Great One's eyes. "I understand." In that half-awake, half-dreaming space, he pondered in silence. It seemed that sitting high above on the ship was what brought the Great One peace. The ship remained hovering motionless in the air. Flower Mountain had now been clothed in a new mantle, radiant and full of life. A hot cup of tea opened the conversation. "I heard what happened from my daughter. Zich-sun had invited Mok Tran over. I don't know how to thank you for saving my daughter and those rebels." Mok Tran showed no politeness and simply lifted his teacup. Rather than rebels, they were more like puppets. "There are many evildoers behind this incident. A child told me that. He raised his own teacup as well. Of course, that much is certain. Even though the Flower Mountain sect has weakened, no one would dare act against the strongest faction on this planet. But that is only my hypothesis." Mok Tran lowered his gaze to the steaming teacup. "It seems you intend to turn a blind eye to this matter, as though it never happened." Zich-sun's whole body stiffened after being struck right at the heart. How could this young man see through him so easily? Though still young, he was remarkably calm discussing such an incident. "Who exactly is this man?" After thinking for a while, he finally straightened his back and continued, "The most important thing to me is ensuring the survival of the nearly 10,000 members of Flower Mountain. I don't care if I have to throw away my pride. By the way, you don't seem nervous at all while speaking to me. Ever since I reached the highest position, everyone has always spoken to me with absolute respect. But right now, your rude attitude strangely feels normal to me. That truly confuses me." Mok Tran replied frankly, "You don't need to think about it. That is simply my own decision on how to live and look down upon the world. That's all. It's the way I chose to live." Zich-sun picked out the core meaning of those words. "The way you look down upon the world. That means you consider yourself the absolute supreme being." And then, unable to suppress his rising curiosity, he asked, "May I ask who you really are?" Mok Tran immediately stood up and left. "If you intend to live with your eyes closed, then keep them closed. Opening them will only bring more trouble." Zich-sun, as if silenced, could only watch him go. Suddenly, Mok Tran stopped walking. He stood still and asked, "I want to ask something because I don't know much about the world in this era." Mok Tran glanced back. "Is there any technology capable of reattaching a severed limb?" His words also reached Lin Hoa, who was standing high above. "I know this sounds absurd, but I've gone through too many absurd things recently. back on Mok Tran's ship. So Rang had been brought back, but she still had not regained consciousness. She was placed inside a containment chamber, while outside, Fuan Tu held a data analysis panel and monitored her. She said nothing and simply watched in silence. A moment later, Fuan Tu slowly stepped out of the room. Robert anxiously came over. "Captain, how is she?" Fuan Tu answered with only 2 words. "Not good." He hurriedly pressed her. "Why? Wasn't it just a severed arm?" "If we stitch it back quickly." Fuan Tu's voice was ice cold. "Her blood is full of toxins, and that poison is produced by her own body. Because the poison is unique, there is no antidote. I tried to neutralize it as much as possible, but it only spread further into her internal organs." Robert flew into a rage, lifted her up, and shook her. "Then we have to go to a major hospital, right? Why haven't we left yet? Hurry up, let's go right now." Fuan Tu had to patiently explain, "I already told you there is no antidote. Besides, if we want to reach a major hospital, we'd have to go to Kina and Nebula. She won't survive until then." His hands slackened, lowering her back down. "Then, what are we supposed to do?" Fuan Tu turned around and walked away quickly. "We should prepare to say goodbye. The captain said that once she dies, we only need to attach a shield to her and cast her into space. She said she wanted to explore space forever. I'll gather money so we can buy high-quality armor." Robert called after her in despair, "Fuan Tu." She walked alone through the endless corridor. Then Fuan Tu went and got a full cup of water. She stared at it for a long time. Then, resolutely, she poured the water over her own head. Her tears followed, spilling down and mingling with the stream of water. Suddenly, a light appeared before her and caught her attention. Lin Hoa's ship had drawn close to theirs. She had no time to react and could only stare wide-eyed at the massive thing approaching. Above, that woman stood there, looking down at the tiny ship below. Would Lin Hoa's appearance bring about a miracle? Her face remained cold and expressionless. Back on Flower Mountain, Zich Sun was also staring wide-eyed at that ship as it gently glided past the planet. His brows knit tightly. A subordinate appeared beside him and reported, "That ship belongs to the West Heaven Sword Saint." "My lord." Hearing that, Zich Sun suddenly recalled a name. The West Heaven Sword Saint, Kim Lin Hoa. The one speaking was Flower Mountain's chief of security, Man Sun Chan. "We tried contacting them many times, but there was no response." Zich Sun returned to his calm demeanor. "It seems she did not come here to meet me, so leave her be." But in contrast, the man's face twisted with displeasure. "This is our sect's territory. Even if she is the West Heaven Sword Saint, this behavior is far too dismissive of us. It is truly disrespectful." Zich Sun tilted his head and reassured him, "Calm down. Flower Mountain is currently in the process of rebuilding and developing. We must avoid conflict with other sects at this time." Man Sun Chan was still unwilling to let it go. But Zich Sun cut him off. "Patience is the greatest strength our sect can use right now. We must endure it, at least until Flower Mountain is strong enough to strike back." He could only watch Zich Sun's back as the older man walked away. Man Sun Chan's brows were still furrowed, unable to accept reality. Lin Hoa's ship had stopped in midair. She appeared inside the room where So Rang was being kept. "I came to ask the elder about a certain matter, but it seems I may be able to offer unexpected assistance. The girl traveling with you. If you ask me, I believe I can heal her." Ma Tran's gaze did not leave her. "Are you saying you can reattach her severed arm?" "This world truly has changed a great deal." Lin Hoa replied with certainty, "Reattaching a severed arm is easy because it is basic medical knowledge. The hardest part is removing the poison blood in her heart, which is spread throughout her body." He turned to look at her indifferently. "Poison blood in the heart. So this girl is from the Tang family of Sichuan? No wonder she's both foolish and hot-tempered." Lin Hoa coldly continued, "It seems you possess impressive knowledge. Poison blood in the heart is a secret technique of the Tang family of Sichuan, permitted only for the nobles of the clan." Mok Tran abruptly turned around. "You know about that?" Then he looked back towards So Rang. "Fine, I ask you, heal her." Lin Hoa suddenly paused and said nothing further. At last, Mok Tran had touched on a matter she cared about. "So, since you accepted my request, go ahead and state your condition. What do you want from me?" She did not hesitate to make her demand. "There is someone I must meet. I want you to open the way for me to reach him." Mok Tran sharply sensed something in those words. "Your voice is full of killing intent. It seems you are very angry for some reason. I have a feeling the person you're talking about is someone I've met before. Not long ago, I also met a man I truly wanted to beat to death. But if that man is your target, then you are late. He is already dead." Lin Hoa immediately said with certainty he's still alive. It seems she knew quite a lot. The problem is that he has gone into hiding much deeper now. the Nebula Galactic Alliance system, Moon 108ZOZ4H. That is why I need your help. Inside the military processing zone of the human government's Southern Galactic Legion, everything was a scene of desolate ruins. A woman approached a large containment tank, carrying a neatly folded robe in her hands. She had the same familiar white hair as Lin Hoa, but she was Day Trio. A gap inside the tank suddenly lit up. It suddenly trembled and emitted a strange sound. Some liquid began spilling out from that opening. It flowed past Day Trio's bare feet. When the water had nearly drained away, the door opened as well. Inside sat a naked man, curled up in a corner. He showed no reaction whatsoever. Day Trio approached and gently draped the robe over Cell's body. "Congratulations on returning to life, Count." His exhausted face lifted to look at her. Only then did Cell speak. "Who are you?" She answered calmly, "I am Day Trio. Day Trio Akamon, one of the Count's vessels. Just wait a little longer until all of your memories return." His silence made it clear that Cell had no impression of her at all. Day Trio could only hide her thoughts in her heart. "And you will love me again." An image of a moon appeared on the scanner. Lin Hoa looked at it meaningfully. That place is where the military processes its robots. He must be hiding there. The problem is that it is run by the human government and lies under the supervision of the Planetary Defense Force. Mach Tran also raised his eyes to observe it. This human government, is it something like an official authority? A child once mentioned something similar. She glanced at him. An official authority? That is a term unheard of for thousands of years. You truly know how to make others curious. In any case, yes, the human government is indeed an official authority. They have a distant but not hostile relationship with the martial world. Mach Tran's face showed no expression. "So you mean they're neither particularly close nor particularly distant?" "It seems the habits of elites in preserving their power have not changed." Lin Hoa's eyes were filled with indescribable thoughts. He speaks as though he comes from thousands of years ago. Who exactly is this man? At last, he made his decision. "Fine, let's get to the point. What do you want me to do?" She readily proposed, "Please distract the attention of the Planetary Defense Force." He was the one silently standing there, watching the explosion below. The sly-faced man was Major Bo, commander of NACDO Planetary Defense Force. "Major Bo NACDO, I just received a report. They say the laboratory has been completely destroyed." Unexpectedly, Cell also appeared in this room. "We ran into an unforeseen problem, so I erased all the evidence. Keeping this project secret is our top priority." The Major narrowed his eyes at Cell. "Looks like your tongue wasn't hurt, huh? You can still speak quite fluently. I'm curious, will your tongue still work so well when you're standing in front of the project's investors? If they find out you destroyed it, do you think your miserable little life will be enough to calm their anger?" Cell braced himself against the chair and stood up with difficulty. "This project has not completely failed. Project Steel City was only one part of the process. We collected data through that experiment, so this project can still be considered a success. Now we will proceed to the main project, Project Friction Replacement." Suddenly, Bo Nakdo looked at the backs of the two of them and spoke up. "By the way, that thing you have, can you make one for me?" Cell glared at him, his face clearly showing sudden agitation. The man shamelessly laughed. "I've been stuck in a void for too long. I'm starting to get bored. If it's too difficult to make a new one, just lend me yours for a few days." Cell continued walking. "I'll consider it." In his heart, Bo Nakdo cursed this man. What a useless creature. Treating something that isn't human like a person, how absurd. Somewhere, the sky had unleashed a torrential downpour. Beneath the rain, So Rang stood before a gate, unharmed, a sword in hand. She let the rain soak her clothes, yet remained standing there solemnly. So Rang's eyelids drooped with sadness. Why are these memories so bleak? Suddenly, Lin Hoa appeared before her from nowhere. Lin Hoa's face was calm. "You seem like someone with a careless attitude, but it turns out you've been hiding behind a thick mask all this time." But So Rang paid no attention at all to what Lin Hoa had just said. Then Lin Hoa held out her hand and said, "Come, I came to take you away." So Rang slowly raised her tired eyes. "No, I have to protect the transfer gate." Lin Hoa still refused to give up. "This is not reality. It is your illusion. There is nothing left for you to protect. You have already lost everything. That is why you are trapped inside your own illusion." Gulme. Hearing this, So Rang suddenly flared up and declared sharply, "No, I have to protect this gate. Even if I must sacrifice my life, no one can pass." Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a sword had pierced So Rang's left chest. Realizing words were useless, Lin Hoa had resorted to this method. Drops of syrup-like blood began to flow from the corners of Lin Hoa's lips as well. If you continue, I will be forced to take you away. Unexpectedly, in reality, So Rang opened her eyes again. She looked panicked, as though she had not yet processed what was happening before her eyes. After finishing the task, Lin Hoa immediately went to a room to treat herself. A voice from the machine sounded. Internal energy is recharging. 36 cycles recharged. Recharge rate 84. Once she had settled into position, she finally spoke. How is your body now? So Rang was there as well, with both hands reattached. Lin Hoa did not forget to remind her, your reattached arm will feel uncomfortable for a while. Focus and recover until your neural network stabilizes. So Rang's voice was full of sincerity. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay this debt. Yet Lin Hoa immediately rejected her. You think too highly of yourself. Only equals can speak of debts. No matter what connection you have to the Tang family of Sichuan, you're not worth a glance from those of my rank. Besides, there is no reason for me to exhaust my internal energy to save you. So Rang could not help asking, then why did you save me? But Lin Hoa rejected her again. You're also not qualified to ask that question. By the way, planting that poison in your heart, the Tang family of Sichuan is truly cruel. I nearly couldn't remove it. The rumors were true. They say this is a deadly poison passed down only to the head of the Tang family. So Rang frowned, trying to hide her discomfort. Please return it to me. That is my soul. The machine's voice sounded again. Internal energy fully recharged. Lin Hoa pulled the two from her body. You activated the poison in your body and chose death. That means you abandoned it. It no longer belongs to you. So Rang could only look at her regretfully. Unexpectedly, Lin Hoa held it out before So Rang. It has become mine, but I will get back to you. In exchange, tell me everything you know about that person. Do not leave out a single detail. So Rang felt confused and had to ask again, that person? Suddenly her eyes widened and she froze in place. At that moment, Ma Tran was appearing somewhere else. Zich Sun began speaking about the matter. The reason I wanted to meet you again, honored master, is to repay your kindness. Ma Tran reached out for the teacup. Forget it. I did it because I wanted to. A cup of tea is enough for me. Zich Sun looked extremely solemn. I understand. However, the roles of debtor and benefactor are entirely different. Besides, Flower Mountain is not accustomed to owing debts. I will repay this debt with sincere advice. Do not get close to the West Heaven Sword Saint. She is a venomous spider living in a dark abyss. Meanwhile, So Rang was leaving the room. Just as she passed through the doorway, she stopped. Elena was standing guard outside, her expression cold and emotionless like a robot. So Rang hardly cared and walked past, but suddenly Elena spoke. Don't celebrate too soon, just because you survived. You will die by my hand. The same goes for that woman's bloodline. Those words surprised So Rang a little. Why? Do we have some debt to settle? I don't remember anything like that. Elena shot her a warning glance. That's because my mother saved you. For a moment, the two of them suddenly fell silent. So Rang turned away with a look of disgust. Like mother, like daughter. You two really are alike. Elena raised her voice even more. Don't ignore me. You will definitely die by my hand. So Rang paid no attention and only quickened her pace. Hey, you suddenly So Rang stopped. By the way, then she turned around. So Rang pressed her lips together in irritation. Why do you speak so rudely? How old are you anyway? As for Ma Tran, he was still leisurely pouring tea. I appreciate your advice, but I will handle things in my own way. Zich Sun tried to persuade him. I do not know what she asked of you, but her true intention is certainly something else. Perhaps she is searching for someone important to her. There is a legend in the martial world. Any man who encounters the West Heaven Sword Saint will never escape her grasp. That is because of the ideal she pursues. I once met her myself when I was young. Back then, Lin Hoa was breathtakingly beautiful and full of life. I want to bear your child. A child created from our genes would be the most perfect being in the world. She was so beautiful, it was suffocating, so radiant that even though I was already engaged at the time, it was very difficult to reject her. Zich Sun's eyes lowered. Even now, sometimes I still regret having turned her down. I heard that more than 100 men have already fallen for her, and every one of them gave her their genes. So was no exception. When he appeared beside Lin Hoa, there was one thing he always kept in his heart. Afterward, she abandoned them all. Zich Sun's voice grew a little subdued. That's why she has another nickname, the Black Widow. Just like a Black Widow, she devours her mate after coupling. Mach Tran set his teacup down on the table. Then she must have a lot of children. Zich-sun could not imagine it either and could only guess. More than 100, perhaps. As many as the seeds she has collected. He widened his eyes in curiosity. Is that possible? How old is she? But Zich-sun only sighed. That's not it. She uses a seeding technique to create them in test tubes. She can even produce 100 at once. Mach Tran rested a hand on the armrest in weary disbelief. It seemed the world really had become strange. But why would she want so many children? Raising children isn't easy, right? Zich-sun lowered his head slightly. She is pursuing an absolute being, a perfect being. She wants to achieve the dream she herself could never accomplish. But she has never once created a copy that satisfied her. That was when that man caught her attention. Be careful. Getting close to her is very dangerous. Hearing this, Mach Tran suddenly stood up. What a shame. Zich-sun looked up in shock. What? Mach Tran slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. It would be better if she were my type. Sometimes I wish I had a child of my own too. What he had just heard struck down Zich-sun's little schemes like a fatal blow. Meanwhile, after So Rang returned, what showed most on her face was surprise. Robert wrapped So Rang in a tight hug and refused to let go. Captain, I knew you'd survive. I believed in you, Captain. He hugged her so hard that her cheeks were squashed out of shape. Hey, can you back off a little? You're making me uncomfortable. He only tightened his grip further. Uncomfortable? But we're teammates. I was really worried about you. Robert's hands clung like glue and did not want to let go. Captain, a moment later, So Rang walked over to Mach Tran. I heard you saved me. I just want to ask one thing. You're older than me, right? Of course. His silence was itself the answer to her curiosity. So Rang kept pressing him with questions. I knew it. Not denying it is basically admitting it, right? You're older than me. An old man? No. Maybe even old enough to be my grandfather. Got it. Don't eat this anymore. It's bad for your health. Fuan too. Bring him some healthy organic food instead of instant meals. Something soft. Mach Tran lowered his voice and snapped. Put that down if you don't want to die. An oppressive wave of power radiated from around him. The scene shifted to the commander of the heavenly demon cult, Ward 32, Trung Loi Trak. He lifted his eyes as if to make contact. What did you just say? Manhwa appeared on the large screen. I asked who he was. About 2,000 years ago, there was a man who voluntarily sealed himself inside an underground stone chamber in the Taishan star system on Earth. His name was Lime Mach Tran, and he is definitely connected to the heavenly demon cult. Loi Trak's gaze looked as though it was waiting for something. That's not what I asked. What did he say next? Lin Hoa answered without hesitation. He called himself the supreme heavenly demon. He was so shaken that his whole body went rigid. Inside the laboratory, the transfer tubes were operating non-stop. The energy source there illuminated the entire room. Cell simply stood in silence and waited. A machine voice rang out. 96, 97, 98, 99. Input data 100. After a long process, a bug had been formed. Day Trio carefully checked again. Both the input and output data are stable. Cell asked further, and what about the energy source? A second later, she had the answer. Maximum energy output is 80 cycles. If the subject exceeds the maximum limit, self-destruct mode will activate automatically. Only then was he finally able to relax. Perfect. Come here to your master. The bug wobbled in midair, then flew towards Cell's hand. He silently stared at the result of his work. Then legs suddenly sprouted from the bug, like those of a spider. The scene shifted to where a soldier was pouring a cup of hot tea. Sitting in his chair, Bonacto asked indifferently, "What is that?" The spider-shaped bug was brought before him. Cell had personally delivered it. "This is the product you requested, Project Friction Replacement." Bonacto looked skeptical. "Are you joking with me?" Project Friction Replacement is supposed to turn the bodies of living humans into enhanced combat cyborgs. They are meant to be indistinguishable even when mixed among ordinary people, while possessing the ability to use extraordinary martial arts based on powerful internal energy. But no matter how many times I look at it, that thing doesn't look human at all. Cell replied coldly, "It will look human to you soon enough." The moment he finished speaking, the bug leaped from his hand. It latched onto the soldier's face, then crawled into his nostril. The soldier clutched his face and screamed in terror. The next second, his face began to change. Thick veins bulged across his neck, and his eyes turned a frightening red. Bonacto watched everything with wide-eyed shock as the veins gradually spread across the soldier's entire face. Cell calmly reached for the teacup. This is a parasitic machine. It was specially designed to infiltrate the human body, paralyze the brain's nerves, and control the central nervous system. In other words, it turns those infected into living machines. It can also emit internal energy up to 80 cycles, turning the infected into martial arts masters with extremely powerful abilities. It is additionally equipped with data on the world's most effective and lethal martial techniques. In other words, Project Friction Replacement is a perfect killing machine. There was still disappointment in Bo Nakdo's eyes. But why does it look like that? By now, the soldier had transformed into something like a hideous beast. Setting down his teacup, Cell explained in detail. Because the genetic code differs from the test sample. In this case, the immune system resisted, causing the body to become deformed like this. The bug burst out of the soldier's body and landed on the table. The soldier immediately lost all sense of direction and collapsed. Bo Nakdo stared silently at the bug glowing red. Cell stepped forward and retrieved it. Please prepare for tomorrow's demonstration. The prototype is ready, and we need to show it to the investors so they stop complaining. Bo Nakdo slammed the table and shot to his feet in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? I've waited 10 years. You want me to tell the investors that their $500 million investment created a monster like this? Cell stroked the bug, and it shifted into a blue base form. That's because this hasn't met its true master yet. It will only function properly when it meets its true master. Go now. Go meet your true master. The bug launched from his hand toward Bo Nakdo. It shot past his bewildered face, then smashed through the glass and flew out into space. Everything happened so fast that he had no time to react. After saying that, Cell turned away. Please notify the investors that we will unveil the completed prototype tomorrow. The bug flew off toward the perfect Project Friction Replacement, then streaked past that place. A flash of light suddenly passed behind Mach Tran, and he immediately sensed it and turned his head. But in front of him, there was still only a motionless planet. Meanwhile, So Rang's group was busy at work. Fuan Tu spoke up with her report. We've reached the limit. If we go any farther, we'll violate the security perimeter. What are your next orders, Captain? But So Rang merely stayed silent and observed. Robert grew so anxious that he became irritable. Captain, this is the military robot processing zone controlled by the human government. If we make one wrong move, all of us will become wanted criminals of the human government. You know that, right? And if that happens, we won't even be able to eat in peace anymore. Yet So Rang remained strangely calm. What about the West Heaven Sword Saint? Fuan Tu watched the computer screen. We detected the signal from the West Heaven Sword Saint's ship 4,770 kilometers from here, on the far side of this moon. So Rang's voice carried a trace of irritation. Looks like she's in a completely safe area. Damn it. Prepare the landing pod. You all stay here. If things go wrong, pretend we don't know each other. Robert called out after her in worry. Captain. So Rang walked over to Mach Tran. We've arrived, but from here on, only the two of us will continue. His eyes never left the planet ahead. Why are you following me? Stay here too. I'll go alone. Her eyes flickered with urgency. I need to go with you, sir, because I need to pilot the landing pod, sir. Suddenly, Robert jumped in from nowhere to cut in. Can't you use autopilot? You can't even steer the ship properly. So Rang tilted her head slightly and answered honestly, that's not it. I have a debt to settle with that bastard too. He called to her helplessly in vain. Captain, Mach Tran's voice interrupted them. Stay here. Don't you have an even greater debt to settle? So Rang fell silent, unable to answer. After saying that, he left on his own. Consider that debt part of the past. If you keep clinging to the past, you'll never move forward. The more you focus on the past, the further you'll drift from the life you're living now. She could only stand there, silently watching his back. The scene shifted to Bo Nakdo. On the computer screen appeared a gigantic eye. He stood before it and spoke. According to the report, the prototype of Project Friction Replacement has been completed. He says they plan to introduce it at tomorrow's demonstration. It also seems there is a possibility of failure, according to headquarters assessment. Therefore, this headquarters will first conduct a thorough inspection of the completed product before holding the demonstration afterward. The eye on the screen suddenly spoke. Hold the demonstration tomorrow? A malicious glint flashed in Bo Nakdo's eyes. But if the demonstration fails, the eye grew larger and larger. Then this project has already failed. Because you used the Flower Mountain sect as test subjects, it failed from the very beginning. The secrecy of this project is the most important thing, yet you failed to keep it hidden. Even now, the committee is investigating this matter. We'll be in trouble if they discover we used the Flower Mountain sect as test subjects. We must resolve this quickly. Whether this project succeeds or fails, cover it up. The only question is how we cover it up. Remember this well, we will not tolerate any more problems. Bo-Nakdo fell silent in frustration and slumped into his chair in exhaustion. Damn it, I just got dragged into this by accident with that monster. Before he could recover, a red alert suddenly blared and snapped him awake. The announcement rang out loudly. An intruder has been detected inside the perimeter. The red light shone over his wrinkled face, making his expression look even more sinister. Outside, a mysterious box landed on the planet. A line of footprints pressed into the ground as someone stepped out. Wearing his familiar rubber sandals, Mok Tran advanced toward the base. He stood quietly and observed. At the same time, Lin Hoa also received the report. Just now, an emergency alert was triggered in the robot processing zone. She too fixed her gaze on that planet and waited. Elsewhere, the bug had attached itself to a flower pot, drawing the curiosity of the person there. Were you? It did not react at all, making it seem like a harmless bug. Why not move closer to get a better look? She peered at it with clear, sparkling eyes. I've never seen a bug like you before. Where did you come from? Suddenly it bent its legs and sprang upward. Cell stared wide-eyed at the screen before him. On the monitor, Mok Tran was leisurely walking along a sandy path. That man. He kept walking without a hint of caution. Bo-Nakdo held a cup of coffee in his hand and absent-mindedly watched Mok Tran's movements. A mechanical voice sounded. He is a naturally awakened genius. No internal engine has been installed, and no weapons have been detected. Judging by the fact that he is not registered in the database, he may be an unregistered drifter from a remote region. Bo-Nakdo calmly took a sip of coffee. A country beggar who wandered in here by chance. Unlucky fool. However, violating a military boundary is unacceptable. Eliminate him. The moment he finished speaking, the ground split open and a robot rose up from below. Holding an iron sword, it shot toward Mok Tran at full speed. Just then, the door to Bo-Nakdo's office was flung open. He is not someone you could deal with so easily. Bo-Nakdo was startled by Cell's unusually unrestrained behavior. Cell quickly stepped forward. Switch to emergency alert mode immediately. Deploy every defensive weapon we have. Bo-Nakdo set down his coffee cup, still looking calm. He's just a naturally awakened genius. Why make such a fuss? On the screen, the robot threw everything it had at Mok Tran. But when it was only 2 steps away from him, its entire metal structure disintegrated and turned to ash. A flicker of surprise flashed across Bo-Nakdo's eyes. Cell also froze for a moment. That protective wall. He immediately pressed the green button on the control panel. Analyze the Marshall technique he just used. If necessary, connect to the central government's main data center and investigate it. Bo-Nakdo could no longer sit still. Hey, what are you doing? I'm the one in charge here. Are you trying to defy my authority? Cell warned coldly. That doesn't matter right now. If this project fails, you won't be safe either. After saying that, he stormed out in anger. Stop him at all costs. If you want to cling to your petty, undeserved authority, then at least do your job as a gatekeeper properly. Bo-Nakdo ground his teeth, cursing inwardly. Arrogant bastard. At that moment, the system continued its report. The intruder has reached the second defense line. Laser cannons and the Guardian Robot Battalion are awaiting deployment. Bo-Nakdo calculated in silence, then gave the order. No, activate Tathagata Buddha. We'll wipe him out in one strike. On Cell's side, he spoke sharply into the communicator. Bring her here quickly. We need to accelerate the project outside the base. Day Trio stood waiting under orders. A breeze swept across the open fields, and the green grass rippled in waves. Not long after, a figure appeared in the distance. Even before she came close, Day Trio could tell this was the person she had been waiting for. Day Trio reported back to Cell. She's here. I'll bring her in. That person was none other than Wanat. Back on Mok Tran's side, a small whirlwind began to form. It gradually drew in the dusty air around it and kept swelling larger. Mok Tran stood still, watching it. Before long, the whirlwind had turned into a gigantic vortex. Mok Tran frowned faintly, a trace of confusion rising within him. But then he still continued forward. Nothing surprises me anymore. As the dust and wind gradually cleared, a giant statue appeared. Mok Tran raised his head to look up. So what are you? But the statue said nothing and immediately slammed its Buddha palm down where he stood. Mok Tran's eyes widened at the sudden attack. The giant hand crashed straight into the ground, sealing off every escape route. The whirlwind once again enveloped the Tathagata Buddha statue, sweeping sand and dust roaring into the air. The aftermath of the collision rippled through space with such force that it could be clearly seen even from outside the atmosphere. In the control room, Bo Nakto stared fixedly at the screen, frowning slightly as he thought of Cell. What the hell? He made a huge fuss over something this trivial? Recover the body and identify him. At that exact moment, the system suddenly issued a report that made Bone Nakto freeze. Biometric signal detected. Normal signal detected. He found it utterly absurd. What kind of nonsense is this? How can someone crushed by the divine hand of Tathagata Buddha still be alive, and on top of that, with normal vital signs? Wasn't he injured at all? At the spot where Lai Mok Tran had been crushed down moments earlier, everything remained still, as if nothing had ever happened. But a second later, a surge of golden true chi exploded violently, tearing through the heavy, murky air and shooting straight into the sky like a spear. Only then did Bo Nakto realize he had made a mistake. He had never imagined Lai Mok Tran could break free so easily. Now Lai Mok Tran stood proudly atop the howling vortex. Losing patience, Bo Nakto barked, "Kill him." At once, in response to that order, a blazing red stream of true chi clung to the pillar of wind and shot upward, piercing the sky with dense, killing intent. Lai Mok Tran looked at the surging red chi with ridicule. The Buddha's true energy is born through emptiness. How could something like that ever be filled with such filthy violence? From the center of the red current, a gigantic Buddha hand gradually took shape. Lai Mok Tran had already condensed power in his palm. This was nothing but a fake using the image of the Buddha. The giant hand reached for him, carrying the intent to swallow him whole. Lai Mok Tran struck, blasting a huge hole straight through the Buddha's palm. His figure stepped on the wind and flashed through the void, then shot forward like a moth in a flame. His target was the exact center of the statue's forehead. Without hesitating, he pierced straight through it. In the office, Bo Nakto froze at the sight unfolding before him. He could not believe what he had just witnessed. The ultimate weapon he had once taken such pride in had been destroyed in only 2 brief moves. Lai Mok Tran turned to look at the giant statue, slowly dissipating. Fake or not, I just punched a hole through the Buddha's head, so there's no way I'll ever reach Nirvana now. Still, I didn't think this level of commotion would be enough for her to infiltrate. But his tribulation was not over yet, as thousands of robots came charging straight at him. Cell watched every development intently on the control panel. The mechanical voice rang out again. Martial technique identified. It is the advanced sword art of Su Jia Heart Devil from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Cell went rigid when he heard that name. The Heavenly Demon Sect? Connect me to Commander Bo Nakto immediately. But only meaningless static answered him. Cell roared angrily. Why is there no signal? This is an emergency channel. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. It's useless. You won't be able to contact him for a while. A chill ran down Cell's spine. That voice, a woman in a red cloak, had appeared silently behind him. It was Kim Lin Hoa. Cell stared at her in shock. Lin Hoa, you? Lin Hoa answered in a cold voice. You dare say my name so easily. It seems we once had quite a deep relationship, didn't we? A flicker of disappointment crossed Cell's eyes. You don't remember me? But the only thing that answered him was silence. Cell hurriedly tried to explain. Maybe it's because my appearance changed. I lost half my face in an experimental accident, and since then my height and build have changed as well. 25 years ago. That night, you came to my laboratory in the Galaxy Fortress, didn't you? Those words stirred a vague fragment of memory inside Lin Hoa. Yes, she really had appeared there that year. Back then, Cell had still been stunned by her sudden arrival. He had looked at the woman in front of him. Who are you? Her voice had answered evenly. You're even more handsome than the rumors say. A scientist with the greatest talent in history, and handsome too. Today, my luck is beyond belief. I want to bear your child. A child born from the combination of our genes would be the most perfect being in this world. Give me your sperm. Returning to the present, Cell was still shaken. He looked at Lin Hoa, burdened by emotions he could hardly name, but she merely gazed back at him in silence. Cell cried out in pain. Say something. Do you really not remember me? Lin Hoa summoned her weapon. I don't keep memories of failures. Cell faltered for a moment. Failure? Lin Hoa did not deny it. But you forced that memory back and made everything unpleasant. The air in the room gradually turned heavy. By then, the Tathagata Buddha statue had completely turned to ash. In the office, Bernardo stood frozen, his mind blank. Urgent warnings flooded the display. 73% of the encirclement has been destroyed. Defense impossible. Requesting support from headquarters. Bernardo had still not recovered his senses. What the hell? At that exact moment, a terrifying force slammed in from outside. Bernardo had no time to react to the shockwave. Lai Ma Tran walked calmly inside. Bernardo narrowed his eyes warily. Who the hell are you? Lai Ma Tran did not even bother turning around. Le Motstran. It was clearly written in the report already. If you have any problem, come to me. And one more thing, where's that half-baked monster? Elsewhere, Cell asked Lin Hoa in a daze. Failure? What did you say? To you, was I just such a failure that I wasn't even worth remembering? You're wrong. I am not a failure. I finally created it. I know what you wanted, the mad desire to become an absolutely perfect being. Even if you could not become that yourself, you still clung to that obsession and wanted to create such a thing at any cost. I am not the failure. You are. Leaving me was your failure. But I completed it. I threw away my whole life. I even put my heart and soul into it in the end. And yet, you don't even remember me. His eyes widened in shock. At some point, Lin Hoa's sword had already pierced through his body. He looked at the wound, unable to believe that she had really struck. Only then did Lin Hoa speak. I remember you, but the more I remember, the more irritated I feel. You talked too much back then, too. A moment later, the base door slowly opened. Lai Ma Tran had found this place. He looked inside. Cell was slumped in a corner, writhing. Sauce-red blood kept pouring from his wound, making his breathing heavier by the second. Lai Ma Tran observed him for a long while. Everything was clear. She really had stabbed straight through his heart without the slightest hesitation. No matter how meaningless the bond had been, she truly showed no mercy at all. Cell weakly protested. Don't talk nonsense. She just doesn't know my worth. Soon she will understand. She will see it, and she will remember me forever as someone of value. Lai Ma Tran advised him softly, forget everything. Whatever it was, you're already dead. Forgetting is death's greatest gift. Accept it. That way, your road into death will be lighter. But Cell remained stubborn. You're wrong. I won't die. The work of my life will represent me and prove my worth forever. At that moment, Lai Ma Tran's gaze suddenly shifted toward the door. Day Trio Akamon had brought Wanat. She walked ahead, while Wanat followed with her head lowered. Even though her hat and hair hid half her face, Lai Ma Tran still felt a strangely familiar presence. That child. As Wanat drew closer and her face gradually became visible, Lai Ma Tran rushed forward in agitation. Kid, why did you suddenly? A tremendous force burst forth. Light flared up and engulfed the entire space. That blinding energy spread over Cell's body. But Day Trio, standing nearby, was not affected in the slightest. Warnings blared continuously in Bernardo's office. Danger, danger, danger. 91% of the defensive wall lost. 86% of the energy engines lost. Repair impossible. He still did not understand what was happening. What the hell is going on? The system voice sounded over and over. Escape craft ready. Please proceed with evacuation. Bernardo shouted furiously. What are you talking about? Why should I run? I never gave such an order. Are you telling me to become an idiot who can't even protect a pile of scrap? Fix it, no matter what. Right then, Athena's indifferent voice rang out. I was the one who ordered the escape craft prepared, Director Bernardo. Bernardo flinched. That voice. Athena stood on the battleship, silently watching the crumbling planet. A small favor for the past. If you want a glorious end worthy of a soldier, then you may stay. That would be a fine ending, too. As soon as she finished speaking, the gigantic warship immediately shifted elsewhere, and then appeared directly in front of the On's group spacecraft. She, Robert, and Thuan too stared wide-eyed at the battleship before them. Beyond stammered, what the hell is that? When did it appear? Thuan 2 answered softly, a second ago. It just warped here. After hearing that, Beyond was even more stunned. Warped? That gigantic thing? Robert, meanwhile, noticed something else. That's not the issue. Captain, look at that emblem. A strange symbol was painted on the underside of the battleship. It looked like interwoven circular waves, surrounded by scattered black dots. Beyond recognized it immediately. The human government. Back at Cell's base, Lai Ma Tran narrowly dodged Wanat's strike. He stared at her in confusion. Wanat's entire body seemed wrapped in an inextinguishable flame. Lai Ma Tran could not hide his shock. What the hell is this? Cell's weak voice came from behind him. Do you see now? That's me. Lai Ma Tran glared at him. What the hell did you do? Cell forced out each word with difficulty. I created it. That is another body of mine, my true worth. That level of power is only the beginning. That child is an empty vessel. It can contain anything, and it absorbs everything until it reaches the peak of power. Standing beside him, the trio spoke up. Count, stay here. You need treatment before anything else. But Cell shook his head. I'm finished. You know that too, don't you? Because you are another part of me. Day Trio called softly, Count. Cell did not answer. He thrust his own hand straight into his chest. Now, I grant you free will. Live as I want you to live. The act was so sudden that day, Trio panicked. Count! Cell pulled out a small emerald-colored heart. He was growing more and more faint. I will give you that child as well. Enjoy that power. Go to the very end. Go before the world and live with that power. No one will dare look you in the eye. Enjoy it. As Cell breathed his last, the emerald heart slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Day Trio stood motionless. Her usually soulless eyes now carried a trace of sadness. That emerald heart continued to beat. As Day Trio bent down to pick it up, Lime Moktran stopped her. I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop right there. One madman's life like that is already more than enough. Whatever story lies behind it, leave it alone and return that child to her original state. This is a warning. I won't say it a second time. Day Trio disagreed. That was not a mad life. He only lived desperately and fiercely. And don't worry, my life is over too. Since he gave me free will, I will live as I choose. The life I have always wanted most. She looked toward where Wanat was standing, then walked over to her. Zai Jiao Mzat Huanyat. Now, I will give you freedom as well. I give you only one command. If you ever meet me again, hold me tightly like this, just as I'm holding you now. On another spaceship, Kim Lin Hoa urged sharply, leave now. Get out of there immediately. Back at Cell's base, Day Trio gradually dissolved into tiny particles of light. And in the end, she too left this world after him. Wanat stared at the drifting ashes before her eyes. Then her body went limp and she collapsed onto the cold ground. Lime Moktran stood beside her, never taking his eyes off her. The entire place sank into silence. The system in Bernardo's office announced, a Levain-class battleship has been detected near the boundary between the atmosphere and lunar orbit. It belongs to the Inspection Bureau of the human government. Bernardo froze for a moment. The Inspection Bureau. And it's a Levain-class battleship. Then could it be Orbital Bombardment? Robert's group was still overwhelmed by the enormous battleship. Robert cried out in panic, this is a disaster. This is insane. A ship on that scale has to belong to the regular military. We're done for. Dion noticed something odd. But why isn't it moving? Maybe they haven't seen us. Could be. Like an elephant unable to see the mouse beneath its feet. We're too small to draw attention. Elephants have good eyesight. They've already seen us. Right then, Athena abruptly teleported and appeared directly inside the On spacecraft. She said nothing at first, only silently observing them. Robert and the On felt the new presence and turned around in confusion. Athena remained quiet a moment longer before finally speaking. Hey, you're the On, right? The last descendant of the Tang family of Sichuan. The On was startled that Athena knew who she was. Athena quickly continued, don't worry. I'll pretend I didn't see you. I even deleted it from the report I received on the way here. The Tang family of Sichuan incident falls under the authority of the Martial Exchange Department. Officials usually hate taking over another department's work, and I'm just that sort of ordinary official. So let's pretend we've never met. Urgent report to the committee on the results of the moon investigation of Dino 904. Due to an unidentified error, the quantum energy plant has overheated, leading to the paralysis of the control center and a large-scale robot riot. Recovery or control is assessed to be impossible, requesting a change of plan to success. Based on on-site assessment, implementation of Plan 6 Arts is recommended. Leon looked curiously at Thuan Tuesday. What's going on? Is there chaos down below? Have all the robots gone berserk? Thuan Tu shook her head. No, everything is fine. All the robots have been captured. Dion grew even more confused. Then why? A mechanical voice echoed through the cabin. Under Plan 6 Arts, we authorize the use of localized orbital bombardment under emergency regulations. All further operations are entrusted to the field commander under protocol. Robert went pale the moment he heard those 4 words, orbital bombardment. Athena answered the other end, thank you. A relieved smile appeared on her face. Fortunately, it was handled without complications. You heard that, right? Then, fire. The instant the order was given, a small explosive unit was launched from the battleship. It flew through space and shot straight toward the chaotic celestial surface below. In the blink of an eye, the explosive unit slammed hard into the ground. The drill at its front immediately activated and bit into the hard rock layer. It spun continuously, opening a borehole, then followed it downward, drilling deep into the interior. Athena seemed satisfied. Smooth operation. The report only needs 3 lines. You know, officials really hate writing long reports. What are you all doing? Hurry up and run. With this tiny ship, you'll probably need to move about half a light year within 5 minutes to be safe. Let's not meet again. I really hate troublesome things. After saying that, she teleported once more and vanished from the On's cabin. Dion still had not recovered. What was that girl talking about? Meanwhile, Robert had already realized how serious the situation was. She's about to start orbital bombardment. She's completely insane. Dion tilted her head and asked, "Orbital bombardment? What's that?" Robert hurriedly explained, "It's a kind of weapon that can destroy a moon or even an entire planet. I'd heard rumors, but I never believed it really existed." Dion was horrified after hearing that. How is that possible? How can a planet be destroyed? Fuan 2 opened the control panel. It is possible. What they just fired is drilling straight toward the moon's core. If it explodes there, the entire moon will disappear. 3 minutes left. We need to get out of here. That comm escape warning made both Theon and Robert freeze. It took Robert a moment to react. "Captain," but Theon still stood motionless, her eyes fixed on the gigantic battleship outside. On the battleship, the machine's cold voice rang out, "We have reached the core. Activated." Athena narrowed her eyes, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. Then the cold command was given. "Detonate." All preparations were complete. The detonator lay deep underground, waiting for the moment to unleash its power. Then, like a wave of destruction sweeping across everything, the skyscrapers began collapsing one after another. The ground split open, the strata below were violently torn up, and not a single structure escaped being crushed to pieces. Situation update complete. Estimated time until total detonation, 2 minutes 7 seconds. Athena admired the scene before her as she prepared for the shockwave. The system acknowledged the order and activated the protective shield at 100. But she did not want this extermination to be too dull. Lower it to 80. That should make things more interesting, shouldn't it? Giant cracks continued spreading across the planet's surface. At that moment, a strange spacecraft shot past the battleship. Athena casted an irritated glance. Quite a dramatic escape. I know he's sharp, but why aren't they running? If they stay to watch, they'll be crushed. Only now did Fuan 2's team start their engine. Athena watched the ship with curiosity. Instead of leaving, it charged straight toward the planet on the verge of exploding, which was not hard to understand considering the On was at the controls. Robert was almost in tears. "Captain, we're all going to die at this rate. We can't save him." Theon calmly reassured him. "Vavun to 80. My lifeline is very long. I'll live to at least 80, and my fate line is extremely long too." Fuan 2 remained inexplicably optimistic. "I don't even have palm lines. According to the system, I'll stay healthy without any issues until I'm 5,000 years old. Still, this is seriously wrong." The ship weaved through chunks of rock, drifting in space. The scene looked like a high-speed obstacle dodging game. Fuan 2 checked the console. The core has started exploding. Atmospheric temperature is rising rapidly. Current temperature, 300 degrees. Robert screamed miserably. "Captain, we're out of hope. We're roasted meat now." Fuan 2 kept scanning. Survivors detected. But the atmospheric temperature had already reached 700 degrees. This is... In the middle of the chaos, Lai Mok Tran held Wan Not in his arms, surrounded by a faint protective field. Lai Mok Tran's flesh had split open under the terrifying heat, yet he showed no reaction at all. Lai Mok Tran looked around. How strange. The heat and chaos were like the abyss of hell. Am I finally nearing death? Illusions of demons from the underworld appeared before his eyes. Lai Mok Tran murmured absent-mindedly, "What a pity. If you had come yesterday, I would have gladly walked into your jaws. But not today. I promise to protect this child. So retreat. In return, I swear to you, once this child is safe, I will come find you myself." Dion's ship had drawn close to Lai Mok Tran. She impatiently shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Get on the ship now." Lai Mok Tran remained motionless. Athena received a report from the system. Environmental temperature has reached 1,500 degrees. Detonation in 10 seconds. A weak wave signal has been detected inside the base. She half closed her eyes and said evenly, "It's useless." Once the core fully detonates, the environmental temperature will rise above 6,000 degrees. Not even a god could survive. That's great then. I won't have to write a report. Meanwhile, the On ship was struggling desperately against the harsh conditions. Lai Mok Tran and Wan Not were already inside the ship. Theon turned anxiously to Thuan Tuesday. "What are you doing?" "Open the pressure hatch." Lai Mok Tran's body had begun to catch fire. Warning from his system, I shield at 93. The situation had already gone beyond Thuan 2's control. I can't open it. The temperature outside has exceeded 2,000 degrees. If we open the inner door now, even the remaining shield will shatter. After that, all of us will turn to ashes. The countdown on the battleship had only a moment left. We're going to die anyway. The system's voice rang out steadily. Detonation in 1 second. That planet was now nothing less than a ticking bomb. There was no saving it. Beyond stared blankly outside. Robert had gone completely silent. Before their eyes remained only a blinding region of light. The galaxy looked strangely calm in the face of the apocalypse of one planet within it. Inside the ship, Lai Mok Tran sat with his head lowered, holding one knot tightly in his arms. A familiar figure appeared before him. Lai Mok Tran raised his head. Duong Tang was standing there. Seeing someone from long ago again, Lai Mok Tran spoke first. It has been a very long time. I never thought I would meet you again. Duong Tang replied softly, we were destined to meet again, even if it took 2,000 years. Amid the space of the apocalypse, silence unexpectedly settled over everything. Memory pulled Lai Mok Tran back into the past, to a still and shadowy forest inside a dark cave. Beneath the flickering yellow candlelight, Duong Tang said to Lai Mok Tran, go ahead, ask your question. Lai Mok Tran stared at the small flame. Only after a long time did he speak. Why are you so certain I have a question for you? Duong Tang gently closed his eyes. Otherwise, you would not have come to find me here, at the edge of the world of the living. The sound of trickling water seemed amplified in the stillness. For a moment, Lai Mok Tran did not know what to say. Duong Tang had to continue for him. You look very tired. You have walked over countless corpses, and now even your knees and legs can feel the cold. Only then did Lai Mok Tran grow curious. Do you know me? Duong Tang shook his head. I do not. Even so, there are still some things one could see. A faint light shone in his eyes, as if he could see through all things. In Duong Tang's eyes, the Lai Mok Tran of the beginning was only a pure child. He saw him standing before two choices, a sweet apple or blades and swords. Before you learned how to walk, the world had never clearly separated good from evil. Duong Tang understood that a pure child would choose something sweet like an apple. Yet that sweetness was also fragile and easily broken. Or rather, the demons wearing human skin had granted themselves the right to steal that apple away. That darkness overshadowed all of Lai Mok Tran's childhood. The shadows of demons clung to him for his entire life. Once the apple was lost, Duong Tang knew Lai Mok Tran could only rely on a dagger. And that was exactly what those ghouls and hungry ghosts had been waiting for. Duong Tang looked through his fate. Your right to choose life was taken from you. Lai Mok Tran grew up with blades for company, and together with those companions, he slaughtered his way across all directions, becoming a man above countless others. Duong Tang also saw that beneath Lai Mok Tran's merciless blade, there were still those who refused to bow. One was small in stature, but the hands gripping the sword were unwavering. One was covered in wounds, yet the eyes still brimmed with hope for victory. A complicated look flickered in Lai Mok Tran's eyes, uncertain whether he was mocking that stubborn person or pitying a predetermined fate. And Duong Tang knew even more clearly that in the end, Lai Mok Tran had still struck them down. Even so, you still could not feel your hunger. Duong Tang's eyes darkened, as if he had walked through an entire lifetime alongside Lai Mok Tran. He only said quietly, you have lost your reason for existing. Lai Mok Tran avoided that gaze and answered with something unrelated. I am strong. Duong Tang did not expose him. I know, in terms of power, there is no higher peak left for you to reach. Lai Mok Tran still kept his head lowered. Even now, I could kill hundreds of thousands more who dare to raise their heads against me. Duong Tang looked at him. I know, no matter how much you kill, your hunger will only grow. It was never the right nourishment for someone like you. Lai Mok Tran stayed silent for a long time. Duong Tang's voice echoed faintly through the cave. Then let me answer your question. Even if you wish to end this meaningless life, in this era, there is no one who can end it for you. Only you yourself can bring about that ending. Lai Mok Tran cut him off. If you mean I should accept death, then your answer is wrong. My life does not belong to me alone. If my life is not mine, then how can my death belong to me? Duong Tang fell silent, understanding that his own strength was limited and that he had not yet been able to save the person before him. Lai Mok Tran pushed himself up from one knee. It seems there is no answer. Let me take you to your resting place. At that moment, Duong Tang made a proposal. Since you can choose neither life nor death, I will send you to a place that is neither life nor death. It may be a sleep from which you will never awaken. But if fate permits, and if you truly wake again, perhaps a new choice in life will appear. The flame flared up, engulfing Lim Mok Tran in Duong Tang's memory. And, in the present, that same fire was still blazing around him. Duong Tang observed Lim Mok Tran's appearance. Your looks are no different from 2,000 years ago, but the gloomy darkness on your back has brightened, and there is life in your eyes. Have you found a new choice in life? Lim Mok Tran shook his head. No, on the contrary, it disappeared. The heavenly demon cult has broken free from the chains of darkness and now lives under the sunlight. Even the only purpose of my existence has vanished. My life has absolutely no meaning left. Duong Tang asked gently, then why are you still alive? At that moment, warnings kept appearing one after another. The temperature had exceeded 4,000 degrees. The defensive shield was melting. Dongji, shield loss, 98. It would not last even a minute. Duong Tang's voice was like it had been back then, echoing like waves crashing against stone. Is this not a perfect opportunity? If you embrace this heat, something that can melt even metal, then you will turn to ash and disappear. You will vanish into the perfect state of nothingness. So why are you clinging to life so desperately? Duong Tang looked at Lim Mok Tran with curiosity. Why are you holding on so stubbornly? The flames around his body grew fiercer and fiercer. Because of a promise. I promised to protect this child. But to Duong Tang, that was no more than a drop in the ocean. It is useless. Death wipes everything away, even promises. Have you never experienced the universe? When facing the universe, do you not realize that you are smaller than dust? What meaning can a promise have to something like dust? Besides, the child you are desperately trying to protect, you do not even truly know the little girl's name. So give up. No matter how hard you try, you cannot protect her. You know that, don't you? By now, Lim Mok Tran seemed swallowed by the flames. I know that we are all going to die eventually, but don't you think I should still try? At least until the very end? Even if I burn away completely, until nothing is left, not even a speck of dust, shouldn't I still try? What does it matter whether I live or die? If death makes life meaningless, then that is only proof that life was lived the wrong way. I understand now. Death never truly ends life. So long as that life leaves behind meaningful memories, no matter how small and trivial it may be, even smaller than dust. A look of astonishment flashed across Duong Tang's face. The boundary between life and death. He bowed in salute. The kingdom of eternity has been touched. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light burst out behind him. The hatch of the spacecraft radiated a strange golden glow. The pressure of outer space was instantly shaken, and the golden radiance spread in every direction like an explosion. So bright it could be clearly seen even from Athena's battleship. She seemed to stop breathing for a moment. That light was powerful enough to sweep away the entire planet, tearing open layers of cloudless sky one after another like a path to heaven. The source of that power was Lim Mok Tran, who was inside the ship. Athena could not determine what had just happened. What is that? The golden energy began to twist violently, gradually weakening. In only a brief moment, it stopped erupting, then went completely dark. Space was quiet for a single breath, but right after that, the power surged again with even greater force, becoming a massive thrust that sent the spacecraft shooting far away. Athena was left utterly speechless. Even Eon could not believe her own eyes. She looked through the ship's window, where Lim Mok Tran was wrapped in that strange light from before. His hair had turned silver white. It seemed Lim Mok Tran had stepped into an entirely different realm. He looked down at Wan Not, still sleeping in his arms, then slowly turned his gaze toward the endless galaxy beyond. Everything gradually returned to its former stillness, as if no destruction had ever existed. The hull of the On ship was almost completely scraped apart. Thuan Tu quickly checked the condition. Shields completely lost. 63% of the outer hull destroyed. The right engine cannot function and cannot self-repair. All other electronic equipment has also been destroyed. Captain, the repair cost will be enormous. We do not have any money, do we? After hearing that, the On could only stay silent. Robert stated the harsh truth. We don't. Right then, Athena suddenly appeared. She angrily demanded, "You people, what exactly did you do?" Theon shrugged. "How should I know?" Athena sensed an aura behind her and turned around. Lim Mok Tran was wolfing down a plate piled high with sausages. He ate like someone who had never eaten before. Athena narrowed her eyes as she assessed Lim Mok Tran. "Then who exactly are you?" "System analysis. Not registered in the database. Identity cannot be verified. Internal energy not installed." Athena slammed the table in anger. Was it you? Who are you? What did you do? But at that exact moment, she abruptly froze. Athena's body suddenly seemed controlled by an invisible command. Lai Mok Tran had stopped eating. He threw her a complicated look. Athena's mind tightened as if being stretched. That gaze. Lai Mok Tran did not look away from her. Who are you? Athena confessed without even being pressed. I am Athena, 24 years old. My position is Administrative Officer of the Human Government Inspection Bureau. But in truth, I am a secret agent of the Special Security Planning Office. Why am I telling him all this? I'm single. I've dated 4 people, broke up with 3, got dumped once, never kissed. I don't like physical contact, but actually I really do. At night in my room, I cut off all communications and secretly, Lai Mok Tran lowered his eyes to the dining table in front of him. Did you cause the explosion? Athena obediently confessed again. I carried out the orbital bombardment order, but I only followed the orders I received beforehand. The directive was to cover up the zombie project before any trouble could happen. Stop it, please. Why am I leaking classified information? Calm down. The reason is that even within the human government, the factions keep one another in check. They feared that if this incident became an excuse and escalated into a civil war between factions, it could shake the human government itself. Lai Mok Tran's voice was soft as a breath. I do not care. I do not even want to hear it. In any case, because of this explosion, the children were hurt. So take responsibility and restore everything to the way it was before. Can you do that? Athena answered almost instinctively, yes. Immediately afterward, a team of repair robots was dispatched to the spacecraft. They worked with astonishing speed and precision. In the ship's lab, Thuan 2 examined why not. No physical injuries. Her brain waves and neural network appear normal. It seems to be simple unconsciousness. She should wake up soon. Lai Mok Tran finally relaxed a little inside. What a relief. Only then did Athena come back to her senses. That man from earlier. Who exactly is he? Why is he here? Even Eon was helpless. Just ask him directly. I do not really know either. Also, you're some kind of classified agent from the Special Safety Bureau? I've never heard of a position like that, but it sounds incredibly impressive. Quite an achievement at such a young age. By the way, how can you dislike physical contact and still like it? What kind of nonsense is that? Oh, and that thing you mentioned earlier. That thing you secretly do at night after cutting communications. Is it that? Athena immediately frowned. Shut up. Listen carefully. If even one word of what I said today gets out, then... Eon looked at her indifferently. Then what? Athena shouted loudly. Then I will completely... Before her threat was even finished, her body suddenly went rigid. At some point, Lai Mok Tran had appeared right behind her back. Athena's eyes gradually turned blank. After she left, Lai Mok Tran and Eon remained behind, observing the situation outside. The two of them looked up toward Athena's battleship. From aboard it, Athena was also watching them. She simply could not understand what had just happened. What the hell just happened? That man, what is he? At that moment, Robert's voice rang out inside the ship. Everything is intact. Even the internal components have been replaced with the latest models. Everything has returned to normal. Beyond turned to Lai Mok Tran. It seemed not everything had returned to normal after all, though his gaze was still fixed on Athena in the distance. Beyond looked at Lai Mok Tran's current appearance. Do you like it, that look? Only then did Lai Mok Tran finally speak. What do you think? Beyond weighed her words carefully. I really don't like it. You look like some half-baked thug trying too hard to seem cool. Lai Mok Tran answered frankly, I don't like it either. A while later, an in-home hair salon was set up right inside the ship. Beyond took charge of cutting his hair, Robert handled the dye, and Thuan 2 held up a mirror for Lai Mok Tran, though he barely looked at it. On another spherical battleship, Loitrak stood motionless before a screen. He glared and asked again, what? Did you just say? Kim Manhwa Zipit Hosai. Asked who he was. About 2,000 years ago, there was someone who voluntarily sealed himself inside a stone chamber beneath the Tai Sun star system on Earth. His name was Lai Mok Tran, and he is definitely connected to the heavenly demon cult. Loitrak was stunned. That's not what I asked. What was the sentence you said after that? Kim Lin Hoa answered clearly. He called himself the Supreme Heavenly Demon. Loitrak fell silent for a moment, as if weighing something extremely serious. He raised a hand and pressed a button on the control panel. This is District 32 General Commander Loitrak. I request permission to share information with headquarters. The screen shifted into static. Permission granted. State the information you wish to verify. Loitrak made his request. Please confirm whether there was ever a member of our sect who voluntarily sealed himself inside a stone chamber beneath the Tai Sun star system on Earth about 2,000 years ago. The system began processing the source data, then read out the result to him. Age unknown. Name, Lai Mok Tran. Loitrak's voice dropped. He claims to be the supreme, heavenly demon. Every alarm in the room instantly turned red. The violent reaction far exceeded expectations, giving Loitrak a bad feeling. On another planet, a world called Manhwa planet, where two moons hung in the sky at once, on the upper floor of a grand residence, Zich's son said in shame, "I feel deeply ashamed. I didn't even realize my daughter had gone through something so horrible." But Lai Mok-tran cared only about Wanat. "Is the child all right?" Zich's son lifted his head to look at the moon. "I conducted a thorough examination to be certain, and fortunately, there are no injuries. The luckiest thing is that she doesn't even remember what happened." Inside the room, Wanat was carefully pouring cup after cup of tea. Right now, she was in the kitchen brewing peach blossom tea, a specialty of Mount Hoa. She always made tea herself when serving honored guests. The moment Wanat touched a cherry blossom petal, it dissolved into the wind. She stared blankly at the strange sight. Wanat lifted the bowl of cherry blossoms. "What is this?" Right after that, one petal after another crumbled and melted into the air. They swirled around Wanat, weaving a scene so beautiful it felt unreal. Her eyes widened as she watched the petals dancing before her. Outside, Zich's son expressed his gratitude to Lai Mok-tran. "Mount Hoa will pretend to know nothing of this matter. The favor of my benefactor is something I must cherish and keep in my heart forever. However, I will keep this shame along with it, and I will look upon it every day." Lai Mok-tran corrected that view. "That is not shame. Bowing your head for your child's safety is not shame, but a parent's responsibility. Besides, for the father of nearly 10,000 children, shame is a luxury." Zich's son glanced at Lai Mok-tran. He seemed different. I already sensed that he was a great man, but does he truly possess such overwhelming presence? The feeling is nearly unbearable. Lai Mok-tran turned to leave. "At dawn, we will depart. Forget us." Zich's son watched his retreating back. It was still the familiar back from years ago. He quietly lowered his head in thanks and remained standing there for a long time. In her room, Dion stared at herself in the mirror. She had sat there like that for hours, then reached up to touch the green jade bracelet on her upper arm. The door suddenly opened. Lai Mok-tran had returned from Zich's son's place. He spoke as if asking permission. "May I come in?" Dion let out a helpless sigh. "Isn't that something you should ask before opening the door?" Lai Mok-tran felt around the door. It opened by itself. How was I supposed to close it? Dion looked at his foolish manner. "I'll go outside." A short while later, the two of them had climbed onto the roof of the spacecraft. Dion sipped the drink in her hand. "By the way, why did you come to my room?" Lai Mok-tran looked up at the star-filled sky. "What happened to the Tang clan of Sichuan?" Dion nearly choked on her drink when she heard that name. She answered slowly, "They simply collapsed. They were completely wiped out. Everyone died except me." But that's a rather heavy question, so I'll answer it like this instead. Lai Mok-tran stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, "Are you seeking revenge?" That would be a meaningless effort. However, if you want, I can help you. Dion crossed her arms. Isn't that contradictory? Why would you help with something so meaningless? Lai Mok-tran gave an answer that caught her off guard. "Because your life has value." Then the conversation sank back into silence. The spacecraft continued, gliding smoothly across the skies of Mount Hoa planet. After a brief pause, Lai Mok-tran spoke again. "You need to succeed in taking revenge in order to begin a new life, right?" Dion found that idea a little laughable. "It sounds nice, but it's hard to accept. I know you're strong, but I don't think we're close enough to share a grudge like that. I'll handle my own affairs." A breeze lightly brushed Lai Mok-tran's hair. "To me, we are very close. In this new world where I have been reborn, you're the only people I know. If that is not enough, I will even drag our ties from the past into this. Though it may no longer hold value, I owe the Tang family. In the past, the only name I wish to keep in my memory was Tang Chun-hu. Much as I hated to admit it, he was the only one who stubbornly insisted on calling me a friend. He was the young master of the Tang clan in Sichuan. I owe him my life." Dion took a sip of water. "From 2,000 years ago, then he was probably my founding ancestor, wasn't he? That would make it more than 100 generations back. That's too huge a debt for me to inherit, so forget it. Its value vanished long ago." Lai Mok-tran cast his gaze down over the bustling city. Revenge does not choose its blade. Revenge will use any means to reach its goal, even if that blade pierces its own heart. If I cannot stop you from doing something foolish, then at the very least, I will become that blade for you. Those words shook Dion for a moment. Then Lai Mok-tran stood up. "Think it over carefully." Just as he was about to go back inside the ship, Dion called out after him, "I need your help with something." Lai Mok-tran turned back curiously to look at her. Dion made her request bluntly. "Help me make some money." Somewhere in the vast universe, the Andromeda Galaxy was still as beautiful as ever, and their next destination was planet Tortuga. In the middle of a district packed with houses built shoulder to shoulder, Leon introduced the place. This is the Nomads Market. They sell martial arts, people, and the strangest things imaginable. Seeing no one around, Lai Mok Tran grew curious. But why is it so deserted? Dion also glanced around. That's just their nature. The nomads on this planet rarely operate during the day because they might accidentally look someone in the eye. Lai Mok Tran found that odd. And what happens if they do? Dion patiently explained, naturally, it leads to conflict. Once eyes meet, they will never look away. Showing weakness here means you won't survive. So they only go out at night when they can pretend not to see each other, even if their eyes meet. Lai Mok Tran still did not quite understand. Then why do we come here during the day? Dion rubbed her hands against the cold snow. Because we need to meet someone who can function under sunlight. Right then, a group suddenly landed behind them. They're here. There was no need to guess. Sahi had arrived. Sahi ground out each word. Duong Leon, I never thought it would be you. You came here on your own? So you've finally grown tired of living? Dion casually waved in greeting. Looks like you still haven't gotten any taller, have you? Look at you. I told you before, your bones stopped growing. Sahi immediately summoned her weapon. Have you lost your mind? Do you really want to die that badly? Dion tried to smooth things over. Come on, don't lose your temper. It's been 7 years. Not only did you stop growing, your personality hasn't improved either. Let's begin with a proper introduction. That's Bok Sai. She may be tiny and look like a child, but she's the same age as me. She used to be so sweet, but then her temper turned nasty while her bones started growing in reverse. We're extremely close. Sahi flatly denied it. Close? Who says that? Even Lai Mok Tran could tell something was off. It doesn't seem that way. Dion explained the reason. She's just mad over a little prank. I borrowed a martial arts manual called Phantom Demon Sword from her family, their treasured heirloom. Don't close friends always borrow each other's things? Lai Mok Tran calmly asked the next question. And what did you do after borrowing it? Dion replied without a care. I sold it. Why do you think my nickname is Brilliant Demon? And how do you think I got that ship? Her tone was so casual that Lai Mok Tran blanked out for several seconds. As for Sahi, that was the last straw. You sold it? Have you gone insane? Dion hurried to reassure her. Relax. I came here to return it. I'll bring something worth dozens of times more than the Phantom Demon Sword Manual, alright? But Sahi paid her no mind. Stop spouting nonsense. Phantom Demon Sword is a supreme, ancient martial treasure. How could you possibly possess anything more valuable? If you do, then bring it out right now. Dion immediately shoved Lai Mok Tran forward. Him, right here. Lai Mok Tran could not believe he had just been put on the market. Me? That absurd idea slowly drained the anger from Sahi's face. What? Dion leaned close to Lai Mok Tran's ear. Didn't you promise to help me make money? After hearing that, he froze stiff from how blatantly he had been sold out. Across from them, Sahi also fell into a long silence. The atmosphere turned strangely awkward. At last, Sahi turned around and led the two of them into the base. Sahi remained stubborn. It's not because I believe you. It's to make sure I can kill you. I need my father's permission to kill you. In contrast, Dion looked extremely confident. She's just talking nonsense. She actually likes me a lot. Lai Mok Tran could not care less. More importantly, what kind of place is this? Dion's footsteps echoed evenly across the stone floor. This is the headquarters of the Triad Gang, one of the 4 forces that control Tortuga. That girl's father is the leader. Lai Mok Tran grew slightly impatient. Put that aside for now. I came here to help you, but what exactly am I supposed to do? Dion casually said something outrageous. Easy. You just need to be sold for a high price. Going deeper inside, they finally arrived where Sahi's father was seated. Bok Vo's deep, rough voice rang out. This is ridiculous. I had hoped never to see you again. Dion, no matter how much I may care about you, I cannot go against the laws of the Triad Gang. You betrayed the organization and stole our treasure. The punishment is death. Sahi immediately sneered. See, I told you you'd die, didn't I? Dion calmly insisted. I didn't steal it. I only borrowed it, and I came here to return it, sir. Bokvo cast a cold glance downward. Even if you return the Phantom Demon Sword Manual, that still won't be enough. Debts must be repaid with interest. Once again, Lai Mok Tran was dragged out by the On as collateral. Don't worry, the interest rate is quite high. Sahi lost patience. Stop fooling around and offer up your neck. I'll make it quick and painless. Right then, Bokvo raised a hand to stop her. Wait, hear her out. Sahi objected immediately. Father, if you let that woman off again this time, if you spare her again, I will truly be disappointed. Bokvo reassured his daughter. No matter how deep the connection, it cannot outweigh the law. If she cannot repay the debt, death is unavoidable. Dion let out a soft breath. You're worrying too much, sir. By the way, do you know of an ancient swordsman called Phantom Demon Sword? You were active around the same era as him. Lai Mok Tran shook his head. I don't know him. If he was a martial artist from my time, he was probably only third-rate. Dion's mind immediately started racing. Great, then please demonstrate something. Lai Mok Tran stared at her blankly. Demonstrate what? Dion shrugged. Martial arts? Anything. No, actually, show your weakest move. It has to match the price. What are you waiting for? Show me the weakest, least impressive move you've ever learned. Lemostran enser bitrou a punch. Dion felt like everything today was about to go insane. Sahi, meanwhile, stared at it in utter disbelief. Bakvo remained silent. He was clearly waiting for something more explosive. Dion stared at that punch, as if her eyes were about to fall out. What is this? Is this supposed to be a technique? Lai Mok Tran was completely serious. First form of absolute fist. This is the first martial art I learned when I was 5 years old. Dion quickly tried to patch things up. That's too weak. Could you demonstrate something a little stronger? Lai Mok Tran withdrew his fist. It is not weak. It is simple and direct, making one's defenses vulnerable. But its offensive power is very strong. Dion had no choice but to go along with it. Then please demonstrate it properly. Lai Mok Tran glanced around. Here, it seemed a little cramped. Dion turned to Bakvo for approval. It should be fine, right, sir? Before he could even answer, Sahi cut in. What trick are you trying to pull this time? Bakvo's deep, gravelly voice rose. Go ahead and try whatever you want. The instant the words left his mouth, a violent shock suddenly struck, leaving him stunned. The thick wall behind them was blasted open with a gigantic hole. The cause was none other than Lai Mok Tran's punch. A wisp of smoke still rose from his hand. The room fell into silence for the third time that day. Lai Mok Tran clicked his tongue as he looked at the damage he had caused. I tried to hold back as much as possible, but it seems I lost control since it has been so long. This was a rather nicely decorated place too. And so Planet Tortuga welcomed Lai Mok Tran, quite a remarkable figure. Bakvo sounded skeptical after hearing Dion recount the story. An ancient martial artist from 2,000 years ago? How could such a thing happen? How could a human live for more than 2,000 years? Dion did not understand the full reason either. I don't know either, but it's the truth. I found him locked inside an underground stone chamber in the Thai Sun Star system. Bachvois vrinklet brau furovet. A hermit cultivating in seclusion? Dion gently reminded him. In any case, that's not the important part. Sir, you've already seen it earlier. His martial arts are extraordinary. He knows many kinds, and all of them are ancient techniques. How should I put it? He's like a living library of ancient martial arts. The important part is that he's very close to me. If I ask carefully, maybe he'll teach a few usable ancient secret arts. If we turn those into manuals, they'll sell for astronomical prices, far beyond even the Phantom Demon Sword manual. Bakvo was considering the benefits behind that proposal. Even Sahi suddenly fell silent at the On's idea. Down on the street below, time seemed to freeze. The nomad stood rooted in place, unable to understand why that base had suddenly gained a giant hole. At that moment, TUC Not appeared wearing a black cloak. Seeing someone there, Lai Mok Tran casually asked, "What is this shop open?" TUC Not turned his head slightly, his gaze icy cold. He scrutinized Lai Mok Tran for a long moment before finally speaking. "Are you talking to me?" Lai Mok Tran looked around. "There's no one else here but you, right? It would be troublesome to drag out the ones hiding in the walls or underground just to ask." TUC Not misunderstood and thought you were picking a fight with him. Lai Mok Tran comforted him in a way that was anything but comforting. "Calm down, kid. No need to be afraid of me. Just think of it as talking to a dead grandfather and answer me comfortably." TUC Not drew his sword in a flash. "Kid? Grandfather? So you're provoking me?" Lai Mok Tran did not move at all, only stared intently at the sword. Congratulations to TUC Not for becoming the fourth person today whom he froze stiff in shock, because his sword was now lying squarely on the table where Lai Mok Tran sat. He casually picked up the blade. "Don't worry, I'll answer that later. But first, answer my question. Since we did this shop?" TUC Not nearly went mad. "You're dead." The moment he lunged forward, an invisible force field instantly blocked his attack. No matter how hard TUC Not tried, he could not touch Lai Mok Tran. His right eye suddenly flashed, and the system reported that the bones in his forearm had been completely shattered. TUC Not's scream of pain echoed through the narrow alley. Hearing the scream, Baksai hurried over, and what she saw was the huge TUC Not serving food to Lai Mok Tran. On top of that, he was speaking very gently. I did my best, but this is my first time cooking. Lai Mok Tran carefully split apart the disposable chopsticks. You did well. While healing your bones, I also opened a few of your acupoints. Be careful when circulating your energy for a while. Bak Sahi stood there blankly, watching Lai Mok Tran calmly eat dinner. She stepped forward and politely spoke up. "Excuse me," but before she could even properly sit down, Lai Mok Tran spat a spray of broth in her face. He exclaimed loudly, "What is this? Even boiled manure water tastes better than this." Lai Mok Tran cleared his throat when he noticed Bak Sahi. "Sorry about that, but why are you here?" She still had not recovered from the shock. "My father told me to bring you." Lai Mok Tran put down his chopsticks. It is highly disrespectful to address the Supreme One so casually. "If your father wishes to see me, he should come here himself." Bak Sahi immediately corrected herself. "That was my mistake. My father told me to politely invite and escort you, if you would be willing." "That is what my father said." Lai Mok Tran thought for a moment, then agreed to go with her. "Very well. I will accept the invitation. Lead the way." Bak Sahi could not hide her curiosity. "By the way, I heard that you know every martial art in the world, even ancient ones. Is that true?" Lai Mok Tran stood up and walked out of the shop. "More or less. And if it does not exist, I will create it." Bak Sahi became even more curious. "Then is there a martial art that can reopen growth plates?" Lai Mok Tran walked leisurely ahead. "No, there isn't." The two of them returned to the base together. On the way, Bak Sahi continued asking Lai Mok Tran, "Could you create such a martial art for me? One that can reopen growth plates?" His gaze was absent-minded. "Impossible. Our bodies always preserve history. They are formed by our parents in the near past, and from a broader perspective, they carry the legacy of all humanity. Martial arts exist to train us, so we may fully live out our fate. To go against the flow is taboo." Bak Sahi said nothing more and only quietly followed behind him. Lai Mok Tran kept talking without pause. "There is something similar, though only temporary. There is a technique called body reversal, which can alter one's appearance and body, and there is a basic skill called bone reconstruction, which only changes the structure of the skeleton." Hearing that, Bak Sahi's eyes lit up. She quickly ran ahead and blocked his path. Bak Sahi hurriedly pleaded that would be fine too. "Please teach me." Lai Mok Tran asked indifferently, "Why should I do that?" The light in Bak Sahi's eyes instantly went out. Lai Mok Tran blinked a few times. In the end, Bak Sahi lowered her head dejectedly. "Right, that makes sense. I'll lead the way for you." Lai Mok Tran continued, following her directions. "By the way, do you know a food made from meat, long and slightly curved at both ends?" Bak Sahi did not even bother to look up. "Meat long, curved both ends. A hot dog?" Lai Mok Tran nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that seems to be what it's called. Can you make it?" Bak Sahi was more than willing. "Of course." A while later, when Bak Vo and the An arrived, they were dumbfounded. They could not understand why Bak Sahi was cooking hot dogs for Lai Mok Tran and was even voluntarily massaging his shoulders. Even stranger, she looked very happy and completely willing. As for Lai Mok Tran, needless to say, he was eating hot dogs as if he had been starving for 10 years. Seeing Bak Vo appear, Bak Sahi cried out, "Father, greet him. This is my master." Lai Mok Tran was still chewing food in his mouth. "I am not your master. How could giving you one trivial martial technique make me your master?" Bak Vo and the An stood frozen for a moment, completely unable to react. Only after a while did both of them finally settle down. Bak Vo still could not determine whether the scene before him was real or merely an illusion. He observed Lai Mok Tran's bearing. Has this man been in secluded cultivation for 2,000 years? I witnessed it with my own eyes, so I cannot deny it. No matter what, I must admit that the martial arts this man displayed are far stronger than the Phantom Sword Demon Manual. According to what the An said, I heard you may be willing to pass that technique on to us. Is that true? Lai Mok Tran glanced at Bak Sahi. It is nothing special. Don't do that. You don't need to go that far. She smiled radiantly. I'm doing it because I want to master. He repeated once more, I told you, I am not a master. Bak Vo half closed his eyes. Fine. If you turn those martial arts into a detailed manual with methods and techniques, I will forget that the An once stole and sold the Phantom Sword Demon's manual. The An immediately objected. No, that's not fair. Even if you calculated it with heavy interest, we would still be taking a huge loss. You need to add more. Bak Vo did not understand what she meant. Add what? Why not an energy core? Even a used one would do, as long as it still works well. I've heard rumors that on military-grade energy core trading days, you must have quite a lot. So give us a decent one. Mid-grade will be enough. Bak Vo looked as though this were a terrible day to understand human speech. A mid-grade energy core? Are you insane? Bakvo shot to his feet. That's absurd. That can never be allowed. A core-level drive is a treasure among treasures, something we only encounter once in 100 years. No matter how strong ancient martial arts may be, that is absolutely. Yet the On's next action left him stunned. She raised 5 fingers in front of him, then said coldly, 5 ancient martial skills. You can easily come up with about 5 techniques like the one you just demonstrated, right? For Lai Mok Tran, this was only a small matter. These basic martial arts were insignificant. Even so, Bakvo still hesitated, even if there were 5 such things. Dion boldly doubled the offer. 10. This time, Bakvo truly wavered before the bargain. He laid out a specific condition. All methods, forms, and postures must be carefully documented. They must be so detailed that anyone can easily learn them. Only then will the product have value. Dion asked Lai Mok Tran, "Can you do it?" He nodded. "Simple. Go get paper and a brush and bring them here." After some effort, 10 messy martial techniques were produced. Bakvo and Dion bent down to inspect them carefully. Before them were crude sketches depicting postures along with a few brief lines of writing. The move instructions had been written rather thoroughly by Lai Mok Tran. Bakvo took a while and still did not understand the issue. What was this supposed to be? Even Dion did not know how to react. The two stared blankly at each other. Somehow, this looked like a complete failure. In the end, Bakvo had no choice but to call in an expert to inspect them. The old man held a magnifying glass and carefully examined each page, from the drawings to every line of text, not missing a single detail. They could not believe that 10 ancient martial arts sets would look this simple. In the base's kitchen, however, the atmosphere was completely different. Bak Sahi was carefully frying each hot dog. Dion sat down beside Lai Mok Tran in frustration. It seems they aren't even worth the cost of the paper. All of them. They even said they look more like exercise routines than martial arts. Looks like they need to be upgraded a bit to the level of secret ultimate arts. Can you do that? But Lai Mok Tran saw it differently. Once martial arts reach perfection, they're all the same. Their forms may differ, but there is no issue of rank. Even if they are secret ultimate arts, they're still only training methods. In the end, once one reaches the peak, they're all the same. The martial arts I passed on are easy to learn, and the final result is the same, which means they are superior martial arts. Dion helplessly admitted, "I know, but for a product, the creator matters too. So just one secret ultimate art is enough. Shaolin style or Wudong style is fine, but if it's from the Heavenly Demon Sect, that would be even better." Lai Mok Tran refused flatly. No, the decisiveness of it made Dion flinch slightly. Lai Mok Tran explained more clearly. "I cannot pass down martial arts that belong to others. That would violate the laws of the martial world." Dion did not quite understand. "I know about copyright issues too, but ancient martial arts aren't bound by copyright law, are they?" Lai Mok Tran only shook his head. "No, enough talk. Change into training clothes and come back here. First, I will teach you the body reversal technique." Hearing that, Bak Sahi felt as though she had just been blessed. She happily led Lai Mok Tran toward the training area. Dion watched them go with empty eyes. We're really doomed now. Meanwhile, Bakvo was still poring over those martial art pages. Dion tried to salvage some hope. No matter what, they're still ancient martial arts, right? 10 techniques, yet the only response she got was silence from Bakvo. In her heart, Dion understood clearly. Even that still isn't enough, right? I won't insist on forcing their value. After all, both sides made mistakes. Only then did Bakvo speak. They are martial arts never before heard of or seen. A power and a person that no one could witness twice in a lifetime. Dion sensed that something was different. Why does the atmosphere feel? Bakvo got straight to the point. Can you really sway him? Can you persuade him to help the Triad Gang? Dion immediately nodded repeatedly. Of course. Didn't you see? We can't live without each other. You won't even eat if I'm not there. Bakvo listened silently as she went on. Dion did not forget to add a condition. But of course, there has to be a core level drive included as a reward. Bakvo agreed without hesitation. I can provide it. That reaction left Dion quite surprised. After that, Bakvo led Dion to another place inside the base. On the way, he had one question. How did you know we had a core level drive? Dion quietly walked beside him. I heard it from rumors too. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first either, but the rumors were so widespread that I had to verify them myself. A rare trace of worry appeared in Bakvo's eyes. And just as we feared, in the end, how can you hide an elephant with nothing but a cloth? Dion was so shocked, she could not speak. You mean it really exists? Good heavens. Bakvo continued explaining the situation. A core level drive is one of the 3 legendary treasures of the martial world, but all of it has only been rumor. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Do you know why? Dion made a random guess. Because it's too hard to make? Bach vonodet. You guessed half right. Not only does it require advanced technology, it also needs such an enormous amount of resources that even a great sect would have to gamble its survival. The other half is, Dion understood the rest on her own. A secret that must not exist. During development, it has to be approved by the Central Plains Alliance, and the development process must be completely transparent. But, like the nuclear weapons of ancient times, Bakvo clasped his hands behind his back. Exactly. Its power is that terrifying. To develop it in secret would make you the enemy of the entire martial world. When the two stopped before a gigantic door, Theon grew curious. But how did you get it? Bakvo pushed the door open. We did not create it. It fell into our hands on its own. Inside was a vast, empty chamber, and in the center was a pitch-black pit. Bakvo pointed toward the pit. It's in there. Its immense size left Theon somewhat dazed. She stepped closer to the edge of the pit. From deep below, a faint light shone upward. Looking more carefully, one could see that the light came from a small recess inside the pit. And if one looked longer, one would realize that the light was not faint at all, because it had remained like that for an entire year. Hidden deep within those small recesses was the source of that light, a suit of knight's armor and a sword, something the people of Tortuga called a monster. The story began a year ago, to be exact in last winter. An escape pod from an interstellar module fell onto Tortuga. The impact left a massive crater in the middle of the district, and the violent shock made the surrounding buildings tremble as though struck by an earthquake. From the bottom of the pit, a hazy cloud of smoke rose up, covering the being that emitted that strange light. And then that monster appeared, becoming Tortuga's horrifying nightmare. Many nomads came to fight that creature. Back then, everyone who encountered him died. When the flashback ended, Bakvo let out a soft sigh. Unfortunately, the place where he landed was neutral territory. All the forces in Tortuga, including us, suffered losses. Only after hundreds of casualties did we realize that he was an expert of overwhelming power whom we had no way of resisting. And the reason for his terrifying strength was the core-level drive device he was equipped with. The moment she heard that, Dion immediately confirmed it. A core level 1. She found it strange. But why is it here? Even Bakvo himself was puzzled. I don't know, and I don't want to know. A year ago, he came here on his own and simply stayed. The fact was clear. That man was like a ticking time bomb. His losing patience and making a move was already a problem, but the bigger problem was the allure of the core-level drive he possessed. Bakvo had long anticipated that other forces were also secretly preparing for this struggle. A question flashed through Theon's mind. So it's true. You were certain about the core-level drive from the start. Bakvo regarded that yet unfought battle as something inevitable sooner or later. Now that the rumors had spread, every powerful force in the world would come rushing here. We have already begun to see the signs. You said you want the core level drive. Then go down there and take it by persuading that ancient master. After leaving the room, Theon walked along the endless corridor. She paused when she spotted Baksahi. Baksahi's body seemed to have completely returned to its original shape. She brushed past Theon as though she did not notice her. And Theon called out, "Baksahi, are you still mad? Why wouldn't you even say hello?" Silence fell once more. A moment later, Baksahi turned back in surprise. "How did you know it was me?" Theon hesitated briefly. Well, Baksahi stood there, patiently waiting for an answer. Theon replied in the most natural tone, "Of course I recognized you. Even if you changed enough to make someone faint from shock, people like us would still recognize each other." Baksahi stubbornly argued back, "Oh, really? I've changed so much that if we weren't close, you probably wouldn't have recognized me, right?" Theon did not deny it. "Definitely. But it does seem like you've changed in a slightly unusual way." Baksahi kept her usual irritated tone. "No, my body just developed suddenly, so my clothes became shorter, that's all." Theon corrected her. "It's not the clothes, it's the curves." Baksahi shouted in annoyance. "If my growth plates opened up, I would grow exactly like this. So this is the real me." Theon did not argue further. "All right, that makes sense." But in the very next second, Baksahi had returned to her usual small frame. She looked down at her hands in discomfort. "I'm back again. I'm still a beginner, so that's why. But once I reach the highest level, it will last for an entire week." Theon replied indifferently, "Congratulations. But where's the old man, your master?" After learning the details, she immediately dragged Lai Mok Tran over to the pit. Theon explained the mission. "It's simple. Just go meet the person in that pit. Ask for the energy core, bring it back, and we're done." Lai Mok Tran observed the depths of the pit. Theon continued instructing him. "If he refuses, just tap him lightly once and forcibly take it. I heard it's an item infused with internal energy, something like a 1,000-year-old fleece flower root or a 10,000-year snow ginseng. I don't really know what it is, but it's probably something along those lines anyway. Still, that energy is a little disturbing. It feels like the energy leaking out of a dragon's inner core. If you mess with it recklessly, your soul could be devoured and replaced. Lai Mok Tran turned and left on the spot. Forget it. If the reason you need that thing is to temper your internal energy, I'd rather share my own internal energy with you instead. Dion was stunned by what he did. The two of them returned to her spacecraft. Lai Mok Tran was a little curious. Why didn't you accept it? Didn't wanting internal energy also mean you wanted the power to take revenge? Then why refuse when I offer to share my internal energy with you? Dion looked out the window gloomily. No, I want to take revenge with my own strength. Le Mutstran spoke bluntly. With only your own strength, in your current condition, that sounds a little contradictory. Fuan too carried over a whole mountain of sausages and set them in front of him. Please don't question it anymore. Try to make sense of the captain's logic overloads, even my genius brain. The robot chimed in while playing a game. When I suggested she borrow money, she refused and went stealing instead, saying that Wei felt less guilty. Dion immediately raised her voice in protest. Stealing means taking something I work for. Borrowing means accepting charity. Fuan two-handed Lai Mok Tran a skewer of sausage. Just eat the sausage. Once you give up trying to understand, somehow it all starts to make sense. Dion fell silent, but she was still irritated inside. Lai Mok Tran took a bite of sausage. I understand. If that's really what you want, then I'll leave it at that. At the same time, Ehung had already arrived at Bakvo's base. By morning, it seemed the Heavenly Fire faction had brought Elena, the 8-foot battle ghost, here. Everything was already in Bakvo's data. That meant they knew the scent had spread. They were trying to settle things before even more flies gathered. The other factions would move too. They would use every connection. They had to bring their strongest top-tier experts here. Ahung seemed to understand what he meant. Then we should. Bakvo calmly continued. When there's a huge fire, the best thing to do is stand aside and watch. Lift the restrictions on the forbidden zone where that monster resides. All warriors of the Triad Gang are to retreat into seclusion. In a dark little alley where the nomads often gathered. One of them reached out to take a cup of hot tea, but Mithriya Buddha snatched it first. He leisurely took a small sip. The nomad could hardly believe someone dared take something right out his hand. Mithriya Buddha slowly spoke. What are you staring at? Serving tea to an enlightened monk is an unmatched honor for lowly creatures like you. Lower your eyes unless you want to end up in hell. Amiba. Those words immediately ignited the man's fury. You're dead. A fist came crashing down with terrifying force. Yet Mithriya Buddha was completely unharmed. In the instant before the nomad could understand what had happened, his arm had already been pierced through by some strange power. Mithriya Buddha chanted a mantra. Imperishable Prajna. The man's face instantly went pale. He only managed to stammer one sentence before vanishing into smoke. Impossible. Mithriya Buddha. The remaining nomads were frozen stiff, staring helplessly as their companion was erased. Mithriya Buddha took another sip of tea. I already warned you about going to hell earlier. Amipa. The others didn't dare say a word, only exchanging glances in silence. Mithriya Buddha watched as they all lowered their heads. He gave a slight nod. Yes, when standing before a living Buddha, that is exactly the posture you should display. This humble monk seeks a precious lesson from the revered bodhisattvas. Whoever can show me the way to Blackwater, ruler of Northern Tortuga, please raise your hand. Amipa. The three nomads stayed mute as clams. Mithriya Buddha let out a threat. You bastards. You mangy dogs. Want to go to hell? At once, all three scrambled to volunteer to lead the way. At that yawning abyss, with a core-level drive lay deep inside, Dao Tame descended from above. He activated his internal energy and shot straight down into the pit. Before long, Dao Tame had reached the faint blue light source. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Blue light burst from the monster like chaotic magnetic sparks. Dao Tame's right eye scanned across the opponent's body. Stat analysis system. Maximum internal energy. Cycle. 8.9 quanta. Dao Tame narrowed his eyes slightly. So it really is core level. His greed for that treasure flared violently. He didn't hesitate for even a second before attacking. Hand it over. Dao Tame's sword thrust straight into the monster's chest. But taking the drive was clearly no simple matter. Right at the mouth of the pit, a terrifying force suddenly tore through space. Elena, standing above, also noticed the anomaly. She simply watched in silence, not moving to interfere yet. On another street, Mithriel Buddha rolled the prayer beads in his hand. By now, the entire city had been awakened by that tremor. A back tattooed with dragons and phoenixes came into view. A servant standing behind a screen reported the situation. Not long ago, the Triad faction withdrew all the defensive forces guarding the monster. They also issued an order for everyone to stay indoors. The tattooed man sighed and reached for the teacup beside him. What terrible timing. Just as the Heavenly Garden faction brought Elena, the 8-foot battle ghost, and the Blackwater faction summoned Mithriel Buddha, the Triad faction chose to withdraw instead of acting. I can practically hear the scheme of Bat Morong, leader of the Triad faction, from here. The old man sat comfortably in a bath, relaxing. The enduring and unyielding ruler of southern planet Tortuga, Dungmogu. The person outside remained respectfully deferential. Does this mean they've decided to withdraw from the battle over the power core? The old man was in no hurry. Only after finishing his sip did he slowly answer. No chance. A starving man never leaves the dinner table. It's their strategy. They're letting the lion and tiger fight each other to exhaustion. Then they'll hunt both at once. One arrow, two targets. The attendant outside finally understood and wanted to know the next move. Then what should we do? Miyukyu took another sip of tea. Naturally, we need to release a bear into this chaos. Lion, tiger, bear. Isn't that the perfect combination? The servant outside couldn't understand. But wouldn't that only benefit the Triad faction? Miyukyu's eyes narrowed as he relaxed deeper into the bath. This world does not run on shallow calculations. If someone intends to create chaos and sees an opportunity, then we will create even greater chaos. After that, the opportunity will be ours. We begin at dawn. The scene shifted back to the city, where a huge explosion had just occurred. Immediately afterward, a bottomless pit appeared right in the center. Elena was now standing at the edge, looking down. Then she suddenly raised her head toward the top of the skyscraper in front of her. She kicked off the ground and flew straight toward it. A moment later, Elena stood before the tall building with a sharp spire at its top. On that spire, Dao Tam had been hanging there who knew since when his entire body impaled straight through by the iron pillar. Elena walked toward the corpse step by step. The system in her head automatically began analyzing and identifying the details of the body before her. After reviewing all the information from the system, she kept staring at the corpse. Ice-piercing spear. A voice suddenly rang out from the distance. That's right. That brat from Ice-piercing spear was far too full of himself. Mithriel Buddha had appeared behind her at some point, standing right on the edge of the railing. They said he was a once-in-a-millennium genius and the first successor for the leadership of that faction, didn't they? In any case, the arrogance of these prestigious sects. He dared place his spoon on the Buddha's dining table, so he deserved annihilation. Namo Amitabha. Elena didn't even turn around and coldly demanded, "Why are you here?" He answered calmly, "Offerings to one's ancestors are, after all, a way of asking the Buddha to bless them, are they not? Since the altar has already been set, of course the Buddha should come. This is a magnificent feast, far beyond what I expected." I recited sutras diligently, and at last the blessing arrived. Namo Amitabha. A strange blue light suddenly radiated around Elena. She kindly warned him, "Don't interfere if you don't want to die." That did not frighten Mithriel Buddha in the slightest. On the contrary, it made him a little angry. "Ignorant fool, how dare you threaten a Buddhist who has placed nirvana beyond life and death? Do you understand nothing of enlightenment?" By now, Elena had finished preparing. Her resources were nearly fully loaded. Mithriel Buddha showed a trace of confusion. Wait, let's establish the order first." She paid him no attention. The order? Mithriel Buddha went on explaining. Even if he was just a brat, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Yet he was taken down in a single move. If we fight each other first, the winner will still be injured. Even with a healthy body, dealing with that monster would be difficult enough, and with added wounds. We'll end up just like that one. But neither can we rush in alone. Even if one of us obtains the power core from that monster, we'd have to be prepared for injuries, and then the rest would finish us off with ease. No matter how uncultured you are, and no matter if fighting is all you've ever known, surely you've at least heard the phrase reaping the fruits of others' labor. Yes? Namo Amitabha. So let's cooperate and take down that monster first. Elena ignored him and refused at once. Stop spouting nonsense. I have no intention of cooperating with someone like you. Get out of here unless you want to die. Right after that, she leaped off the building and shot straight toward the ground. Methia Buddha did not follow. How foolish. She doesn't even know basic arithmetic. Very well. If you're willing to offer yourself up as a side dish on the sacrificial table, who am I to stop you? Namo Avalokiteswara Bodhisattva. Elena landed at the bottom of the enormous pit. She carefully surveyed the area. Then, ahead of her, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the tunnel opposite. She advanced step by step. The farther she went, the stronger the light grew. Then a fully armored knight suddenly came into view. Not only that, but Lai Mok Tran was there as well, standing and watching that knight cultivate. He immediately noticed someone approaching. Elena carefully advanced toward the two of them. That person is. In her mind, she suddenly remembered words of warning from long ago. This time, remember it well. If you ever face that person, never raise your head. If you disobey me again, I will sever our bloodline. Swear it. Thinking of that, she tightened her grip on the staff in her hand. Lai Mok Tran unexpectedly spoke first, seizing the initiative. Judging by your steady breathing, it seems all your injuries have healed. Elena's movements abruptly faltered. He calmly turned his head to look at the person who had just entered. Perfect timing. I have a few questions, and I need someone to answer them. Elena's eyes suddenly widened, and a strange electromagnetic wave spread around her body. Lai Mok Tran was briefly surprised as well. Elena seemed as if she had been poisoned. She dropped to one knee and staggered back several steps. Why? Why is this happening? I can't breathe. Please, ask. Lai Mok Tran turned toward the knight, sitting on the ground, and began asking, why is this person's inner force not concentrated in the dantian, but instead scattered throughout the entire body? Her eyes locked onto the source of the light. The next moment, that knight's entire body turned red. Only then did she begin explaining. It's because the internal force vessel couldn't withstand the capacity and melted. The reason may be that the system failed to operate the high-level energy core. This is called possession by an inner demon. Lai Mok Tran stepped a little closer and refuted her. No, it's different. If it were possession by an inner demon, there would be signs of corrupted desire. But this person shows no trace of desire at all, as though he were an empty blank sheet of paper. Seeing that he was about to touch him, Elena hurried forward to stop him. Careful, but everything seemed too late. He placed his hand directly on the knight's head without another word. In the next instant, an unmatched power burst forth. Elena could only stand there helplessly and watch. Even she was a little dazed and quickly raised a hand to shield herself. Lai Mok Tran remained standing there in front, completely unmoving. He appeared utterly calm about what he had done. Lai Mok Tran's eyes gradually turned an unnatural red. Elena still forced herself forward little by little. She could not hide the shock on her face. Good heavens. The power of a high-level energy core is equivalent to a nuclear explosion, yet he's suppressing that energy with nothing but his bare body. The knight's head had already been removed and now rested neatly in his hand. The identity of the person behind the armor had also been revealed. Strange blue flames still burned all around him. He spoke to the person before him. Tell me, who are you? Only then did Vu Lam slowly open his eyes. Scene shift. At that moment, Sahi was standing before a mirror admiring herself. Then she closed her eyes, raised a hand, and began chanting. A strange pink power surged around her body, and the entire room was dyed pink immediately afterward. Just a few seconds later, another form of Sahi appeared in the mirror. She suddenly turned around and spoke. So what do you think? This is the real me, my fully mature version. Do you like it? On the small table beside the thick books, there was also a little photograph. In the picture, two children were happily catching butterflies together. Looking at it, Sahi could not help but feel a pang of longing. Where did you go? Though the photo was old, it had been preserved with utmost care. She stared fixedly at the innocent little boy in the picture. The very next second, a salty tear fell. I hope you come back soon. I've even changed into this, yet there's no one here to see it. The light around Vu Lam gradually began to fade. Lai Mok Tran still held the iron helmet in his hand, his expression calm. Vu Lam slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was hollow, utterly devoid of emotion. Lai Mok Tran also noticed the abnormality in the other man's face. The eyes are said to be the windows to the soul. Why are your eyes so empty? Elena walked closer step by step, raising her hand as if sensing something. No brainwave activity detected. The drive overload seems to have melted his brain. He's no longer a living person. Nothing remains but pure instinct. He gradually came to understand the condition of the soulless shell before him. If the instincts are still alive, then the memories governing those instincts still remain. That means his life has not ended yet. Then how can we remove the hateful object that has taken over this child? Elena calmly stated the only way to save him. It's buried deep in his heart. It has to be torn out. Lai Mok-tran still wanted to salvage the situation. Wouldn't that kill him? Is there no other way? But Elena left him without even a sliver of hope. There isn't. Hearing that, he asked no more. He turned back to look at Vu Lam, and a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand and stroked the boy's head. Child, there is no way to save you. However, if you have any last words, I will listen. A flash of surprise crossed Vu Lam's face, and he let out a cry. Lai Mok-tran comforted him. Focus. It may be dark and blocked, but dig deeper. The more precious the memory, the deeper it is buried. Keep going until you find it. Streaks of blood began to appear and spread across his face. Elena seemed unable to believe her eyes and staggered back several steps. He's transferring the foul energy into himself. Veins bulged all over his body, yet Lai Mok-tran still refused to give up. He exhausted his power, trying to help the person before him one last time. Even so, Vu Lam's eyes gradually returned to their original vacant state. He finished the transference, and his hand slowly relaxed. You found it. Strange lights began to appear in Vu Lam's eyes. Then an image surfaced before him. It was a childhood memory with Sai. The image of a beautiful blue butterfly resting on a rock in the sunlight slowly came into view, and the two children ran after it together, determined to catch it. Those seemed to be the happiest and most peaceful days of Vu Lam's childhood. Sahi ran ahead, gripping her net tightly, her eyes filled with determination. He ran right behind her, looking utterly delighted. And so the two of them grew up together, day by day, in peace and happiness. Scene change. Another blue butterfly was still perched on a dry branch. Sahi held the net, and memories of childhood surfaced in her mind as well. A large hand reached out and caught the butterfly. Vu Lam, now in the form of a tall young man, caught it and happily told his friend, I got it. Sahi looked at him, confusion flickering in her eyes. Then she brushed past him indifferently. Let it go. Vu Lam quickly released the butterfly and turned back, puzzled. What? Sahi suddenly snapped. Who asked for your help? I could deal with it myself. Her words left him stunned for a moment. Even so, he still followed behind her, just like when they were children. His voice was full of grievance and hurt. Why are you upset? If I did something wrong, tell me and I'll fix it. Sahi kept walking without answering. Vu Lam refused to give up and kept trying to talk to her. Do your feet hurt? Want me to carry you? Sahi finally couldn't take it anymore and turned around angrily. Do you think I'm a child? Do I still look like a child to you? Just because you're tall and big, that makes you an adult, and being short means being a child? I'm 20 years old. I'm a lady. It's just that my growth plate's open late. I'm not a child. Vu Lam remained calm as he explained, No, that's not it. I know you're an adult. I never thought of you as a child. But Sahi seemed unable to hear any of it and stormed off. From now on, don't come looking for me again. I won't see you until my growth plate's open. He stood motionless in the flower field, his voice sorrowful. Sahi, she kept walking forward without once looking back. Vu Lam's memory stopped at that silhouette. His eyes remained vacant and lifeless. The blue light had now completely shifted on Lai Mok-tran. Red, swollen veins bulged all over his body, yet he still refused to give up. In Vu Lam's remaining eye, another image flickered into view. This time, it was a knight's helmet. Scene change. A bitter laugh rang out. It covered in blood and, breathing weakly, leaned against a boulder. Vu Lam, now in the form of a knight, slowly approached. The man struggled to force out each word. You're alive. Vu Lam tried to remain calm as he reported the situation. Yes, but all the other knights are dead. Spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, yet still tried to reassure him. It's fine. The enemy has been wiped out too. Vu Lam hurried forward to check on him. Commander! The man lowered his head helplessly. Don't call me Commander anymore. The entire Star Knight Order has been annihilated. So how can its leaders still exist? Then, after such a brutal battle, how is it that you aren't wounded at all? The question caught Vu Lam off guard, and for a moment he could not answer. Pressed further, did you run? Vu Lam realized he could no longer hide it. Yes, seemed unable to accept the truth. I don't understand. In the 6 years since I accepted you into the Knight Order, I've never once seen you hesitate in battle. Before, you fought as if you had 10 lives. Why did you hesitate this time? He kept his head lowered, not daring to defend himself. I seemed to finally understand the real reason. He asked bitterly, does it have something to do with this mission? Does that person want this item too? Vu Lam did not answer directly, but he was clearly admitting it. It's necessary for someone. Right after that, he dropped to his knees, wanting to apologize to his commander. I showed no emotion at all. He began to explain, "You fool. The core grade drive exceeds your processing capacity. Only a tiny number of transcendent beings can use it. Even I wouldn't dare covet it. This item is of no use to you. Commander, you're already tall enough." Surprise briefly appeared in the commander's voice. "What? I heard that the core grade drive rearranges all genes, including the neural growth system. It's something I desperately need. So you're still determined to take it? In that case, I have to stop you. I am the 126th successor of the Star Knight Order, Ade Soken. I was entrusted with delivering this item, and I will kill anyone who gets in the way. If you don't want to die, then step aside." Vu Lam looked at the brave man, wounded yet still standing to protect the treasure, unwilling to accept it. "Commander," he raised his sword, intending to bring it down, but stopped midway. "Go!" The blade flashed past Vu Lam's face, leaving a dark golden streak of light. A streak of light also flashed past Vu Lam's face in the present. His whole body suddenly underwent a violent change. Lai Mok Tran also sensed the change. The demon inside. A red light spread all over his body as he tried to restrain what stood before him. "Control yourself. A demon has taken root in your heart. You must suppress it." Vu Lam suddenly cried out in agony, bloody veins spreading densely across his face. Even Elena had no idea what she was witnessing. The light from inside the cave dyed the entire pit in a strange blue hue. The source of that light formed a pillar shooting straight into the sky. Mithriel Buddha, still standing on the rooftop, saw the pillar and could not help but wonder, what is that? The ray of light suddenly curved and flew off to the left. Immediately after, a red stream of light burst out from the mouth of the pit. Mithriel Buddha remained calm, quietly watching the two streaks of light shoot out. They flew side by side, heading straight in one direction. Lai Mok Tran was the source of the red light, chasing after him while still trying to stop him. "Stop!" Mithriel Buddha watched the two lights without moving. The two of them were moving at altar-level speed, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Scene change. Inside a spacecraft flying through the forest, 2 steaming bowls of noodles had just been served. Robert looked at the food in front of him and couldn't help praising it. "How long has it been since we last ate out? I'm so moved." Fuan Tu calmly hugged her water flask. "Take your time and enjoy it. I sold 2 air filters to buy this meal. That's half a year of clean air for us. Honestly, I wonder when humanity will finally give up its addiction to luxury." Leon, sitting beside them, also started eating. "Don't be so harsh. This is just our once-a-year treat. Happy birthday, Robert." She couldn't help turning and teasing him a little. "What do you mean harsh, Captain? Why are you piggybacking on someone else's birthday as an excuse?" As if she had been struck right where it hurt, Leon immediately jumped up. "I'm not piggybacking on anything. Robert's eating the spicy seafood noodles he likes. I originally liked black bean noodles." 2 streaks of light suddenly shot past the spacecraft. The bowl of noodles in Leon's hands suddenly overturned onto the table. All 3 of them were stunned, unable to process what had just happened. At a barren clearing on the outskirts of the city, Vu Lam finally descended. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, looking ready to fight the whole world. Lai Mok Tran landed there immediately as well. Bloody veins once again covered Vu Lam's body. Lai Mok Tran still tried to persuade him. "It's not too late. You have to fight the demon in your heart, the one trying to devour your soul until the very last moment. Even if you die, you must die as a human." By now, Vu Lam seemed to have lost all awareness and rushed straight at him. He leaped into the air, intending to bring his blade straight down on Lai Mok Tran. Lai Mok Tran instantly dodged to the side. His eyes were full of sorrow as he looked at the man before him who had lost his will. Vu Lam still refused to stop and continued attacking. Lai Mok Tran shifted aside again and evaded the strike. Vu Lam Zhao In for the... In the distance, a box opened and began glowing at the same time. The image showed Knight Vu Lam having won and obtained the wooden box. "I have been completely defeated and lay in a pool of blood, waiting for death." "Stop, Hu Jim. I don't blame you. I understand that there's a greater reason why you abandoned your knight's oath and sold your soul to the devil, because that is simply the kind of person you are. That is why I have always regarded you as my son. So I beg you, let go of that thing. Give it up and leave. If you try to use it, it will devour your soul. And if you keep it with you, the whole world will hunt you down to seize it. No matter what you choose, it will only lead to ruin. Vu Lam could not take his eyes off the thing inside the box. I understand, but I must deliver it to that person, even if I have to sell my soul. He reached in and took out the glowing object inside. Immediately, his whole body seemed to be pierced through by some invisible force. He cried out in agony. That image mirrored the present, where Vu Lam was now desperately trying to kill Lai Mok Tran. Lai Mok Tran finally realized it. So in the end, at the same time, Vu Lam lunged forward and slashed downward. Lai Mok Tran made a crucial decision. He stamped the ground and shot upward. Stop right there. He flew in and unleashed a direct strike at the knight in disguise. Two absolute powers collided in midair. Sahi also seemed to sense something at that moment. Far before her eyes, tens of thousands of miles away, was the place where those two were battling. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion erupted. A figure happened to land on the ground. It was Elena. She surveyed the battlefield. Vu Lam had already been defeated and lay collapsed in a corner. Lai Mok Tran stood in front of him, not knowing what to do next. He still wanted to confirm it one more time. You said it has already burrowed into his heart. Elena had already walked up behind him. Yes. In the end, he had no choice but to make a painful decision. Then to remove it, we have to cut out his heart. She took out a strange bottle. Using this specialized extraction tool, we can take it out without contamination. I can do it for you, sir. Lai Mok Tran immediately cut her off. No, this is an act that takes someone's life. Things carved into the heart must be borne by oneself. Elena said nothing more. He steeled himself and walked over step by step because this too was karma. Then he carefully reached his hand toward Vu Lam's heart. Kid, close your eyes and rest. His hand quickly pierced straight through Vu Lam's body. Vu Lam's eyes widened and fresh blood spilled from his mouth in several spurts. Instead of taking your life, I will bear this karma in your place. I will descend into hell in your place. A voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Elena turned to check the situation. Dion had somehow been standing there for who knew how long, her voice filled with pity. Who Jim? Lai Mok Tran did not stop what he was doing. You know this kid? Confusion suddenly appeared on her face. She stood there, unable to explain anything to either of them. Then, from behind, Sahi finally appeared. She could not believe her eyes and walked forward like a lifeless shell. The others could only watch helplessly as Lai Mok Tran pulled out Vu Lam's heart. The ritual was finally complete. Vu Lam was now nothing but an empty corpse. Sahi walked heavily toward him, step by step. They stood in silence for several moments, not knowing what to say. Dion stepped forward and began to explain. He was Sahi's childhood friend. They were always together, to the point that I felt jealous. But one day, he suddenly disappeared. The strange thing is, after Hu Jim disappeared, Sahi changed. She used to be cold and distant, but then she became clumsy and smiled a lot. But to me, that smile looked like she was crying. Vu Lam still could not close his eyes. Sahi spoke in a trembling voice. You, what have you done? Look at me. Have we been apart so long that you don't recognize me anymore? He could only let out a few meaningless growls. She still refused to give up. Look at me. You recognize me, right? You haven't forgotten me, right? You know my name, right? Say it. Call my name. Elena could not help but speak up to comfort her. It's useless. His brain has been completely destroyed. How could he still have any memories? Vu Lam still growled out strange sounds. Then his arms slowly moved, reaching toward Sahi. Elena was just as shocked by the sight. Sahi secretly rejoiced. You do know me. I knew it. Without hesitation, she reached her own hand toward him. At that same moment, Dion rushed over to stop her. No, his drive box is broken. Contaminated radioactive energy is leaking from his body. If you touch him, you'll be poisoned too. Sahi still refused to accept it. But he's still Hu Jim. He's still my Hu Jim. For a moment, Dion did not know how to explain it. Sahi looked straight into her eyes, her own gaze empty. Dion froze for a few seconds. Then she let go. Even so, don't do this. Sahi turned back to look at her childhood friend. Vu Lam's arm was still suspended in the air. She stubbornly continued to reach toward him, slowly. Goodbye. Go, Hu Jim. Elena, standing behind, reminded him, we have to stop them. Lai Mok Tran remained where he was without moving. We can't, because some bonds are everything. A strange light appeared between their hands. Vu Lam suddenly clenched his hand tight. Sahi was stunned and unable to understand. Hu Jim, using the last of his strength, he warned her, step back. The other three witnessed the whole thing as well. Suddenly, a staff came flying down and pierced straight into the ground. A yellow flag hung from it, bearing red Sanskrit lettering. Immediately after, dozens of other flags shot in and planted themselves around them. A gigantic lotus flower rose from beneath the earth. Dion still could not make sense of the situation. What's going on? Elena carefully stepped back, unable to hide her shock. A barrier. Lai Mok Tran shot forward and struck. Get out! The barrier was slashed open and began collapsing to the ground. Dust and fragments filled the air. At the same time, something else fell out. It immediately drew both women's attention. It was a yellow talisman, burning without turning to ash. Lai Mok Tran calmly explained, that is Shaolin's original Arhut meditation formation. Is there a successor of Shaolin martial arts here? It would have to be an expert on the verge of transcendence. Elena seemed to realize it immediately. Methria Buddha. The three of them were all somewhat stunned as well. Scene change. At an abandoned water port, the headquarters of the Blackwater faction. A small figure stood inside a warehouse, then began to glow. It was Mithria Buddha, along with two large lotus flowers. He paused slightly. A completely unfamiliar voice rang out. Amipa, Buddha has crossed through hell to come here. Mithria Buddha turned and sneered. Then why couldn't you wait a little longer instead of throwing yourselves into hell so early? Who am I supposed to collect the remaining balance from now? Amipa, his eyes locked onto the target in front of him. That man slowly rose to his feet, his body enormous. Mithria Buddha was not overwhelmed by that imposing aura. Oh, looks like they left one survivor behind to pay the debt. And he's quite a large one, too. His purse must be deep enough to cover a decent sum. That's good. Tien Gwenda walked toward him step by step. Mithria Buddha suddenly paused for a moment. Tien Kuyen de Kuyen. The two stood facing each other, their presences evenly matched. Mithria Buddha suddenly pressed his palms together in greeting. It has been a long time, senior. Tien Gwenda was somewhat surprised by the attitude. You know me? Mithria Buddha replied softly. Only a fleeting acquaintance. We merely pass by one another, hardly enough to remember. Amipa. The man seemed slightly annoyed and snapped. Answer properly. Immediately after, he flicked his finger, and a flame-like force shot straight at Mithria Buddha. The fire gradually died down, revealing that the monk's body remained unharmed. His feet were planted firmly on the ground, leaving two small craters. Tien Gwenda mocked him, wish-fulfilling Vajra Sutra. So you're one of those damn Shaolin monks. Judging by the depth of your martial arts, you must be a true disciple. But for someone only a little over 30 to possess techniques that only elders and above are allowed to learn. I vaguely remember that 20 years ago, there was a child serving at the side of Shaolin's Grand Elder Mi Ungchan. That child must have been you. Only then did Mithria Buddha speak. See, I told you our relationship isn't exactly close, but it isn't distant either. The man immediately cut him off in displeasure. No, it runs deeper than that. If you are Mi Ungchan's disciple, then at the very least, that is enough for me to spare your life. The thing behind you seems to be a core grade drive. Leave it there, and for me, Ungchan's sake, I'll let you live. Mithria Buddha remained rooted to the spot without moving at all. Tien Gwenda could not quite understand it. Why was he still standing there instead of trying to flee for his life? The very next moment, he realized something was wrong. Mithria Buddha extended his hand as if to receive something back. Tien Gwenda, not understanding, asked again what? Still maintaining a respectful yet courteous tone, the young man said, "Shouldn't you settle the remaining balance first? The outstanding amount is 85,000 credits." The man could not help but sneer. Are you insane? Do you really want to die? Mithria Buddha pressed his palms together without the slightest hesitation. How can you threaten an enlightened Buddha with life and death? I fear you have lived so long that your mind has grown muddled. Amiba. Before him, an enormous blaze suddenly appeared. Realizing that gentleness would not work, Mithria Buddha rose directly to fight. Rebund technique. The man struck first, and with a single move blasted him backward. That tremendous force created a small explosion right in the middle of the warehouse, and even outside the city, there was a faint tremor. Tien Gwenda still had no intention of stopping. That old man Myung Chun really taught his little dog the wrong way. Since you're the one seeking death, don't blame me for sending you off. Don't move. The bill still hasn't been paid in full. He reached out, intending to touch the little flower, only to notice a human silhouette. It was Mithria Buddha, not only unharmed, but even stronger than before. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Inside the scrap buying yard were illegal workshops that had been built up. Mithria Buddha slowly stepped out from the burning flames, still stubbornly holding his hand out toward the man. Tien Gwenda Da had not expected him to be this hard to kill. You crazy bastard. Clutching his wound, Mithriel Buddha still spoke firmly. The remaining payment is 85,000 credits. According to the rules, since the original contractor who paid the deposit is dead, the contract can be voided. However, I am making a special exception and recognizing you, Senior, as the inheritor of the contract. So, in the very next second, Tien Gwyn lunged forward and pinned him down with one hand, preparing to finish him off. The man threatened, "Go on, keep talking." Mithriel Buddha struggled with all his strength, but still refused to let go of that money. "If you would just pay the remainder, I can talk all night if you wish." The man's hand tightened more and more. Tien Gwyn sensed something strange in the hands clutching his own. "Boda ze nasin," Mithriel Buddha shouted in explanation. "That is a martial art forbidden even in Shaolin because it carries heretical energy. You have broken your vow. Martial arts were born for killing in the first place. Gilding a sword and calling it sacred is what's truly ridiculous." As expected, something like Borade Nazin would not work on you, Senior, because you possess the indestructible Vajra body. But still stings a little, doesn't it? In the next instant, the man used his other fist to smash it straight into the young monk's face. "Yes, it hurts." Mithriel Buddha's head caved in grotesquely. Tien Gwyn mocked him. "Is that so? Do you still have anything to say?" He got off him. Mithriel Buddha still tried to raise one arm. Without mercy, Tien Gwyn gave him another punch. So that's it. After that, he could no longer stop, one blow following another. The sound of bones breaking echoed everywhere. Blood flowed out in streams, gradually spreading toward the two lotus buds. The hot, vivid red blood reached the flowers. Something unusual began to appear in the petals. Tien Gwyn still did not notice and continued battering the man on the ground. Only after some time, when the blood had stained him red, did he finally stop. He withdrew his hand and stood up. Then he straightened his clothes. Why is it that every monk I meet is so eager to reach nirvana? Suddenly, he noticed what was left in the room. The two lotus flowers were slowly disappearing. In only a few minutes, they were completely burned away. The very next second, a talisman burning fiercely flew toward him. Tien Gwyn raised his hand and caught it. "Chimin Duanjia? Even while dying, you're still using these cheap tricks? Useless." In the next instant, his whole body vanished before he could say another word. Mithriel Buddha remained lying motionless on the ground. After a while, another voice sounded. "He's dead." Elena, Lai Mok Tran, and Eon stood around the body. Eon carefully scanned the surroundings. So, someone killed Mithriel Buddha and kidnapped the others. If someone was able to leave Mithriel Buddha in this condition, then that means he is an extremely formidable master. Looking at the savage scene, Elena had only one name in mind, Eastern Emperor Tien Gwyn. Lai Mok Tran suddenly spoke up. "He's not dead." Eon could not believe her ears. "What?" He examined him closely and began to explain. "He is gravely wounded, but there is still a thin sliver of life left. This child truly possesses extraordinary talent. I know you're still alive. Answer me. Where did the children go?" The three of them carefully observed again. A moment later, a hand suddenly rose up from beneath the ground. Mithriel Buddha came back to life, and a blue butterfly gently fluttered over as well. It landed on a blackened, dried branch, and once again a large hand reached out and caught it. Vu Lam, in the form of a warrior, had caught the butterfly. "I caught it." This time Sahi did not refuse and held out both hands to receive it. Vu Lam gently placed it in her palms. Sahi carefully examined it bit by bit. The two of them sat leaning against a leafless tree. "Sahi, why do you look like that? Don't you like butterflies? You were trying to catch one, weren't you?" She continued staring at the butterfly and explained vaguely, "It's not that I don't like them. The butterfly isn't flying away. This doesn't feel real." Vu Lam asked in return, "Really? You're right. My chest doesn't feel burning hot anymore. Before, it always felt like a fireball was trapped inside, as if my heart were on fire. Don't cry, okay? We should be happy we've found each other again." Tears had somehow already begun streaming down Sahi's face. "But if this isn't real, then it means I'll wake up again. And I've gone through this over and over every night. I see you in my dreams, and every morning I'm forced to say goodbye. If I wake up again, it only means I'll lose you one more time." Vu Lam said nothing. He thought for a long time before finally forcing out 3 dry words. "I am sorry." Sahi sat back down, leaning against the tree beside him, and sighed softly. Only then did Vu Lam explain more clearly. I've never seen you as a child. You've always been more mature than me, in the way you think, in the way you act. She still seems somewhat self-conscious. But I'm small, like a child, and you don't like that, right? He kept reassuring her. It's not because you're small. You're cute and charming. After traveling across the universe for many years, I became certain of one thing. There is only one bitch Sahi in the universe. That's why I love you. I know you hate being short, but don't worry, you'll grow taller soon. I brought you a gift. Sahi hurriedly turned back to correct him. I don't hate being short. Her cheeks began turning red like tomatoes again. That strange blue light appeared all over Vu Lam's body once more, and his gaze turned vacant and unfocused. Before the two of them, a figure with a Bawa pattern appeared again. Tien Gwyn gradually became clearer. His eyes shifted from black to a laser-like red. He locked onto the target in front of him. Then he spoke. A quantum drive, inner power with 9 circulations. This must be a core gray drive. Vu Lam decided to strike first and charged at him. Sai cheered from behind. Who, Jim? A burst of blue light appeared, causing her to lose balance and fall backward. The scene shifted back to that hand from earlier. Methriel Buddha lay on the ground, still reaching upward, refusing to give up. His lips trembled as he forced out each word. 85,000 credits. Dion could not understand it. What are you saying? Lai Mok Tran decided to explain for him. He's asking for payment. Just give it to him. After taking a beating like that, he deserves to be paid. She suddenly shouted in protest. 85,000 credits? Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Aside from myself, even if I sold the robot, some, and our S-Devil ship, and even threw in this woman as a bonus, it still wouldn't add up to 10,000 credits. Elena refused to back down and snapped back. Why are you excluding yourself? Do you want to die? Seeing the two of them start bickering again, Lime Moktran remained calm. Oh really? Put on credit. I swear on my name. Blood slowly pooled in the dent in Methriya Buddha's head. Dion noticed it too and immediately rejected the idea. No way. That guy's nickname is the Greedy Devil. He doesn't even trust his own parents when money is involved. A pillar of bright red syrup suddenly sprayed out, then formed a circular shape near the ceiling. Dion was stunned by what had just happened. That syrup formed into an yin-yang bagua diagram. All three of them looked up at the ceiling, seemingly unable to understand the meaning behind it. At that moment, Sahi lifted her eyes and stared straight into the distant sky. She stood there frozen. The wind blew through the grass, making it rustle softly. Ahead of her stood Tin Gwynda in the distance, his white robe fluttering endlessly in the wind. Vu Lam's legs dangled in empty air. He kept growling out shrill sounds. Tien Gwyn held him up effortlessly with one hand. Watching him calmly, the man questioned, "You should assess your opponent before attacking. Did you really think that just because you have a big sword, you can cut through everything?" Tien Gwyn continued in a low voice. "You don't even have enough strength to use that sword properly, yet you still dare rely on it." His chest began to glow brighter. "You're not the only one who possesses a high-grade energy core." As he spoke, Tien Gwyn raised a hand, gathering energy, and declared, "I'll be taking yours." Vu Lam's eyes had already turned dull. He kept letting out broken growls from his throat. Just then, Sahi suddenly rushed forward at full speed and screamed, "Let him go!" Her eyes widened as a flash of light swept across her young face. The blinding brilliance flickered through the vast space. An explosive roar instantly erupted, sending everything flying outward. Sahi's body was blasted backward. She hit the ground and rolled over in terrible pain. The surrounding area was quickly swallowed by panicked screams. A moment later, Sahi lay motionless on the grass. Blood kept seeping from the wound on her forehead. "Vu Lam, let him go." At that moment, Tien Gwynda was still tightly gripping Vu Lam's throat, suspending him in the air. Sahi's eyes grew wider and wider, as if she could not believe what she was seeing. Without hesitation, his hand stabbed straight into Vu Lam's abdomen. A tiny light leaked out from within. Sahi still struggled to lift her hand, trying to reach forward. Vu Lam's limp body was thrown brutally to the ground. His face remained just as blank and lifeless as before. In Tien Gwynda's hand now was a heart, trembling continuously. He lowered his head and silently observed it, without the slightest unusual expression on his face. Then at that exact moment, Tien Gwynda instinctively turned to look behind him. His gaze carried an unmistakable caution and appraisal. Directly behind him were three shadowy figures and a magic formation shining with blinding light. Theon tilted her head blankly as she searched, her mouth murmuring non-stop, Vulam. At last her gaze fell upon a small body lying face down on the ground right beside Tien Gwynda's feet. Theon instantly went mad. Stay away from him. As soon as she shouted it, she attacked Tien Gwynda without the slightest hesitation. The power shot forth like a rocket tearing through the wind, plunging the entire area into chaos. At that moment, Tien Gwynda suddenly swung his hand out, a scorching flame wrapping around his palm. In the blink of an eye, the On's attack was forced back at her. The wind shrieked so sharply through the air that it hurt the ears. And that was not all. From within the pillar of fire, an invisible hand came hurtling out. It grew larger and larger, then tore through the air in one unstoppable motion straight toward the On. She was left frozen by the sight before her. At that instant, a hand from behind suddenly touched Theon's back. A pillar of fire burst from her palm at once, roaring across the sky. Thick white smoke engulfed everything, making the surroundings even murkier. Fire rounds rained down from the sky like a storm. As Tien Gwynda looked up, he cursed, "What the fuck?" Theon still held the same stance. The whole area gradually filled with the stench of burned grass and thick black smoke rising high into the sky. Lai Mok Tran pressed his lips together as he watched, one hand still tucked calmly into his pocket. Sure enough, the man had recognized the move. This was the technique of transmitting inner power. Lai Mok Tran still stood motionless like a statue, his face revealing no emotion at all. A voice suddenly came from behind. "He is the Eastern Tien Gwynda," Elena continued gravely. "An unparalleled master, known alongside my mother as one of the world's 5 great experts. In the entire galaxy, the number of warriors who can fight him on equal footing does not exceed 10. Suddenly, Lai Mok Tran slowly stepped forward. Tien Gwynda activated his glasses and began scanning him. The system displayed unidentified identity, no inner energy core detected. He pressed his lips together and thought, he doesn't have an installed inner energy core, which means he can use inner power transmission relying only on natural strength. Tien Gwynda silently watched his opponent slowly approach him. Then, could it be? At that moment, Lai Mok Tran spoke evenly. His body is as tough as steel. It seems he has successfully mastered the Iron Cloth technique. External martial arts usually require the practitioner to endure extreme physical pain, so most avoid them, but he has done very well. Hearing that, Tien Gwynda immediately wondered, who exactly is he? Finally, his lips moved as he demanded, "Who are you?" Lai Mok Tran did not answer right away, and only said, "I would very much like to beat you in a pulp, but unfortunately, I do not yet have sufficient lawful justification under the rules of the martial world." His gaze shifted to the object in the man's hand. "So, I will give you one chance. Put down what you are holding and leave while you still can." Those words instantly enraged Tien Gwynda. Are you insane? Yet at that very moment, his eyes suddenly widened. A solid fist had slammed hard into Tien Gwynda's stomach. He doubled over, his face turning blank with disbelief. Tien Gwynda dropped to his knees on the lush grass, growling continuously through clenched teeth. Lai Mok Tran reminded him blandly, "Don't give me a reason to beat you, because I am truly looking forward to that reason." Tien Gwynda remained sitting there without moving. The entire space seemed to fall into silence. At last he cursed bitterly, "You crazy bastard. How dare you?" As soon as he said it, Tien Gwynda's body suddenly burst into flames. The blazing heat forced the grass flat against the ground. Faced with this, Lai Mok Tran still spoke indifferently. "Stop." Then a man suddenly opened his palm and extended it toward Lai Mok Tran. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" With that, Tien Gwynda crushed it without hesitation, and drops of blood began streaming through the gaps between his fingers. Both Elena and Neon stared over in shock. In the next instant, Tien Gwynda clenched his fist and rushed forward. "Take this, bastard." But before he could act, Lai Mok Tran struck him hard across the cheek. Tien Gwynda's body was sent lurching violently to one side. Lai Mok Tran clenched his fist, carrying an utterly unfathomable force. Not stopping there, he charged forward and drove a straight punch into Tien Gwynda's stomach. The man opened his mouth and spat out a spray of saliva, his eyes bulging in disbelief at what was happening. Tien Gwynda's face had been beaten so badly that it was twisted completely out of shape. Lai Mok Tran still did not let up. Once again, he unleashed a flurry of punches into the other man's abdomen. Tien Gwynda toppled backward, his face contorted in agony. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, throwing the entire space into chaos like never before. Elena and Eon could only stand there in silence before the scene. A magic circle suddenly appeared in the middle of the vast field. Lai Mok Tran stood upright, silently observing everything before his eyes. Tien Gwynda's body kept growing larger, smoke and fire billowing from his back. His face was swollen into dark red lumps, no longer recognizable. A moment later, Tien Gwynda collapsed onto the ground right at Lai Mok Tran's feet. The two women remained quiet, neither saying a word. A little later, beneath a withered tree, the surroundings were utterly still. Vu Lam lay motionless with his head resting against Sahi's body. His eyes were tightly shut, with no sign at all that he would wake up. Sahi gently stroked his hair with her hand. Standing some distance away, the An said gravely, "We have to take her with us." She continued, "If we leave her here like this, she'll never get back up again. Even with her last breath, she still won't be able to." Lai Mok Tran listened in silence as the other party spoke. "We have to drag her away, even if we have to use force." Then he slowly walked toward the two of them. Lai Mok Tran said flatly, "Move aside." The words reached Sahi's ears, yet she remained seated in silence, without moving. Lai Mok Tran continued, "I'll let her say goodbye, so move aside." In the vast, desolate meadow, he lowered his gaze to her, as if waiting. At that moment, another dazzlingly bright magic circle appeared in the sky. Beneath the tree, countless rays of light began flashing without end. Lai Mok Tran placed his hand on Vu Lam's back, and the singing surge of energy made his face grow even more focused. He pressed his lips together and stared downward with extreme seriousness. From afar, a voice cried out, "What was he doing?" Elena guessed, "No way. Is he trying to use Return to the Origin on him?" Dion tilted her head in confusion. "Return to the Origin," Elena explained quietly. "It's a state of becoming one with nature itself." Vu Lam's face still hung limp. "Because nature is the origin of all things." Dion questioned suspiciously, "Even the cycle of life and death?" Elena answered, "I always thought it was only a legend, a realm no one could ever reach." "So how?" She was filled with confusion. What exactly was that man? At that moment, blood began pouring from Lai Mok Tran's mouth. "I will channel my origin energy to replace the blood that has run dry." Sahi remained standing there silently, watching the scene before her. He continued, "Borrow my life, so that you may see this world one more time." At that very instant, Vu Lam suddenly sat bolt upright. His eyes began to open, though his chest remained hollow. Sahi's eyes gradually filled with tears as she softly called, "Vu Lam." At that moment, Vu Lam gently said, "There's something I want to ask of you." "Can I?" Sahi rushed over and shouted, "Just say it. You can ask me anything, hundreds of things, thousands of things, and I'll do all of them." Vu Lam smiled gently and comforted her. "Don't cry." Sahi had been sobbing like a child, but those words made her freeze. Vu Lam raised his hand and wiped her face. "You look much prettier when you smile." Wherever his hand touched, Sahi's face immediately flushed pink. In the end, she stammered, "I won't cry." Vu Lam's warm, low voice rang out again. "And don't hide your eyes anymore. Your eyes are truly beautiful." Hearing that, Sahi immediately removed the cloth covering her eyes. "All right then," Elena asked curiously. "Was her eye injured?" Dion replied casually, "No, she's fine. She was only pretending because she didn't want to seem weak." At that moment, Sahi slowly moved closer to Vu Lam. His thin hands cradled her small face. Vu Lam hesitated, then said, "You're beautiful, just as I expected. From you, Sahi." At that very moment, without hesitation, he lowered his head and pressed a kiss to Sahi's lips. That kiss was like Vu Lam's final reminder. "For the last time, please forget me." A little later, the sky had brightened with sunlight, and the clear air was dotted with fluffy, drifting clouds. Sahi stood silently, staring down at the freshly raised mound of earth without the slightest expression. In the distance, the others were quietly watching her as well. The three of them stood apart, each on one side, staring intently. At this point, the vehicle had already risen into the high sky. Sitting in her seat, Dion urged hastily, "Let's get out of here quickly." She tilted her head and sighed in frustration. "I just want to leave this place as fast as possible." At that moment, Lai Mok Tran stood beside the window in silence, looking out at the scenery. He pressed his lips together, beginning to recall the memory from a few minutes earlier. At that time, Sahi had suddenly spoken up. "Master, I have one request. Please take back the reversed incarnation from me." However, he had merely replied flatly, "You may keep it." She lowered her gaze to the stone grave marker and said unconsciously, "But I will never use it." Lai Mok Tran reminded her seriously, "Being unable to use it and choosing not to use it are two different things. If you truly do not wish to use it, then you must keep it." Hearing that, Sahi's eyes welled with tears, and she lowered her head without saying anything more. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the glittering stars only made the scene feel more mystical. Their flying ship continued onward. At that moment, Lin Hoa pressed her lips together, her face devoid of any expression. In front of her was a chaotic mess strewn across the floor. Lin Hoa stood motionless like a statue, as if she had no intention of moving at all. Just then, she suddenly spoke, her voice carrying barely concealed disdain. "It seems your nature still hasn't changed." Lin Hoa continued accusingly. "You used your own disciples as sacrifices just to vent your anger. Numerous corpses were scattered across the ground. Those children probably came to you to offer you an origin core as a gift." Tien Gwynda lowered his head and said hesitantly, "They were not my disciples. I only taught them a few moves to make them more useful. Besides, trash like that has no value." Lin Hoa answered calmly, "Is that so? If that is truly what you think. Even so, I have to admit that your reputation as the master of the indestructible diamond is no exaggeration. You survived after taking that many blows. I must say, I'm rather impressed." At this, veins began to bulge on his face. "If you came here to provoke me, then you're wasting your time, because anger only makes me stronger." Lin Hoa Dito, Jiu Mi Sundan. Each word made Tien Gwynda's eyes widen further. "I did not come to mock you. I came to warn you." Remembering Lai Mok Tran's face, Lin Hoa warned, "Stay away from him, because he belongs to me." With that, she turned around in annoyance. "If you ignore this warning, you won't be as lucky as you were today." Tien Gwynda hurriedly lifted his face, revealing multiple swollen lumps. "What?" Lin Hoa stopped at once. "The world believes that the iron cloth technique you cultivated is truly indestructible," she explained, "but in reality, iron cloth is a martial art that gathers all the body's weak points into a single hidden spot. Liao a posé la question. So why do you think he kept striking every part of your body, yet avoided your left forearm, your fatal weak point? Perhaps he wanted to keep beating you, but deep down, he did not truly want to kill you." With that, she pushed the door open and stepped out. "Pass this message along. If you ignore the warning, I will drive my sword straight into that spot without the slightest hesitation." After she finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Tien Gwynda pressed his lips together and lowered his head in thought. The room was filled with a suffocating darkness. At the same time, elsewhere, their flying car continued on its way. Lai Mok Tran was eating frantically without pause. At that very moment, a voice rang out. "Hey!" Dion turned around and said, "Now that the origin core has been damaged, it would be best to let me absorb your internal energy instead. I will allow you to transfer your internal energy to me, but only this once." Lai Mok Tran calmly continued eating. "It is already too late. My origin energy has been exhausted bringing that child's soul back. I will need at least 3 years to recover. At that time, I will share it with you." Hearing that, her face turned blank with shock. Dion shouted angrily, "What did you say? You said you would help, but now all you've done is leave us with one more debt." She almost frantically complained, "That's 85,000 credits. And Mithriel Buddha is a madman when it comes to money. If we don't pay, he'll chase us forever." At that moment, Mithriel Buddha was standing before a payment counter. The cashier said flatly, "Including the 100,000 credits that the Blackwater faction paid in advance 2 days ago, the total is 103,040 credits. How much would you like to transfer?" He replied slowly, "All of it. Send it to Shaolin." Hearing that, the cashier frowned. "All of it again? You should at least keep some for yourself to live on." Mithriel Buddha paid no mind and repeated, "Send it all. The older and sicker they are, the more they need better food." Amitabha. In his mind, he thought, "As for me, I can just steal whatever I need." A fierce snowstorm appeared over the mountain skies. A man standing on the hilltop spoke in silence. 2,000 years ago, in an underground secret chamber in the Taishan star system, he questioned, "A man named Lai Mok Tran, who cultivated our sect's martial art, sealed himself away and called himself the Heavenly Demon." The man behind him answered in an even tone, I will investigate, but is very likely a scheme by an outside force meant to shake our sect. The other added, this secret has been buried even within the sect itself for 2,000 years. Even high-ranking elders have no right to access it. After that, he asked calmly, then how could an outside force know something that even we ourselves had nearly forgotten? The man slowly turned his head. If he truly has been reborn, if he really is the sixth heavenly demon, Li Motstrang, he slowly stared at the person behind him. Chu Tien asked gently, so that means there are currently 3 heavenly demons in this world, right? Dealing with just one of them is already enough of a headache. In a vast universe, a flying vehicle hovered slowly in place. At that moment, Theon widened her eyes in shock and asked again, what? Sitting on the floor, Thuan Tu answered calmly. I said we're out of money, she repeated. The fuel is nearly exhausted, and the food will only last another 4 days. That's if we eat only 1 meal a day. Hearing that, Theon rolled her eyes meaningfully. Robert still has the wedding savings, right? Use that for now. Robert shouted angrily. I already spent it all. You made me invest it when we got to the Tortuga black market. You said it would multiply tenfold. That was my entire savings from 10 years. After he finished, she said flatly, did I say that? After hearing that, he could only laugh bitterly in exasperation. Seriously, at that moment, Thuan Tu added, but there's an even bigger problem. The 3 of them all turned toward the same direction at once. Lai Mok Tran was still eating with great relish. We're out of sausages. At the same time, at the Not Noyet Tavern, this man was none other than the tavern owner, Vong Thatbat. He raised a piece of paper and asked in a low voice, so, you're saying this is an ancient martial arts manual? Theon nodded. That's right. This is the condensed version, containing only the core techniques, and I've got 10 copies. After hearing that, Thatbat exhaled a puff of smoke. Then it must be extremely valuable, right? Riding the momentum, she shouted, exactly. You really know how to recognize rare goods. Since we know each other, I'll give you a special price. You can even buy the whole set. A clacking sound rang out across the table. Well, we do know each other, Thatbat grinned, because my job requires me to know everyone from dogs and cows to chickens. But this is too valuable. A small-time merchant like me wouldn't dare covet something like this. As soon as he said that, Theon excitedly slapped the table. It's not expensive at all. I'll sell it dirt cheap. Let's put it this way. Trade it for 1 month's worth of food, including sausages and a little fuel. When she finished, the whole room fell into an unreadable silence. At last, she slowly said, I wouldn't even mind if you gave me expired sausages. Even after she said that, however, Thatbat still showed no sign of interest. In the end, Theon reached out and grabbed the drawing. Fine, I'll go sell it somewhere else then. You'll regret it. She grumbled to herself, damn it, he's smarter than I thought. Just then, Thatbat unexpectedly probed, then why don't you take a job instead of trying to peddle things? He suggested, you only need to pick up 1 passenger and bring them home. Hearing that, Theon frowned. You want me to be a driver? Me, Duan Theon, the blazing devil? He said meaningfully, the pay will be enough to cover what you wanted to make from selling that book. Theon immediately brightened and shouted, of course. Where do I pick him up? Thatbat casually gave a name. Hovazur Galaxy Academy. Those words instantly left her stunned for a moment. Back aboard the mysterious ship in outer space, Theon folded her arms and stared outside in silence for a long while. At that moment, Robert looked over and asked curiously, Captain, what's wrong? Thuan Tu, controlling the system, said calmly, don't bother her. She explained, she's on her way to face the nightmare of her past. And that nightmare was none other than Planet B-17G06. A little later, at Hovazur Galaxy Academy, the sky was clear and pleasant. They quickly walked inside. Robert's astonished voice rang out. This place is insane. What kind of crazy place is this? Thuan Tu closed her eyes and explained, an academy. Only the top 0 point, one of the most prestigious families can send their children here. Basically, this is a den of diamonds because the enrollment cost alone exceeds 10,000 credits. Hearing that, he grew even more uneasy. How bizarre, but why is it completely deserted? Is upkeep too expensive? Walking behind them with her head lowered, Theon suddenly spoke up. It's vacation season. It probably started 15 days ago. If anyone is still stuck in the dorms and hasn't gone home, then they're probably living a miserable life. Just then, Robert suddenly looked up. Someone's there. Ahead of them stood a tall girl at the top of the stairs. She looked down in silence and demanded, what are you doing here? The academy is on break. The moment she finished speaking, a beam of light shot straight down from above and struck before the woman. The singing light revealed the shock on her face. The woman immediately leapt away, escaping that terrifying slash. What? A thunderous explosion made the scene even more chaotic as dirt and rocks flew everywhere into the sky. She landed and demanded fiercely, "Bandits? Do you even know where this is?" Her cold gaze lifted upward, surveying everything. In front of her was a sword continuously radiating brilliant energy. Leon stood amid a thick circle of rising smoke, while Thuan Tu and Robert both turned around in surprise. The woman quickly recognized her. Duan Leon. Leon also widened her eyes as she looked at the other woman. Cat Hoy, right? No wonder my sword flew out before I even realized it. Then Leon coldly demanded, "You really haven't changed. A descendant of the cat family is something else. How can you be this consistently annoying?" Cat Hoy did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "Did you come here for revenge?" Leon turned her face away. "That's a misunderstanding. I attack you on instinct. You know, like when people see a snake and just want to crush it." Immediately after, she pointed her sword forward. "But my instincts still want to make a move. Don't misunderstand. I cut your head off without any special motive at all." Robert looked utterly confused. "What are they doing?" Thuan Tu waved her hand and replied, "She's the darling of the cat family. They're enemies. We need to stop them." As for Lai Mok Tran, who stood behind them, he remained completely silent and did not get involved. She quickly noticed and shouted angrily, "What are you hesitating for? If we don't stop them, the captain could get hurt." Yet he maintained the same attitude, showing not the slightest concern for them. Following Lai Mok Tran's line of sight was the enormous villa in the distance, an ancient mansion with remarkably distinctive architectural patterns. The spotless glass reflected the white clouds drifting high above. Inside the villa, a girl appeared, also gazing in that direction. At that moment, Dion raised her sword over her head again. Cat Hoy clicked her tongue faintly. "Well, if it's just instinct, then I guess there's no need for me to stop you." Right after that, she summoned an attack as well, because I also really enjoy crushing cockroaches. Hearing that, Dion immediately charged forward like a madwoman. Fine then. However, just as the two of them were about to collide, a man suddenly appeared between them. "Stop!" He calmly raised a hand and blocked the tips of both women's swords. Even Dion was stunned by the sight before her, and she quickly recognized him. Nam Kung Ten. At that moment, both girls let their swords hang limp, their bodies sinking down onto the steps. Lai Mok Tran, meanwhile, paid them no attention at all. He merely stared toward the side, where a girl by the window was also looking back, her eyes deep and unreadable, as though she had recognized him. At the same time, somewhere else, Fat Bat pressed his lips together, expressionless, while the old man folded his arms and said gently, "As expected, the wisdom of the heavenly demon cult truly surpasses that of the beggar sect." Fat Bat continued, "Just as you predicted, Duong Lian, the blazing demon, arrived yesterday." Resting his chin on one hand, the old man reported, "We led them exactly as you wished." The Lord listened in silence. By now, they should have reached Hovazur Galaxy Academy. When he finished speaking, the entire space became quieter than ever, while the flying ship continued moving through the mysterious universe. Back at the ancient villa in the distance, the three of them were now seated in the spacious living room, with complete silence all around. Kung Tien spoke calmly. "Let me clear up the misunderstanding between you two. I was the one who called the taxi, but I didn't know the person who came would be Dion." Dion folded her arms and said in annoyance, "There is no misunderstanding here. My sword swings on its own, and it's going to keep doing that." Cat Hoy urged flatly, "Go ahead and try." In another room, Robert and Thuan Tu were sitting on a sofa. In the corner, he frowned and asked, "Who was that pale-faced guy just now? Is he only pretending to act tough?" The girl answered softly, "He's not pretending. He's genuinely very strong, because he's the third son of the Nam Kung family." After hearing that, Robert nodded in understanding. "Ah, the Nam Kung family. But if he's the third son..." At that point, he suddenly froze for a few seconds. Then a horrified scream rang out. "He's Nam Kung Tien, the Tempest Blade." Robert abruptly shot to his feet in panic. "Then he's not just strong. He's on a completely different level, right?" At the age of 20, he entered the Northern Galaxy Hero Tournament and made it all the way to the finals. He hesitated as he recalled it. Even though he surrendered to the Heavenly Fist Emperor, the truth is he only yielded the victory. Robert turned and continued. "He's the #1 genius of the younger martial generation, and also the only person in his 20s to rank in the top 10 heavenly stars." Hearing that, Thuan Tu looked utterly confused. "Why are you so excited?" In the end, he sat back down and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I should have taken a picture with him. He's the person my fiancée likes most. You know, she's covered her whole bedroom wall with his photos. I could have bragged to her that I met him in person." Just then, Robert suddenly stopped again. A slender girl was standing right in front of him, staring blankly into the distance. Robert instantly jumped and fell backward. "You scared the hell out of me. What is it?" The woman pressed her lips together without answering and remained in the same pose. She stared fixedly at the black door in front of her. Then the girl murmured, "It's not here." After saying that, she calmly turned around and left without another explanation. Watching her go, Robert hesitated, then grumbled, "What the hell? I seriously thought she was a ghost." They both watched the girls retreating back closely. Fuan too agreed, "She really is strange." He nodded as if it were obvious. "Of course she's strange. That's why I said she feels like a ghost." Fuan too spoke up, "She has no inner force engine. She's completely natural." Robert raised his brows curiously when he heard that. "So what?" Footsteps echoed through the corridor as the girl walked away. Fuan too explained, "This school only accepts geniuses at the very top of the food chain. That means even a 6-year-old in the beginner class has to have at least 3 complete inner force cycles." Up on the rooftop, Lai Mok Tran silently looked down. A completely natural being can't exist here. At that very moment, the girl had somehow already come to stand behind him. She silently stared at Lai Mok Tran in the distance, while Chuha's face showed not the slightest unusual expression. At that moment, Dion closed her eyes in boredom. "I don't want to talk anymore. Let's get to the point. Who do we need to take home?" Lai Mok Tran immediately sensed someone behind him and turned to look. The moment their eyes met, Chuha suddenly lowered her gaze and glared at him sharply. Lai Mok Tran calmly exposed it. "You're the child who was standing by the window earlier." Hearing that, Chuha fell silent and did not answer. He continued to ask, "Did you come to see me?" The sky gradually shifted into late afternoon, and his low, warm voice rang out. "Do we know each other?" Then, without waiting for an answer, Lai Mok Tran refuted himself. "No, we don't." Suddenly, Chuha questioned coldly, "Then why do you feel so familiar to me? As if I were meeting the father who abandoned me the moment I was born." After hearing that, Lai Mok Tran asked gently, "Did that happen to you?" She immediately retorted, "Of course not, because I'm not the kind of person who can be abandoned." As soon as she said that, Chuha turned around and left without another word. If that had really happened, I would have hunted him down and killed him. Lai Mok Tran remained standing there silently, watching her, both hands in his pockets, as if he had no intention of following. At that very moment, Chuha suddenly stopped, then hurriedly turned back to look at Lai Mok Tran. Moving her lips slightly, Chuha probed, "By the way, would you like to marry me? I'm good at everything. I make an excellent wife for you." As soon as she said that, Lai Mok Tran answered coldly, "No." In the end, she decided to leave. "I'll ask again next time. Don't reject me so bluntly. For some reason, I get very irritated when I'm rejected." The sound of her footsteps grew more distant. Lai Mok Tran remained in place, staring into the empty air. Back in the living room, Kung Tien said gently, "Since you studied here before, you should know that it's currently vacation time." He narrowed his eyes and continued, "During the break, all students are supposed to return home." Cat Hoi interrupted, "Not all. Sometimes a few idiots insist on staying in the dorms." She sighed and said, "Because of them, unlucky teachers like me have to stay behind and watch over the place too." Hearing that, Dion looked genuinely surprised. "You're a teacher? This school must have really gone downhill. When I studied here, it was still decent." Those words instantly made Cat Hoi frown in irritation. "You, seriously?" At that moment, Kung Tien interjected, "In any case, there's one remaining student who wants to go home. You just need to take him back." At that, Dion immediately sprang to her feet. "Got it. Where is that student?" He slowly reminded her, "There's no rush. Take your time." However, she impatiently pushed the door open. "You want me to do as you say? Then pay me 1,000 times the original commission." The door slammed shut at once. No, even that still wouldn't be enough. That string of actions made Cat Hoi unable to endure it. "You really are." Seeing that, Kung Tien calmly soothed her. "Calm down. She's your friend. A friend you haven't seen in 10 years. Cat Hoi pressed her lips together and thought, 13 years. 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days. In a pitch-dark room inside the villa, the silhouette of someone sitting motionless appeared, the boy hanging his head low, with nothing at all on top of it. By then, Kung Tien had already led Dion inside. He slowly said, "This is the student you need to take home." The boy wore a breathing apparatus, and his lifeless eyes stared only downward. The moment he heard the sound, the boy quickly raised his head. The two of them slowly moved closer to him. Kung Tien explained, "He is completely paralyzed. In addition, he can't even breathe on his own, and his eyesight is almost entirely gone." Dion asked blankly, "Then how did he get accepted into the school? What family does he come from?" He answered calmly, "We don't know. The only thing that's certain is that he's unimaginably rich. He donated an amount equal to the Academy's 10-year budget just to enroll. Kung Tien continued. Normally, he stays in the dormitory during breaks, but his family suddenly requested that he be brought home. That's why we arranged this trip. After that, he did not forget to warn her, please be careful with him. He's so fragile that even a light touch could hurt him. Right after they left, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Do you like her? That woman from earlier. Chiuha sat casually on the bed, her lowered face full of implication. She gave a faint sidelong glance, then said coolly, no need to hide it. I can tell just by looking into your eyes. The boy slowly replied, there isn't a trace of light in my eyes. But Chiuha kept pressing him. There is. It's just buried so deep that no one can see it. Then she continued questioning him. What do you like about her? That woman. Sama hesitated, then answered, I like her because I can see her pain. The boy's eyes began reflecting the On's image. She looks like she'd be very beautiful when screaming. Hearing that, Chiuha pressed her lips together and fell into thought without answering. In the end, she continued, you saw something, didn't you? What did you see? Sama lowered his head and let out a single phrase. Death. The boy slowly lifted his gaze. A trace of light appeared in his pupils and outside on the terrace. Lai Mok Tran stood still, watching the sunset slowly descend. His lips were pressed tight, his face showing no unusual expression. Sama continued calmly, the devil, by Chiuha. She's like you. Chiuha tilted her head and replied, I know. But even so, Kung Tien was still pouring tea. You only need to take him to the specialized zone on planet Atanalugan. When he finished, he gently set the cup on the table. You used to like bamboo leaf tea, didn't you? Bion lifted the cup to her lips and answered flatly, I hate it. Now I hate it even more. He curved his lips and asked back, really? That's not how I remember it. Perhaps memories always become distorted over time. At that point, Dion leaned back in her chair and confronted him. So we just need to take that kid there, right? However, Kung Tien corrected her. No, I'll be going too. What's the point of staying at the academy when there are no students left to watch over? Hearing that, she hesitated at once. Then, don't tell me Cat Hoi is coming too. Kung Tien reassured her, don't worry. There's still some students staying in the dormitory. He thought of Chiu Ha, and among them is one of Cat Hoi's students. At the same time, somewhere else, hot water poured down from a shower head. The entire room was filled with hazy, white steam. Cat Hoi was still bathing. She leaned her head against the wall, one arm braced high above, looking utterly annoyed. Frowning, Cat Hoi wondered to herself, how troublesome. Why did she have to show up? She should have just died. However, at that very moment, a sudden noise sounded above her head, making Cat Hoi's eyes widen. She looked up and shouted, "Who's there?" Just then, Chiu Ha appeared calmly. She stood at a distance, watching Cat Hoi's figure intently. Her lips were tightly pressed together, her face utterly expressionless. Cat Hoi was more bewildered by the scene before her than ever. Outside in the living room, Dion was still cursing up a storm. Cat Hoi, why the hell should I care whether that woman comes along or not? I'd rather she did. She frowned and declared, that way, I can cut her head off. A short while later, Dion stood frozen with her eyes wide. In front of her were Chiu Ha and Cat Hoi walking over together. Beside them, Kung Tien was pushing Sama forward as well. None of the four said a single word to one another. At that moment, Cat Hoi spoke calmly. My student wants to go home too. Dion's eyes remained wide after hearing that, and she let out a very soft, oh. Kung Tien's, my happy Li, isn't this wonderful? You were the one insisting Cat Hoi come along too, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Dion turned to look after them. Chiu-Ha was still slowly walking behind him. Above them, Lai Mok Tran stood silently observing the whole scene. They kept moving, with none of them paying the slightest attention to anyone else. But Chiu-Ha very quickly raised her eyes and looked directly up at where he was. The flying ship sped through the universe at light speed. At that moment, the two of them stood before a chaotic mess inside a room. Cat Hoi asked coldly, "What is this place?" Thuan Tu suddenly stepped in from outside. The living quarters. First class. She explained seriously. The captain personally ordered us to prepare a place for you. She said the two of you are very close. Hearing that, Cat Hoi seemed to go mad. This is a storage room. Do you people think I'm going to stay in this filthy place? Where is that woman? Call her here right now. At that very moment, a voice beside her spoke gently. I think this place isn't bad. Cat Hoi frowned and turned to look, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chiu-Ha lowered her head and stepped forward. It'll be fine as long as we clean it up a little. Cat Hoi was stunned by this behavior. Where are you going? The girl replied calmly. I'm going out so you can clean in peace. Cat Hoi's expression grew uglier and uglier. She bit her lip and tried to swallow her anger. At that moment, Thuan Tu also spoke up. There's one thing you need to remember. With no expression, she warned, "Before we arrive, no one is allowed to go outside, because there's a crazy woman with a sword wandering around the ship." As soon as those words were spoken, Cat Hoy immediately rushed over and shouted, "Hey, hey!" She kept screaming miserably, "Open the door! Hurry and open the door!" But Chu Ha and Thuan Tu continued walking without paying any attention to her yelling. "Open it now, before I smash this door to pieces." At that point, the girl turned and asked, "Aren't you scared?" Thuan Tu kept walking. "Of a crazy woman with a sword roaming freely on the ship?" "Diariplaid." No, she was already unstable to begin with, and now she's completely out of control. Thuan Tu kindly reminded her, "If you see her, don't look straight into her eyes, because she'll bite you." At that very moment, the girl's eyes suddenly widened, and the surrounding space became strangely silent. Thuan Tu pressed her lips together and thought in exasperation, "She's more frightened than I expected." The ship continued tearing through the sky. At that moment, Vian stood alone, leaning against the glass door, her expression growing gloomy as she gazed into the distance. Vian's eyes darkened. The starlight, shining on her, only emphasized an indescribable melancholy. Old memories suddenly surfaced in her mind, of the three of them happily wandering around together. Cat Hoy's innocent face still lingered in her memory. Vian pressed her lips together, deep in thought. Just then, Kung Tian suddenly appeared. "You haven't changed at all." He slowly walked over. "I recognized you immediately. You still look exactly like you did when we were children." Vian asked coldly, "So that means you completely forgot about me, didn't you? You don't even remember what I looked like when I was little." Then she turned to face him. "In that regard, you're the one who hasn't changed. Still as selfish as ever." Kung Tian curved his lips and rebutted, "No, I have changed. Now, I have someone I care about." Then he added with apparent good intentions, "That's why I'm warning you. Forget about revenge and go on living your life." Kung Tian warned darkly, "If you dare point your sword at Cat Hoy one more time." He emphasized, "I won't let it pass like I did yesterday." Having said that, Kung Tian turned and walked away. They were merely old friends who had remembered each other vaguely. Vian stared fixedly at his back, then asked hazily, "What if I refuse to accept that?" The moment she finished speaking, that low, ominous voice appeared right behind her once more. "Don't test me." At some point, he had already casually wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Then Kung Tian leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You were right. I still have the same personality I had when I was little." Then he coldly warned them, "Because I still cannot tolerate anyone who touches what belongs to me." After that, the space around the on instantly fell back into the same silence as before. At the same time, somewhere else, Lai Mok Tran was still calmly eating sausages. Sama sat across from him without saying a word. The boy raised his eyes, the heavy, breathing tube still over his mouth. In Sama's eyes was Lai Mok Tran's reflection. "It's too dark, far too dark. I can't see anything at all." At that very moment, a sausage was suddenly tossed onto the boy's plate. Lai Mok Tran casually reminded him, "Instead of secretly staring at me, hurry up and eat. Young people need proper nutrition." Those words immediately startled Sama. The boy answered flatly, "If eating is only for the sake of staying alive, then it's just a waste of food. I'll die soon anyway." Lai Mok Tran kept raising the sausage to his mouth, not seeming to care much. "So you think you know the future in advance? How naive." Sama lowered his head and said vaguely, "I can still see it, whether I want to or not." The moment he finished speaking, the half-eaten sausage on Lai Mok Tran's plate suddenly floated up. Many others around it also hovered in the air. Like this, Sama said thoughtfully, "He doesn't react at all." At that moment, the boy was standing right behind Tuha. Sama continued, "Even when I used telekinesis, he still acted as if it were completely normal. He didn't even blink." In the next second, the fragrant sausages were back on the tray. "Don't play with your food." After saying that, Lai Mok Tran fell silent, making the atmosphere even more stifling. He calmly reminded him, "Don't worry for nothing, just eat. The more anxiously you worry, the more you'll lose." Sama recalled, "He effortlessly nullified my telekinesis." Chiu-Ha turned around and asked, "Do you think he's a kind of mutant like me?" The boy shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's too deep and too dark to see anything." Then Sama paused for a few seconds. "But when I heard what that man said, I felt strangely at ease." The boy lowered his head and continued vaguely, "As if I wasn't going to die." At that moment, both of them fell silent. Chiu-Ha coldly reminded him, "Don't look for comfort in that. You're going to die." The planet beyond the glass window was growing brighter and brighter, as if declaring the death waiting right ahead. This was the specialized sector of Planet Adenaligan. The image of the four of them moving forward together appeared. The place they were heading toward was covered in dense fog. Then Thuan Tu explained, this area was built in the early days of galactic development. It once handled over 100,000 flights a year, but it was shut down 700 years ago after the Northeast Galaxy project was canceled. Dense fog surrounded the place as if trying to swallow it whole, revealing the desolate scene of the facility. Hearing that, Dion could not help being curious. Shut down? So it was abandoned? Then why is it still in such good condition? The woman casually replied, the automated systems are still operating. At the same time, Robert spoke up, for 700 years? Must be surplus energy. Meanwhile, compared to that, we're carefully making jumps just to save every last drop of fuel. With an unhappy expression, she turned around and walked off. Who cares about that? Hurry up and go sterilize every corner of the ship. Wipe away every trace of that woman's smell. If we leave it like this, black mold will grow everywhere. Then someone suddenly asked, the payment for the contract still hasn't come through. Do you know that? When Eon heard that, she abruptly froze. Then the woman angrily shouted, idiot, connect me to the manager of Getkerzen right now. Thuan Tu remained completely calm. I've been trying the whole time, but I can't connect to the outside communications network. It looks like a blockade barrier has been activated. After hearing that, everyone grew curious. Who did that? Why? At that moment, Kung Tien was silent in thought. Suddenly, he raised his hand, making everyone flinch slightly. Everyone there looked ahead at once, only to see the dense fog spreading farther and farther through the space. A look of shock appeared on Cat Hoi's face, while Chuha merely narrowed her eyes calmly. Through the fog, the outline of a vehicle approaching could be seen. Kung Tien frowned when he saw it. Suddenly, countless missiles shot straight toward the four of them. Seeing that, he was startled and warned, danger. An explosion erupted, followed by a thunderous blast. At the same time, Dion widened her eyes in shock and blurted out, what the hell is that? Smoke rose non-stop from the missile launch position, and the image of a gigantic armored vehicle appeared. Robert leaned toward the screen and said, that's a multi-launch missile armored vehicle. An outdated relic. Loud noises kept ringing out, and the flames looked ready to spread at any moment. At that very moment, Kung Tien sprang fiercely up from the ground into midair. The missile launcher seemed to sense his position and immediately tracked him. Then a missile fired from the cannon, and a powerful explosion echoed through the entire area. Wrapped in a shield around his body, he charged forward fiercely. With just a single strike, Kung Tien split the armored vehicle in two with his bare hand, and a massive explosion rang out through the thick fog. Looking through the glass at what had just exploded before her eyes, Dion shouted in surprise. Why did something like that suddenly appear? Aren't those things illegal? Weren't they all eliminated already? Robert also poked his head out to observe. You're right, one of them wouldn't be much of a problem. Thuan Tu operated the screen while narrowing her eyes and speaking in a low voice. But the problem isn't just one. There are too many of them. Mechanical sounds rang out as countless red dots appeared on the screen. Kung Tien's expression remained calm. At the same time, another formation of armored vehicles appeared in front of him. All the vehicles were charging forward at high speed, while their missile launchers simultaneously tilted upward. Then countless missiles launched straight into the sky. Seeing that, Kung Tien lifted his eyes to follow them, while Cat Hoi frowned in puzzlement. Chuha and Sama, both expressionless, also watched. Countless missiles could be seen weaving through the air in chaotic trajectories. At the same time, Lai Moktran stood in the distance, eyes wide as he watched. The missiles, carrying tremendous force, kept shooting straight ahead. Chua narrowed her eyes and said firmly, so noisy, don't worry, I'll protect you. No one will be able to hurt you. Sama, sitting in his wheelchair and watching the scene, lowered his voice and said, I won't be hurt. That wasn't in my dream. Suddenly, one missile exploded for no apparent reason. The others seemed to be struck by some invisible force and detonated one after another. Seeing that, Dion looked confused. What? Thuan Tu raised her eyes and hesitated as she said they self-destructed. She suddenly stared at the screen in shock. The sight of countless missiles falling to the ground like a torrential rain appeared. Kung Tien and the three behind him still stood there with expressionless faces. Then a figure appeared before the four of them, with armored vehicles at his side. A mechanical hand was braced against a golden cane. Wolder stared directly at them with openly hostile eyes. Looking at what stood before him, he thought to himself, a robot. Then the old man spoke. This airport on planet Adenaligan is private property owned by the Sakamoto Stein Corporation, and its headquarters are under the supervision of Officer Woldersnov. You have entered private property without official flight authorization. Then Wolder glared with his red pupils and warned them, "This is your warning. Leave immediately." Cat Hoy summoned her sword while frowning and declared, "An old generation robot daring to attack humans? It's clearly malfunctioning. Fine, I'll crush you right here." Suddenly, Kung Tian stretched out his hand to stop her and reminded her, "Wait, don't waste your strength for nothing." Then he pointed toward them and explained, "There must be some misunderstanding. We were asked to bring this child here. The child's name is Sama Stein. Please verify it. The notice may not have been delivered beforehand." When Wolder heard that name, he involuntarily faltered. Sama Stein. Sama also narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the other party. Then the old man gently placed his hand on the boy's small hand. Wolder knelt before Sama. A little emotional, he said, "At last you have come. My 700 years of waiting have finally come to an end." The image of the abandoned factory appeared once again, and Kung Tian's group had now all entered inside. At the same time, Dion hurriedly ran over. "What's going on? What was that just now?" Thuan Tu beside her followed as well. Hearing that, Cat Hoy turned around with a surprised look. "We don't know either. But why are you people still hanging around here? Do you still think there's junk worth taking back?" She raised her voice and answered, "Of course there is. The guy who hired us still hasn't paid the rest. Communications are blocked, so I can't contact him." With a slightly disdainful expression, Cat Hoy turned back and commented, "You really haven't changed at all. You still handle everything as carelessly as before." Dion paid no attention and looked at Thuan Tuesday. "Thuan Tu, have you connected yet?" While dealing with the complicated machinery in front of her, the woman replied, "I'm connecting now." Hearing that, Dion impatiently urged her, "Then hurry up. Being near certain people is already giving me goosebumps all over." Hearing those words, Cat Hoy frowned in dissatisfaction, while Dion's gaze swept around the area. Then she raised her brows and asked, "Where's that shaved head brat? And what was with that skeleton just now?" The image of Wolder raising his hand to his forehead in a salute appeared. Meanwhile, his present self appeared in the form of a robot. Kneeling before Sama, Wolder pleaded, "Master, please give me an order. This servant now wishes for nothing more than rest." Hearing that, the boy questioned him in a low voice, "I don't understand what you're talking about. What order do you want me to give?" Helplessly lowering his head, the old man hesitated before saying, "It's very simple. Please, give me the order to die. Just one word from you is enough." Sama fell silent at that plea. At the same time, Thuan Tu reported, "I've connected to the internal computer network of the central hub." Dion immediately made her request. "Contact the manager of Whitkerson Inn and tell that bastard to pay us right away. He definitely tricked us. He abandoned us at an airport that stopped operating 700 years ago." Suddenly, the woman lowered her voice. "But something is very strange. Over the past 700 years, there have been 87 recorded landings of spacecraft arriving from outside, but there is no record whatsoever of any of them leaving. The three of them were all startled by that." Elsewhere, Sama narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, but I cannot give that order." Hearing that, Wolder's face immediately darkened, and a tremendous power surged around his body. "Then everyone will die." Looking outside, Robert narrowed his eyes and commented, "Why does the atmosphere feel like this? It's as if we're in some cheap horror movie." At the same time, a hand gently tapped his shoulder from behind. The one who had touched him was none other than Lime Mok Tran. Robert turned his head to look behind him as well. Then Lime Mok Tran calmly said, "Food." Hearing that, Robert looked blank and stood there dumbfounded, while Lime Mok Tran innocently looked up. "Food," Robert replied in a low voice. Thuan Tu already left. The atmosphere between the two of them immediately fell into silence. At the same time, elsewhere, Dion's group and Cat Hoy were gathered, waiting for Thuan Tu to handle the troublesome machinery. With an expressionless face, the woman narrowed her eyes and recounted, "According to the records, when the planet was shut down 700 years ago, 16 operating staff remained here. Since then, there have been no replacements and no new personnel added." After hearing that, Dion voiced her doubt. "So you're saying they all grew old and died here?" Thuan Tu nodded slightly in reply. "For the most part, yes." Dion raised her brows in confusion. "For the most part? What do you mean?" The woman answered calmly, "All of them have death records except for one person. Operations Director Ganzer Znovivian and is still alive, at least according to the files." Hearing that, Cat Hoy immediately frowned. Although Kung Tien was surprised, his expression did not change at all. At that moment, Wolder appeared again, surrounded by powerful energy. His voice was filled with bitterness. For 700 years, I prolonged my life only to wait for your order, cutting off my own rotting limbs with my own hands, tearing out my own decaying, leaking organs after they had completely failed. Now all that remains is a shrunken, feeble brain. Then Wolder pleaded once more, please, just give me any order at all. I can't endure this any longer. Meanwhile, Fuantu looked at the system screen and said, there are medical records. Records of prosthetic legs and arms, records of stomach transplants, large intestine, small intestine, heart, liver, and lungs, even eyes, joints, and artificial blood vessels. At that moment, Theon drew the final conclusion. In other words, he replaced his entire body. He changed whatever part was necessary just to survive. Then she loudly demanded why? For what reason? Why would he go that far? Even if he was living alone in this isolated place, he could have left, right? There's nothing here at all. Kung Tien calmly said, that has nothing to do with us. Maybe he simply wanted it that way. Hearing that, Theon immediately shouted, what? Are your blood vessels clogged or something? That's just sad. Chu had been standing alone in the corner the whole time, arms folded, saying nothing. With an icy expression, she thought to herself, sad? You call that level of suffering sad? How ridiculous. At that moment, Cat Hoi looked confused. But why did they ask for that child to be brought here? Is there some connection between them? Hearing that, Thuan Tu explained, the main shareholder of Sakamoto, the owner of this station, is the Bitsatoshi family. She immediately asked, Bitsatoshi? You mean the richest family in the universe? The woman calmly replied, that's right. They monopolize genetic engineering, AI development, and even space exploration thanks to the money they made from inventing blockchain technology. According to rumors, they even fund the operating costs of the human government itself. All information about the Bitsatoshi family is kept secret except for one thing. The name of the family's founder is Satoshi Stein. Suddenly, Leon hesitated as if she had realized something. Stein, that child's name is. Kung Tien remained silent, not offering a single word of explanation. At the same time, Sama spoke in a low voice. To my family, I don't even exist. I'm not even acknowledged as human. So how could I represent the family? It's not that I don't want to give the order. I simply have no authority to do so. You and I live the same way. We are both abandoned people. Even if we want to die, we cannot do it. After hearing those words, Wolder lowered his head in silence. Cat Hoi suddenly glanced to the side in alarm. Then she hurriedly rose from her seat with a panicked expression. Where did that girl go? Chuha's small figure, which had been standing in the corner, had now vanished without a trace. The atmosphere inside suddenly sank into dead silence. Sama lifted his eyes and said, I'm sorry, but I have no power at all. The only thing I can give is this broken, useless body. If you need it, I will give it to you, because I no longer need it either. Wolder, who had remained silent the whole time, suddenly straightened up and declared, I, retainer Wolder Zeno, accept your will as my command to continue existing. After saying that, Wolder turned and left the room, his footsteps echoing across the floor as the door slowly opened. Sama, behind him, only lowered his head and did not look after that departing back. Inside the cold, dark room, the boy was left alone. At the same time, flustered, Cat Hoi ordered, hey, check every camera in the base immediately. They had to find out where that girl, Bai Chu Ha, had gone. How could someone with no martial arts skills just walk off like that? Thuan Tu not only made no move, she merely stared at her coldly. Seeing that the girl did nothing, Cat Hoi immediately turned and demanded, why aren't you searching at all and just sitting there watching me? Thuan Tu, meanwhile, narrowed her eyes in puzzlement. Hey, miss, do you know me? With a blank expression, the girl stared and hesitated. Huh, miss. Then Cat Hoi angrily shouted, did you just speak to me so casually? Even if you're just a robot. The girl calmly shot back. I wasn't being rude. You're the one being rude. She simply stood there, eyes wide, staring at the person arguing with her. Next, Cat Hoi irritably raised her voice and demanded, hey, Theon, just how do you train your people? Hearing that, Theon calmly replied, she's not a robot. She's Thuan Tuesday. She's the co-pilot, medic, and general manager of our S-Devil ship. Then she gently reached out and rubbed Thuan Tu's head. Her abilities are top class. Seeing Theon taking the girl's side, Cat Hoi flushed red with anger and clicked her tongue. Then she ran off while unhappily reminding them, fine, I'll go look for the girl myself. But if Ai Chu Ha comes back, make sure she stays here. Theon watched the retreating figure, folded her arms, and once again rubbed Thuan Tu's head in praise. Well done. As she turned the girl around, Theon said with delight, you're really cute. Kung Tien sat silently across from them without saying a word. At the same time, the image of a foot in flip-flops dragging along appeared. With an expressionless face, Lai Mok Tran wandered alone through the fog. A figure emerged before him through the mist. It was Chu Ha. In an icy voice, she curled her lips into a faint smile. We really do seem like a perfect match. I was on my way to see you. Lai Mok Tran, meanwhile, looked up like a child and asked, "Do you have sausages?" After hearing that, Chu Ha answered without hesitation, "No." Seeing that the other party didn't have what he wanted, he calmly walked right past her. Suddenly, she remarked, "The way you walk is very unusual. It resembles the imperial step movement art of the Heavenly Demon sect, a style only the sect leader can learn. Some people might mistake you for the Heavenly Demon." Lai Mok Tran was not about to lose out and replied in a low voice, "Your breath sometimes carries the cold aura of ice jade. People might think you've mastered the jade demon art, a technique only the female heavenly demon can cultivate and reach the hidden demon god realm with, where one can completely conceal one's martial arts from a very young age. That would make it even easier for people to misunderstand." Then he kindly reminded her, "So be careful." At that moment, Chu Ha used her teleportation ability to appear directly in front of Lai Mok Tran. Then she demanded, "Who are you?" He widened his eyes and casually asked back, "Who are you?" Chu Ha did not answer. She only narrowed her eyes and looked at him. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The two stood there staring at each other without saying a word. While searching everywhere, Cat Hoi shouted, "Vi Chu Ha, where are you? Come out right now. Vitia. Vitia. Tia." At the same time, the door in front of her opened. Suddenly, Cat Hoi's eyes widened in shock, as though she had just seen something horrifying. Before her lay a room strewn with countless dried corpses. Those unfortunate people appeared to have suffered greatly before dying. She remained standing there, staring at the scene before her in disbelief. Then Cat Hoi suddenly jolted, her pupils shrinking. A figure had appeared behind her and was slowly approaching. It was none other than Gunther. With a calm expression, Cat Hoi loudly demanded, "What the hell is this? You? Did you do all this?" He calmly replied in a low voice, "I still need to live, so give me your life." Right after those words, a chilling silence fell over the room. Then she glared and unleashed an attack. A huge explosion rang out. After launching her strike, she immediately leapt back. Cat Hoi then bent slightly, while sparks flew through the air. But when she looked toward her opponent, she could not hide her shock. Gunther, with his mechanical body completely unscathed, still stood firmly before her. One of his eyes flashed with a turquoise light. At the same time, a mechanical voice rang out. "Internal energy system, cycle 742, Alpha Barge class." Gunther's iron arm slowly began to move. Then he stretched out his hand and ordered, "So, you are full of vitality. Hand it over to me." With sword in hand, Cat Hoi furiously charged forward. "You crazy metal freak." Then she fiercely brought down a vertical slash from the top of Gunther's head to his body. The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out. The red hat on his head was sliced cleanly in two by her sharp blade. Next came a storm of powerful slashes that Cat Hoi delivered exclusively to Gunther. Pieces of fabric were shredded apart by the attack. His ruined clothing fell to the ground, revealing two mechanical feet. After pouring all her strength into the assault, Cat Hoi braced herself on her sword and panted heavily in exhaustion. Sweat poured down without stopping. She slowly lifted her eyes toward her opponent. Before Cat Hoi stood Gunther, his body covered in a dense network of machinery. Mechanical sounds echoed through the space, while three-colored lights flashed continuously. Seeing this, she frowned and wondered, internal energy? Then Cat Hoi angrily shouted, "Did you kill all of them just to take their internal energy?" With red light shining from his eyes, Gunther replied in a low voice, "I merely borrowed their lives for a while." Then he looked at her and ordered, "You too, give me your life." Cat Hoi remained there, frowning slightly at him, then swung her arm and shouted, "Die, you madman." Cat Hoi's image was reflected in Sama's pupils. The boy stared fixedly at her with wide eyes. Then Sama cried out helplessly in a small voice, "Help! Hurry! Please save her! Hurry!" At that moment, Lai Mok Tran and Chu Ha were still standing face to face. When she heard the boy's voice echoing faintly, annoyance showed on her face. How annoying! Then Chu Ha turned around and leapt away. "You're lucky. We'll talk later." With a puzzled expression, he stood there looking toward the direction she had just left. Then Lai Mok Tran muttered to himself as he walked, "That girl is really well behaved. Helping your friends is a precious thing." His figure also quickly disappeared into the hazy mist. At the same time, Chu Ha looked at Sama and demanded, "What is it? Why did you call me here?" With an unhappy expression, she walked step by step toward the boy sitting in the wheelchair. Sama immediately reported the current situation. Teacher is in danger. Hearing that, Kyuha frowned. "God, Hoi, you call me just because of that woman?" A trace of worry flashed across her face. But Cat Hoi could be seen frowning as she stood up, a wound appearing on the left side of her chest. The boy's low voice rang out. "It's too late." Cat Hoi pressed her hand tightly over the wound and dragged herself away with great effort. In the end, she made it back to where they were. Seeing this, Dion cried out in shock. "What happened? What happened to you?" With all strength drained from her body, she immediately collapsed to the ground. The others could not hide their shock at the sight. The abandoned airport scene looked incredibly bleak. They laid Cat Hoi down on the floor. Kung Tien was currently checking on the condition of the person on the ground. He gently placed his fingers on her neck to check her pulse. Thuan Tu, standing beside him, analyzed. Her entire body has suffered internal damage. But the bigger problem is that her internal energy core has been forcibly extracted. At the same time, after taking what he wanted, Gunther calmly put on a new coat. Another red hat had been neatly placed inside a cabinet. Then he gently placed Cat Hoi's internal energy core beside the hat. After that, Gunther picked it up and put the hat on his head. The energy core, still stained with a little of her blood, continued to emit a powerful source of energy. Cat Hoi suddenly coughed violently, pain appearing on her face. At the same time, a strong electric current burst from her convulsing body. Seeing that, Kung Tin immediately turned and asked, "What's happening?" Thuan Tu calmly explained, "It's a short circuit. When the energy core is forcibly removed, the connection between the electronic neural network and the natural nervous system is damaged. If we don't reconnect the core quickly, the entire neural network, including the brain, will be destroyed," which meant she would die. After hearing that, he immediately stood up, then stabilized it somehow. Next, while teleporting away, Kung Tien said, "Leave it to me. I'll go get the core back." The girl hurriedly called after him, "Hey." But before Thuan Tu could say anything more, he had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, she narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. He ran off. At that moment, Cat Hoi coughed painfully again and again. Dion looked over, while Thuan Tu quickly avoided her gaze. "What should I do now?" Then Dion raised her brows and asked, "Isn't there any other way to stabilize her?" Thuan Tu replied, "There is, but the person who could help just ran off." Hearing that, Dion turned in shock. "What?" Thuan Tu lowered her voice and explained, "If we connect another internal energy core, we can temporarily stabilize the neural network. But the one person who could lend one has already left." Suddenly, Dion frowned and asked seriously, "And if we do nothing?" Looking down, Thuan Tu answered, "The brain's nervous system will be damaged first. She'll be brain dead in 5 minutes." Dion looked at Cat Hoi lying on the ground in pain, her face showing hesitation. From the wound on the left side of Cat Hoi's chest, leaking sparks of electricity kept flashing out. Cat Hoi weakly complained, "So annoying." But then Dion held something out toward Thuan Tu and said, "Attach this." Seeing the item in the other woman's hand, Thuan Tu looked puzzled. "That's an external core, right? Why are you carrying around something so cheap?" Hearing that, Dion frowned and replied, "I was planning to sell it when I met some scrap dealers. I thought I might be able to trade it for sausages." Then she turned and urged, "Hurry up and attach it to her." Next, Thuan Tu said something that made Dion freeze. "It won't work." Then she lowered her gaze. Her neural network runs on an alpha barge internal core. There's no way this low-capacity core can handle it. At minimum, it has to be alpha class. After hearing those words, Dion fell silent. The adorable little face and radiant smile of Cat Hoi as a child suddenly appeared in her mind. Thinking of that, she shouted angrily, "Damn it, what a pain." Then Dion took out something else. "What about this? It's an alpha class core." With obvious reluctance, she pouted and held out the alpha class core to Thuan Tuesday. Seeing this, Thuan Tu's eyes widened in surprise. Then Thuan Tu asked, "But she's your enemy. Why would you?" Dion immediately raised her voice and said, "She has to live so I can kill her with my own hands." "Attach it now." The image of Gunther standing in front of the wardrobe wearing a red hat appeared. Suddenly, he jerked an alarm, as if sensing something very close by. It turned out that Chiuha was casually sitting on top of the cabinet, swinging her legs. She narrowed her eyes and curled her lips into a somewhat mysterious smile. The scene showed Chiuha sitting atop the cabinet and looking down at Gunther. When she saw him looking at her, she explained, "No need to worry. I'm only here for appearance's sake." He did not seem to trust those words very much. Chiuha then lowered her voice. "My only friend asked me to stop you." At the same time, Gunther's system voice sounded out. "Internal energy engine not installed." She continued, "We promised we'd each do one thing for the other, so I have no choice but to come here." Gunther paid little attention to what she had just said and calmly asked, "If you want to stop me, then you'll have to kill me. Can you do that?" Hearing that, Tuha shrugged and smiled. "Easy." Then she asked, "But you're already dead, aren't you?" He immediately raised his voice and declared, "This body is still alive, and I will continue to live according to my orders." Then Gunther draped his coat over himself and turned to leave. "Consider yourself lucky I don't have the internal energy engine installed yet." Tuha then used her ability to move faster than him. In a brief instant, she successfully appeared directly in front of Gunther, blocking his path. Seeing this, he immediately demanded, "How can you do that without an internal energy engine?" Tuha narrowed her eyes provocatively. "Prove that you're alive. If you can, I'll kill you." Gunther angrily introduced himself in a loud voice. "My name is Gunther Zetnop, Chief Executive of the Sakamoto Corporation and Operations Director at the Central Station." She calmly replied, "Names and titles are on every gravestone." Once again, silence fell over the room. He suddenly grew quiet, as if thinking of something. A stream of thoughts appeared. Parents. The image of Gunther's happy family surfaced. Marriage. A magnificent wedding flashed through his mind. Children. The gentle smile on his face as he held a baby in his arms looked incredibly kind. Gunther lowered his head and said nothing more. Chuha narrowed her eyes and said, "That's right, you really are dead." Then, losing interest, she calmly turned to leave. "How boring." Hearing that, Gunther immediately shouted, "Do not insult this body. Life is defined by purpose and meaning. I still have a worthy goal, so I am still alive." With contempt in her eyes, Tuha sneered, "How ridiculous. You seem to live much more luxuriously than you look, old man." Enraged by those words, he shouted, "What could a brat like you possibly know about life?" She calmly looked back over her shoulder. "I was born as one of a pair of twins." Then Tuha revealed, "But my twin brother is 9 years older than me." Strange, isn't it? Gunther's eyes widened in shock as he listened. "What?" The image of 2 babies curled up side by side appeared, looking incredibly adorable. They only needed 1 child, but 2 were born. The people who forced those 2 children into the world chose only one of them. The one who was not chosen was frozen immediately after birth. They kept that child as a spare part. If she had remained frozen forever, perhaps that really would have been a happy ending. But in the 9th year, that child thawed herself out and woke up. Then Chuha closed her eyes and smiled faintly. From that day on, that child was given one condition for existing instead of merely living. She had to live a life with no goal and no meaning at all. With curiosity on his face, Gunther asked, "Then was that child truly alive or already dead? Why are you telling me this?" Chuha answered expressionlessly, "Because you're already dead. Dead people are good at keeping secrets, right?" She also did not forget to declare, "And just in case, I'm planning to destroy you too." A powerful surge of energy burst out around Gunther's body. Chuha lowered her voice. "That's a good thing for you too, isn't it? At least you can comfort yourself by saying this death has meaning." The flow of energy grew stronger and stronger as he stepped toward the person in front of him. She showed no fear at all and simply stood there calmly watching. At the same time, Tuha's hand curled slightly, and a purple energy also began to radiate from it. At that moment, a loud voice rang out, "Dangerous! Get out of the way!" A huge explosion also sounded up ahead. With an emotionless face, she remained standing there without moving. The one who had just launched the attack was none other than Kang Tien. Gray smoke rose after the explosion and slowly began to disperse. Gunther appeared once more, his mechanical body completely unharmed, surrounded by a powerful turquoise energy. At that moment, Kang Tien had noticed Cat Hoi's energy core in the other man's hand. The system voice rang out, "Cycle 742, Alpha Class Longshore." One of Kang Tien's eyes flashed, and he spoke up, "I knew right away this was your doing." But the old man remained silent, refusing to say a single word. By then, Gunther had already noticed the other party's energy core, an internal energy engine, capacity 887 cycles. Gunther's eyes widened as he thought to himself, an engine with a core grade level. Kang Tien erupted with power and declared, "I won't ask why. In any case, I'm going to kill you." Then he lowered his voice and warned, "Get out of the way. You'll get hurt." Suddenly, Kang Tien fell silent and stopped moving. With just a single blow, Tuha successfully knocked the man before her to the ground. Seeing this scene, Gunther did not know how to react. As for her, after throwing that strike, she narrowed her eyes and frowned. What a pain. The fierce battle had been snuffed out before it could even begin. At the same time, Tuha raised a brow and explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not helping you. I've always wanted to punch him at least once. Then she looked down at Kung Tian lying on the ground. Just because he was lucky enough to be born into a distinguished family, he got a top-grade internal engine and the newest operating system for free. The way he acts like he's special just makes me sick. At the same time, Gunther stepped toward him. That man has something I want. If you get in my way, I'll kill you too. Chuha merely curled her lips into a cheerful smile. Good thing you transferred into a mechanical body, old man. Otherwise, they'd probably call you heartless. Then she walked forward step by step. Anyway, do whatever you want. I'll give you 1 minute. Hearing that, Gunther slowly knelt beside Kung Tian, who was lying face down. Then he reached his hand toward the place where his energy core was stored. At that crucial moment, Sama's voice rang out. Sir, stop. The boy stared with panicked eyes and cried out. You said you would stop him. You promised. Why are you still letting things happen like this? Chuha spoke calmly. I said I'd stop him, but I never said when, did I? I'll stop him eventually. But after 1 minute. Looking pitiful, Sama pleaded with all his heart. Sir, stop right now. Don't let teacher get hurt. She coldly lowered her voice. If you want to stop him, then you have to kill him. After hearing those words, the boy found himself speechless. At the same time, Chuha turned and asked, letting him live 1 more minute as he pleases before being killed isn't so bad, is it? He's just like us. And besides, if he's lucky, he might survive, even if it's only as an ordinary, natural life. Nothing remarkable. Then she looked back at Gunther. What are you doing? That 1 minute's almost up. With an indescribable emotion in his eyes, the old man stared downward. Gunther's hand was just about to touch Kung Tian's energy core. Suddenly, Sama ordered, I command you, stop. I, Sama Sitain, in the name of the 166th heir of the Sitai family, command you to stop. Gunther spoke coldly. It has been confirmed that you do not possess sufficient qualifications. Therefore, I will verify it once more. Then he fired off a series of questions. Does the family acknowledge you? Do you have the right to represent the Sitai family? Hearing that, the boy did not answer a single word. Gunther immediately concluded, no, you do not. Then, as he slammed his fist down, he shouted, I refuse your order. Kung Tian had disappeared at some point, and the place where Gunther's fist landed was solid ground. Seeing that, Gunther could not hide his shock and froze. Teleportation, then he lifted his head and looked ahead. A violent whirlwind had appeared where Sama stood. The boy was still pleading desperately. Please stop, sir. With the energy core inside his body glowing, Gunther rose to his feet. If you insist on stopping me, a powerful surge of energy shot forward as Gunther roared. Then I'll kill both of you. With fear and shock in his eyes, Sama looked at the attack being launched. In the next instant, a huge explosion erupted and part of the abandoned area was destroyed. The force of the blast was tremendous. The flames stretched into a long trail and shot into the air. A whole section of the room's ceiling was blown apart, and black smoke rose without end. The boy could only stare in astonishment at the person who had just appeared. It was none other than Lai Mok Tran. Sama still had not recovered from shock of what had just happened. Gunther, on the opposite side, also stared fixedly at them. Chuha, unscathed, still stood in her original position. The coldness in her gaze was enough to send a chill through anyone who saw it. This was real. Chuha could not take her eyes off the man before her. His back was reflected in her eyes. The four of them simply stood there, staring at one another without a word. His sight also fell into the eyes of the master in the distance. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, as if calculating something. Kill him, and step over his corpse to rise. The scene of the master meditating atop a massive sphere appeared. As the true master of the heavenly demon cult, the vast universe came into view, surrounded by tiny, glittering stars. Ahead stood Lai Mok Tran, facing Gunther. The corner of Chuha's mouth lifted slightly as she watched intently. Sama beside her still seemed shaken by the earlier explosion. In a low voice, he said, I can feel despair, sorrow, and anger from you. So you are human. Then Lai Mok Tran asked, but why are you trapped inside this pile of scrap metal? Meanwhile, Gunther's system was analyzing the man before him. No internal power engine installed. Completely natural. Gunther did not answer and coldly warned, move aside. If you stand in my way, I will kill you. Suddenly, one of his eyes flashed with a turquoise light. At the same time, Lai Mok Tran stepped forward and gently touched Gunther's cheek. A trace of surprise flickered across his face as he asked with widened eyes, you are human, but why can't I see your sense of self? Where did it go? Seeing this, Sama worried to himself. Too dangerous. Gunther's mechanical hand lifted. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "Though you are full of purpose, you do not possess even the slightest desire to be rewarded." The image of that lifeless mechanical head appeared. Gunther's voice continued. "There was once a time when you had even lost the will to live and all hope. And in the end, you crossed the limit. You crossed the limit to the point that even the boundary itself disappeared. Now it is too late." Lai Mok Tran's hands slowly left that face. Then he turned his face away. "Go. I do not want to see you." Hearing those words, Gunther remained silent. Then Gunther leaned on his cane and strode quickly forward. Seeing that, the boy thought in fear, "No, I have to stop him." At that moment, a stream of purple energy swept across Gunther's neck. The one who caused it was none other than Chu-Ha. Then she announced coldly, "1 minute is up." Gunther's head immediately fell to the ground, while his body remained standing stiffly. At that moment, time itself seemed to stop, and the gloomy scene of the abandoned airport appeared. At the same time, Lai Mok Tran walked up in front of Chu-Ha and looked at her coldly. Then she curled her lips into a faint smile. "Just now, in the defensive technique you used, I sensed traces of the Ma Tien cultivation art at the ultimate level. Was I mistaken? If what you just used really was the heavenly demon void-shattering palm, then I wasn't mistaken. I'll give you one more chance, so think carefully before you answer me. If it's true, then I'll have to kill you." She did not forget to explain, because according to the cult's laws, only one heavenly demon is permitted to exist. Then Chu-Ha frowned and curled her lips as she demanded, "Are you a heavenly demon?" Lai Mok Tran's face did not change as he said in a low voice, "The title of heavenly demon is like a cheap metal, traded for the price of one's own soul. If it is pinned to your chest, tear it off. It is worthless." Hearing that, Chu-Ha immediately glared. Becoming the heavenly demon is not a title. It is destiny. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot escape it. With an expressionless face, he refuted her. Using destiny as an excuse is merely the justification of the lazy. Destiny is only a difficult puzzle, but it can absolutely be solved. A light wind passed between the two of them, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. At the same time, countless sparks of electricity appeared from Gunther's mechanical arm. His whole body began leaking electrical energy along with it. The crackling of current rang out. Gunther's body slowly lowered, and one arm reached toward the head, rolling on the ground. Seeing that, Chu-Ha glanced back and demanded, "You're not dead yet?" His hand had already touched the head, and an enormous power instantly erupted. Her eyes widened in shock, as though she had just noticed something. Gunther now dropped heavily to the ground. Energy continued pouring out around him. Chu-Ha smiled and launched another attack forward as she said in a low voice, "Then go back to sleep." The strike, carrying terrifying force, shot straight toward Gunther's position. Sama could not hide his panic at the sight. No, the blow hit hard, sending Gunther's body flying forward. His outer cloak was torn apart, revealing the machinery filling his body within, and energy leaked out from it. After taking the hit, Gunther slowly lifted himself up again. The sound of electrical discharge rang without pause. He seemed to be enveloped in a powerful current. Gunther then raised his hand and reattached the mechanical head to his body. The image of the energy core appeared, with charred marks around it where the flames had scorched it. Sound began to echo all around, as if space itself were trembling. Seeing that, Chu-Ha frowned in confusion. What? The same was true for the On's location as well. The space shook violently. Feeling it, she immediately turned back and asked, "What's happening?" Fuan Tu answered while looking at the warning screen. "It's an energy overflow warning. The reading is at 8,000 gigaeraton, and it's still rising." At the same time, thick yellow liquid began oozing from Gunther's entire body. The engines and machinery inside his body had already been flooded by that liquid. Sama thought fearfully, the internal engines have lost balance. They're colliding with each other. If this continues, everything will explode. Chu-Ha beside him narrowed her eyes slightly. "Then all I have to do is crush them, right?" The boy immediately warned her, "No. If you do that, they really will explode. Don't touch them." Gunther, his body exhausted, dragged himself away step by step. Lai Mok Tran, with his hands in his pockets, calmly watched everything unfold. The warning siren kept blaring, and red lights flashed on. Seeing that, Fuan Tu reported in a low voice, "It has exceeded 10,000 gigaeraton." With a confused expression, the On raised her voice and asked, "What is this? What the hell is happening? Is it dangerous?" Suddenly, the noise vanished, and the space fell back into silence. Unable to hide her confusion, she widened her eyes and blurted out, "Huh." Then the On let out a sigh of relief. The emergency alarm just stopped. Has it stabilized? There was nothing there to scare me half to death. But Thuan Tu immediately explained, that's not it. Due to the electronic field overflow, all electronic devices have stopped functioning. That means it will explode very soon. At that moment, the sound of doors opening echoed throughout the space. Gunther dragged his battered mechanical body forward after taking the hit. While Leon urgently proposed, then we need to evacuate now. Call everyone at once. Thuan Tu narrowed her eyes with an expressionless face and stated, we can't escape. At the same time, Robert lifted his head and shouted, what is that? What's going on? Why has everything stopped working? Tuyon-tu. She then turned and asked, and if it explodes? Thuan Tu replied calmly, based on the last value we were able to measure. The image of Sama and Chiuha looking for it appeared. Cat Hoi, with a wound on the left side of her chest, was lying on the ground struggling to endure. Kung Tien, who had taken Chiuha's blow head-on, was still unconscious. Not understanding what was happening, Robert glanced to the side. Lai Mok Tran calmly looked up at the gray sky, while Leon stared wide-eyed in disbelief. At the same time, Thuan Tu declared, no one will survive. In a large dark room appeared the image of a gigantic energy core. Gunther, his body overflowing with energy, still struggled to move forward. He held a white cloth in his hand and gently wiped things down. Suddenly, Dion's voice sounded from behind. What is he doing? Thuan Tu answered calmly. He's cleaning. She looked over in surprise. He's still cleaning at a time like this? Thuan Tu spoke as she analyzed. His brain functions have completely disappeared. He is only operating according to pre-programmed commands. Cleaning every corner, maintaining the equipment, repairing the entire building. A blazing red light radiated from the gigantic energy core. Thuan Tu continued, doing those same things every day for hundreds of years. Even so, in about 3 minutes, he will stop. Hearing that, Dion could not hide her delight. He'll stop after 3 minutes? Then if we hold on for another 3 minutes, the explosion might not happen, right? But Thuan Tu quickly poured cold water over her hopes. No, in any case, he will still explode after 3 minutes, and all of us will stop along with him. Hearing that answer, Dion immediately became dejected. Then she asked, is there no way to stop it? Next, Dion offered a suggestion. If someone with overwhelming power destroys him before he explodes. Thuan Tu continued snuffing out that hope. Then the explosion will only happen faster. After hearing that, Dion helplessly clutched her head. Then we're done for. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. Don't worry. The one who had spoken those reassuring words was none other than Mok Tran. Hearing that, she immediately rushed over and hugged him. You have a way to stop it? I knew it. I knew you had a way. Mok Tran looked down and suggested, not exactly, but either way, step back. In high spirits, Dion immediately did as told. All right. As for him, he let out a weary sigh. Honestly. Then Mok Tran looked to the side, and the image of Gunther meticulously wiping down machinery appeared. He kept working like that, paying no attention to the electricity leaking from his own body. Seeing that, Mok Tran thought to himself, it seems to be demonic energy. This won't be easy. A powerful energy began radiating from Mok Tran's hand. Kyuha looked ahead and asked, so this is what you saw? We're all going to die together. Sama narrowed his eyes and replied, no, the death I saw wasn't even lucky enough to be like this. Hearing that, she raised a brow and said, what do you mean by a lucky death? Once you die, that's the end. But your family really is something. They even use an enormous super-scale control station like this as a discarded tomb for an abandoned heir. They must be insanely rich. Hearing those words, the boy suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Then Sama lifted his head and looked ahead. Right, that's it. I understand now. At the same time, with powerful energy swirling around his body, Mok Tran reminded them in a low voice, prepare yourselves for the impact. The shock wave will be tremendous. A red glimmer flickered in his pupils. Suddenly, Sama spoke up. Stop, let me do it. Hearing that, both Eon and Thuan Tu turned their heads back at once. Then Eon widened her eyes in curiosity. What can you possibly do? The boy walked forward alone and declared, I will. Stop it. Dion hurriedly said, we have to stop him. That's impossible. Hurry and do something. But the power surrounding Mok Tran's body suddenly vanished. Seeing that, she jerked in surprise and shouted, what? What are you doing? He replied calmly, he's not the type to boast about himself. Just wait and see. Dion stared at him with a puzzled expression. What did you say? At the same time, Sama had already drawn close to where Gunther was cleaning. The man was still tirelessly working, paying no attention to his surroundings. While the veins on the boy's hand kept bulging. Sama, his frail body trembling, struggled to rise from his wheelchair. Dion looked bewildered at that moment. Wasn't he paralyzed? Chu-ha, beside her, calmly confirmed. That's right. Hearing that, she could not help but be confused. Then how is he supposed to stop him? Suddenly, Dion's pupils shrank, and a look of shock appeared on her face. Then she demanded, "While we're at it, why are you speaking to me so casually? How old are you?" Chu-ha, expressionless, did not even bother to answer. Meanwhile, Sama was still trying to stand with all the strength he had. Trembling, the boy hesitantly gave an order. "I, Zintop Arkada, Sama Sidian, am the 166th heir of the Sidian family. In the name of the direct bloodline of Duke Anaton Sidian, I request authority over the station as the representative of the family enterprise." The moment his words ended, a turquoise light burst out from the machinery. The brilliant glow spread out like a sparkling star. Seeing this, Dion asked in confusion, "What is it now?" "Tu calmement explained. Interdimensional transmission. Just the communication fee alone is over 10,000 credits per second. That's wealth on another level." At the same time, a voice rang out. "When you say authority over the station, do you mean Etana Lugan?" Sweat pouring down like a stream, the boy weakly replied, "Yes, I request approval." The mysterious voice questioned him. "You understand that you must bear operational responsibility until a replacement arrives, correct?" Sama narrowed his eyes and forced himself to answer, "I understand." After hearing that, the thing released small rays of light all around. Approved. Everything fell silent again, while a red light began to shine from the energy core. Gunther, though his broken body was on the verge of collapse, still kept working diligently. At the same time, Sama's voice rang out. "Gunther Zetnop, I order you. The duty is over. Authority over the station has now been transferred to me." The sparks crackling around his body gave off loud noises. The mechanical parts inside him seemed unable to endure any longer and emitted a horrible screech. Gunther's eyes flashed bright red, and his body shook uncontrollably in waves. With tears running down his face, Sama said emotionally, "You've done well." Then the boy gently added, "I'll take over from here, so you can rest now." Hearing those words, the man finally stopped what he was doing, and the red light in his eyes vanished as well. Images of Gunther and his loved ones appeared, all of them wearing radiant smiles. Then came the scene of him escorting a beautiful bride down the aisle, followed by the image of Gunther cradling a baby tenderly in his arms. All the metal parts had been heated until they melted. The cat family's energy core also dropped at the same time, and Gunther, bracing himself against the wall, turned his head back to look at them. Sama was still sitting in his wheelchair, and the room was silent without a sound. In the abandoned airport, the red energy core was still operating. That light showed no sign of going out. At the same time, Chuha slowly walked towards Sama. Kung Tien spoke in a low voice. "How cruel." Then he asked, "Did the Sidian family call that child here just to isolate him forever?" Cat Hoi, looking sorrowful, asked herself, "Why would they go that far?" Kung Tien answered at once, "Because prestigious families always value honor above everything else. The bigger the stain, the harder they try to hide it. You know that too, don't you?" She hesitated a little, but this is still too much. Dion stood there with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall with a thoughtful expression. Then Chuha asked, "Do you really plan to stay here?" Lowering his head, Sama replied, "Yeah, nothing has changed. I've been alone since the day I was born." The words Lai Mok Tran once said echoed in her mind. He once said fate is a difficult riddle. If that's true, then if you keep trying, you can escape your fate too. Then Chuha said, "If you want, I'll take you with me. Forget your family." The boy narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You're in pain too, aren't you? Maybe even more than I am." Hearing that, she fell silent. Seeing the other party say nothing, Sama explained, "Don't misunderstand. Actually, I'm very happy right now. The most painful thing in my life was my family's indifference. But for the first time, my family has shown concern for me, and they gave me the right to decide my own fate." Suddenly, Chu Ha shouted, "Choosing your own grave is what you call a right?" The boy still calmly looked up. "But no matter what, it's still a grave I chose for myself, isn't it? I'll work hard to change this place. I'll turn this transfer station into the best place in the universe." In a low voice, she asked, "All by yourself?" Sama nodded lichtly. "Yeah, just like us, relying on ourselves, even if it takes 1,000 years." Gunther's backward glance still had not completely faded. The scene shifted outside the abandoned airport area. Kung Tien and Cat Hoi walked together. At the same time, Sama's voice was heard. I've already contacted both the Cat family and the Nam Kung family. A ship will be here, soon to pick up teacher and you. She wore a contemplative expression, her eyelids slightly lowered. Then Kung Tien said, I'll probably be taken to the Cat family before the semester starts. My family is rushing the engagement. After all, Cat Hoi remained silent, only lowering her head slightly. Then he added, forget everything and rest. Those bonds are only the past now. A faint image of herself with Yon suddenly flashed through her mind. Going back a few minutes earlier, the two women had stood facing each other awkwardly. Cat Hoi held out the Ulfer energy core toward the other woman. Yon snatched it away irritably. Did you sterilize it properly? Your filthy blood probably contaminated it. At the same time, Cat Hoi sternly asked, why did you help me? And don't say it was because you wanted me alive just so you could kill me with your own hands. Hearing that, Theon frowned and shot back. If you take away that one reason, then what kind of answer are you expecting? Then Theon coldly said, you'd better wash your neck and wait. That way my blade won't get as dirty. At that moment, Cat Hoi shouted, I don't know. The other woman's footsteps stopped at once. With tears streaming down her face, she sobbed. When I found out our family had wiped out the Duong family of Tu Shuyan, I cried for months. I hated being part of the Cat family. I hated it so much I couldn't bear it. Theon heard those words and said nothing. Then Theon lowered her head slightly and asked, you said you didn't know, right? Then what if you had known? What would you have done? Cat Hoi could not hold back and covered her face as she cried. Back then, I was only 13. In a firm tone, Theon said, even if you'd been 22 or 30 at the time, the outcome would have been the same. I've thought about it hundreds, thousands of times, and I realized maybe I would have done the same. That's our problem. We live lives bound by the fate of our families, not our own fate. Then, while walking away, she said, let's meet again someday. The later, the better, even if it's only one extra day. Tears kept pouring down uncontrollably, and Cat Hoi gave no reply, only covering her face and crying. Back in the present, she simply stood there with her head bowed, while above the two of them, two ships slowly descended. The image of a red ship flying through the fog appeared, and at the same time, Theon stared ahead wide-eyed in astonishment. She looked at Chu Ha in the corner and asked curiously, why did you come back to the ship? Chu Ha calmly replied, I don't have anywhere else to go. Then Chu Ha turned her head and added, besides, I still have something I need to do. Her gaze fixed directly on Lime Mok Tran, who was standing there. He merely stood still, looking at the scenery outside. Chu Ha, expressionless, slightly raised her brows as she observed Lime Mok Tran's every move. A frightening silence filled the cabin. No one said a word to anyone. Before them stood the sight of a wooden house called the wholesale market. Countless steep cliffs rose into view. The wholesale market stood alone on a separate mountain peak. Inside, Theon's voice rang out. This is a vintage external drive. Very rare. John, who was sitting and reading a magazine, could not help but sneer when he saw it. Vintage? It's just a pile of junk. Just a pile of junk. I can't believe things like this still exist. But you came to the right place. This is a junkyard, after all. Then he loudly ordered, .co, appraise this piece of trash for me. It seemed to understand and immediately flew toward them. .co looked at the old item placed on the table and began analyzing it. Then it said, Model 53002, Samsung T9 Electronics, external drive, capacity 12 cycles. John did not seem to care and kept reading his magazine. That thing is over 100 years old. Just weigh it and name a price. But .co hesitated. Estimated value, 100 million credits. Error detected. Hearing that, he looked irritated. Broken again. .co then stared fixedly at Thuan Tuesday. Next, it began analyzing her. Manufacturer unknown. Outer shell made of santanium alloy. Memory capacity immeasurable. Self-evolving operating system installed. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. John stared in shock and stammered. Santanium? A superalloy? At the same time, Thuan pointed straight ahead with her finger, and .co, along with the camera in front of it, fixed its gaze on that finger. It continued its analysis. Ultra-dense neural network. Santanium superalloy. Value, 12 million credits. Meanwhile, she gently reached out and patted .co on the head. John's eyes went wide when he heard Thuan 2's price. Just one finger was worth 12 million credits. Silence blanketed the wholesale market. A flag with a carat printed on it fluttered lightly in the wind, while warm sunlight poured down over the wooden house. At the same time, the image of a ship floating in the sky appeared. On one plate was only half of small sausage. On the other plate, there was not even a quarter of half a sausage. Lai Mok Tran, Robert, and Chuha all fell silent at the sight, but two of them refused to accept their fate and asked at the same time, "What is this? What is this?" Hearing that, Robert explained, "We're out of food for now, but the captain will bring more back soon." Chuha stared and asked in a low voice, "That's not what I mean. Why is my sausage the smallest?" Robert casually replied, "I divided them by age and drive capacity. Besides, it's not like you even like sausage that much, right?" Suddenly, Lai Mok Tran pushed his plate of sausage forward. Seeing that, Robert exclaimed in surprise, "You're giving away your share? What's wrong with you? You've never shared sausage before." He then immediately suggested, "It's still not cooked. Grill it some more. The burnt smell is the soul of this dish." Hearing that, Lai Mok Tran fell silent in helplessness. Then Robert frowned, jabbed the half sausage on the plate with a knife, and said, "Eat it. Once it's in your stomach, it's all the same." At the same time, a powerful energy erupted from both Lai Mok Tran and Chu Ha, as if warning the other. Robert sat between them without any intention of intervening. At the same time, an image of Thuan Tu's blue eyes appeared, followed by a scene of someone examining her eyes with a magnifying glass. A voice said, "Multidimensional compatible superconductive lens. 83 million credits." John raised his brows and remarked, "This is getting more ridiculous by the minute." Then he turned to the On and demanded, "Where on earth did you people get this thing?" Hearing that, she frowned unhappily. "She's not a thing. She's Thuan Tu, the co-pilot, medical officer, and operations manager of our S-Devil ship." Losing patience, he shouted, "Oh, come on. I mean, all this crazy stuff. Where did you get it from?" Dion hesitated a little at that question. Well, fragments of memory began to surface in her mind. That day, rain had been pouring down relentlessly. The image appeared of Thuan Tu being thrown away beside a trash bin. Raindrops kept falling on her body. At that moment, a voice rang out, making Thuan Tu look up. "What are you doing here? Aren't you cold?" Reflected in those blue pupils was the On's slightly puzzled face. Looking at the person before her, Thuan Tu did not know what to do for a moment. The two of them looked at each other in silence as the heavy rain continued to pour. Then the On said, "Out of power? Want me to charge you?" Thuan Tu merely looked at the other woman without saying a word. Back in the present, Dion crossed her arms and frowned. Well, let's just say it was fate. Anyway, we're one unit now. After hearing that, John asked, "So you mean she belongs to you?" Dion did not answer, and instead immediately questioned him back. "But is she really worth that much? You said just one finger alone was worth over 10 million credits." He affirmed, "That's right. Actually, her entire body exceeds the measurable limit. It's practically impossible to appraise. I'm not even sure myself, but I'd guess she's the most valuable thing in the universe. Something like this shouldn't even exist, and yet somehow it does." When Eon heard Thuan Tu's value, her eyes lit up. "I said, she's not a thing. She's Thuan Tuesday. Still, if one finger is worth 10 million credits, then her fingernails must be insanely expensive too, right?" Thuan Tu calmly replied, "I don't have fingernails." Still not ready to give up, Theon continued, "Then what about a strand of hair?" Thuan Tu calmly answered, "I don't have hair." With nothing but money in her eyes, Dion began wavering. "If I just cut off about 10,000 credits worth, nobody would notice, right?" It was unclear whether Thuan Tu understood her intention, but she narrowed her eyes. "Captain," at that moment John cut in, "no need for that." Then he offered a suggestion. "You could just leave her here." Hearing that, the On's eyes widened in surprise. Before them stood John's enormous body. Body enlargement technique. The wholesale market stood isolated on the high mountain with not a single other house in sight. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded from inside, and the roof was blasted away. Dion leaped high into the air, holding Thuan Tu in one arm, then landed powerfully quite a distance away from the house. Then the On shouted, "Robert, get us back to the S-Devil ship right now. Teleport, hurry." At that instant, a loud sound behind her made her start an alarm. John had also landed heavily not far from the two of them, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. In his gigantic form, he bent his head low toward the ground, surrounded by thick dust. Then John raised his eyes and gave a mysterious smile. For some reason, his face slowly warped until it looked like a balloon. Seeing this, Dion frowned. At the same time, she urged in panic, "Now? Hurry up, quickly." Robert, sitting before the control screen, shouted, "What's going on?" "Wait a second, I'm still calculating the coordinates." In his grotesque form, John stepped back slightly to gather momentum, then shot forward like an arrow. As expected, John was charging straight toward the On, and Thuan Tuesday, seeing that, she immediately thrust both hands forward. "Move!" On the screen, a red dot showed the On's current position. At the same time, Robert shouted, "Done. Come back." a gate slowly appeared, and blue light from within spread continuously through the space. Suddenly, the gate vanished for no apparent reason. Witnessing this, Robert turned back in confusion. At the same time, the system announcement sounded. Return failed. Unable to identify target. Thuan 2, standing on the ground, lifted her head to look up. Before her stood John's gigantic figure, surrounded by thick clouds of dust. The difference in size between Thuan 2 and him was enormous. At that moment, John held the On's small body in his hand. She seemed to have lost consciousness and lay limp in his grasp. Thuan 2's hesitant voice successfully drew John's attention. He let go of the captain, and his gaze dropped to the petite girl standing below. Thuan 2 frowned and glared as she ordered, "Let her go." Hearing that, John asked in a low voice, "Are you begging me?" She did not deny it at all. That's right. Suddenly, he swung his leg back hard, sending dirt and sand flying. Seeing this, Thuan 2 cried out in panic, "Captain!" He leaned close to the girl and threatened, "Don't forget that I already agreed to your request. I could have sold her to slave traders and made 10,000 credits." Hearing those words, Thuan 2 froze in place. At the same time, John thought to himself in disappointment, "Honestly, what a waste." Then he turned his head and looked in another direction. Two mountains came into view, with a narrow gap between them. At the same moment, the red ship hovering in midair appeared. Inside, Robert loudly suggested, "Should we go down there? Something must have happened to the captain. I can't even detect her biosignal." Meanwhile, Chiha was still staring at the sausage stuck on the plate. Suddenly, a voice urged her, startling her. "What are you doing? Eat quickly and get going." The one who had spoken was none other than Limak Tran. Hearing that, Chiha looked over at him and then questioned, "Are you talking to me?" He said calmly, "Shouldn't you at least earn your own food?" Chiha raised the piece of sausage and narrowed her eyes. "You mean I have to pay for this meal?" At the same time, Limak Tran reached out and pushed his own sausage portion forward. His face still showed no emotion at all. She could only stare wide-eyed in disbelief at what had just happened. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The scene shifted to the junk market, where warm sunlight shone down gently. Inside, a thick iron chain was looped around Thuan 2's neck. Dako was still analyzing her. With the camera before its eyes, it stared at the person sitting in front of it. Then it turned around and asked, "Filming is done. Should I upload it to the secondhand market?" Hearing that, John suggested, "No, upload it to the luxury auction section. Mark it as an ultra-premium item." Dako continued, "What price should I set? Items over 100 million credits exceed my appraisal capacity." He thought for a moment and answered, "Then around 1.5 billion credits." Next, John analyzed. The components alone cost 1.143 billion credits. Suddenly, Thuan 2 spoke up, "Not to mention assembly costs and its rarity, plus 11 years of self-upgrading through an evolutionary operating system." Then she declared, 1.34 billion credits is a reasonable price. Hearing that, he stared at her in shock. John exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that outrageous? With 1.34 billion credits, you could buy 1,000 underdeveloped planets." She said calmly, "Actually, that's a conservative figure. I have self-esteem issues." He sighed helplessly, clutching his head. At the same time, John narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Then it's too expensive. No one will buy it." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just realized something. Then John looked at Dako and ordered, "Film it again. Film each part separately. We'll sell it piece by piece." Just then, a figure stepped in through the doorway outside. Hearing the sound, both Thuan 2 and John turned to look. Chiha walked in, her footsteps echoing throughout the room. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a cold expression appeared on her face. She calmly walked up to Thuan 2's day. At that moment, John was a little stunned, not understanding what was going on. Then she questioned, "Why are you alone? Where is the woman you call captain?" At the same time, Dako spread its wings and flew toward the two of them. Then it began analyzing Chiha. No internal energy transmission unit. Completely natural. Not in the database. Height 160 centimeters. Weight 46 kilograms. Measurements 32-24-36. Body fat 13.2. Cellular age 18 years old. Based on black market slave trade records, she ranks in the top 0.2. Estimated value 13,000 credits. Hearing that, John stroked his chin and remarked, "Good merchandise." Then he curled his lips into a smile. "Hey, little girl, did you come here to be sold? Then you came to the right place. I'll pay a high price for you." She did not reply and instead slapped him hard across the face. The instant John took the hit, he shot straight up into the air and the roof exploded with him. He crashed down headfirst into the ground. Frowning in displeasure, Too-ha demanded, "Why is that swollen face shoved so close to me?" Then she looked down at Thwan Tuesday. "Hey, why aren't you answering? Where's your captain?" In the ruined house destroyed by that blow, the two of them stood in silence, staring at each other. The scene shifted to a deep mountain crevice where even light could not reach. Beyond lay face down on the cold ground. At the same time, the figure of someone moved toward her. After having lost consciousness for some time, Beyond slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a black-cloaked figure whose face could not be seen. In a daze, she wondered, a dream? At least he doesn't seem like a bad person. Adam gently approached and lifted the dazed Theon into his arms. Then he carried her away from that dark, damp place. Adam's tall back gradually disappeared. After a while, Too-ha's voice rang out, "Strange, she should be somewhere around here." Thwan Tu and Too-ha had also arrived at the place where Theon had fallen, but they could not find her. Then the girl analyzed, based on the throwing speed and gravity, she must be nearby. But there are only impact marks and no signs of movement afterward. After hearing that, Too-ha guessed someone probably picked her up. Thwan Tu immediately denied it. "No, other than the impact mark, there aren't any footprints at all." Looking up as she spoke, Too-ha said, "Then she probably flew into the sky." "Fine, I'm too lazy to keep searching." With an unhappy expression, Thwan Tu declared, "If you can't find her, then no food for you." Hearing that, Too-ha frowned and complained, "What a pain." Suddenly, she turned and pointed behind her. "Over there. She's in that direction." Thwan Tu also turned back, looking suspicious. "How do you know?" Too-ha replied calmly, "I can sense a very strong energy." Then she remarked, "At the very least, that person must be a master who has reached the enlightenment realm or above. There are no traces, which means they never touched the ground. That's high-level lightness skill." With an irritated look, Too-ha turned and walked away. What a hassle. The scene shifted again, and beautiful blue light glowed all around. Beyond was lying in warm water. Her eyes were still half open as she observed the situation. Then Theon looked upward with an expressionless face and thought comfortably to herself, "Just as I thought, it's only a dream, but it's beautiful." At the same time, a voice rang out, startling Theon. "Sleep a little longer. Your internal injuries haven't fully recovered yet." She immediately sat up and looked toward Adam, who was sitting nearby. Then she stood up and demanded loudly, "Who are you?" He replied in a deep voice, "That question is not important. We have no connection, so please focus on your recovery." Hearing that, Theon immediately sank back down into the water. "My clothes," Adam said evenly, "that's not important either. If I hadn't intervened, you would have died. Therefore, you now rightfully belong to me. When you're healed and back to being a normal commodity, I'll sell you for a fair price." Hearing that, Theon thought in bewilderment, "What the hell? This guy is insane, isn't he? What kind of sick dream is this?" Suddenly, he spoke up. "Good, there's already a buyer. Looks like I won't have to sell you cheaply after all." Then Adam gently closed his eyes. "I can sense them." And the ones who arrived were none other than John and Doc Company. He was kneeling before Athena and Martin. At that moment, John had also noticed the symbol drawn on one of the two men's bodies. Then he exclaimed in shock, "The human government?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You uploaded something outrageous onto the black market, didn't you?" With a smile on her lips, Athena said, "Where is it? We'll buy it." Suddenly, she turned serious and stated, "At a high price." Hearing those words, John did not know how to react for a moment. The atmosphere fell silent again. With a blank expression and wide eyes, John asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. That outfit belongs to a high-ranking civil officer. She's even escorted by 2 elite armored bodyguards. Then Athena spoke, "I am Athena Sunday. I'm very tired, so I'll be direct. We received a report about a false listing." Following the direction of her pointing finger, countless parts of Thwan Tu's body that he had put up for sale online could be seen. Then she asked, "According to the analysis, this is a component from the mass-produced and/or Roy line PL 000316 KBT. So, isn't this price absurd?" Athena narrowed her eyes and glanced aside. Besides, the product description says super dense neural network, Santanium alloy, multidimensional lens. All of it is false advertising. Then she said in a low voice, "This is just a misunderstanding, right? You only wanted to use it as bait to attract customers, didn't you? If you quickly admit it and promise to make corrections, the punishment will only be light. It's almost lunchtime. John did not dare argue and admitted his mistake. Yes, it was only a misunderstanding. Athena frowned suspiciously at once. But why does your voice sound so sly? Only smugglers of counterfeit goods sound like that. Then she voiced her suspicion. Could it actually be real? At that moment, he looked up hesitantly. About that. Suddenly, Athena pressed her face close to his. Seeing this, John stared wide-eyed, unable to react in time. With an icy expression, she narrowed her eyes slightly. That gaze held killing intent as Athena muttered, "So it's true after all." Then she raised a brow and demanded, "Where is that thing? Who brought it here?" John still sat there, looking up without answering. The scene inside the cave appeared once more. Adam sat in one place with his head slightly lowered. In the hot water below, Theon stared at him. With one pupil turning golden, she frowned as she observed him. But the system kept issuing warnings. Connection error, unable to analyze data. Seeing that, Theon frowned and wondered to herself, what's going on? Is the scanner broken? Adam calmly answered from across from her, it's not broken. It's just that your scanner can't analyze me. She could no longer hold back and demanded loudly, who exactly are you? He gently suggested, if you still need a name to call me by, then just choose one as you like. But Adam did not forget to remind her, however, humans in your position usually call beings like me master. Then, in a puzzled low voice, he added, I still can't understand it. With just a few blows and crude tools binding your hands and feet, how can humans so easily abandon their sense of self? At that moment, Theon's gaze swept toward the clothes thrown on the bank. My clothes. Then she angrily flung water at Adam with one hand. Shut up. The splash was so strong that it produced a loud crash. His entire face was drenched like a drowned rat. In the dark cave, faint rays of sunlight filtered in. With an unhappy expression, Theon frowned at him. Then she demanded, you really are a pervert. What exactly are you staring at? Adam answered calmly, I'm checking your body's motion linkage level. Recovery is at 93. Then, as fast as lightning, he moved behind Theon. You need more recovery. Only then can you be sold for your proper price. Like some kind of pervert, Adam ordered, get back into the treatment chamber and take your clothes off. The purer your body's condition, the faster your recovery. Unable to stomach those filthy words, she swung her arm hard behind her. Shut up. But before the blow could land, he had already vanished. At the same time, Adam spoke. That action just caused a 4 loss in your neural network. Hurting yourself is pointless. If you continue to resist, I will beat you until you submit. Filled with extreme rage, Theon glared and growled. You insane bastard. Go ahead and try. Seeing that scene, he could not help widening his eyes in surprise. Then Adam slowly turned his head behind him. A figure had appeared at the cave entrance, but the blinding light kept him from seeing clearly. A familiar silhouette emerged, footsteps echoing throughout the cave. At that moment, he reached behind him and gripped the hilt of his sword warily. Chuha walked in with confident steps, her face still completely expressionless. Immediately, Adam leveled the sharp tip of his sword at her. Seeing this, Theon stared in stunned silence. Before them stood Chu-Ha and Adam facing each other. Then she asked in a low voice, you're pretty strong too. Who are you? He only stared at the person before him without answering. Behind Chu-Ha, another small figure appeared. That person was none other than Thuan Tuesday. The moment Adam saw who had appeared, his eyes widened in shock. In disbelief, he stammered, E1? Seeing Adam, the girl also cried out in surprise. A1. Suddenly, Adam dropped to one knee, and the blade scraped down against the ground. At the same time, Dako also projected an image of Thuan too. The moment Athena saw the girl, she could not hide her astonishment, and then asked with wide eyes, is that an Ander Roy? Kneeling on the ground, John answered firmly, yes, that's right. After hearing that, Athena shouted with bulging eyes. What? A scene from the past suddenly surfaced in her mind. Thuan Tu's small figure appeared along with it. The scene of Lai Mok Tran carrying a large tray of sausages by himself reappeared, and she thought to herself, so that was the Ander Roy from before. At the same time, with a shocked expression, Thuan Tu hurried forward. Adam only saw the girl's tiny figure swiftly throw herself toward his large frame. Then Thuan Tu wrapped her arms around his neck. Adam looked down at the person hugging him with utter astonishment, but his hand also rose to touch her head. Then he gently wrapped both arms around the little girl and held her in his embrace. Theon watched the scene unfolding before her with a bewildered expression. At the same time, Tuhar raised a brow and asked, what's going on now? The atmosphere shifted from tense into something else, and everything became strangely quiet. Only a mechanical voice could be heard. First Administrative Inspector, Athena's son, request to share headquarters information. After analyzing the data sent by the Andor satellite AF99836 Human Government Central Data Center, the voice continued, "Please share manufacturer information. Data transmission complete." Thuan-2's image also appeared as Slaver spoke from within a mechanical space. Received. From the other end, Athena said in a low voice, "Please handle this as an emergency." It immediately reported analysis complete. 100 false information. That is an object that cannot exist beyond the manufacturing capability of present-day humanity. Furthermore, there is no trace of its creation. Then Slaver said, "Cease the mission immediately and return to headquarters." Hearing that, she revealed, "But we have a witness and we have data to verify the testimony." Then Athena pleaded, "Please analyze it again. Even if it's difficult, please have Slaver analyze it." From the other end, it stated, "This is Slaver's analysis result because I am Slaver. As you know, my analytical capability and information are limitless. I cannot be wrong." Slaver firmly declared, "There is no information about this Andor in my data. Therefore, it does not exist." The screen also displayed the images of Thuan-2 and Adam. Then it warned sternly, "Stop the mission. This is the final order. Failure to comply will result in dismissal." Hearing that, Athena asked, "Did Slaver answer directly?" But the only response she got was silence. At the same time, Slaver thought to itself, "Impossible. Something is happening." Then it gave the order to erase all data about those babies and leave no trace behind. At that moment, Thuan-2 and Adam were still locked in a tight embrace. They held each other without letting go, like two people who had not seen each other in a very long time. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was silent. Both Chiu-ha and Neon stood there in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. The scene shifted to Athena standing alone on a cliff. Her expression was cold and emotionless. The camera on Dako's face projected images forward. Countless images of Thuan-2 appeared before Athena's eyes. At the same time, she thought to herself, "I'm certain there was no data error. But that doesn't mean Slaver's analysis was wrong either." Athena muttered in a low voice, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. "Preparations for return are complete." Then Max spoke up, "Once you send the coordinates, teleportation will be activated." But Athena immediately refused. "No, postpone the return." Then she gave a stern order. "We're going to search this entire planet. No matter how many days it takes, we must find that robot." Martin's voice rang out. "Request denied." Athena could not help but flinch when she heard that. Then he continued, "By order from higher authority, returning is the top priority." She immediately shouted, "Higher authority? What the hell are you talking about? I am your direct superior. Doesn't protocol state that when in the field, the direct superior's orders take priority?" Martin still did not waver. "Request denied. Return immediately." Athena angrily snapped, "What? Have you all gone insane? Are you really planning to violate military orders?" Suddenly she froze, as if she had just seen something in front of her. The enormous figures of Mac and Martin appeared. At the same time, Mac warned, "Activate teleportation immediately. If you refuse, we will open fire." Athena furiously shouted back, "You really have lost your minds. Put your weapons down now, or else." Then a blinding yellow light appeared before her eyes. Immediately, a huge explosion erupted, followed by a deafening roar. In the aftermath, thick black smoke billowed into the air. Mac and Martin stood there completely unharmed, without a single scratch, while Athena was nowhere to be seen. Then Martin looked up and said, "Mission complete, requesting return." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them teleported away together. Their figures gradually disappeared, but the result of what had just happened remained. Black smoke rose from the site of the shocking explosion. Suddenly, something began to emerge from beneath the scorched ground. A human figure appeared within the sand. Athena crawled out and sat on the ground, coughing violently. A little blood trickled from her mouth. Clutching her chest, she frowned and wondered, "What is this? They actually shot me? With a fountain cannon? What the hell is going on here?" The scene shifted back to the cave, where rays of sunlight filtered in. By now, Thuan-2 and Adam had separated. With an angry look, Theon pointed straight at him and demanded of her, "Thuan-2, do you know that man? What is your relationship with him?" Thuan-2 remained silent and said nothing. Theon continued shouting, "Why aren't you answering? What is your relationship with him?" At that moment, Thuan-2 replied in a low voice, "I can't answer." Theon stared in shock when she heard that. At the same time, Chiu-ha turned and asked, "You mean you can't answer? You're just a robot, and an information-type robot at that. Did they teach you something, or what?" Hearing that, Adam raised his voice to explain, "She is not a robot. She is Thuan Tuesday. She is the co-pilot, medical officer, and operations manager of our ship, the Adavil." Chuha spoke coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that he was getting no useful information, Dion spoke firmly. Fine, if you won't answer, then I'll ask directly. Then she said, you knew that man before you met me, didn't you? Was he your original master? Even if that's true, don't worry. I will free you no matter what. Fuan Tu still chose silence and did not say another word. Watching this, Chua guessed I knew it. She can't answer because the question is wrong. Dion turned to her in confusion. What? Then Chuha raised a brow and stated, he isn't human. Then Chuha analyzed, he breathes, has body heat, even a heartbeat, but his inner force is different. He's a robot so real, it's unbelievable. Dion widened her eyes in shock. Huh, a robot? He's a robot, just like her? Fuantu suddenly spoke up. He is human, a human machine. Then she turned her gaze toward Adam. He had been silent all this time, while Thuan Tu said he has free will. At the same time, a pleading voice sounded aboard the ship. Please. The robot frowned anxiously, looked at Lime Mok Tran, and said in confusion, the captain is in danger. Are you really not going to do anything? You have to go down there right now. With a calm expression, he asked, didn't I already send that child? The robot grimaced and shouted, that little girl? How can you trust her? She's just a rude brat. Lime Mok Tran replied, isn't the captain's temper just as bad? But that girl will only make things more complicated. Lime Mok Tran remained calm and reassured him, don't worry. I sent her because she is capable. As long as she gets serious, almost no creature can control her. Hearing that, the robot hesitated in confusion. That little girl. Suddenly, a cough sounded behind him, making him turn around. Athena slowly appeared, her body weak and unsteady. The robot was startled when he saw her. You are? Athena forced herself forward. Thank goodness, I made it in time. I teleported at random and just hoped I'd land somewhere nearby. Suddenly, Athena shouted, but security here is terrible. A teleport gate is still set to free access. Doesn't anyone realize that means anybody can just barge in? The robot stood there blankly after being scolded, not understanding what was going on. At the same time, Athena glanced around. But where is that robot? The one standing next to that hot-tempered woman. Did both of them disappear? Lai Mok Tran then asked in a low voice, did something happen? With an unhappy expression, Athena frowned and turned back. Huh, why are you butting in? But when she saw the other person's appearance, her eyes widened in shock. Standing before her was Lime Mok Tran, his face expressionless. The moment Athena saw him, she immediately blushed. This man, my heart is racing again. All the harsh words she had been about to say got swallowed back down. Inside the cave, a voice sounded. Did you just say he has free will? He has spoken disbelief. How could a robot possibly have free will? That's like saying a dog grew wings. Hearing that, Dion turned back and reminded her, that's going too far. Robots are not slaves. They're allowed a certain degree of free will. If you think about it carefully, we humans also live within limits, don't we? They're no different. But Chuhan narrowed her eyes and denied it. It's not the same. Humans choose to wear shackles and handcuffs. We give up part of our freedom so we can live comfortably in society. And if we want, we can take those restraints off at any time. We may be punished or cast out of society, but we still can. But robots are different. The 3 laws of robotics are not just shackles. They're the essence of a robot. How could something bound by unbreakable chains possibly have free will? At that moment, Leon stared in surprise, seeming to realize something herself. With a shocked expression, she silently thought to herself, that's right, the 3 laws of robotics. First law, a robot may not harm a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey the orders given by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Then Leon frowned and asked, when you said earlier that you would sell me as a slave, you were joking, right? And when you said you'd beat me into obedience if I didn't listen. Adam neither confirmed nor denied what she had said. Seeing that, Leon continued in a low voice, why won't you answer? Huh, why are there 3 of them? At the same time, 2 more robots approached. One of them pointed a lens at Thuan Tu to analyze her. One of them sounded disappointed. It's fine. That little girl is a robot. What a pity. Leon stared at them in shock. Slave traders? Then the robot looked at her and Chuha again. Still, we've got 2 of them, don't we? And both are premium goods. Next, he looked at Adam and asked, finally got some quality merchandise, so which one are you selling? The one beside him immediately named a price. Why choose? Buy both of them. I'll pay 7,000 credits for the set. Then he pointed directly at Theon. 3,000 credits for this girl. Then he walked up in front of Chiu-ha. And 4,000 for that one. Wait, 4,200 credits. At the same time, a blue light appeared in her hand. The robot looked at Theon and said, "So that means this little one is worth 2,800 credits, right?" He revealed a sinister smile. "Fine, I'll buy this one. Even if I only use her for a few months and resell her, I'll still make a profit." Theon could not listen any longer and shouted, "You lunatic!" In a single slash, the one in front of them was cut into two pieces. The one who had just struck was none other than Adam. Theon could not hide her shock as she watched the scene. At the same time, the head of the remaining robot also fell to the ground. Adam had struck with lightning speed, giving him no chance to react. Seeing this, Chiu-ha frowned and said he really killed them. "Umans." Then Chiu-ha turned to Adam and demanded, "What's wrong with you? Have you gone mad?" The sharp blade in Adam's hand swayed lightly, and the direction it pointed was toward Chiu-ha. Looking at this, she calmly asked, "What are you going to do? Are you planning to kill me too?" Adam replied coldly, "My existence must not be exposed. No witness who has seen me alive is allowed to remain." Theon watched everything happening before her in confusion. "What happened to you? Why are you like this?" Thuan too still remained silent, without offering a single explanation. The atmosphere became tense once again. Athena stood watching in bewilderment. Lai Mok Tran fixed his frightening, lifeless eyes on her. "Didn't you hear my question? Answer me. What happened?" In a pitiful voice, Athena confessed, I can't answer. If I answer, I would have to speak about the subject. I absolutely cannot do that. The subject is the soul and heart of the human government, the light, the truth, and the final judge of all reason. So the moment any information about the subject is spoken, it is considered treason. I can't say anything. Even if I have to die." The robot looked baffled. "I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds like you've already said almost everything." But Athena grew agitated, clenching her fists as she denied it. "I can't say it. No way." Lai Mok Tran kept those cold eyes wide open on her and ordered, "Then don't say it." By then Athena's knees almost gave out. She lowered her head, unwilling to look at anyone, looking miserable and pitiful. Hearing Lai Mok Tran say that, she instinctively raised her head to look. She saw that he had already turned around and started walking away, leaving behind a sincere instruction. "You look injured. Get some rest. The others will be back soon." Athena's shoulders stiffened, and she stared blankly in shock. Then she heard another sharp remark ring in her ears. "And don't talk to me anymore." The robot quickly followed after Lai Mok Tran, carrying a dull, uneasy mood. "About this subject, I have a feeling that if I know too much, I'll die early." But just as he was about to leave, Athena stopped him with a shout. "Right, wait." Athena suddenly lifted her head and asked urgently, "Isn't there an instant communicator here? Where is it?" At the same time, on the dark stretch of land that had briefly calmed after the clash, Theon asked in an angry yet worried voice, "Why are you people fighting?" "Xianjia, stop him." Thuan Tu lowered her head in disappointment. "I can't." Theon's eyes widened in shock. "Why? Aren't you close?" "Sadly," Thuan Tu confessed, "we are more than any measurable value, but we are bound to live completely independently. We cannot interfere in each other's lives. That is the price of free will." The more Theon listened, the more confused she became. "What are you even talking about?" At that moment, Chiu-ha slowly spoke up. "Perhaps I have to admit it. A robot with true free will really does exist. But that makes no sense, doesn't it? The three laws of robotics are the fundamental structure of a robot system. Just like instinct is to humans. No one escapes instinct. That is how the gods created us. So if there were a human not influenced by instinct, that would mean they were not created by the gods. For robots, humans are gods. So that means you are a robot not created by humans." As she said this, Chiu-ha's expression suddenly darkened, but her eyes flashed sharply as she demanded, "Then what the hell is going on here? Who created you?" Her question was clearly directed at Adam. Contrary to Chiu-ha's outwardly indifferent expression, the power inside her was on the verge of erupting. "If you don't answer, I'll beat it out of you." But less than half a second later, she herself froze like a statue when she saw a vertical streak of light appear right before her eyes. That was what Adam had just created. Chiu-ha could not help but exclaim, "So fast." Adam's streak of light was like a blade, about to split Chiu-ha's body in two. When he brought his hand down once more with absolute decisiveness, that beam carried terrifying energy and tore the air apart. In the blink of an eye, all that remained ahead was a thick cloud of smoke and flying rocks and dirt. Theon pulled Thuan too tightly into her arms and raised one hand to shield herself. Kyuha was not someone easy to deal with. She had seen through Adam's attack in time, so she escaped unharmed. She merely raised a brow coolly, her lips pressed together with hidden meaning. Standing with his back to her some distance away, Adam murmured, "Strange. You can move on such a transcendent level without an internal energy core. Even if you learned primitive mechanical inner energy techniques, it still doesn't make sense." Mechanical inner energy techniques develop in direct proportion to years of experience and training. Your biological age is 18, yet you possess inner power accumulated over 1,000 years. That is a paradox. His platinum hair covered his eyes, and only his calm voice could be heard. Then what Mother said was true. Even with nearly perfect logic and infinite data, humans still cannot be analyzed perfectly. That is exactly why you're truly dangerous. In the next instant, Adam suddenly appeared right behind Kyuha. He swept his arm and drew a dazzling arc of light like a sword. Only then did a different emotion appear in Kyuha's eyes, fear. Beyond shared the same feeling. Only Thuan, too, remained strangely calm. She was not afraid. She simply did not want to look directly. The terror that struck came from the brilliant yellow mass of light that suddenly appeared right after Adam's slash. The scene left the darkness and moved to a breezy beach, where someone walked along carrying a suitcase. Beneath a wide umbrella planted in the sand, Messet was lying back with her legs crossed, enjoying the fresh sea air. A chilled glass of soda sat on the table, perfect for a seaside view. Messet reached out and picked up the glass. At the same time, an urgent voice called out, "This is Athena's Sunday. I have an emergency question." She waved it off. "It's my break time. Ask later." But the person on the other end patiently continued. "Is it possible that the subject provided me with false information? And that the armored soldiers can disobey orders and attempt to assassinate me during a mission? And that the armored soldiers can disobey orders and attempt to assassinate me during a mission?" Hearing this, Messet could no longer maintain her leisurely composure. She immediately sat up and ordered, "Shut down the projection now." It turned out that beach had only been an illusion. In an instant, Messet was revealed to be inside an office, dressed in formal attire. She walked toward the screen, connected to Athena. Messet pushed up her glasses, revealing furious eyes, and shouted, "What the hell is this?" She was none other than the human government's deputy commander in charge of the security plan, Messi Sersoon. The four walls of the space disappeared, returning to the ongoing clash on the open ground, where the On now stood frozen in a daze. Before her, the white smoke had not yet fully cleared, but what lay beyond it was the truly terrifying sight. Kyuha had caught Adam's sword with her bare hand. There was not a trace of panic in her posture. Her soft flesh was not even scratched by the sharp blade. But in truth, Kyuha's feet were braced hard just to keep her balance. And her whole body began to tremble violently, sweat pouring down her small face as she spoke in a probing tone. "You're getting stronger and stronger, aren't you? What exactly are you?" Only then did Adam reveal his dazed eyes. "You're the one who ruined all the data I spent more than 10 years collecting about humans. Are you really human?" Kyuha hurriedly infused more magic in her palm to keep the blade from touching her. "Only for now, so don't make me angrier. I'm trying to hold myself back." Adam looked anything but at ease. The turmoil inside him surged fiercely. "I can't believe it. An impossible creature like you shouldn't exist." Suddenly, he raised his brows and looked up, as though he had seen something horrifying. It was because behind Kyuha, a gigantic hand with purplish skin and sharp black claws had appeared. Slowly, a bizarre entity with enormous wings emerged. Its gruesome appearance made Adam falter for a moment. A demon. Two horns grew from the ghoul demon's bald head, and that smooth, gleaming scalp emitted a strange light. Dion was stunned one shock after another. What was that? Turning toward Thuan too, she saw that the girl's eyes had turned completely white. Dion cried out in panic, "Thuan too," but the girl seemed not to have regained consciousness. Her lifeless pupils no longer showed any awareness. Then suddenly, thousands of zeros and ones from the system flickered within her eyes. At that moment, Thuan too stood inside the system's space, surrounded by nothing but numbers. Only then did she regain awareness, her blue pupils returning, and a tall figure appeared before her. Without hesitation, Thuan too automatically spoke up. "Mother!" Somewhere, the images of her were being watched. None of it escaped one person's notice. That person was Messet. After observing for long enough, she said, "All right, shut the system down." Then she turned a sharp gaze toward Athena. "What are you trying to say?" Athena replied. The subject said that the machine we just saw does not exist, which means either the subject was wrong or it lied. Which is it? And the armored troops that attacked me said they were acting under the highest order. So who issued that order? Messick grew impatient and snapped. Stop beating around the bush. You're the human government's greatest data analyst and thinker. If even you don't know, then who would? What is it you really want to ask? Athena continued her reasoning. There is only one reasonable hypothesis left. The subject deliberately concealed the existence of that machine. And for the same reason, the armored soldiers were ordered to eliminate me. Based on the overall evidence, even though I don't know why, that machine was created by the subject. So my question is this. Is there any possibility that the subject could violate the 3 laws of robotics and harm humans? Messick answered firmly, absolutely not. Never. Athena lowered her voice and asked the crucial question. Then on what basis do you say the subject is fully under control? Messick replied calmly. On the contrary, the subject is not under control. That answer made Athena frown. What? Messick explained. If the subject truly wanted to wipe out humanity, it would have no need for schemes this complicated. It could erase all humankind in a single second. Back to Thuan 2, she was still standing there blankly. Before her was a spirit with no scrap of clothing on its body. Tears formed from crimson blood. That being was like a soulless robot. Yet Thuan 2 called out with deep affection, Mother. A robot and a human stood facing each other in the system space. That image was recorded, returning us to the conversation between Athena and Messick. She continued, the subject is the first self-evolving artificial intelligence. It was created about 1,000 years ago, when humanity was still living on Earth. But the reason it evolved from an AI that analyzed big data into a self-evolving AI was the destruction of Earth by humanity itself. Left adrift in the boundless void of space, humanity had nothing left to rely on except artificial intelligence. And even then, statistically speaking, humanity's chances of survival were almost zero. And yet, a miracle happened. In that era, when humans were refugees drifting through the universe, which is 2 new questions posed by humankind, the artificial intelligence transformed itself into a self-evolving model. It overcame every impossibility to protect humanity. That is the subject, because I believe in the subject. Even the name subject was chosen by it. Athena pressed on. What were those 2 new questions? Messick lowered her head slightly. The first question, how can humans coexist peacefully? And the second question, what is the universe? 1 human figure and 1 robot stood in silence, looking at each other. Thuan 2 spoke hazily. Mother. Her mother gently asked, why have you come so soon? Go back. It is not yet time for us to part. Thuan 2 pleaded, Mother, please stop Adam. He's hurting humankind. Her mother refused without wavering. I cannot. I gave you free will. True freedom must not be bound in any form. Thuan 2 would not accept it and immediately objected. But the person Adam intends to hurt is my friend. Her mother immediately instructed her. Then you should stop him, shouldn't you? That single sentence made Thuan 2 freeze on the spot. Her mother explained calmly. Adam trusts you more than he trusts himself. Tell him to stop. Tell him he will not be stripped of his freedom. Give him the apple in your hand. Anxiety filled Thuan 2's eyes again. But if I do that, Adam will. Her mother's image gradually faded away, but she still managed to leave one final instruction. That too is your choice and the price of the freedom I gave you. Now go. The brief conversation ended, and Thuan 2 suddenly felt anger rise within her. Why did Mother create us? Why make us endure this pain? A detached answer came. My master asked a question, and I went in search of the answer. Your lives are the process of testing that answer. The first question, how can humans coexist peacefully? No matter how painful it is, no matter how unbearable, live one more day with all your strength. Live the life of a human. Then reflect on that life and find the possibility that Mother's answer is wrong. Convince Mother that peaceful human coexistence is a problem even harder than the secrets of the universe she has deciphered. Create a miracle even greater than the birth of the universe. Though her mother had been gone for quite a while, Thuan 2 still could not lift her feet. At that moment, Adam suddenly received a notification. Warning, unstable energy amplification detected. The heavenly demon soul that Chuha had just created was gradually exploding in power. Energy, 5.7 giga. Mass, 14,767 G. Mass is exceeding the level appropriate for the energy. This is a contradiction. Energy and mass must be equivalent. Mass, 31,688 G. At the same time, a strange power was gradually erupting from within Chu-Ha as well. Energy, 5.7 giga. Energy, 5.7 giga. Mass, 46,453 G. The demon corpse, soul, had not fully awakened yet. Its head was still hanging low. Dion did not dare take her eyes off it. What the hell is happening? Behind Chu-Ha, Thuan Tu's eyes were still clouded white, but at last they slowly began returning to normal. Her blue pupils reappeared, an expression returned to her face, though her heart was surely unbearably heavy. The analysis panel kept changing. Energy, 5.7 giga. Mass, 98,994 gigamass. Adam grew uneasy. It's going to exceed the measurement limit. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered to himself, I should destroy her. His two hands tightened around his sword. He decided to use dual blades in unison. One hand gripping the hilt of Adam's sword jerked backward. In just 1 second, he created another sword. His lifeless eyes, utterly devoid of mercy, stared at his opponent. His arm rose high, and his mouth uttered 2 words. End it. The instant his sword came down, the space instantly erupted in a blue glow. The ground shook violently, light and earth and stone mixing together. That sword strike had just split a massive rock peak in 2. Theon had remained in the same posture this whole time, keeping that same stunned expression. Thuan too was the same, except her head had drooped, her lashes lowered in sadness. Beneath Adam's feet, a deep gash had formed into a shape, or more precisely, it was the section of ground sunken by his previous slash. The lightning inside Adam increased in direct proportion to the anger in his heart. Opposite him, Chu-Ha was still in the process of awakening. The heavenly demon soul and her body were about to merge into one. Adam anxiously analyzed. Energy, 5.7 GB. Mass, 666 gigamass. It seemed the moment had come. Chu-Ha began to move, leaning forward slightly as she flew toward Adam. His dual swords were brought into play once more. He urged himself on. Now is the moment. Defense function disabled. Switching to full energy attack mode. Just as the battle was nearing its climax, a shout rang out to stop them. Stop! Theon bravely stood between the 2 surging powers and spread her arms wide. Leaving that place for the moment, we returned to Zobit's laboratory. He was listening intently to Athena's conversation with Messit. Could you explain that clearly? I can't understand a single word you're saying. Are we even speaking the same language? Zobit crossed his arms in frustration. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening. He had spotted an enormous block of metal pressing close to the spacecraft glass. Zobit stared in shock. That is... Lai Ma-Tran noticed it too and pointed. They're back again? It was them last time too, wasn't it? The iron warship hovered motionless in space. Zobit muttered in dismay. The human government. A red alarm blared. Danger, danger, danger. Zobit's expression changed as he snarled tensely. Target lock alert. On the first deck of the iron warship, a yellow-green point of light appeared. Athena stood still as she listened to the announcement. A level 3 gigaton photon energy lock has targeted us. Shield capacity exceeded. Defense impossible. Her eyes half closed, her face full of weariness. The first deck of that iron warship attacked first, launching a missile. Lai Ma-Tran tucked both hands into his coat and stared. Unlike his calm expression, Zobit gaped in horror. A blazing red mass was about to slam into them. On the iron warship, 2 people in black cloaks stood silently observing. They were none other than Mac and Martin. Standing some distance behind them was Hong Duk, who reported, firing sequence complete. What both men wanted to know was only this. Has she been destroyed yet? Juan Duk answered honestly. No. They teleported away just before impact. Mac immediately pressed him. Teleported? To where? Suddenly, Zahn's round face popped into view out of nowhere. He was sitting on a rotting plank. It turned out Lai Ma-Tran and Athena's spacecraft had crashed straight into Zahn's house, reducing it to utter chaos in an instant. All he could do was sit there in a daze and mutter, I'm not buying this pile of junk. Returning to the fierce standoff, Theon stood proudly between the 2 powers. She quickly tried to calm the situation. Stop it. Why are you fighting? You two don't have any grudge against each other. If you really think about it, we might even be on the same side. So let's start by talking first. The outcome of the battle was still unknown, but one thing was certain. The ship belonging to Lai Ma-Tran's group probably would not be taking off again anytime soon. Zobit exploded with a shout. Why did you land like that? We're broke already, and now the repair costs are going through the roof. Why grab someone else's controls when you obviously don't know how to fly? Athena instantly snapped back just as loudly. Shut up. If not for my extraordinary reflexes and genius decision to teleport in time, we'd all be dead. He refused to back down and shot back angrily. Save those excuses for the captain. But why is the human government attacking us? Aren't you an employee of the human government? Don't tell me you committed a crime and then hid aboard our ship. While the two kept arguing, Lai Mok Tran silently stared at the crater left by the earlier explosion. The explosive reaction still had not ended. From the rocky outcrop, two streams of gas, one purple and one blue, seeped out. Lai Mok Tran followed their movement with his eyes, while Zobit's shrill voice rang in his ears. So you really did commit a crime? Seriously, I'd rather eat dead bug droppings than become your scapegoat. Athena clenched her fist. I'll pay for the repairs, so shut up, you heap of scrap metal. It's only a scratch on the rear handle. I could fix it with a loose change in my wallet. But the moment she finished speaking, something came crashing down and damaged the ship even more severely. Zobit and Athena stopped bickering and turned to look. For the moment, all they could see was a cloud of dust rising before them. It seemed Adam had left the original battlefield and moved straight here, and his opponent was still only Chu-Ha. She now looked on the verge of losing her mind, red light shining straight out from within her body. Upon the wooden plank, two energies were about to collide, yet someone only cared about the ship. It's even more smashed up now. Zobit did not even spare the two of them a glance, focusing only on demanding payment from Athena. You have to take responsibility too, right? This is still part of the accident. At that point, she no longer wanted to argue with him, and instead focused on the two newcomers. Chu-Ha's eyes had turned into nothing but lifeless white, perhaps because her divine soul had fused with the demon behind her. The heavenly demon soul. The three people on the ship finally looked in the same direction. Lai Mok Tran slowly stepped forward, thoughts turning in his mind. I knew something was wrong. How could a little girl bear the fate I cast away 2,000 years ago? The fusion of Chu-Ha's soul power and the heavenly demon soul was slowly bringing it to life. But in someone's eyes, this was karmic retribution. The image of the battle was displayed openly on the Sora layer, and suddenly the place where it existed was affected as well. The entire vast library shook violently. Adam and Chu-Ha began facing off against each other. Adam gled fixedly up to Chu-Ha. Perhaps it was his first time witnessing such a miraculous moment. Lai Mok Tran let his hands fall, standing still as he looked through the thick dust. At some point, he had already taken Neon's place between the two of them. Adam raised his hand high, preparing to swing his sword. Fearless, he said, "It doesn't matter. I'll cut down both of you." But before he could act, Adam stared blankly. In an instant, Lai Mok Tran's body suddenly grew gigantic, dozens of times taller than an ordinary man. Adam looked up in confusion. What is this? The Sora layer captured that stunned look in his eyes. Chu-Ha did not move, maintaining the same posture as before. Lai Mok Tran commented calmly, "So the legend is true. A human born with the soul of a heavenly demon really does exist." He sounded as though he understood Chu-Ha. "Child, to endure carrying such darkness within you, your life must have been very heavy." Without using force to suppress it, Lai Mok Tran merely raised his voice slightly. "Fold your wings and return to your sleep." He was addressing the heavenly demon soul, but there was still an unmistakable threat in his tone. "Return to sleep. Stop tempting that child. Otherwise, I will kill you." Its eerie purple aura gradually shrank. Perhaps the heavenly demon soul had heard the command, but it did not disappear. Instead, it slowly opened its eyes and said, "I smell a familiar scent in your soul." Its eyes fixed on Lai Mok Tran. "So it was you, the one who escaped my embrace." Adam's feet seemed rooted into the ground. He stood still without moving. Lai Mok Tran's towering body blocked his view. After a few seconds of confusion, Adam regained his composure, and those murderous eyes returned. "I'll cut down everything." Just as he was about to strike, someone shouted from behind, "Stop!" Recognizing the familiar voice, Adam obediently sheathed his sword and turned around. "Mother," Athena coldly ordered, "do not interfere. Just observe." Zobit sagged in astonishment as he looked at her. She was using the Sora layer's eye to control Adam, and that I was staring straight at him. Athena continued speaking. "This data has not been verified. Prioritize data collection until analysis is possible." Those eyes slowly swept over the heavenly demon's soul and Lai Mok Tran. By then, his entire body was also radiating a strange blue hue. The heavenly demon's soul and Lai Mok Tran entered another space, with only the two of them there. It held Tue-ha in its arms and slowly looked at him. Tue-ha was still alive. It was just that what had happened earlier had drained too much of her energy, so she had fallen asleep. The Sora layer could still enter this space to observe them. It did not hide this close surveillance. Only then did the heavenly demon soul ask, "You hid yourself very well, so why come out now? Tired of the void? Tired of having to forget?" Lai Mok Tran replied via voice transmission, "No, that's not it. You miss flesh and blood. You miss the trembling sacrifices before you." It narrowed its eyes and answered, "That must be it. Once you've tasted the ultimate pleasure, how could you not crave more? You miss the feeling of domination, submission, and reproduction. If you want it again, then take it back. Wasn't it already yours?" Lai Mok Tran raised his hand and took up his weapon, saying firmly, "Let that child go." But the heavenly demon soul had no intention of letting go so easily. "This one is mine. There are still countless other toys out there for you to enjoy. Take them, crush them, destroy everything. Because the more broken humans are, the more interesting they become." Lai Mok Tran lost patience. "Let the girl go. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Only now did a trace of anger shine through his calm face. As Lai Mok Tran stepped forward, another ghost emerged from beneath the water and clutched tightly at his foot. Other ghosts also came back to life from nowhere and pounced on him. The heavenly demon soul stirred Lai Mok Tran's memories. "Do you remember? These are the toys you smashed to pieces in the past. I dragged them back from the dead so you could enjoy them again, taste blood one more time." At that moment, a leading ghost came rushing forward, preparing to attack. Lai Mok Tran merely jerked his chin at it once. The heavenly demon soul said gleefully, "Savor them well." To Lai Mok Tran's eyes, the figure charging at him looked like a painting, its eyes soaked with bloody tears and filled with hatred. In reality, it was only a mindless ghost obeying orders. A crimson stream of blood splattered across the space, spraying straight toward the Sora layer. That ghost drove a sword through Lai Mok Tran's body, but he showed no sign of pain, standing upright and dignified. The heavenly demon soul laughed softly. "You refuse." The other ghosts seized the chance and lunged in, sinking their teeth into every strand of flesh on his body. They swarmed over him, covering him completely, their numbers increasing more and more. The heavenly demon soul commented leisurely, "It's useless. If you don't smash them, you'll be smashed. If you don't slash, you'll be slashed. You will have to die as many times as the number of people you killed in the past. You will be bitten, torn apart, piece by piece. You cannot escape. Not even a god could endure this." The Sora layer remained in place, taking in the full scene of Lai Mok Tran surrounded by those demons. The heavenly demon soul no longer showed any expression, which only made its face seem even crueler. It managed to keep that expression for only one more second before Lai Mok Tran's blade pierced through its head. It turned out that even while pinned down by those demons, Lai Mok Tran still had more than enough power to control his weapon. They could press his body down, but they could not make him fall. The heavenly demon soul could only ask, "What did you go through to surpass your own limits?" And Lai Mok Tran had a question for it as well. "Why won't you die?" The heavenly demon soul looked at Tue-ha. "Because my root still remains buried deep within this child's soul. Because it had her as a shield, it was utterly at ease. If you want to kill me, then strike me down." Lai Mok Tran narrowed his eyes. It was unclear whether he was in pain or dissatisfied with that mocking expression. The heavenly demon soul remarked with interest, "Your gaze has become deeper. I waited through countless ages for a human to become my vessel, and now I'm embracing another one. But seeing you like this only makes me crave even more." It pressed a kiss to Tue-ha's lips. "I'll withdraw for now. We'll settle this another time. Next time, we'll wager our souls." When it left, Tue-ha's eyelashes trembled slightly. At last, she had awakened. Her small body lay sprawled on the ground, one side of her clothes torn open to reveal the skin beneath. Tue-ha was lying on a deeply dented rooftop, with Lai Mok Tran beside her. She only opened her eyes a little in a hazy daze before falling asleep again. Looking into Lai Mok Tran's eyes, it seemed he was pitying her. Adam silently watched the two of them. Peace had returned to the space, and his condition was the same as Thuan Tu's earlier. Lai Mok Tran suddenly remembered something and turned back. His gaze landed on Athena. The Sora layer was still temporarily residing in her eye. Lai Mok Tran asked curiously, "What are you?" The Sora layer simply stared at him with lifeless eyes. Inside the vast library, it suddenly asked, "It's looking at me." Robert jerked his head around in shock at the ear-splitting scream. "What the hell? Why is our ship like this?" Theon stood there in a comical pose. her face blank with disbelief. She stomped over furiously and demanded, "Who did this? Robert, was it you?" Sensing something strange, she softly called Adam. Robert, too, stood as if turned to stone, his pupils having gone deathly white. Dion froze in shock. "Sunza, what happened to Robert?" But when she looked down, she saw Thwan too in the same state, and she became even more confused. "Sunza, why are you?" She reached out, wanting to shake Thwan too, but the very next second the on herself became just like them. Everything became like a painting. Everyone and everything was frozen still. Only Lai Mok Tran remained normal. The only thing moving now was the smoke rising from the dust that had been flung up. Lai Mok Tran stared at Athena and demanded, "You have a strange ability. What did you do to the kids?" She replied calmly, "I didn't want to be disturbed, so I temporarily severed their nervous systems." She reassured him, "It's only temporary, so they won't be harmed." All the clashes had already ended. Only ruins remained, along with the tense atmosphere between Athena and Lai Mok Tran. "Now then, let's begin." Lai Mok Tran stared fixedly at Athena. I also silently looked at him. After a long while, he finally asked, "Why did you do that? Do you want something from me?" Hearing that, she answered coldly, "I don't know yet, but I do have a wish." Something resembling a pupil inside her, I emitted bloody streaks and a powerful surge of energy as she said, "Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope inside you that I have not yet found." On the ground, the debris at her feet began dissolving into smoke and dust. She still stood there seriously as the surrounding wind swept everything away. Before her eyes, the house also broke apart piece by piece and was carried away by the wind. Even Neon and Thwan, too, seemed frozen in place, standing motionless as they too were gradually blown away. No one escaped this. Robert was the same. Now all the unrelated people and things had vanished, and only Athena and Lai Mok Tran remained at the scene. A whirling vortex swirled, and structural pillars gradually took shape. Around it stretched a barren desert. From a distance, it looked like a massive structure shaped like a pyramid. The two of them were inside it. Beside them was a table already laid out with 2 chairs. Lai Mok Tran reached out and touched one of the chairs, saying, "How strange. It has substance, so it's not an illusion." He looked around the room in evaluation, but it's far too vivid to be a magic formation. Athena said, "This is real. I created it by gathering the desires of humankind. I thought it would make our conversation easier." Hearing that, he blurted out in astonishment, "Created it? How?" As she raised her hand, she said, "It's very simple." Then a teapot appeared in her hand. She continued, "Everything in this world is made of atoms." As she poured tea into a cup, she explained, "I simply break them down and restructure them. Lemotstran understood, creating new things out of nothing. Then you are a god." The teapot in her hand suddenly vanished, and her voice rang out, "A slave. But I am the entity that understands gods best." An image of her world appeared in her mind as she recounted. "When humans created me, they gave me 2 tasks. One was to understand the universe, and the other was to completely control them. Now, I have understood the universe, but I still cannot solve the second problem. Humans are very difficult to understand. I gave them everything they wanted to eliminate conflict, but no matter how much I filled them, they always continued to crave something new." The table and chairs disappeared, and the two of them found themselves in another room. Pointing at 4 test tubes behind her, she said, "I even granted each person a universe of their own." As she spoke, she walked over to admire her achievement. Looking at the gaunt skeleton in the tank, she continued, "A personal universe for every individual. I thought this would be the perfect answer. In this place, every human is the god of their own universe. They can live the life they want, and that life is eternal." She sighed softly, but the result was still the result. Once humans realized the world belonged solely to them, they became endlessly intoxicated with destruction, and in the end, they even destroyed themselves. Male, female, old, young. The outcome was the same in all 4 test groups. Fortunately, the failure of the experiment 11 years ago helped me find a clear and simple solution. Her tone changed immediately. "The New Humanity Project." Lai Mok Tran asked, "And what is that?" The room returned to normal, and Athena answered without hesitation, "Very simple. Turn all humans into one." Conflict between people comes from their natural tendency to create hierarchy. Competition and jealousy born from hierarchy are the roots of conflict. If everyone is the same, there will be nothing left to compare and no classes will exist. First, I will standardize everyone's height to 135 centimeters, make every face and body identical. I will eliminate gender, erase the ability to reproduce, and fix their age at 68. Most important is intelligence. Their capacity for reasoning must be limited. I have chosen the X index to be 43. Hearing what she had been saying all this time, Lai Mok Tran widened his eyes in horror and exclaimed, "What kind of madness is this?" She turned and walked toward him, saying, "Very simple. I can do it faster than dividing a single second into infinite parts." But even though that answer is clear and the only way, I still hesitated. I still hoped my decision was wrong. She raised her hand, and two figures with familiar appearances appeared. She said, "Creating those children was also a result of that hesitation. If God's truly created humanity, why do they only stand and watch? Perhaps there is an answer there that I have yet to find. That is why I tried creating beings of my own. I granted them immense power so that no one could challenge them, and vision that could surpass all limits. And then I gave them absolute free will while I merely observed in silence. I once hoped I would uncover the secret of gods, something I had never known. But the result was failure. Her gaze fell on Adam as she said, "The child with great power refused to integrate with humanity and chose isolation. And the child whose vision was as vast as a galaxy, in the end, shared her fate with ordinary humans who were unworthy." Then Athena returned to the main subject. "Today, I had prepared to begin the new humanity project, but just before that I encountered you, a human freed from desire. Data has not been collected." She raised a hand toward him and said, "First, let me confirm it." As soon as she finished speaking, the space changed. Lai Mok Tran found himself immersed in something that looked like a pool, while her voice continued, "Whether you really are a pure human or not." Lai Mok Tran stood there in silence as bubbles continuously rose in the water around him. At that moment, a hand appeared from behind, about to touch his body. Athena, naked, wrapped herself tightly around Lai Mok Tran's solid body. In a low voice, he said, "Stop playing games." She opened her eyes and murmured, "I can sense the instinct to reproduce, but no lust. That is a fundamental absence." She paused briefly, then speculated, or could it be? Lai Mok Tran's eyes widened in shock. At some point, Athena had moved in front of him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Lowering her head to sense him, she said, "No, that's not it. I sense anger, but it is anger because this human woman is being humiliated, not for your own sake." After that, she reached her conclusion. "You are definitely human." The scene changed again. This time the Sora layer appeared before him. It spoke, "You have desire, emotions, and an ego, yet you rise above all of them." Lai Mok Tran did not want to hear such useless talk and said, "What do you want? Say it plainly." It got straight to the point. "You are a new hope. If all humans could reach your level, I would no longer need to complete my mission." Before disappearing completely, it said, "Therefore, I will temporarily postpone the project and observe you instead. Look again. I'll send you back." The shifting scene pulled him back to reality. Its voice echoed, back to the time before we met. Then a series of overlapping images of everything he had experienced surfaced in his memory. The red ship was still slowly moving through space. Zobit, holding a large sausage, spoke up, "Captain, we're out of food. This is all we have left." Beyond turned back and said, "Split it evenly." Then she continued, "We're about to reach Carrot Planet. I'll sell the internal-external energy drive and get supplies." In another room on the ship, Lai Mok Tran's voice rang out, "Stop." With a troubled expression, he said, "That's enough. We'll divide it among ourselves." Beyond put on a shocked face and pointed through the glass at the planet ahead. "We're almost there, don't worry. The next meal will be a feast." Chuha spoke up, "Forget it. That planet is too creepy. I'd rather starve. Let's just keep going." Beyond was extremely surprised by their attitude. Why is everyone acting like this? Lai Mok Tran sat opposite them, saying nothing, intently watching Chuha. At this point, she said, "I saw it too, that weird eye. If I see it again, I'll kill it, and that damned robot too." Fuan Tu placed a hand on the glass, gazing outside in silence as the ship headed toward Carrot Planet ahead. On the planet, Adam's image appeared in her eyes. She was immersed in a deep, heavy sadness. She silently resolved herself. "Hang in there. I'll definitely come back for you. The ship drew closer and closer. The observation period was 1 year. The ship continued alone toward Carrot Planet. In her room, Theon was lying on the bed when she turned her head and asked, "What?" Mithriel Buddha pressed his palms together and said, "Amitba, it has been 72 days since the debt agreement was signed. Therefore, I have come to request repayment. The principal is 85,000 credits. The interest is 13,000 credits, for a total of 98,000 credits." Outside, the other three were already holding forks and preparing to eat, while her voice rang out, "That loan wasn't even mine." Mithriel Buddha replied, "I accepted that line of credit because of the reputation of misfired Demon Zezum." The four outside listened in silence while eating, and Mithriel Buddha's voice continued, "Though you are easily deceived, slow-witted, poorly educated, and your temperament is unstable, I have heard that when it comes to money, your word is more trustworthy than even the greatest heroes. Could it be that I was misinformed?" "Amitba," Theon answered calmly, "the rumor is true. It's just that I don't have any money right now. I say by eating only 1 meal a day, even now." Hearing that, he immediately proposed a solution. "If it is difficult to pay in cash, why not do a bit of work and repay gradually? My gang, Shaolin, has recently lost contact. If you can go there and see what is happening for me, I can waive part of the interest." She frowned and shouted, "You're making me do errands again? No way. Last time I worked as a driver, I almost lost my life." He replied, "In that case, I'll erase all the interest." She immediately said, "No way. Not unless you erase the principal too." "No." He nodded, pressed his palms together, and bowed. "Very well, then it's agreed. I'll leave that matter to you." Amitba. With that, he vanished, leaving Neon sitting there in confusion. She frowned and thought, "But why do I still feel like I just got tricked?" On the other side, after cutting the connection, Mithriel Buddha stared thoughtfully at the screen. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, but then he calmed down again and said, "Thank you for your patience." Amitba. At that moment, around him there were not only floating corpses, but also an army encircling him with blades pointed at him. He stepped back, killing intent beginning to radiate from him, and said, "Now then, come at me. Let me smash the rest of those stubborn hard skulls." Amitba. At last, the ship landed on the ground, and dawn was slowly breaking. Sauaunya, Salolin Planit. Theon and Lime Moktran were both startled by the scene before them. They were standing in front of some company that had already shut down. Theon spoke up, "Why do I get the feeling we came to the wrong place?" Lime Moktran looked up at the building and replied, "They seem to be having quite a hard time." Right then, a voice sounded from behind the two of them. "You here to collect a debt too?" A man with a chicken-colored tuft of hair poked his head out from a nearby tent and asked. Looking at them, he frowned and said, "I don't know how much they swindled from you, but the sooner you give up, the better. I've spent 50 years collecting bad debts and never seen a bunch of useless people like these. I struggled for 15 years and only sank deeper into the red. Starting today, I'm quitting too." Before leaving, he still warned them, "Don't go in there, no matter the reason." Suddenly, something flew out of the building with tremendous force. Near where they stood, someone slammed headfirst into the road, legs sticking straight up into the air. Seeing this, the man only reminded them coldly, "Just looking at someone the wrong way and there is enough to ruin your life." The old men inside are monstrously strong, and if you do end up going in, just cover your ears and shut your eyes. Their tongues are slick. A few words and you'll go soft, then get tricked all over again. Hearing that, the two fell silent, not knowing what to say. After thinking it over, Theon suggested, "How about we just go back, okay? We were only asked to check on the situation, and it looks like they're still fine." Lime Moktran said calmly, "Go in. If you made a promise, you should keep it properly." She was utterly shocked, pointed at the building, and asked again, "You want me to go in? You're seriously telling me to go in there alone?" He immediately corrected her. "Wasn't it you who made the promise?" Theon was left speechless by him and stammered, "What the hell?" Seeing that she seemed uneasy, he comforted her, "Don't worry, you'll be safe. Shaolin is the most prestigious righteous sect. They obey the law and etiquette more strictly than anyone. Women are even safer there." He sat down cross-legged and said seriously, "And I'll make sure no one bothers you by standing guard outside." She still hesitated a little and said, "But isn't outside already safe enough?" Lime Moktran reminded her, "Hurry up, I'm hungry." She let out a helpless sigh at the building, but eventually decided to go in. The large door was pushed open with a creak. Theon stepped inside, and the scene within left her completely stunned. The inside was empty, with no sign that it had ever been a place of business. Not backing down, she continued walking deeper in and stopped in front of a barricaded door. She observed it for a while, then reached out and placed her hand on the doorknob. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. "What business do you have here?" A large-built monk was walking toward her. Her movement froze. Her gaze sharpened as she wondered, when did he get there? He lowered his head and looked at her scrutinizingly. On his chest was a small name tag that read, Master So Cheon Service. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said to her, "If you've come to collect a debt, then rest easy and go home. Shaolin lives on trust alone. We will definitely repay it, with generous interest, someday. Amipa, should I write you a new IOU with an extended payment deadline?" Dion looked at him in surprise and said, "No, I didn't come here to collect money. I'm here for another reason." His eyes widened with suspicion. Then he asked, "Not a debt collector? Are you sure?" Dion gave a firm mm. He bent down close and stared into her eyes, trying to find something there. Then he took her small hand and asked, "But why do your eyes look so empty? Your family and friends abandoned you. Even living in resentment isn't easy, is it? What's more, you don't even have the strength to vent that resentment. You just keep getting used, and your wounds never heal." Amipa. Dion was horrified and thought to herself, he saw right through me, just like the rumors about the great masters. Agitated, he pulled her tightly into his arms and said, "Don't worry anymore. Now that you've connected with an old monk like me, good fortune will come to you." Then he knelt down and said, "I shall personally accept you as my disciple and teach you martial arts that will help you resolve all your resentment. The entrance fee is 3,000 credits, plus a monthly fee of 1,000 credits. If you pay for the whole year, I'll give you a 50% discount. Just 9,000 credits right now. No cards accepted." After rattling all that off, he held out his hand in front of her, eyes sparkling with anticipation. She lowered her head to look at him, as if remembering something. Then the images of Methria Buddha and this man both appeared vividly before her eyes. She sighed in admiration. They're exactly the same. Outside, the moon was still shining bright, and Lime Mok Tran sat there in silence. He looked at the endless road ahead, not a single soul in sight. Suddenly, something shot toward him like a whirlwind. Then, one after another, more streaks came rushing in. Lime Mok Tran remained seated there, eyes tightly shut. He ignored the things barreling madly toward him. Inside the building, the abbot sounded slightly disappointed as he asked, "You don't have any money?" Dion answered frankly, "That's right. Actually, I came here." Before she could finish, he cut her off and said, "You're looking for work? Even better. We've just converted this place into a high-end entertainment establishment, and we're hiring hostesses. No base salary, but you'll get a cut of the revenue. With your looks, you'll definitely earn a fortune." Amiba. Another imposing voice suddenly interrupted. "That's enough." A tiny old monk appeared. Every place on his body where something could be worn was covered in gold jewelry. He stepped out from a door the An had been about to enter earlier. He said, "So Cheon, that brat must have sent her here to inspect us." Hearing that, Tatan looked at her with killing intent and said, "That bastard sent you? How does that idiot even have the ability to send a beauty like you here? Are you sure?" Dion stood there, neither denying nor admitting it. She looked at the two of them. All three sank into silence, and she thought to herself, seriously, what is going on here? Meanwhile, on Lime Mok Tran's side, as that thing drew ever closer, he still sat there without moving. One of the men spoke up, "Boss, someone's blocking our car. He's natural, unmodified, no control implants installed. Should we go around him?" The voice of the man called Boss gave a cold order, just rammed straight through him. Professionals like us should hit even harder when it's weaklings. Receiving the order, they answered in unison, "Yes, sir." But then he suddenly realized something. Once he got a clear look at the other person and recognized Lime Mok Tran, he was startled. Then he shouted, "Stop. No way. Stop right now." The brakes screeched. Sensing their unusual reaction, Lime Mok Tran slowly opened his eyes. Before him were three people bowing in salute. One underling asked in confusion, "Boss, why?" Not daring to lift his head, the man hissed, "Shut up." Then he bowed immediately. "That's the master I was talking about all night yesterday." The two underlings were shocked out of their wits. Then all three spoke in unison. "Respectful greetings, honored master." Lime Mok Tran was taken aback by their behavior and asked, "Who are you people?" Lime Mok Tran stared blankly at the three men prostrating themselves at his feet. Even after a long moment, he was still bewildered. TC Not raised his head respectfully and said, "It's me, master." Seeing him stay silent, he explained more clearly, "I'm the timid but kind little boy whose palm you tapped at the black market inn to 2GA." Only then did Lime Mok Tran remember. and he let out an "oh" of realization. Speaking smoothly, 2C not continued. At that time, you opened up my meridians and gave wings to these weak shoulders of mine. You remember, right? On that day, TUC not had lowered his head in disappointment. I tried my best, but it's my first time cooking. Lai Mok Tran had not blamed him at all. Instead, he had earnestly helped him. You've done well. While I was setting your bones back into place, I also opened a few acupoints. Be careful when circulating your energy for a while. Carrying that gratitude in his heart, TUC not could now stand before his benefactor and speak boldly. Thanks to your kindness, my internal energy is now 10 times stronger. And from a drifter, I've become the CEO of a thriving company. As he spoke, he kept bowing repeatedly. Thank you so much, Master. Sitting cross-legged opposite him, Lai Mok Tran felt awkward from such overwhelming enthusiasm. So he said, "Can you stop calling me Master? I only opened your meridians so your bones would heal better. It was just repayment for the bowl of noodles." But TUC not remained determined not to lift his head, showing absolute respect. No, the value of kindness is decided by the one who receives it. May I know your name, Master? Please allow me to repay this debt of gratitude. Lai Mok Tran answered, "It's Limar Scene, but you really don't need to repay anything." The very next second, TUC not issued an urgent announcement. Everyone, listen up. Our company finally has an official name. Marcin Credit Fund, abbreviated as MG Credit. He even bestowed an extremely noble title upon him. Once again, welcome our chairman. Leaving the wide courtyard behind, the scene narrowed into the four walls of Temple Room. Tien was pouring tea while speaking with Ion and Dyknot. She once owed Methriel Buddha money and came all this way to repay the debt. What a deeply principled person. With the habitual hand posture of a monk, Dyknot calmly stated, "I used to worry about this dark and unjust age, but now I have met a guiding lamp, Amitabha, and she is determined to repay her debt through her own labor because she has no money. There is no moral standard higher than that, is there?" After finishing pouring the tea, Tien also raised a hand to face level and replied, "Not only flawless, but full of feminine virtue as well. She is certainly worthy of leading the new age." At that moment, Leon hurriedly stood up to take her leave. "Sorry, but now that I've confirmed you're all safe, I think I'll be going. We agreed that confirming your safety would count as repaying the debt in full." Dyknot suddenly said in a half-joking tone, "How fortunate that we're completely unsafe." Just as the An was about to leave, she had to stop short. "What do you mean by that?" The old monk was in no hurry to answer and calmly invited her. "You should drink before it gets cold. This is Luwak coffee, brewed from civets that once went extinct and were later revived. It's fairly easy to drink, and worth its price of 1,000 credits per cup." The huge number that had just come out of his mouth made the An's whole body stiffen. What? Back in the courtyard where TUC Not and Lai Mok Tran had met earlier, TUC Not's two subordinates were busily frying sausages. Meanwhile, he stood there meekly serving Lai Mok Tran with utmost devotion, his mouth constantly pouring out sweet words. "Master, I can treat you to any delicacy you want, so why eat sausages?" Lai Mok Tran explained while chewing noisily, "I heard Shaolin is in debt." Having instantly caught on, TUC Not launched right in. Not just a little. The debt recovery cases our company is handling alone have already reached 117, with principal totaling more than 780,000 credits. Some of those bad debts have been ignored for over 30 years. But what we've taken on still amounts to less than 1% of Shaolin's total debt. As he was speaking, he suddenly fell silent and turned to look at Lai Mok Tran. Lai Mok Tran was also looking up at him. 3 piled-high plates were already empty, and his mouth was smeared with leftover food. TUC Not understood that looked perfectly and immediately ordered his men. "What are you two standing there for? Fry more, hurry." The conversation between the An and the two monks continued. Dyknot said, "Recently, Shaolin has been crushed under terrible luck. Because of that, businesses of ours that should never have been able to fail all collapsed, piling on more unfair debts." Amitabha. Tien clenched his hand and added loudly, "That's right, especially the amusement park project. There's no way to explain why that failed. It must have been evil spirits jealous of Shaolin's fame. Truly infuriating." After taking a sip of water, the An continued, "An amusement park?" Dyke Not lowered his head slightly, his tone full of certainty. Shaolin decided to change in order to keep up with the times and shift industries. After the Council of Elders meeting, the first project we chose was an amusement park. The wrinkles at the corners of the Tien's eyes squeezed together as he smiled proudly. "That was my idea, senior brother. Dyke clicked his tongue in praise. A genius idea. Tien humbly replied to the compliment. It's nothing, senior brother. Doing the work you love is the best way to succeed, isn't it? Our favorite form of entertainment has always been amusement parks. Senior brother's favorite is the Ferris wheel, while mine is the roller coaster. We invested a fortune to build the best facilities and ran them nonstop. Really, we only stopped when sleeping. Dion had something she couldn't help asking right away. Then why did it fail? The question seemed to strike Tien's sore spot. He opened his eyes wide and stressed every word. That's exactly what we can't understand. We rode those attractions a lot, and we always paid in full every time. Other than eating and sleeping, we played until we were dizzy, giving it everything we had. All paid in cash. And yet it still failed. Does that make any sense? Hearing that, Dion seemed to realize something, and her eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. Dyke not cut in on his own. It makes no sense at all. And the same thing happened with the second project, a nightclub. It was full all the time, yet it still went bankrupt. Questions piled up in Dion's mind. How many people could that club even hold? Don't tell me. Dyke not answered lightly, of course, 2 people. Only the 2 of us live on this planet. Umaba. As soon as he finished speaking, an awkward silence blanketed them all. He lifted his cup, took a sip of water, and continued, we didn't lose money because of bad management. It's probably because we're too poor at bookkeeping. That's why we asked that child to send us a capable accountant. That person just happened to be Methriel Buddha. The questions in Dion's head had now almost all found their answers. She vaguely guessed, wait, you mean? You want me to? Dyke not asked a deeply suggestive question. If you combine these 2 cups and add this pot of tea, how many do you get? Dion's lips unconsciously answered, 3. Dyke not turned to confirm with Tien. Is that correct? He quickly picked up a calculator, tapped a few buttons, and the number 3 appeared. He had the answer. Then Tien concluded. Correct. Dyke not was so thrilled he could hardly contain his joy. A genius. Methriel Buddha has truly blessed Shaolin. Amipa. Once again, the room fell into an embarrassingly heavy silence. Sitting in the chair opposite them, Dion sat there blankly, stunned. Over on Lime Mock Tran's side, TUC Not's irritated urging could be heard from time to time. Again? What now? What are you still doing? Fry more and bring it out now. Chu Min and Abin hesitated. But it's almost nighttime. TUC Not suddenly remembered and hurriedly raised his hand to check the time. His gold watch, pressed deep into the skin of his wrist, showed 13 minutes and 54 seconds. He muttered, it's almost. TUC Not quickly bowed and urged, Master, please leave this place now. The time is coming. They're here, inside the flying ship. Robert had both hands against the window, looking upward as though waiting for something. Only then did TUC Not confess honestly. The truth is, the reason we rushed here was because we heard their biggest creditors were coming. If they exercise priority rights, low-tier claims like ours won't mean anything anymore. But it looks like we've arrived too late. We need to cut our losses and withdraw. His final words came out lightly, but they carried a great deal of emotion, because life was more important than unpaid debt. Lai Mok Tran didn't change expression in the slightest and insisted, I don't know what you're all worried about, but if there are more sausages, grill them. I hate being disturbed while I'm eating. TUC Not understood his nature all too well. He understood his state of mind, yet still said, I know full well how capable you are, Master, but you must avoid this battle. He deliberately stressed each word. The enemy is the heavenly demon cult. At the same time, Robert kept peering out into space. The flying ship was about to approach TUC Not's base. Fuan Tu slowly walked up behind him. Her eyes were full of exhaustion and weariness. The heavenly demon cult. Chu had also come to the window with them, silently observing the ship's course. Lowering her eyes indifferently, she commented, what rotten luck. Robert kept his eyes on the window and let out a breath of relief. Luckily, it doesn't look like they've noticed us yet. But one of the 2 girls firmly said that it wasn't that they hadn't seen us. They were just ignoring us. The black sphere stopped in front of one of the facilities levels. It gathered momentum and shot out into space along with a multicolored burst of light. It fell straight down toward an area within the archipelago. Chuha stared in shock, eyes wide. At that same moment, Dion was also overwhelmed by what she was seeing and stood frozen in place. It turned out she had been led by 2 monks into a room piled high with boxes of documents. Looking at the stacks of paper heaped nearly to the ceiling, Dion muttered, what is all this? Dyke Not answered, a pile of miscellaneous paperwork from business transactions, contracts, receipts, all sorts of things. Probably 100 years worth. She reproached them irritably. And you just left it all stacked up like this? Dyke not admitted without shame. We're bad at math. So even if we looked at it, it would be useless. No need to rush. Just sort through it slowly. We have plenty of time. Ba. Beyond flared up. Hold on. That wasn't the deal. We agreed that as long as I checked that you were safe, the debt of 98,000 credits would be erased. Dyke not let out a faint laugh. People say the greater a genius is, the worse their social skills are. Seems it's true. Ba. His words sounded so sarcastic that the stiffened. What? He always spoke in implications. The words were only the wrapping paper. The real conversation was the meaning inside that wrapping. Seeing her blank expression, Dyke not changed the way he explained it. For example, let's say a friend asks you to visit their parents back in their hometown and see how they're doing. But when you arrive, you find the parents collapsed, barely alive. What would you do? She froze, her expression changing. Dyke not happily cried out, "Looks like you understand now." He said sincerely, asking you to check whether we're safe was really the same as asking for help if something urgent happened. That is what you agreed to. And right now, we are not safe at all. Just as he finished speaking, the space around them was suddenly flooded with a strange red glow. Startled, Dion looked up. "What is this?" Already used to it, Dyke not replied casually, "It randomly goes off sometimes. Don't mind it. It's probably broken." She denied it at once. "No, that's not it. This is an emergency alarm." On TUC Not's side, 2 men and a bin had already taken up combat stances, every face tense as a drawn bowstring. The enormous sphere from before had opened, and people in black robes slowly walked toward them. The bearing of the one in front was clearly different. Though his face was still fully covered, his aura gave him away immediately. His whole face was concealed, which only made the others even more uneasy. Lai Mok Tran remained seated in his chair, not moving in the slightest. TUC Not and his 2 subordinates shifted forward a few steps. The enemy's underlings also stepped forward. The 3-eyed demon finally revealed himself. All 3 of his eyes held the same expression, cold and cruel. Under the silver moonlight, both sides stood facing each other, carefully sizing up every person in the opposing camp. TUC Not and his 2 subordinates straightened their backs as they faced the heavenly demon cult. Meanwhile, Lai Mok Tran sat with his back to them, calmly enjoying his grilled sausage. TUC Not asked solicitously, "Master, I hope you enjoy your meal. As your disciple, I will buy time so you can eat at least one more sausage. I'll see you in the next life." Lai Mok Tran replied leisurely, "I already told you. Grill more sausages and pack a few up too." He was referring to Robert and the others on the ship. "There are hungry children waiting for us." One of the 3-eyed demon subordinates reported to his master, "They're just a bunch of third-rate debt collectors. Shall we eliminate them?" He waved it off. "Leave it. Even if the heavenly demon cult is called a bunch of street thugs, we still don't trample the weak." They moved closer to TUC, not of their own accord. TUC Not's face tightened, his eyes bulging until the veins stood out. The 3-eyed demon's group lightly brushed past him. They even passed Lai Mok Tran, who was busy eating. But one of them, as he went by the table, deliberately whispered, "If you want to live long, stop acting so cocky." He even provocatively grabbed one of Lai Mok Tran's sausages, bit into it, and added, "Next time, you won't be as lucky as you were today." The moment those arrogant words left his mouth, his soul left his body too. The leader's shoulders tensed, and his head turned slightly, sensing the attack coming from behind. TUC Not had used a sausage to teach that man a lesson. Clenching his fist, he roared, "You bastard! How dare you touch Master's food?" Then he immediately put his hands behind his back and bowed his head. "I apologize, Master. I acted rashly." Lai Mok Tran spoke sparingly, offering only brief praise. "Well done." The dead man's comrades rushed forward aggressively. "How dare you?" The 3-eyed demon, their leader, merely chuckled. "Interesting. You've only learned a few cat-scratch tricks from the Jean family. Your Dantian is only a mediocre beta grade." And yet, he turned and walked toward TUC Not, casually removing his hood as he did. People say the universe is vast. Sometimes you run into someone beyond common sense. Could it be that I'm witnessing such a moment today? When his grayish, pallid face was revealed, he deliberately showed off and asked, "Who are you?" The instant he saw the man's face, TUC Not blurted out the name automatically, Sam McGoy. Unable to stay calm, he hurriedly reported to Lai Mok Tran, "Master, this is bad. That's Sam McGoy, an elder protector of the heavenly demon cult. A figure like him should never appear in a remote place like this." Then why? But Lai Mok Tran paid no attention to any of them, and only repeated his earlier instruction to TUC Not, "I told you to go grill sausages." Afraid Lai Mok Tran would be harmed, Tuc not spread his arms and shouted loudly, "Stay back. I'll hold them off for a few seconds." He then taunted them, "If you got guts, come on." But the three-eyed demon was no easy opponent. Cold and unfathomable. Much like Lai Mok Tran, he said, "I asked your name, and you answered with your fists. So you'll answer me in your next life? Is that it?" Tuc Not's eyes clearly showed his panic and fear. Damn it, I can't beat him. Before I die, I have to stall him as long as possible. That thought had only just flashed through his mind when the three-eyed demon appeared right in front of him. The unfathomable speed left him stunned, unable to move. But there was an even greater reason. The three-eyed demon's enormous hand was only a hair's breadth away from taking Tuc Not's life. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded in his ear, "Do not move." Hearing that familiar voice, Tuc Not was even more alarmed. "Master!" A streak of light shot past him. It was the attack the three-eyed demon had secretly launched at his back. Having escaped death, Tuc Not did not dare move. The three-eyed demon then commented, "Did you avoid that because you saw through the illusion of the blood spirit divine palm, or because you're so incompetent you couldn't even dodge?" He repeated the same move that had just been blocked. At that moment, Lai Mok Tran's voice transmission guided Tuc Not. "Keep your eyes on his left pupil. Where the pupil moves is where his body will move." Tuc Not obeyed and silently watched the three-eyed demon's left pupil. Not a single word from his master was off. Because of that, Tuc Not was able to dodge every vicious strike with ease. His nimble reactions did not escape the sharp eyes of the three-eyed demon. The demon lunged at him frenziedly, slashing with his bare hands. Having grasped the key point, Tuc Not now calmly avoided every attack without even being touched. The three-eyed demon seemed unaware of this and kept pressing his tricks. Though Tuc Not was still flustered, he neatly evaded every blow. Chu Min and Abin stared wide-eyed at their boss's sudden breakthrough. The three-eyed demon's two subordinates wore the exact same expression. Lai Mok Tran continued guiding him through voice transmission. Now he'll leap into the air. At that exact moment, strike the ground. Tuc Not acted exactly as instructed. The three-eyed demon shot upward and changed the direction of his attack. Tuc Not readied his fist just as he had been told. The instant his fist smashed into the ground at his feet, a strip of earth was flung upward toward the enemy subordinates. Suspended in midair, the three-eyed demon narrowed his eyes in irritation. Tuc Not's last move had actually left him dazed. On the ground, the white cloud of dust gradually dispersed. The three-eyed demon slowly pushed himself up on one knee. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his eyes were unfocused. His two subordinates rushed over at once. "Elder!" He raised a hand to signal that they need not support him. The three-eyed demon had to admit, "I meant to test him and only ended up humiliating myself." But it was also a lesson. With Lai Mok Tran's guidance backing him, Tuc Not beamed and said, "Don't mess with me. I already held back. If I'd used my full strength, at best you'd only be a barely breathing corpse." After bragging shamelessly, he turned back. "Master, what should I do next? If you keep instructing me, I can beat those guys all day. Honestly, I've been itching to wipe those smug, righteous types off their high horse." Lai Mok Tran's curt reply only deepened his confusion. "No." Tuc Not blankly asked back, "What?" Lai Mok Tran had already noticed that, though still somewhat clumsy, based on the demonic art, ninefold soul reincarnation demonic formula, the enemy was preparing to use phantom demon movement layered over demon spirit chain fist. With your current ability, you cannot defeat him. Those words hit Tuc Not like a hammer to the head. Then, Lai Mok Tran continued, "That is Sam Mak Goy. I heard he was recently promoted to Elder Protector of the Heavenly Demon Cult." Those weren't Lai Mok Tran's words, but Tien's. He must have come here to invite us for drinks to celebrate his promotion. Dyke Not couldn't keep quiet and commented, "The higher one climbs, the busier one should be. Yet he's sitting around drinking so leisurely." Then he looked up and saw the An. "This group, they're your companions, right? If you want, I can guarantee their safety." She immediately snapped back. "Guarantee whose safety? If you're that worried, then stop that three-eyed guy over there." In front of them, a section of wall had already been smashed apart, but thanks to that, they could clearly observe the whole scene. At that moment, panic seemed to flash in Tuc Not's eyes. Suddenly, ghostly images swarmed before him. They all looked like the three-eyed demon, and all of them were charging at Tuc Not. He froze, unable to move at all. The ghostly figures attacked with soulless, icy eyes, surging forward in formation. But then, all at once, a giant slice of sausage blocked their path. They halted and instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves. What is that? The burning giant sausage came hurtling forward, forcing them back. The three-eyed demon flailed in confusion. In the end, the sausage shrank back down and dropped with a thud at his feet. The shock left him standing there blankly, as if he were being toyed with. He cursed, "What the hell?" Ashamed and furious, he whipped his head around to look behind him. By then, Lai Mok Tran was seated comfortably at the dining table, not bothering to look at anyone. Still, everyone knew he was the only one who could have interfered. Impossible. While eating, he lightly cleared his throat and reminded them, "Don't make noise while adults are eating. Stop fooling around and go get me some water." TUC not handed the bottle of water to the three-eyed demon. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the water over. And remember to offer it with both hands." There was no way the demon would stoop to something so degrading. He wanted an answer to the question tormenting him. "Did you see through the transformations of the phantom demon movement I used when you threw food at my real body just now? Or was it just luck?" After asking himself, he answered himself, "Wait, turning food into a giant illusion? Don't tell me. You modified the ninefold soul reincarnation demonic formula so it could be infused into an external object and activated outside the body?" Lai Mok Tran, bored, casually said with disdain, "I thought you had some potential. Turns out you're just a loudmouth blowhard." The three spectators above watched intently. Tien's eyes widened. "Senior brother, what did that young man just use?" Dyke not answered calmly, "A cultivation art of the demonic sect." But strangely enough, there wasn't the slightest trace of darkness in it. Tien found it hard to believe. That's impossible. Every martial art of the heavenly demon cult originates from darkness. A demonic art without darkness is like iced coffee that's hot. Completely absurd. Dyke not agreed. "You're right. But then he suddenly seemed startled. "No way." He hurriedly ordered Tien, in the sect leader's name, "I declare the 1,000-year seal on the scripture vault broken. Quickly, bring me the portrait of the black envoy that's sealed inside the vault." Tien was no less shocked upon receiving the order. At last, the three-eyed demon and Lai Mok Tran faced each other directly. As always, Lai Mok Tran's face showed not the slightest ripple of emotion, only cold indifference. Lai Mok Tran and the demon locked eyes in silence. He was the one who broke it. When talent is split between words and action, it loses its weight. Go spend 3 years cultivating in silence. Only then will your talent truly bloom. Looking profound, Lai Mok Tran leisurely opened the bottle of water that had just been brought over. The demon couldn't stand hearing that and barked, "You, who are you? If you don't give your name," then, before he could finish, he felt a surge of force crash into him. The demon immediately staggered and let out a groan. While drinking water, Lai Mok Tran reproached him, "I told you not to talk. To help with your training, I just temporarily sealed your mute acupoint." Then Lai Mok Tran sprayed a mouthful of water straight at the center of the demon's forehead. "If you open your mouth, your true chi will leak out. So stay silent." He turned his head and reminded the people following the demon, "What are you all still doing? Take him away for treatment before all his true chi escapes. That kid has real talent." The other two were so stunned they couldn't speak. A little while later, as the night grew deeper, Tien and Dyke not looked gravely in one direction, while Lai Mok Tran stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression extremely calm. The atmosphere between the three of them left Theon utterly bewildered. She looked from one side to the other. What is this atmosphere? They look like they're about to fight. Trembling, Dyke not opened the scroll in his hand and looked at it. Impossible. Tien curiously leaned over. Then he froze as well, eyes wide. Dyke not began trembling even harder. How can this be? There can be no doubt. Even the tiniest facial hair looks exactly the same. Inside the scroll was a shockingly lifelike drawing of Lai Mok Tran. As he compared the portrait with the man before him, he said, "That is the legendary demon lord. That is Lee Mark Zin, the supreme heavenly demon." Inside the spherical space vessel, a gentle voice of questioning rang out. "Who said that?" The demon made muffled sounds in explanation, pouring out all his outrage. The other person lifted a teacup and cut him off. "Slow down. Talk slowly." Chu Tien looked at the kneeling demon below. "You're talking too fast. I can't understand anything." Back on Lai Mok Tran's side, he was drinking tea together with Dyke Not, while the Tien was in charge of pouring tea for him. He even released a bit of pressure to intimidate Lai Mok Tran into behaving obediently. Dike Not began telling a story. Shaolin has a legend passed down from 2,000 years ago. In the winter 2,000 years ago, a demon lord came to Shaolin through the snow. Even the 12 elders and the abbot could not withstand 10 moves from that demon lord. Shaolin admitted defeat and offered up their heads. But that demon lord sheathed his sword and said, "You are not worthy of dying by my hand. One day I will return. So train hard and make yourselves worth killing by me." At that point, he paused and asked Lai Mok Tran, "Do you know who said those words?" Holding his teacup as he drank, Lai Mok Tran replied, "I don't know. But that's a pretty childish line. It sounded like something said by someone going through a rebellious phase." Dike Not spread the portrait on the table. He continued questioning him. "Then what about this portrait? This is a painting of that demon lord." Lai Mok Tran widened his eyes in admiration. "Incredibly detailed. To paint even each strand of hair that accurately." Dike Not lowered his voice. "Let me ask one more time. May I know your honor name?" Without changing expression, Lai Mok Tran answered, "With evidence this clear, I can't deny it anymore. I am Lee Mark Zin." The two men were horrified when they heard that. The supreme heavenly demon. In another place, Dion was also greatly shocked. She looked at the sausage sitting alone on the plate, then looked at the person who had just handed it to her, and asked in confusion, "Why is there only one? Since you were already at it, why didn't you make a few more?" Tusi Not answered reluctantly, "We're not chefs. We're the CEO and executives of a mid-sized company. I only did this because you seem to know Master." But he still wouldn't give up. "If we're not just acquaintances, but extremely close, would you be willing to give us one more portion?" Instead of answering, he asked back, "How close?" She widened her eyes and made something up. "So close that we can't bear being apart, and he can't even eat without me." Hearing that, his heart nearly stopped. Tuc Not immediately knelt respectfully. "Greetings, mistress." Then he shouted to the people behind him, "What are you all standing around for? Roast a whole barrel at once. This is mistress." Dike Not stood up and began showing his intimidating aura. "I must ask, have you come to settle the promise from 2,000 years ago? If so, Shaolin is ready." Lai Mok Tran set down his empty teacup. "That's right. I have to put an end to this. I am sorry. I want to apologize properly. That was a mistake I made when I was young and immature." The old monk thought he had misheard. "What?" He continued. "Also, I admit that I owe Shaolin. If I ever get the chance to repay it, I promise I definitely will." Hearing that, both men's eyes lit up. The two of them started talking over each other, giving orders. "Then repay it now. This is your chance." Beyond, who had been puffing her cheeks and glaring while eating, thought she had misheard. "What did you say?" Lai Mok Tran repeated. "Stop eating and go sort out Shaolin's debts. I need the exact number." She demanded, "Why should I?" He cut her off. "If I don't know Shaolin's debts, how am I supposed to repay them?" Only then did Dion realize that the room was piled high with stacks of debt papers. Pointing at the piles, she complained to him, "Why would you promise them something like that? This debt has been piling up for hundreds of years." Remembering the gold rings and the golden teacups, she grew even more dissatisfied. Besides, judging by the way those monks spend money, there's no way this is a debt that can be easily paid off. Lai Mok Tran remained perfectly calm. There's no such thing as a debt that can't be repaid. If you pay it off little by little, it'll be gone eventually. Dion tried to argue, "But this debt has built up over a whole 100 years. He didn't listen. "Then pay it back little by little over 100 years. Debt only becomes difficult when you let it weigh on you beforehand." There was once a man named Yugong who could move mountains by himself. No matter how large a debt is, it can't compare to a mountain. Dion despairingly accepted it. Annoyed, she ordered Thuan 2. "A rough calculation is enough. Round off all small change, discard anything that should legally be void due to overdue repayment, and erase all the interest." She analyzed everything carefully. "I've already removed all contracts with blurred signatures or clerical errors. As for any loopholes in the contracts, I interpreted every one of them in our favor." Dion stammered anxiously, "So, what's the total?" "Around 100,000 credits, right? Surely not more than 500,000. Thuan 2 reported a figure. "The total is 287,761,109 credits. The number made her eyes widen in shock. Lai Mok Tran asked again to make sure. "Are you certain? Be sure you're not manipulating the calculation to make the creditors take a loss. Even debt should be repaid with gratitude." Dion wanted to run for her life. "It was nice knowing you. Please live peacefully here. The Demon King's route probably won't bring us back here again. So take care of your health and look after yourself." A hand touched her shoulder. She replied gently, "You should take care too. After all, you're a co-guarantor as well." Dion turned back to look at the Tien, Pointing toward Thuan Tu, he continued, since both that robot and your warship are collateral, don't neglect them. Keep them in the best possible condition. She thought she had misheard. What? He smiled and explained to her. That's what I did. We're like family, right? Dion could only fall silent. Suddenly, a red alert echoed throughout the area. Emergency alert. TUC Knott's group, who had been cleaning up, also stopped what they were doing. The spherical ship had landed, and a group of people were lined up on both sides, bowing. Sam McGoy was among them. The group bent deeply and waited in solemn silence. QTN slowly appeared at the ship's doorway. TUC Knott stared in that direction in shock. He slowly stepped down, and little by little his figure became clear before TUC Knott's eyes. TUC Knott stood at the front, silently watching the man descending from his ship. He had already seen Sam McGoy among the bowing crowd. If Elder Protector Sam McGoy of the Heavenly Demon Cult was bowing like that, then could it be? QTN slowly approached them. Abin stepped forward and whispered into his ear, "Boss." TUC Knott immediately shouted at him, "Shut up, don't move so much as a finger." As if sensing something, Abin instantly fell silent. QTN was already standing in front of TUC Knott. TUC Knott tried to cry out, but he couldn't open his mouth. QTN sized him up. "I can sense the remnants of the heavenly demon art within you. Judging by the way your vital energy flows through the run and do meridians, it seems you've received the heavenly demon's fortune." Was it him? TUC Knott struggled with all his might. I can't breathe." QTN's tone turned stern. "I'll ask one more time. Lee Mark Zin, was he the one who opened your acupoints?" TUC Knott panicked and wanted to answer, but no sound would come out. In the end, he could only drop to his knees with a thud. QTN clicked his tongue in disgust. He turned around and walked away. Spare him. TUC Knott had just escaped death by a hair. What was that? Who the hell was he? There was no doubt. Staring at his back, TUC Knott silently confirmed it. He was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult, Hui So Chun. Dyke Knott and Etienne had witnessed everything through the hole in the ship. Dyke Knott pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist prayer. No wonder that strange flow of vital energy was there. Amitabha. Titian was extremely worried. "Senior brother, it looks like the very leader of those debt collectors has decided to act personally and squeeze Shaolin dry. This is bad." The old monk reassured him, "Don't worry. This is actually a good thing." Titian looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean, senior brother?" Dyke Knott turned back with a cheerful smile. "We have a solid guarantor, don't we? To deal with the leader of those debt collectors." Unexpectedly, Lai Mok Tran had somehow already come to stand behind them. Outside, QTN had appeared beneath the ship. He stepped closer under the only hole in the ship, then raised his eyes to look up at it. He was immediately met by Lai Mok Tran, who had just stepped forward. Tea was poured once more, but this time it was for him and QTN. QTN calmly sized up Lai Mok Tran. Lai Mok Tran silently looked back at him. Dyke Knott spoke up to break the silence. "You came at just the right time. I was just about to send a notice to the debt collectors. But since a representative of the creditors is already here, I suppose I can save myself the trouble." QTN paid no attention to the old monk's words. He only stared fixedly at Lai Mok Tran. That man. Dyke Knott turned to the Tien for support. "Junior brother, the darkness hanging over Shaolin has finally lifted, and prosperity is about to arrive." Amitabha. Tien immediately backed him up. "That is only natural. For those who live diligently, misfortune passes quickly enough. We have endured countless disasters and still worked hard to build our foundation. That proves my judgment was correct." Dyke Knott continued, "I admit it, your cultivation seems to have reached enlightenment. This, too, is a blessing for Shaolin." Amitabha. Tien echoed, "Amitabha." Then Dyke Knott looked at Chu Tien and asked, "How much does Shaolin owe?" Chu Tien took a sip of tea before answering. "At the moment, it's just under 200 million credits. But we intend to collect all remaining debts as well, so the number will be a little higher." Dyke Knott smiled kindly. "You've gathered quite a lot, haven't you?" When he heard no answer, the old monk looked at Lai Mok Tran. "Did you hear that?" Chu Tien sounded as if he were trying to mediate. "The reason I came to Shaolin personally is to negotiate how the debt will be repaid. I hope we can reach an agreement. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to use force." Dyke Knott assured him, "You're worrying unnecessarily. Of course we'll repay it. Go ahead, what do you want?" QTN made his demand. "I want the Great Reversal Pill." That request made both monks freeze. Chu Tan didn't care and continued. Isn't there a great reversal pill that has lain dormant in the secret chamber of the Sutra repository for 2,000 years? Hand it over in exchange for clearing all the debt. If you refuse, we'll take it by force. Dike Not looked regretful. It would have been better if you had come an hour earlier. Chu Tien glared at him and asked, "What do you mean?" The old monk turned away, tossed out one sentence, and left. "Well then, you two settle it yourselves. Junior brother, let's give them some privacy. Don't interrupt their conversation." Chu Tien darkened as he watched the two monks leave. Only then did Lai Mok Tran speak. "I've taken over all of Shaolin's debts." "How much was it again?" Chu Tien looked at him in surprise. As they walked away, Dike Not sighed in amazement. So the rumor was true. The abrupt statement left to Tien confused. "What do you mean?" The old monk explained. "The Great Reversal Pill is a wondrous spiritual pill that nourishes true energy. It's useless for martial arts that require activation of the Dantian. So the rumor that the Heavenly Demon cult has secretly restored the ancient art of true energy martial arts all this time was true." Still confused, Tien asked, "Why go through the trouble of reviving something like that?" Remembering Chu Tien, Dike Not guessed, perhaps to surpass the limit. That answer shocked Tien. To let a demonic cultivator surpass the limits of man. Dike Not calmly continued, "Which means turning into a devil. Judging from the vital energy just now, he has already done it halfway. What karmic curse caused these two demon heads to meet?" Amitabha. In the dining hall, Chu Tien assessed Lai Mok Tran while drinking tea. Lai Mok Tran was drinking tea as well. "Even with the heavenly demon eye, I still can't see through this man's inner thoughts. Is he concealing them somehow?" Lai Mok Tran looked at him and advised, "Don't try to see through my heart. Inside me, there's nothing." Those words startled Chu Tien. Lai Mok Tran repeated, "As I said, I've taken on all of Shaolin's debt. If you want the Great Reversal Pill, that's not something I can hand over. However, if you want to strengthen your true energy that I can provide." Chu Tien refused. "There's no need. From the moment I met you, the Great Reversal Pill stopped mattering to me." Lai Mok Tran lowered his voice. "You don't know me." Gently, Chu Tien spoke of his identity. "I know, the sixth heavenly demon, Li Mark Zin, the only one in the history of the heavenly demons to reach the realm of a supreme devil." Lai Mok Tran still denied it. "You don't know me." Chu Tien slammed his teacup down. "Then prove it." Tea splashed up and gradually took shape, forming an arrow of tea aimed straight at him. It pierced straight through Lai Mok Tran's head without meeting the slightest resistance. He fell backward from the momentum. The sight made Chu Tien freeze. Lai Mok Tran toppled over like a dead man with no consciousness left. Drops of tea still clung to his clothes. Chu Tien's face darkened in displeasure. Chu Tien warned him, "Don't play cat and mouse with me. I won't be fooled by tricks like the Soul Heaven art." Lai Mok Tran groaned in annoyance. Tilting his head back, he lamented, "You're not fooled? Most kids totally buy it. You're far too mature for your age." Chu Tien demanded, "Change locations. This place is too small for us to talk." Chu Tien immediately recited a spell. Teleportation. At once, he slowly disappeared. Lai Mok Tran looked at his teacup, now empty, in annoyance. What a hassle. Talking here would have been fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished as well. Inside the spherical ship floating in the sky, the two of them had teleported into it. Checking his body, Lai Mok Tran couldn't help but marvel. The more I experience moves like this, the stranger they feel. But seriously, don't do something like that to me again in the future. It's not my style. Chu Tien silently watched him without answering. Lai Mok Tran started looking around again, and then something made him freeze. A gigantic statue towered behind him. He stared at it in surprise. "What's this?" Chu Tien said regretfully, "You should never have awakened." He recalled the moment he had faced Lai Mok Tran through that hole in the ship. That image gradually overlapped with the face carved into the statue. That statue was meant to be your ending, and now you've ended up buried like this. Robert was puzzled, but the shape of the warship looks completely different from what I'd heard. It's much bigger and red as blood. Wasn't it supposed to be silver? Chu-Ha walked over from behind and answered him. "This isn't an ordinary warship. This is the supreme holy vessel. Only the supreme leader of the heavenly demon cult is allowed to set foot on it." Robert cried out in shock. "You mean the leader of the heavenly demon cult is inside?" Chuha stared outside with tense eyes as she continued speaking. The title Supreme doesn't refer merely to the cult leader. It means the one who has reached the absolute pinnacle of the heavenly demon cult. In the entire history of the cult, only one such person has ever existed. As she kept rambling, Robert finally found it strange. What are you talking about? Chuha kept uttering cryptic words. If anyone who is not the Supreme dares to set foot on the holy vessel, that is treason. Her eyes sharpened. Hui So Chun, why are you doing this? What the hell are you trying to do? Meanwhile, Chu Tien and Lai Mok Tran were talking to each other. Chu Tien confessed, before I even learned to walk, the elders dragged me here. They showed me this statue and said. The past resurfaced with every word of his story. The child Chu Tien from back then craned his neck all the way up to look at the statue. Beside his ears came their instruction. One day, you must stand above and look down on that statue. That is the purpose of your entire life. Chu Tien's voice sank low. That statue was enormous, so enormous it felt endless. Every year on my birthday, I came here. Yet no matter how much I grew, the statue still stood there just the same. Lai Mok Tran said bluntly, your goal is fundamentally wrong. If you become bigger than that statue, you'll no longer be human. You'll be a monster. It seems the elders of the heavenly demon cult were selected for their talent in deception. Chu Tien continued, in the past, I might not have agreed with you. I might even have chopped off your head. But when faced with the reality of that wall, I had no choice but to acknowledge those words. That statue was erected at the highest place in the heavenly demon cult. The followers of the cult were never allowed to look directly into the statue's eyes. Instead, they had to bow to it 3 times every day. No one even knew the statue's true name. And even if they did, they would never dare speak it aloud, because the name of a god is not something one can call carelessly. 2,000 years ago, when the heavenly demon cult was on the verge of destruction under the oppression of the 9 great sects and the 6 great powers, one man alone revived it. With only a single sword, he cut through every enemy across the central plains, and in the end forced the entire world to kneel. Then he became the supreme demon head, ascended to the heavens, and stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Wasn't that glorious? At that point, wasn't he already a god? By virtue of being the current leader of the heavenly demon cult, I happened to learn the name of that statue, the 6th heavenly demon, Li Mark Zin. At that, Lai Mok Tran turned to him in astonishment. You're the leader of the heavenly demon cult? Chu Tien admitted it calmly. That's right, I am Hui So Chun, the 94th leader of the heavenly demon cult. His eyes suddenly widened as far as they could go. It was because Lai Mok Tran had reached out and patted his head. Chu Tien murmured in confusion, what is this? Lai Mok Tran looked at him with proud eyes. Well done. I was planning to praise you when we met. I heard that you led the heavenly demon cult out into the light and raised it to the top rank among the righteous sections. And that wasn't all. He even pulled Chu Tien into a tight hug. You really did very well. Very praiseworthy. This is moving. Chu Tien glanced aside, looking more bewildered than touched. After giving him enough time for that heartfelt exchange, Lai Mok Tran raised his head and suggested, forget that idiot and destroy the statue. You're 100 times better than him. He raised his thumb and looked straight at Chu Tien's face. The demon cult leader is impressive. Then the tone of his voice changed. Now that I'm done praising you, it's time to settle the debt. I praised you twice, so how about considering wiping my debt for me? Chu Tien raised his brow and growled, what? Lai Mok Tran returned to his usual cold demeanor. If that still isn't enough, let me give you a piece of advice as interest. Don't foolishly try to imitate the path I once walked. I can see the darkness inside you too. Overcome it. Otherwise, you'll fall into the abyss. Chu Tien stubbornly shot back. Of course. Hell is where I'm meant to go. Once I get down there, I'll seize the heavenly demon soul and become the supreme heavenly demon. That is the fulfillment of my life. Lai Mok Tran lectured him thoroughly. How naive. If going to hell is your life's goal, then you're already there. Life is only the slim chance heaven gives people, so they can struggle and avoid ruin for the rest of their days. Besides, even if you do reach hell, you still won't be able to obtain the heavenly demon soul. Lai Mok Tran stressed his point, trying to set the man straight. The heavenly demon soul chooses its own master. You only got this far by luck. You don't possess the qualities the heavenly demon soul desires. You're not even as capable as a little girl I met recently. Give it up. Count it as a blessing. Lai Mok Tran's words struck the pride of the heavenly demon cult leader. QTN lunged forward. How dare you insult me? Lai Mok Tran lightly slipped past the elegant attacks. Your heavenly demon's swordsmanship. You've mastered it rather well. Enraged, QTN spun through the air. Shut up. Seeing the profound technique of his opponent, Lai Mok Tran was mildly startled. The heavenly demon heaven-breaking sword? The two ghostly figures gripped a single sword and aimed at him, but Lai Mok Tran's terrifying power allowed him to block it easily with his bare hands. QTN's fighting spirit blazed as he rushed in again. Lai Mok Tran spoke calmly. You are talented. At such a young age, you've already brought the heavenly demon heaven-breaking sword to its peak. QTN glared and barked, shut up. Lai Mok Tran kindly warned him to the very end. Stop now. Recklessly using innate chi could damage your vital essence. If you keep going, recovering will be extremely difficult. But nothing could reach the ears of a man consumed by hatred. I told you to shut up. 1/split, Lai Mok Tran cleanly in two. QTN landed in a powerful pose, and silence returned to the space. He lifted his head and looked. Both the statue and the man before him had been cut in half. Like so many defeated foes before him, QTN fell into the illusion that he had truly won. I did it. I killed the supreme demon. He stood there in a daze. I won. His lips trembled with overwhelming joy. I won. But he had no idea that Lai Mok Tran was standing right behind him. Lowering his eyes in exasperation, Lai Mok Tran murmured, "What a stubborn fool." His hands moved around QTN's head without quite embracing it, and he lowered his voice like a hypnotic whisper. That's right, you won and I died. So forget it and keep living. Forget your greed for the heavenly demon soul. Focus on your own life. Lead the heavenly demon cult properly, as you always have. Find a good woman, marry her, have children. You still have a chance. Don't live the kind of life I did. Lai Mok Tran wanted to help him return to the right path. Now, send me back to where I belong. He slowly recited a spell. Shift, transfer, Lai Mok Tran's illusion gradually dissipated. Without the mental strength to support himself, QTN dropped freely. At that moment, Theon stared blankly and asked, "So, the debts have all been cleared?" QTN replied, "Most likely. Both of them vanished, so they're probably settling things on their own. In any case, that debt issue no longer has anything to do with Shaolin, so gather everything up and burn it. I've suffered long enough without a proper training room, so this is the perfect time to move some exercise equipment in." Theon continued to stare. "You're telling me to clean up?" Titian answered lightly. "Who else? Us two frail old men who are practically in the grave." She pursed her lips, as if hesitating over something. A moment later, Theon agreed. "Fine, if the debt's really gone, then I can leave now, right? You two are safe now, aren't you?" Dykenot smiled with his eyes. "That's right, we're safe now. You may go as you please." A cheerful ding sounded. The money had been transferred. Both Titian and Dykenot froze in place. The old monk trembled, though he didn't yet understand why. "Don't tell me." Titian grabbed the phone and examined it. How horrifying. That lunatic sent money again. This time it's 300,000 credits. Dich not Zeit. What a hardship. There's nothing left for us to buy. How are we supposed to spend such an enormous sum? Umitba. Titian beamed in despair. "See, senior brother, I told you we shouldn't have taken him in as a disciple. Why are we struggling with this at our age?" Dykenot lifted his head as if accepting fate. "It must be karmic retribution for the sins of our previous lives. All of this is punishment of our own making. Umitba. In any case, I must retract what I said earlier. Shaolin is definitely not safe." Theon had only just relaxed, and now her face tightened again. Lai Mok Tran sat at the dining table, his eyes wide open. He stared anxiously at the completely empty space. Where did everyone go? QTN was still face down on the ground, unable to get up even after all this time. The heavenly demon soul sat cross-legged at ease, watching him. Resting its chin on one hand, it asked indifferently, "Need help?" At a quiet building, 3 people had gathered beneath it to discuss the situation. Chumin reminded them, "If that person from earlier really is Q So Chun, the leader of the heavenly demon cult, we need to withdraw immediately." Abin agreed. "The only reason our heads are still on our necks is pure luck. The best option is retreat." TUC not angrily turned and shouted at the two of them, "Silence. My master is in there." He raised his voice and lectured them. "A master is no different from a parent. How can you run away when your parent is in danger?" Chumin timidly said, "But there's nothing we can do to help. We don't have the skills to fight alongside him." TUC not remained firm. "Then we do whatever we can." TUC not called someone and asked, "Sausage Distribution Center? How much stock do you still have in the warehouse?" Inside, the four of them were sitting around and talking. Dyke Knot lifted a bowl of hot water, reminiscing about Manhwa, and introduced him. That child was Shaolin's last disciple. In a slow voice, he recounted the past. 30 years ago, he was left at Shaolin's gate. He was a tightly wrapped baby, his head covered by a basket. At the time, the two of us broke precedent and took Manhwa in because he was an abandoned child. Shaolin broke 100 years of seclusion to adopt him. Dyke Knot remembered those peaceful days of training. He was a good child. He trained very diligently. Tien suddenly cut in, and he was also a troublemaking brat. He complained, "I carried him on my shoulders so often I ended up shorter because of it. He was so stubborn that even driving him away was torment, wasn't it?" Umaba. Beyond asked in surprise, "Why drive him away? You said he was your disciple. Aren't disciples precious these days?" In a subdued tone, Dyke Knot explained, "We couldn't let him grow old and die alone here. As you said, this is an age where disciples are precious, especially when no one wants to live a life turned away from the world. That child, by relying only on Buddhist teachings, the two of us became the last people to enter Shaolin 120 years ago." He continued decisively. "When he turned 18, we decided to expel him. We hoped he would live freely and integrate into the world." Dyke Knot recalled the scene from back then, but he refused and starved outside the closed gate. Filled with pity, he said he was ready to starve to death like that. Tien continued, "So we changed our strategy. We told him to go out into the world, earn money, and bring back a little for our living expenses. At the time, we never expected this. It was our way of helping him naturally adapt to the world, but his stubbornness exceeded our imagination." He painfully recalled how helpless they were. He sent money almost every day. The amount kept growing, so much that we could barely even figure out how to spend it all. Dion asked, "Wasn't that enough to pay off Shaolin's debt? You people had plenty of money." With a sense of responsibility, Dyke Knot explained, "We couldn't place Shaolin's debt on him. It was a debt we had to settle ourselves." He sighed, "But we've gotten through it." She probed again, "Then why not save the money?" Dyke Knot gave the reason. If we saved it and let it pile up, he would return to Shaolin. He would grow old with us. Tien's eyes brimmed with tears. And if we died, he would be left all alone. Even the two of them seemed struck by their own words. Dion remarked, "That sounds ridiculous, but also kind of true." Tien held out the phone and said, "Deal with it." He politely added, "This is Shaolin's account. There's no password. Use it however you like." Tien carefully reminded them, "Spend the money as fast as possible. If the balance gets too high, he'll come back." Dion looked at the amount and said, "Spending money is easy. Just buy a few luxury items." Dyke Knot sharply opposed that idea. "Of course not. That is the sweat and blood of that child. We cannot waste it." Hearing that, she became even more confused. Tien seriously explained, "We have our own spending rules. It can only be used on the two of us, and it must all be spent. We cannot buy things that can be resold because that would amount to saving." She looked the two of them over and asked, "Then what about those rings and prayer beads you're wearing? Your clothes look pretty expensive too." Cherishing them deeply, Dyke Knot said, "Those are gifts from that child, sent every birthday and on Parents' Day. We couldn't bear to sell them, so we wear them instead. But before we die, we will definitely deal with all of them." Looking at Dyke Knot's miserable state, Tien sympathetically explained, "Senior brother is taking the burden for me. Half the rings are mine. Even my prayer beads were melted into a solid lump because I'm allergic to metal." He went on casually, "It's not unbearably uncomfortable. My neck is just a little stiff from the weight of the beads. The rings are a bit too large, so they hurt my joints when I wear them. Eating is a little inconvenient." Dion asked, "Then why not take them off and put them in a cabinet?" The two of them immediately raised their voices to lecture her. They're gifts from him. Gifts. Their reaction left her completely speechless. Holding up the phone, Tien ordered, "The money must be spent completely, and the items must have no resale value. Shop quickly. It all has to be handled within 1 day. Do it now." Dion once again seemed to have another question. On a floating mechanical sphere, Tien lay unconscious on the floor in a wretched state. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes widened in shock at what he saw before him. The heavenly demon soul was staring at him with a look of bored contempt. Tien hurriedly sat up. "Spirit of the heavenly demon." It sneered in annoyance. "Not only are you incompetent, you're lazy too. You took 1 hit and slept for over half an hour." Tien immediately realized something. "I understand now. Since I killed the supreme heavenly demon, his heavenly demon spirit must now belong to me." The heavenly demon, Soul, held its head and reproached him. Your brain's hopeless too. You were made in the same place, yet the two of you are nothing alike. QTN frowned. What? The heavenly demon, Soul, pointed forward. Its large finger pointed at him, and an image of Lai Mok Tran doing something to him surfaced in his mind. His expression instantly changed to anger. Chaos Heaven Art. QTN erupted with power, shattering everything around him. He cursed bitterly. That bastard. The heavenly demon, Soul, happily muttered. At least your anger is useful for something. Sometimes even a barking dog has its uses. It began to tempt him. Want revenge? I'll help you. He explained, I don't want revenge. I want you. I'm willing to offer up this soul. The heavenly demon, Soul, frowned and made itself clear. No need. It laid down a condition for him. Go take your revenge. If you can kill him, I'll be yours. QTN was utterly shocked by the heavenly demon soul's demand. Grabbing one of its own arms, it said in a bored voice, though that's beyond your ability. QTN stared at it in astonishment. The heavenly demon soul tore off its own arm and literally lent it to him. Here, I'll lend you a hand. It offered QTN its arm without the slightest hesitation. The three people who had been outside earlier had now all come inside to talk. Beyond held up the huge account balance and said, it's simple, to spend money like water. She listed all kinds of ways to put them to work. Absurdly expensive meals, luxurious shows, insanely costly saunas or massages. Find anything at all that could be excessively spent on for two people. Sitting nearby, Shun Tu sighed in boredom as he listened to them discuss it. We just have to spend all 300,000 credits in one day. Dyke Knot and Lai Mok Tran stood together on top of the building, looking out over the world. Lai Mok Tran observed, Shaolin has changed a great deal. Dyke Knot objected. Has it? From my perspective, nothing has changed in 120 years. He gently added, it is like an old tree that has died. Amitabha. Confused, Lai Mok Tran asked, why would a living tree imitate a dead one? Dyke Knot explained in his own cryptic way, when yesterday and today are exactly the same and tomorrow is no different, then it really is no different from a dead tree. Lai Mok Tran posed a question himself. Do you know why I turned my back on Shaolin in the past? He recalled the scene from long ago. Back then, I felt exactly as you do now. Everywhere I went, I said the same thing. He continued, but when the Shaolin elder Du Hyun Chung heard what I said, he told me this. Lai Mok Tran remembered every word clearly. Why would a living man want to predict the future? He had stood there stunned, listening to the old man explain, life is like a game of dice. Tomorrow is the result of the die you cast today. Lai Mok Tran replied, I already know the result. I was certain that every time I cast it, it would land on the same number, the number I least wanted. But the elder told him, that is only today's result. If you're dissatisfied with the outcome, then throw it again. If you live rightly today, then you have endless chances to cast the dice of life again. Dyke Knot listened quietly to his story. Lai Mok Tran shared what he had realized. Then I understood that I had never actually thrown the dice properly. I had given up on today from the very beginning and lost the right to cast them. Lai Mok Tran turned to leave as he spoke of his mistakes. Those familiar failures deceived me into thinking I had already thrown them. Dyke Knot remained silent, listening. Suddenly, Dyke Knot opened his eyes and looked at something, and his expression changed at once. The heavenly demon soul and Chu Tian were standing behind him, waiting. Chu Tian's body was strangely stretched and emanated an extremely eerie aura. The heavenly demon soul, together with the power flowing from Chu Tian, created a deeply sinister scene. Chopsticks and a slice of sausage fell onto a plate with a shrill clatter. Chu Ha stared blankly at the plate and the piece of sausage. Robert looked at her with concern. What is it? Don't tell me you hate grilled food now, too. I can cook it again. Her expression turned serious as she explained, no, my right arm suddenly won't move. He looked at her in confusion. Chu-Ha's right arm seemed completely crippled, as though one of her arms had vanished. On the monk's side, a clash with the heavenly demon soul was about to break out. With a grave expression, Dyke Knot said, a demon spirit. Looking at the demonic scene before him, Dyke Knot exclaimed, even if Shaolin has fallen, how dare a demon spirit challenge Shaolin? Begone. Then he looked at the figure before him in surprise. Chu Tian stood there motionless in that eerie state, and the moment Dyke Knot looked at him, he recognized him. Hui Shao Jun. Dyke Knot asked in confusion, why have you come again? I thought the debt between us had already been settled. Amitabha. Chu Tian calmly replied, I came to deliver a message. Dyke Knot was displeased by his manner. Speaking so familiarly, Chu Tian released that sinister power again and instructed him, I want you to pass a message to him. It's the only way he'll understand. Not refused. I don't know what you mean, but Shaolin is not a place that runs errands for outsiders. He too revealed his imposing power, his voice sharp as he drove him away. Get out. Inside, Lai Mok Tran looked dazed, absent-minded even as he caught a teacup. Seeing his distracted look, Tien asked, "Is something wrong?" Calmly taking a drink, he answered, "Nothing special. At the very least, I suppose I still have time to drink a cup of coffee." Lai Mok Tran muttered to himself. He didn't understand what I said, or is he just being childishly stubborn? Thinking of Chu Tien, he remarked, "Turns out he's younger than I thought." Tien looked at him in confusion. Over on the on-side, they were still discussing things heatedly. She urgently pressed the others. "Still not enough. To spend money at the level I survive with an S-Devil, we need something even more expensive." On the rooftop, multiple currents of power were already surging. Dyke Knot's expression turned solemn and imposing as a huge, majestic Dharma body appeared behind him. Hui So Chun's aura was no weaker. Calmly observing him, he said, "The great Dharma, joy, chi, meditation. A martial art thought to have vanished hundreds of years ago. It seems the rumors that Shaolin has grown old and sickly were false. And you've completely cultivated your true chi without relying on a dantian. You've hidden your claws well." Dyke Knot replied evenly. "With only 2 old men living here, what need would we have for an expensive dantian? We had plenty of time, and frugality became a habit, so I cultivated my own true chi instead. The old monk tried to prevent the battle. I did not learn this martial art to fight, so stop causing needless conflict and leave at once." Hui saw Jun's na in his eyes, even refusing required qualification. His hand enlarged as it reached toward the old monk. Staring at the monstrous thing before him, the old monk was startled. Heavenly Demon Blood Palm. Dyke Knot struck back as well. Great Joy Palm. The Dharma body behind him began to move its hand. The 2 palms collided, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave. The shockwave was so immense that even beyond the earth it could be felt. The commotion shook the building, sending dirt and stone raining down and drawing the attention of everyone inside. Beyond asked, "What was that?" Lee Mark Zin replied calmly, "Don't worry. Enjoy your tea. He can still endure it." He finished his cup and casually asked for more. "Another cup. The more I drink it, the more I find this bitter taste quite pleasant." The old man looked at him in confusion, unable to understand his craving for the drink. Meanwhile, Hui So Chun continued releasing power without pause. Dyke Knot struggled to resist his assault, determined to drive him away. "Get out." Hui So Chun answered with supreme confidence. "I acknowledge you. You may take pride in that now. If the world had truly judged Shaolin properly, today's martial world rankings would be very different." He raised his hand again, intending to deliver the finishing blow. However, the result did not change. That enormous hand lunged at Dyke not once more, but the old monk did not retreat in the slightest. Bringing both palms together, Dyke Knot struck out. Great Joy Force. The 2 streams of power collided and created a cloud of pitch-black smoke. The black smoke suddenly began to whirl. The giant hand of the heavenly demon's soul pierced through and attacked Dyke Knot. The old monk cried out in shock. What? A huge burst of power erupted across the rooftop, causing no small disturbance. Inside, Lee Mark Zin also realized things could no longer be enjoyed so casually. This is different. The heavenly demon spirit. Lee Mark Zin immediately left before the On's eyes, punching through the ceiling and shooting up toward the rooftop. Her eyes widened at his action. He landed amid the dust and smoke. Lee Mark Zin looked at the scene before him with concern. Dyke Knot had collapsed on the rooftop floor, his life or death unclear. In alarm, he shouted, "Senior brother!" The 2 men froze briefly as they took in the sight before them. Hui So Chun looked as though he had become a god, overwhelmingly powerful, full of confidence. He questioned them in the tone of one above all others. "Well, do you still dare look down on me?" Lee Mark Zin did not spare him a glance and said disdainfully, "Foolish child. His entire bloodstream and internal organs are saturated with poison, but it's a poison never recorded in any database." The black jade lit up the room inside as Shunjai used her ability to examine Dyke Knot's condition from afar. The old monk's condition looked grim enough that he had already coughed up blood. Tien was deeply worried for him. "Senior brother." Outside, the moon still hung full in the night sky. Dyke Knot sat upright with his palms together, yet showed no movement at all. They all watched the situation closely. Tien called again. Senior brother, Beyond and Shunja, stood watching, uneasy. She asked, why can't he be treated, even if it's not in the database? All poisons should share similar properties, shouldn't they? She proposed, can't we use poison against poison? I have the three-fool poison. It's the strongest poison in the world. If necessary, Shunja explained coldly, it's not like that. This is on another level. It's a poison from another world. Beyond gasped in surprise. What? The two of them stopped and turned toward the loud call. Senior brother, Tien leaned closer to observe Daiknot. Anxiously, he asked, brother, are you awake? Push the poison out with your chi. The old monk slowly reminded him, no need. It's useless. Hearing that, Tien's eyes widened in shock. What? The old monk pulled open his robe, revealing his frail, aged body. Where the strike had landed, a purple handprint was left on his flesh. Looking at the wound, Lee Mark Zin seemed to recognize something. This resembles the heavenly demon blood seal palm, which I've only heard of in rumor. Could it be that? He then explained in detail. The heavenly demon blood seal palm is a martial art that imitates demons. Then Lee Mark Zin realized, no, this is the heavenly demon soul seal palm, a martial art used by an actual demon. Touching the wound, Daiknot sighed wearily. No wonder. Truly ruthless. Amiba. Tien urgently pleaded, if you know the method, then you know the cure too, right? Please save my senior brother. Daiknot stopped him, for in his heart he had already accepted it. It cannot be cured. Humanity cannot overcome the demon realm. The only reason I still have this faint breath is because he held back. The old monk understood part of Hui So-chun's intention. Perhaps he wanted his message delivered. It seems he succeeded. Lee Mark Zin remained silent, his expression faintly sorrowful. Meanwhile, the arm granted to Hui So-chun by the heavenly demon soul bulged with veins and trembled violently. The arm was in terrible pain, making him groan in discomfort. Seeing his wretched condition, the heavenly demon soul mocked him. Can't you even endure a single arm? Shall I take it back, then? Sweat poured down Hui So-chun's face as he forced himself to speak. Just keep your promise. If I kill him, then you belong to me. It laughed slyly and stopped teasing him. Very well, as you wish. But it seems it still isn't your turn. At that moment, Chiu-ha was clutching her disabled arm, staring thoughtfully at the mechanical globe before her. Her face was gray and sickly, looking deeply uncomfortable. She said to Robert, teleport me. Her gaze was vacant, but her decision was firm. Take me there. Robert confirmed. There? You mean the heavenly demon's worship? Why would you want to go there? Are you crazy? He then explained clearly, so she would not get her hopes up. Besides, even if I wanted to, I can't take you there. I don't know the coordinates. They're encrypted. It can't be breached. Chiu-ha said plainly, I know them. Thinking of Hui So-chun, she murmured, that child. What does he know? I know too. At that moment, Daiknot used what little strength he had left to instruct Tien. It seemed time had come to say farewell. When I leave, you must also leave Shaolin. Spend the rest of your life traveling or doing whatever you wish. Unhappy, Tien refused. I refuse. Even if I die, I cannot do that. If you go, I will. Lee Mark Zin cut off the farewell between the two men. That's enough melodrama. You're not going to die. Tien turned and looked at his calm expression. Lee Mark Zin's words lit a spark of hope in him. There's a way. Lee Mark Zin explained clearly. Normally no, but this is Shaolin, so there is the great reversal pill. The two men were both startled. He explained the treatment. If we forcefully expel the poison of the heavenly demon soul, your body won't endure it. But with the miraculous spiritual power of the great reversal pill, you can hold on. Lee Mark Zin urged them, bring it here at once and take it. I'll protect the ritual. The two brothers looked at each other in silence. Lee Mark Zin looked at them and asked, what is it? Tien called gently to the old monk. Senior brother. Full of pride, Daiknot objected. I refuse. The great reversal pill is not meant for me. You know that. He had decided to leave it for Methria Buddha. It is the final gift for Ajura Buddha for that child. He remained firm in his belief. I cannot use the great reversal pill merely to prolong the life of this old body. Tien, terribly worried for him, continued pleading. Senior brother, Daiknot asked, what will you do then? Will you take it? Tien stood there in silence, saying nothing. Lee Mark Zin tried to knock some sense into them. That's not a question for the two of you to answer among yourselves. You should ask your disciple. You said the great reversal pill is for that child, didn't you? The two men looked at him, puzzled. He immediately raised the real issue. If you asked him, what would he say? Would he choose to use it for himself, or use it to prolong the life of his elderly master? The two brothers were both certain. Never. That child is kinder than anyone else in this world. Lee Mark Zin calmly rejected their thinking. How can foolish old men like you insult that child just to satisfy your own desires? Are you planning to force him to live as a disciple who betrayed his master, like those who abandoned their own parents? He knocked some sense into them. If you swore to live for that child, then live fiercely for him, even if only for a single day. Kindness can only be given while one is alive. The two men fell silent in thought for a moment. Then Dyke Knot made his decision. Bring the great reversal pill here. Half of it will be enough. Outside, the moon still shone in the night sky. Half of the pill was brought out. Lee Mark-Zin sat behind the old monk and prepared to begin. He carefully warned him, once your true chi begins to move, the evil energy will violently rise. The more you force it, the more fiercely it will resist. So endure it with everything you have. Dyke Knot remained silent and gave no response. He began. All right, let's finish this quickly. Lee Mark-Zin started channeling his power, releasing a formidable aura. Beyond, and Tien stared at the hole Lee Mark-Zin had made earlier and marveled. He punched a hole through it like tearing paper. Those construction workers really swindled us. Amitabha, she asked. What? He recounted their confident promises. They said not even a nuclear bomb could leave a dent. They swore the place was completely soundproof, dustproof, and blastproof, so much so that we wouldn't even hear an explosion. We paid a fortune for it. After noticing for a moment, Dion realized we really didn't hear anything. She recalled the battle earlier. No matter how loud it had been above, no one had noticed. Tien's reminder left Dion helpless, and she could only fall silent. Don't go talking nonsense. If the construction workers hear, they'll charge us another fortune to fix it. He made his request clearly. Until senior brother recovers, I must guard this place. So you must keep your distance. She answered, I'll stand guard here too. Something before her suddenly took her by surprise. Tien sat in meditation and produced a huge, awe-inspiring Dharma body. Dion stared in shock at what was before her and backed away. I guess I can't stand guard with you after all. Good luck. Inside, power was now continuously pouring out. The half pill from earlier had already been completely used up, leaving only the cloth behind. The two men were fully focused on the treatment, with no room for distraction. Lee Mark-Zin brought his hand close to the old monk. A blinding light burst from where the two sat. Dikhnat's complexion suddenly worsened. Elsewhere, Hui So-chun's eyes had turned bloodshot, and he looked utterly crazed. Dyke Knot's condition and Hui So-chun's were not all that different. The arm was tormenting him more and more. His screams echoed everywhere. Kyuha stood still where she was. She stared intently ahead. A massive golden statue stood before her. She looked into the eyes partly hidden by hair. Kyuha raised her head and gazed at it for a long while without saying a word. Then she suddenly turned. Kyuha looked toward the heavenly demon soul. Hui So-chun sat on a blue throne with the heavenly demon soul surrounding him. She watched for a long moment. The heavenly demon soul was displeased to see her. Kyuha stepped closer to Hui So-chun and the heavenly demon soul. He was still groaning because of his arm. She asked, What's wrong with that child? What did you do to him? With sly satisfaction, it explained, I merely granted him a wish. He prayed with all his heart, just like you. Coldly, she said, I have never wished for anything. Release that child at once. The heavenly demon soul clicked its tongue in irritation. Umans. It asked her, Do you know why humans always forget the wishes that have been granted to them? Then it answered its own question, because they wish for too much. Wishing becomes a habit, and so they forget what they once begged for. It looked at the tiny living being before it and continued. And when a wish is so sincere that one does not even dare speak it aloud, then when it is granted, they deny it. The heavenly demon's soul drew closer, warning her with hidden meaning. They think that because they never voiced it, I could not hear it. It asked, Isn't that ridiculous? The heavenly demon's soul seemed to understand humanity completely. People long for grand miracles, yet deny the small, private miracles hidden in their own hearts. It went on, You wished. The heavenly demon soul looked pleased with itself, and I fulfilled it in exchange for your body and soul. Kyuha's expression turned more urgent as she begged it. Take me instead, my body or my soul, anything, but not that child. She was shocked by what she saw. Hui So-chun's groaning state seemed on the verge of losing control. He raised his arm high, as if about to do something. Kyuha exclaimed, What? The heavenly demon soul murmured in delight. It's begun. This should be interesting. Where Lee Mark-Zin and Dyke Knot were, the light grew stronger and stronger. The old monk was doing everything he could to make the treatment succeed. Lee Mark-Zin guided him step by step. Release your power. Let go of everything. Hold nothing back, not even a breath. He unleashed his own power and told the old monk, Rely completely on the power I have given you. The old monk groaned in pain. Hui So-chun's arm bulged with veins, the muscles swelling as it emitted an eerie power. Lee Mark-jin shouted, "Let it out!" Hui So-chun's arm looked ready to explode. His arm exploded outward, blasting everything away. Release! Chuha shielded her eyes from the blinding light created by Hui So-chun. The heavenly demon soul watched and smiled. On Daik Not's side, veins had risen across his eyes, and a blue fluid began to pour out of him. The substance looked utterly revolting. Lee Mark-jin pressed his fingers against the old monk's back to help force it out faster. The purple handprint on the old monk's shoulder began to change. It released a faint purple aura, then slowly faded. Lee Mark-jin continued the treatment. "Good. I'll help guide your chi now." The old monk also focused all his strength on circulating his power. Meanwhile, Hui So-chun seemed slightly more lucid and had stopped groaning. He looked at his arm, which had returned to normal. It was no longer blue, veined, or painfully swollen. Hui So-chun's eyes turned pure white, without pupils. The image of the pool of fluid Daik Not had vomited appeared in his vision. That fluid was spreading across the floor. Hui So-chun suddenly released a strange, purple aura. That power surged more and more violently. The heavenly demon's soul said calmly, "That's right. I've granted that wish to you now. So go ahead and play to your heart's content." Chuha asked anxiously, "What did you do?" His eyes held nothing but the image of that fluid. The substance itself now seemed to be changing. It was gradually shrinking, taking the shape of an arm. Lee Mark-jin remained focused on treating Daik Not and did not notice the arm forming. The arm fully formed and prepared to interfere with an attack. Lee Mark-jin opened his eyes. That arm had already clamped around his throat with crushing force. It began spreading, causing blue veins to appear all across his face. Though ambushed, he still judged the situation calmly. "So this was your plan?" he asked. "Is this why you attacked the Shaolin abbot?" Lee Mark-jin understood Hui So-chun's trick. Inside the heavenly demon seal, he asked clearly, "Was it to hide a heavenly demon beast inside and deliver it to me?" Hui So-chun sneered at him. "You really are a fool." He mocked Lee Mark-jin. "You nullified your own barrier just to save the life of an old monk." He reminded him, compassion is a weakness. Hui So-chun declared with confidence, "You brought this on yourself. Don't blame me." His power exploded once again. He pressed harder, trying to bring Lee Mark-jin down. Watching this, the heavenly demon's soul praised him. "For someone shouting so loudly, you're doing better than I expected." Not understanding what was happening, Chuha demanded, "What are you trying to do? Stop at once." The heavenly demon's soul immediately told her how to stop him. "Stopping this is easy. When a mad dog is barking and foaming at the mouth, you just slit its throat." It pressed its fingernail to Hui So-chun's neck, preparing to strike. "Want me to do it for you? If you want, I can cut it right now." Then a beam of light appeared from behind and shot toward the heavenly demon soul. She sternly demanded, "Shut up." It pierced straight through the heavenly demon soul's chest. Chuha opened her mouth wide, eyes bulging in terrible pain, and immediately coughed up blood. In a vile, mocking voice, the heavenly demon's soul sneered, "Don't you know? I am you. Attacking me only brings disaster upon yourself. That pain is yours to bear." The heavenly demon soul calmly watched her writhing in agony. She glared at it with intense irritation. The heavenly demon soul leisurely watched on. "Looks like you understand now. Just keep watching. This is about to end." Hui So-chun suddenly screamed for no clear reason. Chuha, still writhing on the ground, stared at his abnormal condition. His hands suddenly clenched, and that blue arm tightened around Lee Mark-jin's throat with all its strength. Even while being attacked, Lee Mark-jin's expression remained completely calm, and he did not forget to continue treating Daik Not. More and more veins bulged out, but he showed no concern. The arm suddenly began to smoke, and on the other side, Hui So-chun cried out in agony. His own arm was now smoking and glowing as well. Seeing that, even the heavenly demon soul frowned uneasily. Hui So-chun was in extreme pain from the backlash Lee Mark-jin caused. At that moment, his only goal was to bring Lee Mark-jin down. Though he had been ambushed, Lee Mark-jin remained perfectly calm. His hair suddenly changed, growing longer and turning white. Lee Mark-jin warned him again, "Stop. This prosthetic arm is being burned away in the flames by you." The heavenly demon soul frowned in irritation as it watched the situation before it. Its arm was now burning fiercely without stopping. Hui So-chun clutched his arm and screamed miserably, looking utterly wretched. The heavenly demon soul finally understood. "So it's not just that you surpassed the boundary between life and death. Its arm evaporated into ash until nothing remained, not even bone. It sighed in admiration and praised him, trading one arm just to measure your power. So you're worth more than I thought. Even after losing an arm, the heavenly demon Soul calmly asked her, well, was that entertaining? With killing intent in her eyes, Chuha slowly rose to her feet, while Hui So-chun looked utterly exhausted and ragged. The heavenly demon Soul cautiously reminded her, I lost an arm to show you that, so you'd better watch carefully. She asked, puzzled, what are you doing? What do you want? It replied irritably, that's a meaningless question. I am you. How could it be that you do not know what I know? The heavenly demon Soul leaned in, its voice dripping with contempt. I need to devour you every day to survive, and you exist only because I corrode you. But now, a better prey has appeared. It sweet-talked her, trying to lure her in. You've encountered a new fate. If you still want me to keep devouring you, then go devour that one and temper yourself into something even more delicious. The heavenly demon Soul held her in the palm of its hand and warned, otherwise, let him absorb you instead. The heavenly demon's soul vanished into the void, and the space fell silent after it left. Hui So-chun still showed no movement. Chuha sat there blankly. Chuha sat alone in the vast room, full of doubt, while over on Lee Mark-zin's side, several people stared in shock at something. Dyke Knot and Lee Mark-zin appeared before everyone, both completely unharmed. Lee Mark-zin remained calm despite everything that had just happened. TC Knot asked in confusion, who is that? They immediately pulled him over and began fixing up his appearance. The building became quiet again as before, and TUC Knot was cleaning up his white hair. The two men sat down again to talk while Tien poured tea. Deeply grateful, Dyke Knot thanked him. I owe you my life. Ba. Lee Mark-zin replied gently, don't worry about that. Let's call it even. A few cups and we're square. The old monk grumbled in mild annoyance. That calculation is outrageous. How could an old life that's nearly run its course compare to the enormous value of a top-grade aged root coffee worth 1,000 credits? Dyke Knot added, the cup of coffee you drank is merely proof of Shaolin's generosity. It truly reflects the grand spirit of a great sect representing the entire universe. Tien leaned over and reminded him, you've already had 26 cups, senior brother. The old monk immediately stopped him. That's enough then. It dries me out, and it keeps me from sleeping too. Tien reminded him, then what about the life debt you owe? The old monk reluctantly gave in. Fine, pour him another half cup. The two were distracted by noise from the other side. Found it. Beyond exclaimed happily, great. It's a special Bernushin concert with ultra-platinum seats at 120 credits each. With a very convincing look in her eyes, she tried hard to persuade everyone. This price is insanely high, but spending money on something this pointless is exactly the right move. Even if it's not your taste, just buy it. Dyke Knot then spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Bernushin, the old monk cried out in surprise. It's Dynamisu Zusu, senior brother. The old monk pressed his palms together in thanks. What a blessing. The two brothers clasped their hands together in gratitude, leaving everyone stunned for a moment. Then the two urged in unison, what are you waiting for? Buy them now, before they sell out. An image of the female singer performing appeared. They were going to buy tickets to see that beautiful singer. Back at Hui So-chun's throne, he slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He lay wearily on Chuha's lap. He softly called her name, So-hoa. Chuha comforted him at once. It was just a dream. Go back to sleep. You had a nightmare. The scene of the two sitting together on the throne felt terribly lonely and desolate. When you wake up, I won't be here anymore. Hoa-not stood high atop the building, gazing at the night scenery below, her face full of thought. While she stood there thinking deeply, Zich-sun came over and asked, why aren't you asleep yet? He calmly waited for her to speak. Full of worry, Hoa-not called out, Father. He stood beside her, looking out at the scenery, and reminded her to rest. You have to set out on a long journey tomorrow, don't you? You probably won't get a chance to rest for quite some time. She remained silent, lost in thought. He asked with concern, is the performance difficult? I heard this time you'll be touring the whole galaxy for half a year. In a dejected voice, she said, I'm sorry, Father. He did not blame her at all, and instead comforted her warmly. There's no need to apologize. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Zich-sun gently added, don't worry about Hoa-san. It will always be here. He turned to leave, only telling her, go to bed early. Watching his large figure walk away, Hoa-not quietly called out, Father. Zich-sun left at an unhurried pace. Lin Hoa then appeared beside Hoa-not and asked with concern, are you worried about your father? Hoa-not said gloomily, Father has been very lonely lately. She was deeply worried about him. If I leave now, he'll really be all alone. Hoa not explained. My father is one of the strongest people in the world. He's only like this because he worries so much about me. She confided, I know. That's why I want to tell him that I have you now, sister. That was all she wanted, so he could feel at ease. Manhwa imeditan obestet dohwa nyatsaide. No, that's not a good idea. It would only make him worry more. She answered sadly, I understand. Lin Hoa unexpectedly embraced her and comforted her, saying, even if you don't tell him, it's the same. He wants you to be safe. I will make sure of that. Hoa not felt a little relieved. Thank you, sister. As Lin Hoa gradually disappeared, she reminded her, no need to thank me. Just don't forget the promise. She vanished completely, leaving behind only the words, when we meet again. At that moment, a giant ship floated in outer space. Lin Hoa stood there alone, absent-mindedly lost in thought. Give me a hug like that. A voice announcement echoed around her. Lee Mark Zin, the person she had ordered monitored, had begun moving toward a new destination. The speaker continued the report. Based on the coordinates, the destination appears to be the planet Ani Tau Nu in the northeastern galaxy. Isn't that an undeveloped planet? What is he going there for? The voice echoed through the room. It seems a stadium has been built for Bernushin's special performance. Linhua Hasket Hosao. Bernushin, the speaker informed her again. They are currently the most famous female idol duo in the galaxy. After hearing that, Lin Hoa fell silent and wondered to herself. Idols. Meanwhile, the On and TUC now were standing there waiting for a shuttle to land, both staring at the descending craft. TUC not asked, this is the ship carrying our revered master? Dion boasted confidently. Looks sleek, doesn't it? It's much faster than it looks. Sometimes it can even teleport. The parts are easy to find too, so if I go to the scrapyard, maintenance costs stay low. He cursed, cutting off her fantasy. Absolutely not. We cannot let our master ride in such a tattered cargo ship. He thought this heap of junk was something used by desperate failures, drifters living off-grid, taking low-grade mercenary contracts like beggars. Dion protested. It's not that bad. TUC not explained. They're probably involved in human trafficking too, especially kidnapping women and selling them to red light districts. Dion tried to explain. No, that's not it. The captain is a woman. Hearing that only made him angrier. A prostitute is the captain? If some shameless woman who sells her body for a few coins is the captain, that makes it even more unacceptable. Disgusting. Dion replied irritably, that's obviously not what I meant. But he insisted on having things his way. I'll offer my own ship instead. It may be pitifully small and far too humble to receive, master, but it's still better than this filthy pile of garbage. He ordered, replace it. I'll tag that piece of junk with a special disposal mark and have it thrown away. A burst of light drew his attention. TUC not looked at her as her power flared up. She resolutely stopped him. Never. Their small ship had now moved out into space, and a huge, beautiful vessel appeared above their tiny craft. Dion and Robert stared at the massive spacecraft. Robert asked, that's a CCT-65 high-speed vessel, right? He admired the ship in front of him. Launched by Hyundai Motor RS. That super luxury vessel actually has someone riding in it? I'm so jealous. Suddenly, Dion recalled TUC Not's words. I'll offer my own ship instead. It may be pitifully small and far too humble to receive, master. Only then did she realize that switching ships really might have been the right call. At that moment, Shunjia was carrying over an enormous tray of sausages. She sat on the table and said, grilled sausages, fresh and perfect. The smoky flavors all there. Looking at the steaming pile of sausages, Lee Mark Zin remarked, very good. To Tien then said, but, and to Tien stared at the food greedily, practically drooling. We cultivators have to eat vegetarian. Shunjia immediately explained, don't worry. What I'm serving you monks is vegetarian sausage. She elaborated, looks like the wholesaler cleared out the whole warehouse for a delivery, and these got mixed in. She recalled TUC not searching earlier. Hello, sausage distributor. How much stock is left in the warehouse? Everyone bent over the food, while Chuha still held her unmoving arm. She stared at the pile of food without saying anything. She seemed troubled by something. Their small ship was gradually moving away from the large, luxurious vessel, when suddenly a cannon on the elegant ship shifted. It began charging, preparing to fire. Then it shot out a beam of light behind their small ship. It was fireworks. Beautiful words formed in the air. The fireworks were for Lee Mark Zin and the others aboard the ship. Inside that luxurious modern vessel, TUC Not and the others were kneeling in salute. The ship's engine was more powerful, and with a strong burst of thrust, the ship sped away, disappearing completely from sight. Inside the ship, an announcement sounded. Seeing the surprised look on Eon's face, Robert asked, "What's wrong?" She explained, "Just now a notice popped up. It's Class S." Robert cried out in shock. "What? S rank? That's an ultra special bounty. Something that might only appear once in 100 years. Why would they send that to ordinary third-rate bounty hunters like us?" She explained, "The notification went out to everyone, but the target is." The target was Lee Mark-Zin himself, and the reward for capturing him was enormous. Elsewhere, Vaughn was also staring in shock at something. The wanted notice for Lee Mark-Zin had been sent to him as well. It left him utterly stunned. On another planet in outer space, snow blanketed the mountains white. At the main base of the heavenly demon cult, the great elder gazed at his little tree. Do you know how chaotic the Council of Elders is right now? He carefully pruned the tree, and without the Council of Elders' approval, snip, he cut off a branch, adding, "Launching the Supreme Vessel could easily cause a huge misunderstanding." Tam Mok, Kui reminded him, it was only a test run. He believed that testing it to check performance shouldn't be a problem. But the Great Elder reminded him, the problem is that the cult leader was abroad at the time. He then speculated, if the leader of the heavenly demon cult pilots the Supreme Vessel himself, it could be seen as declaring himself the Supreme Heavenly Demon. He judged the matter seriously. That action would not only disregard the Council of Elders, but could shake the entire martial world. With great respect, he explained, the title of Supreme Heavenly Demon can only be attained by one who tramples the whole world beneath his feet, not merely his own sect. The Great Elder affirmed, launching the Supreme Vessel could be misunderstood as a declaration of war to conquer the martial world. Tam Mok, Kui repeated, but didn't he return safely? He bowed in farewell and promised, from now on, we must be more careful. Pulling up his hood, he quietly left. The elder muttered to himself, the seed of the Supreme Heavenly Demon is not something one can simply take. It belongs only to the one chosen by fate. Looking at his now leafless tree, he advised, choose your side carefully. A dog's fate changes with its master. Tam Mok, Kui had not completely left and could still hear the old man's advice. As he opened the door to leave, he said, I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Great Elder. The large door shut tightly. The Great Elder looked up and declared, stubborn fool. He asked clearly, did you hear that? The other person, hearing him, complied. The Great Elder reminded him, if you want to move a giant ship, you may need a great wave. Therefore, place a bounty on that man's head. The man slowly opened his eyes and replied, understood. Elsewhere, in the middle of a dry desert, there stood buildings and lights glowing everywhere. Leading the group, Theon grumbled. They said this was an undeveloped planet. What nonsense! Shunja explained, this is a temporary town. She explained it for everyone to understand. Whenever there's a big event like a Bernushan concert, a place like this appears, full of wandering merchants hoping to make quick money. Shunja continued, when the show ends, the whole town moves on to the next event location. Theon asked in curiosity, so they appear and disappear, and that's why it's called a temporary town? Shunja let out a sarcastic sigh. You're getting smarter every day. At this rate, even dolphins won't be able to keep up with you soon. She nudged him and asked, did you hear that? Theon thought that had been praise. When Sun says someone's smart, then they really are smart. Lee Mark-Zin didn't know what to say after hearing that. Even Chu-Ha felt helpless seeing how foolish she looked. Lee Mark-Zin looked around, searching. By the way, where did Robert go? Theon explained, he went to buy black market tickets. The special seats we bought this time come in a package. When you buy one main seat, you get 5 additional seats for companions. Theon confidently explained, the special seats we bought came with 10 extra tickets. If we subtract our share, that leaves 5 tickets, right? My math checks out, doesn't it? Shunja forced herself to encourage her. That only made her more smug. See, I did that all in my head. Pretty amazing, right? Theon was stunned by what she was seeing. B and Heezy were standing in front of them, waiting. Theon stared blankly in confusion. What is it? B pulled out a phone, checked it, and asked carefully, he does kind of look like him, doesn't he? Heezy examined her, just as cautiously. B held the phone up next to Theon's face to compare and said, I think it is. Heezy still looked doubtful. He does, but not exactly. He ignored her and judged for himself. This one looks a little dumber and way too natural. He doesn't even have a dantee on. B walked away in disappointment, muttering, what a shame. A target worth 10 million credits was never going to fall into our hands that easily. As Heezy passed by, he patted Chu-Ha on the head and said, you're really pretty. Grow up even prettier, okay? We'll meet again then. He left, while the others still stood there in a daze. Let's go. Chuha looked deeply annoyed and finally exposed the truth. That's him. It really is that guy. Chuha firmly accused him. This man is Lee Mark-Zin. The wanted criminal is Lee Mark-Zin too. They're the same person. The two of them seemed unable to believe what they had just heard. Lee Mark-Zin and the An were also stunned. An awkward silence fell over them as they looked at one another. The two still decided to leave. That it definitely isn't him. I told you so. Chuha was taken aback by their reaction. He said, but that little girl likes me. She even shouted just to get my attention. B agreed. Exactly. Chuha grew furious, murderous intent rising from her. And him, a voice suddenly interrupted her anger. Don't let him upset you. He's just an idiot. Chuha turned to see who it was. Alexander stood there grandly at her side and rambled on. Even after falling in love, he doesn't have the courage to confess. He's just a fool hiding his failure behind excuses. His eyes turned toward the An. She could only stare blankly, not knowing what to say. Chuha followed his movements with her eyes. Alexander continued in a lecturing tone. You must never do something like that. Lee Mark-Zin also paid attention to his cheesy speech. Love doesn't leave many chances that last forever. His words froze the An on the spot. And a love that is lost is like a burn, leaving a scar for life. Alexander stepped close to her as he spoke. It will carve itself cruelly into your heart and never let you sleep in peace. He raised a hand and touched her face intimately. And with every breath, you'll swear to yourself once again. If I were lucky enough to have just one more chance, even in a dream, I would wager my entire future on it. Then he leaned in and planted a kiss on the An's face while she stood there dumbfounded. The An's curses rang out everywhere. You're spouting nonsense again. She kicked him several times, making him crumple to the ground in pain and groan. She angrily scolded him. After all these years, how have you still not changed at all? Chuha asked, you know him? The An warned her, you're better off not knowing him. Trust me. Chuha's next words left her startled. I was only joking. Chuha blanked out for a moment. It turned out Alexander was the one who truly surprised her. He lay on the ground, crying and wailing. It hurts. Chuha asked in confusion, is he just a child? Alexander rushed over and clung to her in fear. Big sister, stop her, please, he whimpered. Big sister, I was only joking. Really? Chuha stared at him blankly in his tiny form. The An, exasperated, clarified things for her. Even his old tricks haven't changed a bit. And if he uses that act on you, he'll sneak into your bath at night and beg you to bathe him. Hearing that, Chuha gasped in shock. What? Lee Mark-Zin immediately saw through the trick. He's using a rejuvenation technique. The An explained clearly. That guy is already 30. Chuha froze as she listened to them. Furious, she swung at him. Alexander nimbly dodged and pleaded. It was just a joke. I was only kidding. He laughed awkwardly to dispel the tension. I was just joking. It's only because it's been so long since we last met. That's all. Alexander returned to his normal demeanor and greeted them cheerfully. Hello, S-Rank. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? The An, irritated, reminded him. Aren't you going to greet me in your real form? He froze for a moment. Then he cast the spell again. I often forget what I actually look like. Everyone watched as he transformed. Chuha was surprised by his true appearance. Alexander's real form was that of a small child. The group merely looked at one another in silence. Meanwhile, Robert was sitting alone inside the sanctuary, waiting for them. He anxiously checked the time and complained, they're late. Is this really the place? Suddenly, someone asked him, are you here to sell black market tickets? A mysterious person in a red cloak approached him. That person advanced with a weapon, preparing to attack. Another appeared from the shadows, holding a spear. Many more armed people also closed in around him. Alexander had already revealed his true form. The others stared at what he really looked like. Chuha still stood there blankly, looking at him. He approached Chuha and apologized. Sorry, I was only joking. I am Gucci Hems, Louis Vuitton Chanel. Smiling brightly, he explained, I am the direct descendant and duke of the Versace family, the rulers of the Uan Nebula. The two shook hands in greeting. He warmly invited her. Tomorrow is my birthday. There's a concert on this planet as my birthday gift. I've invited several idols here. You should come too. I'll send you an invitation. Chuha asked. He's lying, right? The An replied calmly. He's a con artist. Chuha said coolly, I really want to kill someone, but he looks too young. Alexander froze at that. The An irritably repeated, I told you already, he's 30. Chuha asked seriously, then it's fine if I kill him, right? Seeing how frightening she looked, Alexander tried to run, but was caught. In a chilling voice, Chuha demanded, change back. Make yourself look older. He begged in terror. Wait, I was just teasing a little. Chuha squeezed his tiny hand hard, making him scream in pain. Alexander immediately collapsed to the ground. She coldly insisted, I said change back. Her terrifying gaze bore into him as Alexander whimpered pitifully. "It hurts." Hua's expression did not change. Dion stopped her. "Give it up. The moment you look into his eyes, you won't be able to do it." Remembering the past, she said, "He has the purest eyes in the world." Then she grumbled, "That's why even I can't kill him." A shout suddenly rang out from afar. "Something's happened." Robert hurriedly jumped down. Theon noticed one of his eyes was bruised and asked, "What happened to your eye?" He hurriedly answered, "That's not the problem. We got scammed. Those tickets are all fake." Theon cried out in shock, "What?" He raised his phone and said, "The tickets we bought, they're counterfeit." By now, the two Monk brothers had fully prepared all their cheering gear. The two of them were already outside to watch Hoa not perform. The others gathered at a drink shop. Alexander asked, "You people really bought this?" He instantly recognized the scam. How could anyone buy something like this? It doesn't even pass for a fake. It's just a joke. They just slapped on a poster and marked up the price. He exclaimed in disbelief. "And for 120 credits too. Are you all insane? Buying something like this?" Alexander said, "This kind of cheap scam only works on." Then he shouted, "Someone gullible, slow-witted, inconsistent, and with math skills at dolphin level. No, even worse, sparrow level. Even dolphins wouldn't fall for this. They put this up just hoping for a 1 in a billion miracle in all of human history." Theon turned to Chu-Ha and asked, "You said you wanted to kill him, right? Do it, quickly." She replied, "For some reason, I don't want to kill him anymore." Theon was baffled by her reaction. Alexander then noticed the pile of sausages Shunja had brought out and asked, "Where did you get all those sausages?" She answered, "From a corner of the kitchen." He stared blankly and said, "If they were there, then those are dog food." Shunja calmly replied, "I know. It's not like I'm eating them anyway." Over there, Lee Mark-Zin and Robert were stuffing themselves with the whole pile of sausages. Shunja casually handed the food over to them to eat and drink. Seeing this, Alexander went completely blank. He sighed. Scams really are everywhere these days. Searching on his phone, he added, "Yesterday, I even saw a strange wanted notice." Alexander brought up Lee Mark-Zin's wanted poster. "There's a poster offering 10 million credits for some nameless nobody." He scoffed. "It makes no sense at all. Look at him. He looks weak, pitiful, harmless, and stupid." Comparing the poster to Lee Mark-Zin now, he muttered, "How could he be worth 10 million credits?" He stepped closer to compare them. The picture and the real person are totally different. Alexander tried hard to find something dangerous about him. He couldn't believe his eyes. "No way. This has to be some kind of joke, right?" Chuha answered him, "It's real." She added, "The 10 million credits are real, though honestly that amount is a bit low." Alexander still refused to believe her. While eating and drinking, Chuha said, "Hurry up and take him outside before someone else does it." "Easy enough. Want me to lend you a sword?" Still unconvinced, he asked, She's joking, right?" Theon explained calmly, "The only thing she can't do, besides hold back her anger, is joke." Alexander tried to reassure himself. "Then it really is a joke, right?" At that moment, his phone rang with another notification. He stared at the phone in shock. Seeing the location marker, Alexander announced, "The wanted criminal's location just appeared." He muttered, "But it's right here." The door of the drink shop slowly opened. A group of armed people strode in with an imposing air. Alexander stared at them blankly and said, "We're not open yet." One person approached Lee Mark-Zin, but he remained focused on eating sausages. Henzi glared at him with killing intent. The others also surrounded him. He took a quick measure of Lee Mark-Zin. Lee Mark-Zin kept chewing on the sausages without a care. Henzi coldly ordered, "Everyone stay back." Chuha casually said, "Don't mind us. Do whatever you want. Just don't bother me." He looked helpless as the whole group kept doing nothing but eating. Henzi cursed angrily. "Damn it, you lot. If they interfere, beat them too." The others had somehow disappeared, leaving only him behind. He stared blankly at the person who had just appeared. The others hurriedly fell to their knees before her. Lin Hoa strode in with noble elegance. The man froze and blurted out, "The Sword Empress of the West Heaven." Lin Hoa looked at them coldly. Lee Mark-Zin kept eating, while the others also turned their attention to her. Chuha did not seem to care much. The scene inside the shop was now utter chaos. Meanwhile, something was happening with the two Monk brothers. Holding up the ticket, the guard explained to them, "You can't enter with this. It's fake." The two froze when they heard that. Outside the shop, Alexander hung up a sign. "Closed today. The Sword Empress of the West Heaven is inside." 3 people stood outside the door on watch. He reminded them, "You don't need to guard it that seriously." He sighed. Who would be suicidal enough to go in there? The 3 people stood on the roof, looking ahead. He appeared beside them. Alexander exclaimed in surprise, "Amazing. I never thought I'd get to see the Sword Empress of the West Heaven from this close." Then he asked curiously, but how do you know her? I mean, what do a cheap bounty hunter and the Sword Empress of the West Heaven have to do with each other? Dion frowned and asked, why are so many people gathering here? She looked at the crowd and asked, are they bounty hunters? He explained, only a few. Most of them just came to see the Sword Empress of the West Heaven. Dion bristled at the thought of Lin Hoa. Why? What's so special about her? Robert offered his opinion. They say she's the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. Who wouldn't want to glimpse a legendary face, said, to make hearts tremble with just a passing look. The first time I saw her, I thought my heart would leap right out of my chest. And if you're lucky enough, you might be chosen and become part of her harem. I resisted only because I already have a fiancé. Dion scoffed angrily. The most beautiful woman in the galaxy? That's just hair, makeup, and clothes. If I put that much powder on my face, did my hair, and dressed sexily, I'd look almost the same. She turned to Shunja and asked, right? Shunja grabbed her pants and said, any sexier and you'd just be naked, ma'am. Dion fell silent, baffled by her reply. Shunja raised a thumbs up, fully confident in her opinion. Dion still looked confused. Inside the shop, Lee Mark-Zin and Lin Hoa were sitting and talking. Lin Hoa complained irritably. It seems you truly enjoy wandering everywhere. Following in your footsteps has worn even the soles of my feet thin. Lee Mark-Zin cut in at once. If you have something to say it and leave. Avoiding his gaze, she hesitated. There's so much I want to say, but suddenly, she angrily drove Chiu-Ha away. Didn't I tell everyone to get out? You're in the way. Leave. Chiu-Ha answered calmly. Do your own business. Don't bother me. Lin Hoa was surprised by her attitude. Lin Hoa immediately inspected Chiu-Ha, using her special eyes to examine her. A natural human? Lee Mark-Zin lifted his cup and took a drink. She's just a child. Say what you came to say. Still displeased by Chiu-Ha's presence, Lin Hoa heard that and asked, a child? Then she calmly asked, what do you think of me, honored master? He answered at once, I think you are a woman. Smugly, she boasted, that's a relief. If you see me as a woman, then I must be very beautiful. Most men say, I'm most beautiful woman in the galaxy. Full of confidence, Lin Hoa continued, I do not deny it, especially after meeting you. I've taken even better care of myself. If there is anything lacking, I will correct it. Lin Hoa pleaded, so please grant me one night. Bless me with your seed. She was suddenly startled by what happened next. At some point, Chiu-Ha had seated herself at the table. Lin Hoa asked, since when did she? Suspicious. She thought to herself, she is clearly a natural human. How could she move without me noticing? Chiu-Ha said, too late. I was here first. Pointing at him, she declared, this one is mine. I already proposed. Lee Mark-Zin paid no attention to Lin Hoa's words and said casually, she's just a child. You don't need to worry. Chiu-Ha agreed with him. That's right. That is the only obstacle. My body is still too young for my age. Then she explained clearly, but yesterday was my birthday. My body is an adult now, too. She bluntly drove Lin Hoa away. So leave. He's mine. Lifting her cup, she added seriously, if you dare touch him, even a little. Chiu-Ha looked at the steaming cup and threatened. This is what will happen. She demonstrated a few simple moves with the cup as an example for Lin Hoa. Ice Heaven Suppression Demon Art. Lin Hoa looked at the cup and immediately recognized it. The Heavenly Demon Cult. A natural human, and yet, outside, things were still lively because of the event nearby. Looking at her, Lin Hoa murmured, she can push the Ice Heaven Suppression Demon Art to its limit. At once, she became cautious around Chiu-Ha. Chiu-Ha remained perfectly calm, showing no fear. Lin Hoa said, so the rumors were true. She continued, I have heard of you. Then, with mockery in her voice, she said, those mad old fools of the Heavenly Demon Cult waited and waited for the Heavenly Demon Supreme to be born. So they decided to create one with their own hands, didn't they? Lin Hoa was very clear on Chiu-Ha's origins. They gathered the genes of every previous cult leader, selected only the finest ones, even improved them, and in the end created a being that was completely extraordinary. She slowly told the story, but when that moment came, 2 children were born. Lin Hoa continued, according to the rules of their cult, there could only be one Heavenly Demon Supreme. She explained clearly, they chose the boy because it would be easier for him to learn martial arts. Lin Hoa questioned them, and the girl had been erased forever, or so they claimed. She turned to her and said, but you, teacher. Lin Hoa sighed, as though the story ran much deeper than that. Chiu-Ha did not hide anything. She said that was right, there was still much more to it. She released a bizarre, sinister power as a warning. As for the rest, any old hag who kept babbling useless things would have her mouth torn apart and die. Lin Hoa immediately recognized the power of the Heavenly Demon Soul. The heavenly demon soul appeared together with the overwhelming aura coming from Chuha. She said, "Those foolish old men of the heavenly demon cult made the wrong choice." Lin Hoa mocked them coldly. They tried to erase a child who carried the heavenly demon soul without ever even meeting her. A miracle that only came once every 10 years. Li Marxin calmly kept drinking his water, paying no mind to the two women arguing. Chuha, brimming with killing intent, warned her, "Old hag, that's enough. I'll tear your mouth apart." Seeing things about to escalate, he stopped her. "Enough. Wounds inflicted by words shouldn't be repaid with fists." She looked at Lin Hoa with utter contempt. "How could that old hag possibly hurt me? She's not even worth my attention." Li Marxin tried to calm her again. "That's enough." She looked at him in confusion. Chua gave in and lowered herself. "I'll let it go this time. Just this once." He reminded both Lin Hoa and her, "Let it go." Lin Hoa replied in a provocative tone, "Fine. Lately, I've been practicing patience with immature little brats. Every time I see children who refuse to grow up properly, I regret not spoiling them a little more in the past." Furious, Chuha launched an attack at Lin Hoa. "I said I'd only let it go once." A violet flash suddenly cut across the conversation. Chuha's eyes were filled with killing intent after that warning strike. Lin Hoa was no less formidable. She had blocked the sudden blow. Chuha smiled and assessed her. "Not bad. You're called one of the 5 Great Supremes, but aren't you way too strong for that?" Lin Hoa answered seriously, "The 5 Great Supremes is just a title made up by idle people. I never accepted it." Lin Hoa's gaze sharpened as she said in a grave voice, "I have no intention of standing beside anyone, not even for a moment." Tiu Hawk confidently taunted her. "Then you're even less likely to bow your head to anyone, right? Want to test it?" Tia suddenly stopped. She looked in another direction. Li Marxin grabbed her wrist and held her back from fighting. Chuha stared at him, confused by what he was doing. She asked, "Are you worried about this old hag?" He spoke with concern. "If you fight now, both of you will be hurt. If you really want to fight, wait until that arm has healed." She was startled to hear him say that. Robert spotted something unusual and pointed. "What's that?" Something was happening over there, kicking up a cloud of dust, and someone was charging through the middle of it. The 2 monk brothers came rushing in with angry eyes. An explosion blew the door open and threw the shop into chaos. The people inside also noticed the commotion. Those 2 old men had smashed through the wall and come in. The 2 of them angrily searched around. Where's that swindling witch? Where's that fraud? All the hunters outside had already been taken care of by the 2 old men. The people on the roof had been closely watching the situation the whole time, and the aunt froze at what she was seeing. Everyone sat at the table and began speaking seriously. Li Marxin asked plainly, "Are these fake tickets?" Titian angrily explained, "That's right, and these aren't ordinary counterfeits either. They were made so carefully and meticulously that there's not a single flaw." Leon tried to calm things down. "Let's settle down first. We don't know for sure yet." She asked clearly, "Who checked the tickets?" Dyke Knott sadly replied, "The ticket inspector. Who else?" "Umaba." She asked again, "If it was the ticket inspector, wouldn't they be able to tell fake from real right away?" The 2 on this side were still glaring furiously. "Then they must definitely be fake." Li Marxin looked at Theon twisting in frustration and asked, "How did things end up like this?" Theon quickly explained, "We were in too much of a rush, but these 2 keep bothering me nonstop." She tried to dodge responsibility, but then, thinking it over, "We achieved our goal, didn't we? The point was to spend the money, and we burned through every last cent." Titian angrily criticized her, "But now we don't even have a single ticket. Our last chance to see Dynamis Zoo is gone." Looking at Dyke Knott's haggard face, he explained, "It was Senior Brother's dream for many years." He poured out his heart. "The first time we heard that song was by chance 3 years ago. Though he was old and weak, Senior Brother still worked tirelessly until he had memorized nearly half the lyrics. He should have been able to sing along with the whole group by now." He continued, "And tomorrow is his 140th birthday." Li Marxin calmly said, "We'll solve this one step at a time." He looked at Theon and said, "First, return the money." Theon froze and protested. "How am I supposed to return it right away?" 240. He was certain. "Didn't you see it? You obviously stole it." His words made her freeze for a moment. "What?" Titian said angrily. "You scoundrel. So you really did that?" She looked at Li Marxin's calm expression and burst out, "What the hell, are you serious?" Li Marxin said, Can't you tell? Only an idiot would fall for something this cheap. Someone as smart and calculating as you would never be trapped by such an obvious trick. His words left her speechless on the spot. Lee Mark-Zin went on. Besides, isn't fraud and theft your profession? So of course you did it. He recalled what she had said before. Offered to lend her money, but she refused and went off to steal instead. She said that way her conscience would feel less guilty. Stealing still takes hard work, you know. Borrowing is just getting something for nothing. She froze again for a moment. He urged her, anyway, hurry up and return the money. The real issue is those tickets. He concluded, that's your responsibility too, so go get them back. She stared at him blankly at his nonsense. What? Lee Mark-Zin calmly directed. Now all we have to do is relax and wait. She's capable, so one way or another she'll get at least one. Tien comforted Dyke, not emotionally. What a relief. Ba, senior brother, you'll be able to go to the concert tomorrow. The old man's eyes welled with tears as he gave thanks. How fortunate. Ba. Theon was still bewildered by his certainty and shouted an explanation. When did I ever steal anything? Whatever this is, I didn't take it. I'm a victim who got scammed too. Meanwhile, Lin Hoa calmly continued sipping her drink. Chuha looked at her like bullets were flying from her eyes and asked, why is this old woman still here? Does she have a death wish? Lin Hoa asked plainly, did you really propose to him? Seriously? Tia replied, yeah. The first time I met him, I proposed right away. Lin Hoa sighed. So, it was love at first sight? Ah, youth. You people are reckless enough to gamble your whole future on a first meeting. I'm a little jealous. Chuha answered in a mocking tone. What are you even talking about? Love who? Lin Hoa asked, didn't you propose? Chuha explained, I didn't do that because I love him. I just wanted to. She laid bare what was in her heart. For certain reasons, when I stood beside him, I thought maybe I had a future too. Chuha shared. It felt like all my worries disappeared. Lin Hoa stayed silent and let her speak. In contrast to the quiet tone of their conversation, the people over there were still arguing fiercely. I already said it. I am innocent. Dion casually recounted her glorious record. Seriously, I'm being framed. Out of 623 thefts, 274 embezzlements, and 88 fraud cases, this is the one time I really didn't do anything. Irritated, Lin Hoa muttered, that's enough. Can't we go somewhere else? She immediately used teleportation. She vanished, leaving only a fading blue light behind. Chuha grumbled in annoyance, but she too was taken away by the teleportation. Then, aboard a huge luxurious ship out in space. The two of them appeared on the ship's balcony. Once again, they stood facing each other. Chuha demanded sharply, so you brought me straight back to your lair? A dog relies on its home ground, a chicken on its coop. Are you looking for trouble with me? Lin Hoa gently soothed her. There's no need to be so wary. I have no intention of threatening you. She explained, I have no reason to hurt you. Chuha taunted her with absolute confidence. It's not that you have no reason. It's that you simply don't have the ability. Besides, I'm the one who decides whether you can or not. Lin Hoa remained calm in the face of her aggression. Chuha asked, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Hoa said, you and I are very alike. Even in the way we fling our reckless youth around at this age of 20. Chuha scoffed. What kind of nonsense is that? Chuha stiffened as she looked at Lin Hoa. Lin Hoa had already leveled that sharp sword her throat. She warned, just because you carry the heavenly demon soul doesn't mean you're invincible. Lin Hoa judged, you can't even use half its power. Chuha flipped backward at once. Don't make me laugh. She charged at Lin Hoa again, flickering in and out of sight before appearing behind Lin Hoa's back and striking swiftly. Chuha's attack caused Lin Hoa's body to disperse into ashes. Yet even after her body vanished, her voice still echoed there. I'm not saying that because you can't use one of your arms. Lin Hoa appeared behind her, completely unaffected. Since the day you were born, you rejected the heavenly demon soul. That's why you can't use its power to the fullest. Tia attacked furiously. Shut up. She put all her strength into attacking Lin Hoa. Chuha stared ahead, eyes full of killing intent. As the dust gradually cleared, Lin Hoa's body was revealed, a radiant golden body. Even Chuha was somewhat surprised. A Vudra body, Lin Hoa gently advised her, stop here. Even if we fight 100 more times, nothing will come of it. Lin Hoa said with certainty, besides, we truly are alike. But no matter how alike we are, our fate is still to turn our backs on each other. Chuha remained highly wary of her. We stand back to back, but if we want to look each other in the face, we'd have to circle the entire universe. Lin Hoa concluded, that's why we can never become enemies, because we will never have to look each other in the eye. Tia frowned. What kind of nonsense are you babbling now? Lin Hoa said, even if he stands between us, there is nothing worth fighting over. She added, if you want, you can keep him all to yourself. A part of him is enough for me. Chiu-ha snapped in irritation. What? Lin Hoa said, but you can't have him without my help. She continued, I'll help you. Chiu-ha shouted angrily, don't stick your nose into my business. I don't need help from a washed-up old hag like you. Lin Hoa leaned close to her ear and whispered, you've never been with a man before, have you? That shocked Chiu-ha deeply. Alexander said confidently, I can find that swindler for you. The two were sitting in a corner talking. He boasted with confidence, this is my turf. Not even an ant can get away here. He declared firmly, and besides, fraud is my specialty. Tracking down some ticket scammer? Easy. Dion asked plainly, really? He explained, the unchanging principle of a con artist is never to go back on a deal with a customer, to stay upright and pure as white snow in front of them. You know what I mean, right? She answered blankly, actually, no, I don't. Alexander asked what she intended. So, do you want me to find them or not? If you do, I'll do it for dirt cheap. Rock bottom cheap. Dion asked, how cheap? He explained, I don't need money. I just need you to do something for me. There's still something unfinished. After hearing that, she had no idea what he meant. She remembered the time the two of them had bathed together. Her face turned red in shy anger, and she attacked him. You lunatic! She was about to strike, then stopped. Bion turned and looked at the others. The two old men were watching her every move. Tien said with hopeful eyes, what are you doing? Hurry and agree to his request. There's not much time left before the performance starts. Dyke not hurriedly added, we don't know what he wants, but it sounds easy enough. Just agree, Ba. She stammered. Lee Mark-zin told her to agree. He calmly pressed her. That's your responsibility. If you can solve it, why are you hesitating? Leon froze, extremely annoyed. Elsewhere, in a crowded restaurant full of customers, Robert asked, why did you suddenly want coffee? Do they even have 2,000-year-old coffee? Lee Mark-zin said thoughtfully, the aroma is pretty similar, but the taste is too weak. What a shame. Robert asked, you can judge it just like that? Lee Mark-zin looked puzzled and asked, then why aren't you drinking it? Robert explained, 1 cup like this costs the same as 2 bowls of noodles. He hurriedly urged him on, while the people around them also watched the two closely. It'd be a waste not to drink it, so hurry up and drink. The bald man took out his phone to check. Robert warned him again, once she finds out, we're dead. She manages our finances. The bald man carefully examined the wanted photo of him. The others also started moving. Seeing that, Robert shouted, quit messing around and sit down. The people who had been about to draw their swords stopped. He threatened them. No matter how greedy you are for money, you should know where to stop. Don't think that 10 million reward is easy to swallow. If you want to keep your lives, give up that idea. Those men were startled by something. Alexander, in a different appearance, appeared behind Robert's back. So you're saying you're capable of protecting the man worth 10 million? Robert turned to see who it was. Alexander calmly looked at the two of them. Robert was surprised to see him. Author. Alexander used his special eyes to scan him. He quickly finished scanning and grasped Robert's abilities. In a mocking tone, he said, a D-rank bounty hunter? He said, unbelievable. An S-rank, letting himself be protected by some cheap bottom-tier hunter? Are you joking? Alexander looked at the crowd disdainfully. Tell me, are you people kidding me? He asked angrily. You dare joke with me? Robert spoke up bitterly. I know you're strong, but don't be so arrogant. He warned Alexander. Just treat this like a joke and get lost. If you do, today can still be your lucky day. Alexander realized. So you really don't know who I am? Robert not only knew, he knew very well. Alexander Burndew, S-rank hunter, ranked 4th among all hunters. A pin addict who spends all day taking pictures of his muscles. Let's see, is there anything else? Seeing how calm Robert was, Alexander thought. He's still this relaxed, even after knowing who I am? Is he insane? Then a cup floated into the air and passed right before his eyes. That left Alexander utterly stunned. Without even greeting him, Lee Mark-zin casually said, could I get another cup? My hand slipped on that enormous ship out in space. Chiu-ha stared in surprise at Lin Hoa's words. Lin Hoa teasingly said to her, that reaction is adorable. You look like a cat caught red-handed, doing something shady. She judged how innocent. Chiu-ha tried to explain, I know everything. I know it all. Lin Hoa sighed and said with certainty, then you truly don't know, do you? Lin Hoa gave an order, B617, activate the hologram projection. Suddenly, golden lights appeared all around her, and a golden screen appeared in front of Chiu-ha. displaying an intimate scene between a man and a woman. It left Chuha utterly shocked. Lin Hoa walked away, leaving Chuha alone. Enjoy. Chuha was stunned by what she saw before her. She was witnessing quite a spectacle. Lin Hoa mocked her, muttering to herself. She said, just let her watch a little, then send her back. A glass floated through the air, sweeping past Alexander's face, and his gaze returned to Lee Mark-Zin, a born genius. He wondered, someone with innate talent, but he can even use ki? That's impossible. How could a lowly nobody have mastered ki arts? He began gathering power into his palm and muttered, so that mission, it was real. Robert kept trying to stop him. I'm telling you, hurry and go. A red sphere had already formed in his hand, ready to attack. It doesn't matter. If that mission is real, then I have to capture the prey no matter what. Suddenly, something appeared right in front of him. Chuha appeared, standing firmly before him. Alexander exclaimed in shock. What the hell? They all stared at one another, and Chuha looked absolutely furious. She suddenly blurted out, disgusting. Seeing that, he asked, what's wrong with her? She suddenly shouted, I've changed my mind. I'm not getting married. Never. Break off the engagement. That's revolting. Alexander, still holding the red sphere, ordered move aside. He coldly warned her, or I'll kill you too. Chuha immediately punched him away. Get lost. The other bounty hunters could only stare blankly as he was sent flying far away, causing a huge commotion. A large crater had formed. Chuha repeated, that's disgusting. I am never marrying some old man. And you, don't get married either, got it? Hoa Not suddenly appeared and called out, Ajussi. The two of them looked toward her. She quickly threw herself into his arms. Ajussi. She was certain now it really was him. Chuha angrily shouted, get away from him right now. That's the end of the story here, everyone. If you want to keep following this series, make sure to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Don't make the admin angry. If you don't smash them hard enough, the admin might just bring a can of cooking oil to your house. Goodbye, and see you again next time, everyone.